Chapter 1. Rebirth Fate Rewritten. Yuan City. In a room on the top floor of a building in the Jiokai Garden community, a local news broadcast plays on the LCD television. The beautiful host, adorned in black silk, smiles gently as she begins to speak. According to our reporters, numerous areas have recently experienced outbreaks of influenza. Experts advise that it is essential to wear masks while dining. The invaders disregard warnings and are forcibly discharging nuclear wastewater. The Empire is preparing for a nuclear strike against them. Tonight, around 8:30 p.m., a meteor shower will be visible in various locations. Influenza? Masks and viruses? Nuclear wastewater? Meteor shower? Wait a moment. Qin Yuan suddenly opens his eyes, bewildered as he surveys his surroundings. His gaze is met with pristine white walls, a yellow wooden wardrobe, and a gray, old-fashioned cylindrical washing machine. The scent of freshly sun-dried bedding fills his nostrils. Strange? Isn't this an old house from before the apocalypse? How did I end up here? He picks up his phone from the bedside table and checks the time. September 29th, 2035, 7:11 p.m. Only 49 minutes remain until the first global beastification. What? What is happening? Have I been reborn? Wait a moment. When did I die? Memories flood his mind like a revolving lantern, vividly recalling the disasters that unfolded after the apocalypse. Yet, he cannot remember the day of his death. All he recalls is chatting and boasting with a few old comrades, a flash of white light, and then nothingness. Reflecting on the onset of the apocalypse. Phase 1. Beastification. The genes of insects and beasts within humans are activated, transforming them into formidable monsters. This transformation does not occur instantaneously. It may take a day, a week, or a month. As humans undergo beastification, the insects and wild animals in the wilderness are also evolving frantically, leading to a global genetic evolution. The most powerful changes occur within the insect category: cockroaches, ants, mosquitoes, and so forth. In his past life, he awakened as an elite bullet ant. Later, through various opportunities, he advanced to the extraordinary grade and reached the third tier of excellence before his demise. Although he could not rival the calamity overlords, he was considered a paragon among humans, a pillar of strength. Genetic quality is categorized as ordinary, elite, extraordinary, and perfect. Additionally, there are 3 supergrades: king level, ancient, and illusionary beasts. On the first day of the apocalypse, the first great opportunity in Bin City is about to arrive. No time to dawdle. Qin Yuan raises the remote and turns off the television, summons a ride, casually throws on a black coat, and swiftly heads downstairs. The driver has been waiting at the community entrance. Last 4 digits 7758. Take me to the Yuan Aquarium. And make it quick. Young man, I wish I could drive faster, but this city has speed limits. There's nothing I can do. It'll pay double. It's not about the money. It's really impossible to get there any faster, no matter how much you offer. For times. All right, handsome. Buckle up, I'm about to speed. At the aquarium that night, the place is bustling with people who curiously observe the various fish within the aquarium, especially fathers accompanied by their children. They eagerly take out their phones to capture the moments, oblivious to the splashes of water hitting their faces, engrossed in the sight of the alluring mermaids, all while responding to messages from their wives. I can't help it, our son insisted on coming. I couldn't stop him. The interaction between the mermaids and dolphins is the signature performance of the Yuan Aquarium, always attracting massive crowds in the evening. At this moment, a young man clad in black enters the aquarium. He does not stop to admire the mermaids, but keeps glancing at the time on his phone, occasionally looking up at the sky. 7:56 p.m. Only 4 minutes left. Based on his memories from his past life, a piece of Source Heart meteorite is set to fall at the aquarium, which not only aids in early genetic awakening, but also enhances genetic quality. With the assistance of the Source Heart meteorite, his first genetic awakening could at least reach extraordinary level, and he might even attempt to achieve perfect quality. Since he has been reborn, he must strive for a perfect species. A perfect species can freely control insectification transformations, with strength, speed, and genetic energy exponentially surpassing that of elite species, and it possesses unique genetic skills of its own. In this life, I will secure at least extraordinary status and strive for perfection. Current goal: Evolution into a perfect species. The countdown begins. 10 seconds remaining. 9, 3, 2, 1, 0. At the stroke of 8 p.m., a low hum fills the sky, as if thousands of bombers are flying overhead. Skyquake. Qin Yuan looks up. It's here. The roaring sound rushes past. As countless meteors streak across the night sky, stars begin to fall. The meteor swarm appears to have emerged from another dimension, abruptly appearing above the Earth. In the Dragon Kingdom's Air Defense Bureau, an observer furrows his brow, suddenly realizing something is amiss. Why are these meteors splitting apart? He shouts, "What the hell? What's going on? Are we getting extras in this meteor shower? Emergency notification. Emergency notification." The number of meteors has surged unexpectedly, currently at 5 times the original count. The count is still increasing, now at 10 times, 20 times, 40 times. The quantity is now unquantifiable. The Air Defense Commander immediately issues an order. Fire! Whoosh! 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 Boom! Countless intercept missiles, trailing long tails, soar into the sky, colliding with the meteors, erupting in splendid fireworks. Across Blue Star, similar situations unfold in various nations. Humanity's proud conventional weapons relentlessly fire at the meteor swarm, yet they cannot alter the trajectory of the falling meteors, not even by a fraction. Fiery meteors descend trailing long tails. Whoosh! 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 Boom! 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 In an instant, flames soar to the heavens, explosions erupting everywhere. Ah! Help! Ñuño? Where are you, Ñuño? Come back, Daddy is scared. Inside the aquarium, chaos reigns as the previously harmonious families, loving fathers and sons, and affectionate couples, instantly abandon all concern for one another, each fleeing for their lives. Some even trample over their friends and besties in a desperate rush to escape, and many abandon their spouses and children, fleeing alone. In times of great peril, it is only natural for individuals to forsake one another. Wait a moment. What have I noticed? There's actually a couple holding hands, determined to face life and death together. Is this what they call love? Pure love warriors? Upon closer inspection, he realizes they are holding another spouse. Oh, then it's nothing to worry about. Are these people selfish? No. This is merely the instinct of the weak. Anyone would act the same except for the esteemed readers. A glimmer of mischief sparkles in Qin Yuan's eyes as he smirks. Humans truly remain too fragile. I shan't be human any longer. In this life, I shall become the ruler of the world, the emperor of the insect race. All the rules of this world will be dictated by me. Right or wrong, my word shall be law. Aha! Insectification. Here I come. As everyone flees, only one figure clad in black moves against the tide, walking deeper into the aquarium. Qin Yuan suppresses his smile and strides toward the innermost part of the aquarium. Everywhere are craters left by meteor fragments, and the entire aquarium has been utterly devastated. Many rooms are engulfed in flames, the air thick with heat. The acrid, burnt odor mingles with the pungent scent of fish, a nauseating combination that assaults the nostrils. Qin Yuan frowns. Strange? Why are there only ordinary meteors? I have yet to find the high-quality source heart meteorite others spoke of. Could it be false intel? Oh no, I celebrated too soon. Did I pop the champagne too early? How careless of me. He walks, stops, and finally arrives at the last chamber. In the century-old lobster display case, a blood-red, blackened meteorite lies in a crater. Qin Yuan's excitement surges as he clenches his fist. Yes, found it. A glance reveals a large red lobster crawling toward the meteorite, and Qin Yuan beams with joy. Whoa, is this not the future king beast? Just one lifetime apart, and it has become so pitiful? The Super Red Dragon King, a century-old Australian red lobster. In his previous life, it perfectly awakened after absorbing this source heart meteorite, then was captured, only to escape into the sea. As if endowed with the protagonist's halo, it encountered numerous fortuitous events, acquiring formidable skills and superpowered genetic enhancements, rapidly growing and evolving into a super king beast. After aligning with the alien insect race, its strength underwent a dramatic transformation, becoming a formidable adversary for future races. At this moment, the display case lies in ruins, shards of glass and water scattered across the floor. The fallen lobster is frantically bouncing about, waving its 6 severed legs as it desperately climbs toward the meteorite, eyes filled with longing. Qin Yuan smiles, raising his left foot high. Smash! He crushes its head beneath his foot. The Super Red Dragon King perished. Surprisingly, this lobster had quite a bit of roe. Truly, a century-old lobster. What a pity, from the moment I returned, the fate of this world has been rewritten. Protagonist Halo? Born a king? Before me, the reborn one, all must step aside. Let it be known, in this era, my name is Qin Yuan. Chapter 2, Awakening, Super Evolution of the Ancient Species. Qin Yuan strides briskly to the corner, gripping the pure black meteorite and pulling it from the crater. The moment he touches it, he senses the overwhelming source power emanating from the source heart meteorite. What is peculiar is that, typically, high-quality source heart meteorites are red, yet this one is black, pulsating like a heart. Thump, 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 thump. It instills a sense of palpitations. Could it be that the merchant has sent the wrong goods? I wonder if I can return them without reason within 7 days. A simple refund would suffice. This seems rather sinister, doesn't it? Forget it, let's just consume it quickly to avoid any prolonged complications. I have encountered this situation many times in my past life. Whenever I set my mind to accomplish something, if I hesitate even slightly, a multitude of mysterious adversaries springs forth to create chaos, as if it were all preordained, truly perplexing. Thus, Qin Yuan learned an important lesson. When undertaking significant endeavors, one must never dither. Prompt decisiveness is essential. One must dare to dream and act boldly. With that, he seized the palm-sized black diamond crystal, gently inserting it into his chest. Blood spurted forth, staining his garments as it flowed into the source crystal. This was the most potent method of forced awakening, unrivaled and unequivocal. It was a matter of being driven to the brink of death, only to be reborn, shattering all limits. The black crystal transformed into a torrent of fine black currents, coursing through his veins and spreading throughout his entire being. Qin Yuan's eyes turned a vivid crimson from the pain, veins bulging in his neck and forehead, only to be swiftly shrouded in darkness like black sand. A smile crept onto his lips, a wicked grin. It is merely pain. After enduring a decade in the apocalypse, I have long since acclimated to all forms of agony. My pain tolerance is exceptional. Let me put it this way. If I were to cry out, I would be like a dog. It hurts like hell. I assure you, it is not that I lack fortitude. The torment is simply too overwhelming, absolutely maddening. It feels as though steel nails are being driven inch by inch into my bones, churning within the marrow, entwining blood vessels and meridians until they tear asunder. The surface of my body has become enveloped in a fine layer of black sand, producing a constant rustling sound. A surge of genetic energy erupted from within, as my genes began to transmit pheromones in a manner comprehensible to my consciousness, relaying messages to my brain, a phenomenon colloquially referred to in the post-apocalyptic world as genetic feedback. Awakening. Successfully awakening the elite bloodline. Bullet Ant. Exclusive genetic abilities. 1. Strength. 2. Toxicity. Elite strength. Capable of reaching 200 times that of an ordinary person. Bullet toxicity. Inflicted damage evokes pain akin to being shot, with a maximum pain threshold of 20 times. Not enough. Keep going. If I merely awaken to the level of my past life, an elite tier, I shall not be satisfied. I desire more. Greater strength is imperative. Qin Yuan's resolve hardened as he clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. The skin on his body began to ooze fine blood, continuously absorbed by the black sand, while the insectoid genes relentlessly generated new blood. Within mere seconds, the black sand on his skin transformed into a crimson hue. Enveloped within, Qin Yuan emitted a low, pained groan, undergoing a genetic breakthrough as his genes shattered and reassembled. If the pain of childbirth is rated at level 10, then the agony of genetic recombination is tenfold. A pain level of 100 could instantly overwhelm an ordinary person. It is not merely a leap in quality, but a transcendence of class. a chasm that an ordinary individual could hardly hope to cross in a lifetime. A chasm? Do you think you know who I am? I am a reincarnator. With renewed vigor, he bit down so hard that blood welled up from his gums. Ah, if you have the ability, just kill me. Come on, crack. At last, an invisible genetic restraint shattered, releasing a terrifying aura that belonged solely to a perfect being. Successfully transcending levels, he awakened the perfect bloodline, flying bullet ant. Exclusive genetic abilities: 1. Strength. 2. Toxicity. 3. Exoskeletal flight. 4. Insect sensing. Perfect strength, capable of reaching 800 times that of an ordinary person. Perfect toxicity, can autonomously induce a paralyzing pain in perfect-level beings, with a pain threshold of death. Exoskeletal flight, twin wings sprouting from his back, enabling flight. Insect sensing, the ability to foresee danger in advance. Finally, I have succeeded. I did it. Ha 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 ha. A perfect-level being. What does it mean to be perfect? Capable of enduring, striking, flying, and releasing toxins. Whether in the early or late stages, it stands as the mightiest being beneath the king level of formidable presence, capable of facing 1,000 foes single-handedly. My control over my genetic makeup has reached near perfection, whether concealing my aura or shape-shifting at will. I can manipulate it flawlessly. This is what it means to be a perfect-level being. Qin Yuan gazed excitedly at his hands, feeling an overwhelming surge of power, as if he could obliterate the earth with a single punch. Is this the strength of perfection? It is simply too cool. Yet in the next moment, his eyes widened in disbelief. The blood-red sand continued to envelop his body, refusing to dissipate. What is happening? Logically, the energy from the source crystal should have been exhausted by now, naturally dissipating. Could it be that I truly consumed a counterfeit? One that offers fourfold compensation for a single fake? In the next second, the blood-red sand surged uncontrollably into his body once more. The transformation began anew. This time, there was no pain. Rather, it was a sensation so pleasurable it elicited shameful moans. Ah, how delightful! How disgraceful! Qin Yuan closed his eyes, feeling an inexplicable shiver. He sensed the fine sand coalescing around his heart, each heartbeat offering a fresh baptism. Blood, muscle, bones, skin, viscera. Thump, 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 thump. With each rhythmic beat of his heart, Qin Yuan's genes continued to grow stronger. What is this? Is there more evolution to come? Could it be that I am set to evolve into an ancient species? Awakening as an ancient species at the onset of the apocalypse would render me unparalleled. I would be invincible. Thump, 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 thump. With the final frantic beats of his heart came the enhancement of his genetic quality. Thump, 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 boom. As the last heartbeat resonated, he emerged transformed. The metamorphosis, complete, successfully awakening the ancient species gene. Primordial fierce ant. Exclusive genetic abilities: 1. Limitless strength. 2. Ancient toxicity. 3. Supersonic flight. 4. Insect sensing. 5. Exoskeletal armor. 1. Limitless strength. Base power amplification cap of 3,200 times human strength, with rage allowing it to exceed this limit to 9,999 times. 2. Ancient toxicity, capable of inflicting any form of poison on any being, with effects determined by the host. 3. Supersonic flight, 4-wing flight, speed increased by 400, with a cap of 1,200. 5. Exoskeletal armor, incredibly tough exoskeleton with formidable defense. The ancient species, the primordial fierce ant. I actually awakened to an ancient species? This is an ancient species, a powerful being capable of standing against nations, the epitome of the ultimate soldier. Unlike the insect queen, which commands swarms, the ancient species possesses the terrifying power to annihilate hordes with a single insect one punch, capable of demolishing a tank, and in later stages, even crushing aircraft carriers with ease. They epitomize the strongest of lone wolves. Each individual can grow into a calamity-level existence. In my past life, awakening as an ancient species was always my dream. I never imagined it would be realized so effortlessly. It feels as if I am dreaming. On the first day of the apocalypse, I awakened as an ancient species. Who else? The ancient species is heralded as a product of the most ferocious era. Each one is a dominator in its own right, a ruler of its age. Even if I were to neglect training for the next decade, simply idling about would still lead me to become a top-tier powerhouse. This is the terror of the ancient species. Just as Qin Yuan believed everything had concluded, the black sand within him began to shift from his heart towards his brain, a mysterious force ceaselessly surging forth. Could it be more? Chapter 3. The Ultimate Awakening. The abyssal crystal emperor Ant Qin Yuan's eyes were bloodshot, his entire face and neck flushed crimson, as blood surged upward toward his head, causing his veins to throb audibly. A dark energy flowed in tandem with the receding blood, coursing through the capillaries into his skull. It was a gentle sensation, akin to a mother's hand tenderly caressing the forehead, as streams of fine black sand meandered through every corner of his mind, initiating a process of indoctrination. The essence of the black crystal transformed into fine sand, connected with his neurons, forging a brand new network in his consciousness, illuminating the world around him with newfound clarity. In this moment, Qin Yuan beheld within his mind a blue ice crystal ant, colossal as the moon looming close to his face, exquisite, resplendent, and majestic. Concurrently, a sound resembling shattering ice echoed through his thoughts. Beast gene activation initiated. His body underwent yet another metamorphosis, accompanied by a surge of blue radiance. He successfully awakened the gene of the beast of illusion, the abyssal crystal poison ant, endowed with exclusive genetic abilities. 1. Limitless strength. 2. Ancient venom. 3. Supersonic flight. 4. Insexual sensing. 5. Exoskeletal armor. 6. Hyperregeneration. Hyperregeneration. Consuming a modicum of stamina, it allows for instantaneous recovery from inflicted injuries, excluding fatal wounds such as decapitation. Beast ability, illusionary critical strike, boasting a 100 critical hit chance. With 200 critical damage, for every additional point of critical hit chance, an extra 2 critical damage is granted, with no upper limit. Is this super evolution? The illusionary abilities belong to the realm of idealistic surrealism, yielding numerous unforeseen effects. Ancient species and beast species are considered equal-tiered life forms. Logically, it would be improbable for an ancient species to evolve into a more advanced beast species without a reaction of genetic rejection. Furthermore, even in the absence of rejection, one would typically retain the abilities of one while annihilating the other. To possess all the skills of the ancient species while simultaneously acquiring all the capabilities of the beast species is simply unprecedented. Twin evolution? What has transpired? Initially perplexed, Qin Yuan's eyes sparkled with realization. Could it be that I am the chosen one? At that moment, a piercing pain surged through his body, akin to a massive hand clutching his heart, each breath feeling as if he inhaled several steel nails. Very well, I am not. As soon as he thought this, a spurt of black blood erupted from his mouth. The genes of the ancient species clashed with those of the illusionary species, resulting in a repulsive reaction. The legendary twin genes are not a blessing. Rather, they are exceedingly toxic, relentlessly battling each other until the host meets their demise. The initial pain felt like a small knife slicing into his skin, followed by the blade piercing through flesh, severing blood vessels, and intruding into bone, stirring the marrow within. A wave of excruciating agony enveloped him as Qin Yuan's eyes widened in fury, gritting his teeth to endure. Yet his body trembled uncontrollably as 2 powerful genes vied for dominion. His skin ruptured, flesh separated, and cells shattered. Ultimately, the genes tore apart, transforming his body into a battlefield, with his heart and brain serving as their stronghold. Regardless of the victor, Qin Yuan was doomed to perish. Either his head would explode or his heart would shatter. Both sides fell into a stalemate as the battle intensified. Only Qin Yuan endured, drenched in sweat, fixated on the floor. What to do? If this continues, I will surely die. Having awakened such formidable innate genes, having been reincarnated, must I succumb to such a pitiful demise? No, at the very least. Let us perish together. Qin Yuan's eyes turned bloodshot as he gradually descended into madness, grinning maniacally. Ha ha ha! You wish to claim my life? Then let us all perish, with reckless abandon, he proclaimed. I'd rather shatter into pieces than live in shame. If you wish to kill me, you must all perish with me. Self-detonation. The genetic sequences within Qin Yuan spiraled into chaos, erupting, converging, and compressing. Buzz. Black spheres coalesced at various nodes of his body, resembling miniature black holes. Come, let us see who dares to escape. The only one who can kill me is myself. Secret technique. Gene dual transition. Explode. In the final moment of the gene detonation, time froze, as if the entire world had turned to gray. Qin Yuan's soul traversed a temporal tunnel, drawn into a dazzling cosmic expanse, where he sat upon a throne, akin to the true sovereign of the universe, gazing down upon all beings, with a mere thought. Planets ignited in explosions. With a gentle breath, the sun extinguished. With a piercing gaze, the galaxy shattered. With a flick of his finger, nebulas dissolved. With a cold scoff, star domains collapsed. With a single punch, the universe underwent its cycle of reincarnation. From his exalted vantage, he surveyed all existence, calmly stating, "Life is exceedingly trivial. Let it be obliterated." In the next instant, everything shattered. A tremendous pull of the soul surged anew, as it traversed innumerable cosmic tunnels, returning to Qin Yuan's body. The Emperor's awakening. Upon re-entering his body, the nascent self-detonation energy dissipated entirely. He successfully awakened the royal species, the Emperor Ant, endowed with exclusive genetic abilities. 1. Limitless strength. 2. Ancient venom. 3. Supersonic flight. 4. Insexual sensing. 5. Exoskeletal armor. 6. Hyper-regeneration. 7. Domain of the Emperor. His Qin Yuan inhaled sharply. Brother, again? Enough already. Having just awakened two extraordinary genes, his body was on the brink of disintegration, and yet another emerged? The trifecta of brilliance? It's over. Farewell, youth. Farewell, world. Even more despairing was the fact that the secret technique had entered a cool-down period. Even suicide was a luxury. E.g., ASM master of self-detonation. To die in such a suffocating manner post-rebirth is the shame of reincarnators. Yet, after a prolonged wait, the anticipated pain did not arrive. The Emperor gene acted as an exceptional interface, seamlessly merging the two genetic energies without triggering a rejection response. No, it should be said that the three genetic energies were continuously intertwining without any signs of repulsion. Then, Qin Yuan tilted his head back and began to laugh uncontrollably, emitting sounds resembling a monkey's call. Oh, ha ha ha, yo, ha ha ha, don't do this, ha ha ha, ha ha ha, spare me. Throughout his flesh, it felt as if ants were crawling. The pain had subsided, yet an unbearable itch remained. Intensely itchy and uncontrollable itch spread through his skin, muscles, blood vessels, and cells. Finally, after 10 minutes of relentless itching, the integration of his genetic cells was complete. The fusion reached its critical moment, and Qin Yuan's entire consciousness delved deep into the gene's mysteries. Entering this enigmatic genetic space, he sought to take control in these final moments. The fusion of three super genes required utmost precision. Any misstep could lead to irrevocable ruin, drawing upon his years of post-apocalyptic genetic knowledge. He was confident that this fusion would be effortless. Qin Yuan's lips curled into a self-assured smirk. I am a reincarnator. How could I possibly fail? That would be a laugh. Suddenly, an explosion reverberated, and Qin Yuan erupted in a mist of blood, collapsing to the ground. Fusion failure. Host death. In that instant, his soul seemed to plunge into a pitch-black abyss. Qin Yuan could no longer think, leaving only his pure, untainted essence. His body, driven by instinct, continued to struggle in its final throes, as the genes within did not relinquish their fight even after brain death. With mere 0.001 seconds remaining, they desperately intertwined, striving for survival. Genetic self-rescue. The rule ability activated prematurely, invoking the divine skill. Chaotic rules. Refusal of death. Refusal successful. Fusion successful. Host revived. Ultimate mythical gene. Primordial abyssal crystal emperor in an instant. A terrifying aura erupted forth, enveloping the entire city. An invisible wave surged outward, dispersing the ominous clouds above, extinguishing the flames of the aquarium with a fierce gale. All awakened beings across the world instinctively turned their gaze toward the direction of Qin Yuan. Trembling in fear, mythical species, primordial abyssal crystal emperor and exclusive genetic abilities. 1. Mythical limitless strength. 2. Mythical primordial venom. 3. Mythical six-winged flight. 4. Mythical super senses. 5. Mythical abyssal crystal armor. 6. Mythical hyper regeneration. 7. Mythical domain of the emperor. Genetic skill. Abyssal crystal shattering ray. Mythical. Abyssal crystal shattering ray. Under the unique ability of abyssal crystal, it can shatter and decompose all matter. Super gene ability. 1. Illusionary critical strike. Mythical exclusive rule skill. Chaotic transformation. A rule-based skill that renders all things within its range chaotic, including rules of the same level and even the rule of death. Qin Yuan opened his eyes once more, his pupils constricting, his mouth agape in disbelief as he gazed at his hands. What? Is this a mythical species? A divine skill? A rule system? Capable of rendering equal-level rules chaotic, able to resurrect from death. My goodness, if this is developed further, wouldn't it induce chaos in thought and cause explosions? Unheard of and unseen. 10 years wasted in my previous life. How powerful are mythical skills? If measured in units, it would be approximately 6 exclamations of astonishment. Evolution complete. Qin Yuan's lips curled into a confident smile. A glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. From this day forth, it is my hunting season. Revenge for grievances, treasures all claimed, resources belong to me. Hee hee. Blue Star, your emperor has arrived. Chapter 4. The unique torment of the strong evolution complete this time. It appears that the evolution has truly reached completion. All the energy from the black crystals has been entirely absorbed. In the final chamber of the aquarium stands a towering 3-meter-high figure of a dark crystal Ant-Man. 2 antennae cascade casually down its shoulders, while a resplendent deep blue dark crystal gem adorns its forehead. Its eyes, shrouded in darkness, emanate a gaze reminiscent of a sovereign emerging from the abyss. The exoskeleton is cloaked in a pale blue crystalline armor, beneath which lies deep blue muscle. At its chest, a deep purple diamond-shaped gem is poised to store energy for unleashing formidable attacks. The physique is robust without being excessively muscular. The contours of its muscles exhibit a harmonious and fluid symmetry, with a slender waist and an upper body shaped like an inverted triangle. The exoskeleton resembles the armor of an abyssal knight, each spike standing erect, while a pair of dragon-like wings unfurl from its back. In that moment, it stands as the most formidable weapon of war in existence. Magnificent, dazzling, and undeniably perilous. This is the form of Qin Yuan post-evolution into a bugman. Mythical species. Primordial dark crystal emperor ant, unheard of and likely never to be witnessed again. I have never encountered a mythical great insect beast in the 10 years since the apocalypse began. Could this be the butterfly effect? The so-called butterfly effect posits that whenever a butterfly flutters its wings, somewhere in the world, another butterfly does the same. I had once contemplated invincibility, but never imagined it would arrive so swiftly. It is worth noting that today marks merely the first day of the apocalypse. I have yet to leave the novice village, yet I have reached maximum level. Qin Yuan instinctively ruffled his hair. The entire plan is in disarray. Originally, the intention was to seize this opportunity to secure an exceptional quality, striving for perfection, while gradually collecting various rare items and defeating formidable foes, leveling up through continuous battles and evolution, ultimately utilizing all resources to transcend limits and become an ancient species of insect beast. This would have sufficed. But now, on the first day of the apocalypse, I am invincible. A sudden wave of confusion washes over me. With such strength, what should I do? Hunt for boss. It seems I am the boss. It appears I must reevaluate my plans according to my current strength. Qin Yuan exited the insectoid mode, reverting to human form as he pondered while leaving the aquarium. No sooner had he walked 100 meters than he sensed the presence of a kindred spirit emanating from a nearby alley. Are they other insect beasts? Or those repugnant extraterrestrial creatures? Qin Yuan's eyes narrowed, a murderous aura radiating from him as he immediately advanced toward the alley. Before he could draw close, a flurry of gunfire erupted. Bang, bang, bang. At a glance, several police officers were taking cover behind their patrol cars, each face etched with terror as they frantically fired into the alley. Bang, bang. Click, damn. The bullets are depleted. The senior officer barked orders at 2 younger officers beside him. Xiao Li, call for backup quickly. Xiao Zhang, evacuate the nearby crowd. Understood, they replied in unison. Just as the 2 departed, a 6-legged, spear-headed grasshopper creature burst forth from the inky darkness of the alley. With a resounding thud, it landed squarely atop the patrol car. Its two dark, bulbous eyes swept across, locking onto the fleeing Xiao Zhang. With a powerful leap, it appeared like lightning behind the officer known as Xiao Zhang. Swoosh! A swift blade from its foot severed his head from his body. Not far away, upon witnessing the low-level larva, Qin Yuan immediately lost interest and turned to leave, muttering to himself, "I thought it was an alien aberration. How dull, truly." He felt no interest in rescuing anyone. However, the grasshopper creature, possessing exceptional dynamic vision, assumed that Qin Yuan intended to flee. It lunged at him from its position, aiming for his neck. As it struck, it envisioned the moment of Qin Yuan's head rolling away. But unexpectedly, with a swift motion, Qin Yuan evaded, and the sound of a snap echoed as the grasshopper's blade shattered against his neck. What? My blade was broken? The thought left it momentarily stunned, wide-eyed as it stared incredulously at the severed blade on the ground, then looked up at Qin Yuan's neck, which was adorned with soft, smooth skin. How could this be? This was its armored exoskeleton, capable of effortlessly slicing through steel, yet it had been shattered against such delicate flesh? My goodness! What manner of creature is this? Qin Yuan merely tilted his body slightly, and with a single glance, the grasshopper fell weak, collapsing to its knees. You possess remarkable courage, little insect, he declared, like the pronouncement of death itself. With that, a resounding thud echoed as a headless insect corpse crumpled to the ground, instantaneously slain. Qin Yuan held aloft the head of the grasshopper, which was the size of a football, its eyes wide open in shock. He casually extracted the core within, no larger than a fingernail, and pocketed it. Even the tiniest morsel holds value. Absorption rate 2 development, elite-level grasshopper insect beast gene, mythological gene growth 0.02. Indeed, the initial quality of insect beast genes is too low. Offering minimal enhancement to himself, it would be more expedient to develop his own gene growth. Were it not for the other party's foolishness, he would have been too apathetic to engage. With a decisive motion, Qin Yuan unfurled his wings and ascended into the sky, observing the nearby insect mutations along the way. The number of early-stage mutations was relatively sparse, with incubation periods ranging from 3 to 30 days. Moreover, during this period, the first major purge would commence. More than half of the initial insect practitioners would be unable to suppress their instincts, resulting in rampant slaughter of humanity, leading all insect beings to be deemed as aberrations. Subject to comprehensive extermination by the Long Kingdom, leaving scarcely a tenth behind. This would cause a significant portion of the strongest insect beasts that survive to harbor animosity towards humans, particularly the human military. Even Qin Yuan must tread carefully. There were precedents for nuclear weapons being deployed in the past. It is likely that even the mythical-grade larva could not withstand a nuclear bomb. However, it would only be unable to withstand a nuclear bomb. All other weapons would be ineffective. Furthermore, if he were to consume that super phantom beast, crafting a nuclear bomb would be a triviality. Within mere minutes, Qin Yuan returned to the vicinity of his home. Reverting to his human form as he entered through the gates of his community, the initial stages of insect transformation are difficult to reverse. Only perfect-grade insect beings can barely manipulate their internal genes to revert to human form. The mastery of transformation in mythological beings is so refined that it becomes as instinctive as breathing. In the alley, beneath the streetlight, the 3 surviving police officers remained rattled. They were oblivious to what had transpired. All they had witnessed was a shadow flicker past, followed by one of their comrades losing his head, and then the massive insect vanished without a trace. Captain Yin, look over there. Following Xiao Li's pointed finger, they spotted a headless corpse sprawled on the ground, none other than the gigantic grasshopper that had just attacked them. Gazing at the perfectly smooth cut on the grasshopper's neck, Captain Yan's pupils constricted sharply, a chill running down his spine. This grasshopper had evaded bullets, yet it was unable to withstand the strike of another creature. Its skin was as hard as iron, able to repel handguns without leaving a trace. Yet it had been so effortlessly and cleanly severed. Just how fearsome must the other creature be? The monsters here are beyond our capacity to handle. We must take the creature's corpse back and report immediately to headquarters. Understood, they replied in unison. Captain Yin looked up at the sky, sensing that something monumental was unfolding in this world. What could it be? A war? or something even more terrifying? Chapter 5. Departing from Yuan City. Heading to the second opportunity, the night sky over the Yuan base is breathtaking, especially on a night when much of the city is plunged into darkness, revealing a tapestry of stars above. At this moment, the top floor of Building 122 in the Chives Garden community remains illuminated. Inside, Qin Yuan is fervently jotting down notes for his apocalyptic plan. The latest plan includes 1. Special Insect Beast Gene Hunting Plan 1. Tardigrade 2. Immortal Jellyfish 3. Black Widow Spider 4. Electric Eel 5. Firefly 2. Super Quality Insect Fruit Seizing Plan 1. Power Fruit 2. Speed Fruit 3. Telekinetic Fruit 4. Mysterious Red Fruit 3. Advanced Gene Armored Exoskeleton Plundering Plan 4. Faction Toolman Cultivation Plan 5. Resource Monopoly Plan 6. Insect Queen Cultivation Plan 7. The inauguration of the greatest Insect Beast Conference to gather the world's talents, achieving unparalleled renown and dual rewards of fame and fortune. 8. The establishment plan for the Daiqin Insect Kingdom 9. Ultimate Revenge Plan. Qin Yuan poured forth over 4,000 words, crafting 2 complete chapters. Magnificent. Additionally, he noted the impending crises. 1. Imperial Forces Extermination of Insect Beasts. 2. Extraterrestrial Insect Clans Vanguard. 3. Internal conflicts within the insect people, leading to mutual slaughter and consumption, and the corresponding countermeasures. After completing the entire list of plans, he settled into a cross-legged position to commence today's training. Gene Cultivation Method. Activating the genetic abilities within. This is a revised version after 10 years of the apocalypse. Gene growth has 2 modes, autonomous activation and plundered upgrade, each bearing advantages and disadvantages. Autonomous activation yields purer gene energy, allowing for smoother usage, yet the growth rate is relatively slow. Conversely, gene energy acquired through slaying beasts is modeled and requires further refinement. With a risk of loss of control, however, the growth rate is rapid. Of course, the specific speed depends on the actual circumstances. Currently, with the insect beasts still in their infancy and the genes within them immature, Qin Yuan would need to hunt down 100 or even 1,000 to achieve a mere 1% growth in insect transformation gene progress. The efficiency is still inferior to his own cultivation activation. Ultimately, it boils down to the fact that Qin Yuan's gene quality is simply too high. Ordinary insect beasts are unworthy of being consumed. Alas, perhaps this is the lament of the strong. Qin Yuan began to gradually awaken the genetic abilities within his body. The genes of ordinary insect beasts have 10,000 activation points, each representing 0.01. Once all 10,000 genetic nodes are activated, he will advance to the second stage. Elite insect beasts possess 20,000 activation points, exceptional ones have 40,000, and perfect ones boast 80,000. The ancient mythical beasts range from 160,000 to 320,000 activation points, while the quantity of mythological genes is estimated to be 1,000,000. This is merely an initial estimate. A complete tally can only be made after surpassing the million mark. The advantage of being a reincarnator is evident. Who among ordinary people can introspectively manipulate the activation of cells? This knowledge has only been gradually disseminated in the aftermath of the apocalypse. The activation speed is astonishing. 1, 2, 3, up to 100. Every 50 minutes of continuous effort is followed by a 10-minute rest. For a total of 4 hours. Successfully activating 10,000 genetic nodes, combined with the initial awakening of 10,000, results in a total awakening count of 20,000. The awakening degree of mythological genes is at 2, granting a strength equivalent to 200 times that of an ordinary human, which translates to 20 tons of power. In contrast, even a fully grown ordinary insect beast can muster only 10 tons of strength. With a deep exhale, Qin Yuan expelled the stagnant air from his lungs, concluding today's genetic training, witnessing a significant enhancement in his strength. The development of genetic nodes must be approached with moderation. Injuring the foundation would yield detrimental consequences. As he drifted into slumber, the night passed in silence. With the dawn's light illuminating his face, Qin Yuan awoke with a start after 2 hours of sleep. Indeed, larvae are prone to drowsiness. If he were a mythological great adult, he could probably forego sleep altogether. Stretching his arms wide, the day had arrived, and a grand reckoning was about to commence. He recalled that on the second day of his previous life, The military had stationed themselves in the city under the pretext of combating terrorist attacks, frantically purging insect men. They were under the illusion that insect men were merely a minor threat. Fearing an uprising that would topple their rule, and thus struck preemptively, foolish imperial leaders. Well, as long as they do not provoke me, I could not care less. First, he needed to acquire some funds. After spending 5 minutes freshening up, Qin Yuan pulled out his phone and began to explore online lending options. Qin Yuan, I am a student. Please transfer funds. Lending Company A, how much would you like to borrow? Qin Yuan, let us go with the maximum amount. Lending Company A, due to increased scrutiny on student loans, you can borrow a maximum of 8,000 with a monthly interest rate of 20. Qin Yuan, who do you think you're looking down on? That interest rate is far too low. I want to borrow 200,000 with a 10 interest rate. Lending Company A, what? A 10 monthly interest rate? That's impossible. Qin Yuan, I meant a daily interest rate. Lending Company A, holy cow. Quickly provide me with your card number. I will transfer the funds immediately. Any hesitation would be a sign of disrespect towards money. Lending companies have been giving out loans for years. Yet this is the first time they encountered a reverse interest rate. The speed of fund transfer was astonishing, as they feared the money would not be lent out. Qin Yuan smirked, chuckling to himself. He had no intention of repaying, and no matter how much they lent him, the interest rates were irrelevant. We are in an apocalyptic era. Why should he feel obliged to repay what was borrowed? With the transaction completed to the satisfaction of both parties, Qin Yuan proceeded to exploit various online lending platforms, ultimately securing a total of 3,568,000 Longwa currency. He had audaciously raised the maximum monthly interest rate to 300. And the lenders wore expressions of delight, akin to blooming flowers. Upon discovering that Qin Yuan owned a property, they wasted no time in transferring the funds. Greedy indeed. I like it. Dressing casually in a denim jacket over a white shirt, he set out for his destination, Bincheng University of Technology. In a few days, a top-tier mythical beast would make its appearance at the university, a creature also referred to as a godslayer species. That day would witness the mythical beast's rampage on campus. Qin Yuan desired the mythical genes within this insect beast, enabling him to become truly invincible, capable of challenging 3 or 4 ranks higher with super genes. As for saving others, he remained uninterested. He was a seasoned survivor of a decade-long apocalypse, not a naive idealist. The fate of selfless saviors often ends poorly, with those they rescue often turning against them. Demanding lifelong care and criticizing their appearance, he had heard such grievances far too many times. Soon, Qin Yuan boarded a plane to Bincheng, utilizing the VIP passage and settling into first class. The flight attendants provided excellent service. Attending to his every need, as the engines roared to life, the aircraft gently ascended, passing through the turbulence and into the stratosphere. Outside the window lay an endless expanse of white clouds, resembling fluffy cotton candy. Resting his chin on his hand, Qin Yuan gazed outside, feeling a rare sense of relaxation. After his rebirth, the sense of urgency that had once consumed him seemed to have dissipated. The constant threat to his life was now a distant memory. And the days of instability had vanished. It was rather lamentable. Reflecting on this, he sighed, realizing this was what it felt like to be invincible. Emptiness, solitude, and loneliness, all encapsulated in a single word: bliss. Everything was within his control. Chapter 6. A plane in distress. A man steps forward inside the cabin. 3 men dressed in gray exchanged furtive glances, silently nodding to one another. They simultaneously rose and made their way to the restroom. Meanwhile, a woman named Leah, the lead investigator at the Yuan City Police Department, noticed their suspicious behavior. Managing a team of over 100 officers, she had crossed paths with countless powerful adversaries. Could these men be hired assassins or terrorists? They certainly did not appear to be benign. Her hand instinctively reached for her waist, only to realize with dismay that she had forgotten her firearm. The 3 men converged, each producing components from their bags, exchanging and assembling them into 3 customized handguns. As they loaded the bullets, a flight attendant noticed something amiss and discreetly alerted the air marshal. The 3 men formed a circle, their expressions lewd, hands moving inappropriately. Upon hearing the flight attendant's warning, the air marshal hurried over. However, as he approached, he heard the metallic clinking of weapons. Had he deduced the worst-case scenario? His expression shifted dramatically. "Sir, please refrain from urinating on the plane." Before he could finish, All three men raised their guns. Bang, bang, bang. Screams erupted throughout the cabin. Ah, they're killing us. Countless bullets rained down upon the air marshal, bathing the cabin in a crimson tide. Seated in first class, Qin Yuan had been enjoying a peaceful moment, listening to music through his headphones and softly humming "My wife is Caucasian, and I am of Asian descent. She bore me a child with skin the color of dark chocolate." That night, I emptied my magazine. Tears glistened in the woman's eyes. She seemed on the verge of speaking, yet all that escaped her lips was a cough stained with blood. "Damn it, I'm not even that dark," I exclaimed. How could she remember her daughter at such a moment? Meanwhile, the last flight attendant in the cabin sensed something amiss and came to investigate. As he opened the door, all three of us fired simultaneously. Bang, bang, bang. The attendant's body was riddled with bullets, and after a few convulsions, he lay still. The scarred man issued another command. "I will now distribute syringes. Everyone, draw blood for me. Just 10 milliliters will suffice. If you cannot do it yourself, I will assist you." His two henchmen swiftly handed out the instruments. Those pampered young men and ladies, for whom a mere cut required a trip to the hospital. The atmosphere became stifling. They dared not even breathe. Everyone obediently took the sharp needles and plunged them into their own skin. "Little Black, go control the first-class passengers and collect their blood," the scarred man ordered. "Understood, boss." Little Black walked into first class, utterly unaware of the dangers awaiting him inside. Seeing the lack of numbers on the other side, Leah immediately contemplated taking action. Although she was uncertain of the purpose behind their blood collection, it was evident it was not for a good cause. If she could seize a weapon now, she was confident she could eliminate 3 of the robbers in a short span. Just as she prepared to act, a hand pressed down on her. It belonged to a scruffy middle-aged man, who slowly shook his head and whispered near her ear, "They have a lookout." Upon hearing this, Leah broke into a cold sweat. There were more than 3 robbers, but just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A robust male passenger suddenly sprang into action, seizing the inconspicuous gray-clad man and wresting away his handgun. He held the gray-robed man hostage, standing defiantly against the scarred man, his face filled with fury. "Don't move. If you do, I'll kill him. Put the gun down. Let him go." Yet the scarred man remained unfazed, sneering, "It seems you wish for everyone on this plane to perish with you." With that, he raised his weapon and shot the man beside him in the head. Bang! Blood splattered everywhere. "Aw!" screamed the woman nearby, as the grisly scene painted her face and body with crimson. Bang! Another shot silenced the screaming woman. The cabin descended into silence once more. The world has grown quiet. The scarred man continued to sow discord. "If you do not release my comrade, I will execute 2 people every minute until everyone on this flight is dead. What a pity! You all could have survived, but now, due to his foolish actions, you will all perish." His words incited the passengers to turn against the hostage-taker. "Young man, release that robber. He only seeks money. Why must you interfere?" they cried. "Others can rob peacefully. Why do you have to meddle? Apologize quickly. It is a disgrace to share a flight with someone like you. Release the hostage. If it weren't for you, there wouldn't have been any additional casualties. You are to blame for their deaths. Isn't that enough? Do you wish to see us dead as well?" The cacophony of accusations made even the fitness instructor waver. Were these people truly worth saving? Chapter 7. "Hey, kid, this is a robbery." At that moment, Black Dog entered first class, inexplicably drawn to the seat of Qin Yuan. He crudely yanked the headphones off Qin Yuan's ears. "Hey, kid, this is a robbery." Qin Yuan looked bewildered, glancing around before noticing the robber's fierce and earnest expression. He hesitated, then pointed uncertainly at himself. "Me?" The robber nodded. Qin Yuan burst into laughter, his mirth growing louder. "Ha! Ha ha ha! Out of over 3 billion people in the world, you chose to rob me. Ha ha ha!" Seeing Qin Yuan's wild laughter, Black Dog became enraged, feeling his profession was being ridiculed, his dignity trampled upon. Unable to tolerate it any longer, he shouted, "You disrespect my profession? Damn you! You shall die!" He raised his gun and fired. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets shot forth at a speed nearing that of sound, too swift for an ordinary person to react. As Qin Yuan watched the bullets approach, he casually raised his arm, extending his fingers with lightning speed. In an instant, several afterimages flickered through the air. Upon closer inspection, Qin Yuan had effortlessly pinched 3 bullets between 2 fingers, then crushed them into iron spheres with a snap of his hand, letting them fall to the ground with a clatter. What the hell? Black Dog's eyes widened in disbelief, his jaw nearly hitting the floor as sweat beaded on his forehead. Is this even humanly possible? Are you filming a movie? A sci-fi blockbuster? He swallowed hard, his lips quivering, his hands trembling as if afflicted by Parkinson. A menace worth lies beneath his knees. One must not act against their own will unless absolutely necessary. Suddenly, his legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground, tears welling in his eyes. Big brother. No, deity, immortal. I have an 80-year-old son and a 3-month-old mother. I am left with no choice. Qin Yuan calmly finished a bottle of soda, listening to Black Dog's woeful tale. A tragic family history involving a grandfather killed by invading forces and a life spent with half-siblings. Is that all? You've only shared about 1/10 of your story. The 33rd rule of surviving the apocalypse states, one must harbor no mercy towards those who seek to kill you. Qin Yuan flashed a sunny smile, raising a finger. Imperial domain. With a resounding thud, the domain unfolded, transforming the world into shades of black and white, thoughts accelerating to the point of seeming to freeze time. An invisible realm enveloped the two. The Imperial domain belongs to mental attacks, capable of inflicting widespread damage, enabling the creation of any desired constructs within it, while confounding the opponent's senses and perception of time. It can convert a portion of mental harm into physical damage. In an instant, Black Dog's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed, unconscious. In the realm of the mind, he confessed to all his sins, including but not limited to assault, murder, human trafficking, and drug smuggling. He endured 3 days and nights of relentless torment in this mental realm. Even if only a fraction of the damage were to seep into reality, upon awakening, he would be rendered a simpleton. Qin Yuan sighed, reflecting, "It seems I have been rather merciful in this new life. Had it been my former self, he would have perished 800 times over. Today, in a good mood, I shall only let him die 799 times. Out of great compassion, I shall allow him to live as an imbecile for eternity. 1 act of kindness a day. No need to thank me, just call me a good person." In the cabin, the scarred man and the fitness instructor remained locked in a tense standoff. Neither side was willing to yield. The fitness instructor backed away slowly with the gray-clad man in tow, while the scarred man revealed a sly smile, as if his scheme had succeeded. Seeing that smile, the fitness instructor felt a sinking dread in his heart. Suddenly, a shuffling sound reached his ears. A knife plunged into the back of the fitness instructor. An assassin sent by the robbers. He fell to the ground, eyes wide opened. In that brief moment of distraction, Liya and the scruffy man sprang into action simultaneously. Liya lunged for the gun, while the scruffy man seized the knife-wielding lookout. As Liya grasped the weapon, she took aim and fired 3 precise shots. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 robbers fell lifeless to the ground, and the tide of the battle shifted. The crowd erupted in cheers. "Hooray! Hooray! This lady is truly our hero," someone exclaimed. "Wait, isn't that Liya, the chief of the city's criminal investigation team? It's really her." Liya rushed to aid the valiant fitness instructor, but alas, the knife had struck true, piercing his heart. He was beyond saving. "Hey, how are you? Is there a doctor on board?" Passengers around them sneered. "Don't save that murderer. If it weren't for him, there wouldn't have been any additional casualties. His actions are to blame for the deaths of those poor souls." Lying on the ground, the fitness instructor, Wang Wenlong, felt a chill. Had he not drawn out the lookout with his life, how could the group of robbers have been so easily defeated? Instead of gratitude, he was met with scorn, ultimately paying the price of his life for his foolishness. "If I had known this would happen, I would never have saved these scoundrels. Bring some men to bind the robbers," Liya ordered, aiming to incapacitate them without inflicting fatal wounds. Just then, another twist of fate occurred. The scarred man on the ground retrieved a syringe and plunged it into his own neck. Instantly, his body began to swell, his face contorting, muscles writhing like worms, as his form visibly reddened and expanded, veins bulging ominously. Liya shouted in alarm, "Step back! Everyone, retreat!" As a high-ranking official in the police department, she was naturally aware of the existence of mutated insectoid beings, as well as the military's efforts to eliminate them. Yet, even the Imperial Research Institute had yet to uncover the origins of these creatures. Now, a shocking incident unfolded before the eyes of all, a human transformation on site. Could it be that the insectoids were the result of technological mutation? With muscles tearing, a six-legged red spider emerged. Its lower half resembled that of a monstrous arachnid, while the upper half bore a human form. Its eyes darkened, its mouth transformed into jagged edges, continuously oozing a viscous green liquid, its towering figure pressed against the ceiling, forcing it to bend as it roared in fury. The passengers, gripped by fear, fled in chaotic panic, while a small portion dashed into the first-class cabin. Run, Leah shouted as she aimed her gun at the creature's head. Firing shot after shot, bang, 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 clang, clang. The bullets struck the arachnid monster, only managing to spark a few glimmers, revealing its astonishing defensive capabilities. The creature let out a deafening roar and advanced toward Leah on its 6 legs. In desperation, she hurled her handgun at its face and darted away, utilizing the terrain to escape, yet still unable to break free from the creature's relentless pursuit, gradually being cornered, with everyone else having fled. They stood at a distance, watching. Leah clutched a backpack belonging to a passenger against her chest, preparing for a final stand. Is this how I'm destined to perish? I never anticipated meeting my end in such a manner. At that moment, a robust voice rang out. Make way, step aside, please. An 18-year-old boy clad in a denim jacket squeezed through the throng into the cabin. Oh, what a fearsome bug. One punch from me, and it would surely weep for ages. As he spoke, Qin Yuan's eyes narrowed into crescent moons, his words devoid of malice. Yet, the spider creature's hairs stood on end, its instinct screaming for it to flee. This was a grave matter indeed. Chapter 8. The domain unfolds. The ancient horned beetle ordinary insect beasts could sense danger, yet they remained oblivious to its source. Mythical creatures, however, were imperceptible. Mythical genes possess divine qualities, rendering them undetectable by non-mythical beings. Save for physical sight or sound, Tio the monster, Qin Yuan appeared no different from an ordinary human, unable to sense his presence. It could see, hear, and smell him, yet could not perceive his essence, an enigma indeed. With a piercing shriek, the spider creature howled into the air. Qin Yuan twisted his neck, a grin spreading across his face, revealing his pearly white teeth. Go on, scream. Scream until your throat is raw. No insect will come to your rescue. Killing an insect beast before the eyes of the crowd will only attract a swarm of flies, buzzing incessantly. How bothersome. My rare moment of leisure is about to vanish. Turning to a little girl beside him, he asked, Child, may I borrow a button from you? Of course. You're a handsome big brother, she exclaimed. Oh dear, such a candid little one. He chuckled, squeezing her cheek. He took the button and placed it on his thumbnail. Flicking it into the air, super brain burst. Under the extraordinary force, the button shot forth like a cannonball. Bang! The insect beast's head exploded like a watermelon, along with the button. Instant kill. Qin Yuan tilted his head. What? How did you die so easily? I didn't intend to kill you just yet. I was planning to toy with you, but this is quite disappointing. He then extended a finger, declaring, Emperor's domain. Activate, mental assault. Turn into a fool. Duong. As the domain unfolded, the gazes of the surrounding humans instantly became vacant, their memories briefly erased. Should Qin Yuan refrain from attacking them, those ensnared within his domain would merely experience a fleeting dizziness. The memory erasure effect spared him from unnecessary troubles, ensuring that those bothersome flies did not interfere with his plans. In an instant, he appeared beside the insect beast, absorbing its genetic energy and picking up the fallen insect crystal. Help me, him? There's still a survivor? Qin Yuan was taken aback. You can still speak within my emperor's domain? Your genetic quality must be quite remarkable. The figure before him was none other than the fallen fitness instructor, Wang Wenlong, who was now on the brink of death, clinging to the last vestiges of consciousness as he pleaded for aid. A mischievous smile crossed Qin Yuan's face. Fear not, I shall save you, liberating you from your torment. With that, he plunged his hand into the man's body and tightly grasped his heart. Wenlong's eyes widened in agony. Damn. It hurts like hell. Qin Yuan closed his eyes, sensing the essence within. Elite quality unicorn beetle? A mutated variant? Mediocre at best. You might as well perish. How did you manage to escape my Emperor's domain? Did death awaken your latent potential? He probed further, squeezing again. Wang Wenlong's eyes bulged. Mouth agape, his entire body trembling in pain. Damn. Just kill me? Please? Help? Ah? Qin Yuan pondered, unfazed by his lamentations. Glancing again, he noted, ah, an ancient horned beetle. Now that's promising. His hand roamed within Wenlong's body, who was feeling unexpectedly well. To the point where to encounter a rare awakening of the brainworm, or perhaps a human boy infested by one aboard an aircraft, is indeed a fascinating prospect. Regardless of which scenario unfolds, it piques my interest immensely. Qin Yuan gazed out of the window. In his previous life, he had never heard reports of aircraft hijackings. IT was either suppressed by someone or the world began to veer towards an unknown trajectory. With the future he experienced having undergone monumental changes, he leaned towards the latter scenario. It is the unknown challenges that ignite a flicker of intrigue within me. Moreover, he had a nagging feeling that unseen eyes were scrutinizing him from the heavens above. I hope the puppeteer behind this becomes stronger. Otherwise, it would be too easy to inflict torment. Inside the cabin, upon regaining her composure, Leah discovered that all three hijackers lay lifeless, their brains rendered non-functional. She retrieved a peculiar syringe from the bodies of the deceased hijackers and promptly contacted a special department stationed at the airport, lying in wait. Although her memories were hazy, she vaguely recalled a man emerging from the crowd, eliminating a gigantic spider monster with a mere button. Strangely, however, everyone in the cabin claimed ignorance of this man. Each individual appeared to be experiencing fleeting gaps in memory. Even more bizarrely, the fitness instructor inexplicably revived, hiding in the tail storage room, adamant about not emerging. What could the hijackers' true intentions be? Leah frantically tugged at her hair. My thoughts are in disarray. They seek neither wealth nor lust, merely blood? Blood? It seemed Leah had grasped a crucial clue. She rummaged through the hijackers' backpacks, hoping to find any instruments for blood analysis. Chapter 9. The plane descends, the military awaits, mere insects. After a thorough inspection, the scruffy man indeed discovered a disc-like instrument covered in docking ports. Elia hurriedly inquired, "What is this?" The scruffy man, his expression grave, replied, "If I'm not mistaken, it is precisely what I suspect." The two inserted the collected blood samples, and they fit perfectly. It was a blood analysis device. Upon receiving this revelation, Leah stealthily made her way to the flight attendant's resting area and dialed a number. "Hello, Director Zhang. I have uncovered significant intelligence regarding the origin of the insectoid transformations, and there is a hijacker aboard seeking a mysterious powerful individual. I propose dispatching a formal unit to secure and control everyone on the plane." "Understood," came Director Zhang's affirmative response. After hanging up, at the Special Incident Investigation Bureau, Director Zhang began instructing his aide, "Immediately deploy one company to Binhua Airport to await the aircraft from Yuan once it lands. Secure all individuals without delay. If necessary, use lethal force. It is better to mistakenly kill than to let one escape." "Yes." Just as the aide was about to leave, he was called back by the director. "Bring along the recently awakened superhumans as well, the invisible gene awakeners, who do not exhibit insectoid traits yet possess the strength of insect beasts. Officially, they are termed superpower awakeners, less potent than the insectoid individuals but significantly stronger than special forces." The military swiftly arrived at the airport to take control of the situation. Dispersing the crowd, preparations were made on high-rise buildings with 3 special snipers equipped with Barrett rifles on high alert. Over 100 soldiers established defensive positions at the airport, armed with individual rocket launchers, Gatling guns, and other heavy weaponry. Clearly, they were well prepared, aware of the formidable nature of the insect beasts. The company commander spoke sternly into his earpiece, "Our mission is to subdue all individuals on the plane. If anyone attempts to flee, shoot to kill." As the aircraft began its descent, Qin Yuan looked through the glass, spotting the troops below from a kilometer in the sky. "Here they come, these ruffians. The dragon kingdom of this world is not the heavenly dynasty of my past life. It is a true dictatorial empire, rife with militarism. The military serves merely as the war machine of the empire, not as protectors of the people. Among my adversaries are the Empire, the insect hive, an extraterrestrial insectoid species. The grand stage of the world is about to unfold." When a mythical being plunges into the swarm, what kind of scene will it evoke? As the plane slowly descended and came to a halt, the cabin door creaked open and hundreds of soldiers surrounded it, their numerous dark muzzles aimed at the entrance. Rising slowly from first class, Qin Yuan called out to the storage room, "Let's go, Wenlong." With a resounding crash, the insect beast, Wenlong, burst forth from the storage room, its massive form eliciting screams from the onlookers. Elia stood in stunned silence. She never anticipated such a behemoth to be concealed within the storage. The outside commander brandished a loudspeaker, calling out, "Passengers on the plane, please disembark in an orderly fashion and cooperate with the inspection." After a brief wait, when no one dared to emerge, the commander signaled 2 soldiers to investigate the situation. At that moment, a black-haired boy appeared before the crowd. The commander quickly assessed him with a glance, approximately 18 years old, standing 1.85 meters tall, with an innocuous expression. But in an instant, all the weapons were aimed at him. Specifically at the giant brown-armored insect behind the boy, the commander shouted, "Open fire!" But, "Commander, there's a child in front of it." Bang! The commander's brow furrowed, and he shot the hesitating soldier. "I said, open fire!" Rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat. Hundreds of muzzles erupted with yellow flames, unleashing a torrent of bullets toward Qin Yuan and the Unicorn King, Wenlong, standing at the doorway. Qin Yuan raised his right hand, channeling genetic energy to form a shield. Buzzing, he mastered the genetic skill, Obsidian Shield. A blue, diamond-shaped energy barrier materialized before him, absorbing all the bullets. The projectiles struck the shield, creating ripples akin to splashing water, clattering to the ground, while the aircraft itself suffered numerous hits, blood seeping from the wounds. The gunfire persisted for a full minute. Qin Yuan grinned, "My turn." The domain unfolds, Imperial Domain, activate Duong. In Qin Yuan's eyes, the world instantaneously transformed into shades of black and white, with all present, humans and insectoids alike, emitting red and blue light reminiscent of thermal detection. An invisible domain extended a kilometer around him. All participants in the assault fell victim to a mental assault, dragged into a psychic realm. The leading company commander was repeatedly killed 3,000 times within this mental world, resulting in instantaneous brain death. Those harboring murderous intent became imbeciles, while those who shot deliberately off-target were spared, merely fainting for a few days. In the blink of an eye, all 104 individuals present collapsed, leaving the 3 distant snipers in a state of shock. "Call headquarters! Call headquarters! The entire battalion has been wiped out, requesting instructions." ZZZZ. After a moment of silence, headquarters finally responded, "Entire battalion wiped out? Hasn't it been less than 10 minutes? Reporting, sir. To be precise, the enemy eliminated all team members except the snipers in under a minute. Kill them. Use all means necessary. We cannot allow them to enter the city, and the truth about the insect beasts must remain concealed." 1 received, 2 received, 3 received. 2 of the sniper rifles targeted the recently disembarked unicorn, while 1 aimed at Qin Yuan. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 snipers fired simultaneously, their bullets racing at supersonic speeds from a kilometer away. Evading conventional dodging methods. Hypersense activated. Qin Yuan's enhanced awareness instantaneously predicted the trajectory of the attack. His heart, with a swift 90-degree turn, he sidestepped the incoming fire with mere millimeters to spare. The sound of a bullet striking the ground echoed, creating a massive crater. The unicorn, however, was less fortunate. Its insectoid senses warned of danger, yet it could not discern its source, resorting to shielding its head with its hands. Boom. 2 bullets embedded themselves in its arm muscles, while the attack aimed at its head was deflected. The most powerful human sniper rifle could only inflict damage upon a newborn larva, were it not for the fear of damaging his attire. Qin Yuan wouldn't even have bothered to evade. His gaze shifted toward the distance, a sinister smile creeping across his face. "Aha, found you." With a resounding thud, his wings tore through his white undershirt, slicing through the air and conjuring a tempest that billowed his denim coat. Qin Yuan cradled the garment in his arms, revealing his sculpted abs, and unfurled his wings. Whoosh! He soared at supersonic speeds, reaching the sniper's position in a mere 3 seconds. Coming to an abrupt halt, he looked down at them from above, his gaze dripping with disdain as if regarding mere corpses. "Dare to provoke me? I shall unveil your very essence. Regardless of which faction it may be, Anyone who incites my wrath, Qin Yuan, shall meet only death. Chapter 10. The tallest building in Bin City, the scent of mutated beasts. You dare to attack me? I will settle this score with you gradually. These words were not directed at the snipers, but at the unseen forces behind them. Would the snipers act on their own volition to fire? They had undergone rigorous training. Without a direct order from their superior, they would never pull the trigger. Absolutely. Unless one is unable to restrain themselves. If all present have succumbed to the influence of their respective domains, it indicates the presence of a hidden puppeteer issuing lethal commands. With that, Qin Yuan seized his opponent's head and forcefully hurled it skyward. Life and death are fated. Wealth and nobility are decreed by fate. Should he survive, he would do it once more. With wings unfurling behind him, he soared towards another location. The adversary had vanished, seemingly intent on a tactical retreat. But who is Qin Yuan? He is the singular myth of the present, super sensation. This ability possesses both passive triggering and active engagement states. Passive triggering provides preemptive warnings in the face of danger, while active engagement offers a 360-degree field of vision akin to a reconnaissance skill. Alas, its range is limited to a mere 500 meters. The sniper was exceedingly cautious, likely concealed and motionless, yet he was unaware that super sensation could also detect auras. Well hidden, little mouse, the sniper, camouflaged among the leaves, felt his pupils contract as he swiftly raised his weapon. Bang! The tremendous recoil shattered his own scapula, while the bullet expanded rapidly before Qin Yuan, who effortlessly tilted his head to evade it at point-blank range. This is impossible. Ha ha, would you care for another shot? The Special Forces soldier wasted no words, swiftly reloading with his other arm. Swish! Qin Yuan executed a swift hand chop, severing his opponent's head. Oh, did you truly come when called? Why do you not heed the call to death, you mindless puppet? Once again, he set off towards the location of the third sniper. In under a minute, all three snipers had been dealt with. Returning to the vicinity of the aircraft, he found Wang Wenlong drooling as he gazed at the soldiers below. It is noteworthy that insect beasts find humans exceptionally delectable, a culinary delight that has evolved as part of their diet. Particularly the human brain, which aids in their evolution of intelligence and special abilities. The rare blood of humans is an even greater temptation for insect beasts. Desiring a taste? Wang Wenlong, suppressing his cravings, shook his head. Eating humans was never a thought he entertained, yet instinctively, he found them so enticing. Qin Yuan continued with a beaming smile. I do not endorse cannibalism. The flesh and blood of humans are merely sustenance for pets. If insect men wish to grow stronger, they must consume the genes of insect beasts. Cannibalism will lead to the emergence of a virus, resulting in the loss of reproductive capabilities, rendering one effectively asexual. Or rather, a eunuch. Insect men must consume more insect genes, while insect beasts should partake of human genes. For insect men, excessive consumption of humans can lead to genetic collapse and the emergence of genetic viruses. Conversely, for insect beasts, humans provide a significant boost, unlocking the doors to wisdom. Pure-blooded humans struggle to survive in the apocalypse. Lacking any abilities, they are constantly preyed upon by various creatures, in a worst-case scenario. One might consider them half-relatives, yet excessive consumption can lead to psychological afflictions. Unless absolutely necessary, no base would allow a cannibalistic insect man to remain. Upon hearing this, Wang Wenlong's instinctual cravings dissipated, leaving him devoid of appetite. My lord, I do not consume humans. He resembled a child asserting his good behavior. You may gauge for yourself. Moderation is key. Returning to the matter at hand, I shall relocate you to a desolate area. I will return in 3 days to escort you for an important task. During this time, focus on enhancing your abilities. Yes, my lord. Observing the bleeding arms of the rhinoceros beetle, Qin Yuan located an unconscious medic within the team. Beside him lay a medical kit, which he tossed to the rhinoceros beetle. Use this to tend to your injuries. While I may not be adept at healing, I am proficient in amputations if necessary. I can assist. All right. The rhinoceros beetle began to earnestly address his wounds. It appeared that while his defensive capabilities were commendable, his recovery rate was lacking. Grasping the horn atop his head, Qin Yuan soared into the sky, only to find the creature exceedingly heavy, at least 45 tons. This burden slowed his flight significantly. What does it feel like to lift a 5-ton creature? It is akin to carrying a medium-sized truck. Additionally, a word of advice. Consider shedding some weight in the forest. Your mass is excessive. After 30 minutes of flying at 340-second speed, Qin Yuan identified an excellent training ground for the rhinoceros beetle and unceremoniously dropped him. If you remain this week in 3 days, you will be of no value to me. I could dispatch you in an instant. Understood, my lord. I will become stronger. Qin Yuan nodded in satisfaction. The child is indeed teachable. With that, he soared towards the city, harboring several plans yet to unfold. Unburdened by the rhinoceros beetle, his flight speed doubled. As he neared the city, he swiftly retracted his wings and landed in a shadowy corner. This was the city's periphery, where sporadic crowds hurried along the streets. The buildings were predominantly low, only 6 to 7 stories high. The streets were thick with dust and the acrid scent of exhaust fumes, punctuated by prominent establishments such as Honey Snow Water City, Shaoxian Snacks, and Green Leaf Ice Shop. Qin Yuan summoned a luxury vehicle via his phone. Wealth certainly alters one's circumstances. The first order of business in the apocalypse: indulge, eat, drink, play, enjoy. There are ample opportunities yet to be explored. At this nascent stage of the apocalypse, mutated creatures are relatively weak. Opportunities are scarce. Even if they exist, they are beneath his notice. Would a world champion deign to accept prizes from an elementary school competition? After 10 years without a decent meal, today is destined for enjoyment. After toiling for most of his life, should he not savor some pleasures? Must he continue to live in hardship as in his previous life? That would be a life wasted. Qin Yuan boarded the luxurious vehicle, heading towards the city's most upscale hotel, EDD Tower, the tallest building in Bin City. The scenery along the way was delightful. With the occasional sound of gunfire echoing from alleys, military forces were purging mutated insect men from the city. Initially, the Chancellor categorized this phenomenon as akin to rabies infection, believing that eliminating the source would suffice. Adopting a one-size-fits-all approach to eradicate the unstable element of insect men, a frenzied slaughter of insect men ensued, with early estimates suggesting that hundreds of millions had perished. With a creak, the vehicle came to a halt, and the driver respectfully opened the door for Qin Yuan. Upon stepping out, he was greeted by a towering spiral structure, approximately 400 meters high, its glass facade reflecting the sunlight. Surrounding stores featured luxury boutiques, including Patek Philippe, Zhang Shizhou, and Hermès, selling watches, bags, and jewelry. Looking up, Qin Yuan noticed several cleaners working at great heights on the building's glass. His nostrils twitched. Was that the scent of mutated beasts? Chapter 11. Monkey? Throughout Bin City, the bustling streets were permeated with the scents of insect beasts and insect men, while mutated beasts were a rare sight. Towering skyscrapers cast shadows over a current of unease. This foul odor, is it a snake? Following the scent, he approached a girl playing with a snake, her long pink hair tied in a ponytail cascading down her back. Her white JK short skirt revealed slender, straight legs adorned with black stockings and high-heeled shoes. A small black snake coiled around her neck, its emerald vertical pupils glinting with mischief, akin to a cunning predator surveying its surroundings. The girl held a selfie stick, expressing gratitude, suggesting she was an internet celebrity. The early awakened mutated beasts generally boasted commendable qualities. Qin Yuan stepped forward to inquire, "Miss, is your snake for sale?" Zhao Qingyue turned, noticing the handsome, masculine figure of Qin Yuan. A little wolf dog, those muscular lines, how manly, just my type. With bashful eyes, Zhao Qingyue placed a finger to her lips and leaned forward, exuding allure. "Handsome, are you flirting with me? If you treat me to a meal, I might consider it." Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Yuan turned to leave. Consider it? How pitifully condescending. All this for a pet. Unnecessary. Hey, handsome, don't go. Qin Yuan had already entered the elevator, but Zhao Qingyue relentlessly pursued him. Inside the elevator, the staff inquired, "Sir, which floor?" 88th floor. "And for the lady?" Zhao Qingyue pointed towards Qin Yuan, "And I'm going with him." "Hey, aren't you being a bit too familiar?" Qin Yuan pinched his brow. This woman was indeed attractive, big eyes, an oval face, a high nose, and full, luscious lips. Her looks could easily score a 90, yet her personality resembled that of a monkey. Zhao Qingyue began performing in the elevator, singing, dancing, and even rapping if she donned overalls and shook her shoulders. It would be a definitive showstopper, showcasing what it means to have social prowess, No wonder she thrived as a streamer. Ding. The elevator reached the 88th floor. The doors opened, revealing a stunning restaurant. The hall exuded a modern, luxurious ambience, featuring hundreds of elongated tables separated by simple decorations. Panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows flooded the space with sunlight, creating a bright and lively atmosphere. The areas near the windows were filled with patrons engaged in casual conversations. While busy waitstaff darted through the aisles, a beautiful woman clad in a blue and white porcelain qipao approached to greet them, bowing slightly to inquire, "Sir, do you have a reservation?" Qin Yuan offered a confident smile, dismissing the gentle explanation of the qipao-clad beauty. "Sir, it is as follows. Our Nisa restaurant is the only 6-star establishment in the entire city, and we have an overwhelming influx of guests. Reservations must be made 3 days in advance." This turn of events was truly unexpected. Ever since the apocalypse, he had often heard Captain Gao extolling the culinary delights of this restaurant, yet he had never mentioned the necessity of a reservation. Just as Qin Yuan was about to take his leave, Zhao Qingyue opened her phone to reveal her reservation details. "What a coincidence. I've just secured the largest private room. Would you like to join me?" "Handsome?" Upon seeing the name Zhao Qingyue, Qin Yuan's pupils constricted sharply. It was her. The number 1 female warrior under San who, if she dyed her hair black and made a few adjustments, their silhouettes would increasingly overlap. The contrast was staggering. Had she not uttered her name, it would have been nearly impossible to envision that the ruthless female general from the apocalypse had once been a vivacious girl with pink hair, streaming with her pet. Indeed, the apocalypse had the power to transform individuals dramatically. "Zhao Qingyue, what is your relation to Zhao Sanhu?" "Huh, who is Zhao Sanhu? I don't know him." Zhao Sanhu is one of the future triad leaders of Bin City, commanding a faction of rogue insectoids whose strength rivals that of the government and warlords. Of course, he is merely the public face. The forces beneath him are far more intricate. Moreover, his family was slaughtered by the military, instilling in him a profound hatred for the armed forces, edging him closer to becoming an anti-human element. Yet, at this moment, none of that had transpired, presenting a prime opportunity to secure him as an ally, potentially transforming him into a formidable warrior for the Qin kingdom. Qin Yuan continued, "Zhao Sanhu's real name is Zhao Zhenghua." Zhao Qingyue was momentarily taken aback, lightly covering her lips. "Uncle? You know my uncle?" "I know him partially. Could you summon him? I wish to discuss a business proposition." "What do you mean by partially?" "Never mind. You must tell me your name. Otherwise, I want to know how to address you when I call. Knowing him partially means I am acquainted with him. But he does not recognize me. Just inform him it concerns insectoid business. He will understand." "Insectoid?" Zhao Qingyue questioned, dialing the number. "Beep, beep, beep. Hi, uncle. I have a friend here who wishes to discuss business with you." "Oh dear. The last time I was deceived, it was because the other party was too cunning. How can there be so many swindlers in this world?" He says it's about insectoids. "Hello? Uncle, why have you fallen silent?" "We are on the 88th floor of EDD Tower. I will send you the location of the room shortly. We will ensure safety. Goodbye." As she hung up, Zhao Qingyue cast a doubtful glance at Qin Yuan. "Why did my uncle say you are extremely dangerous? You're not a fugitive, are you?" "Hee hee." With that, she circled Qin Yuan, lightly inhaling his scent. A faint, exquisite fragrance enveloped her, a unique, mythical aroma of hormones that rendered her utterly entranced. The rapture in her expression caused Qin Yuan to inwardly exclaim, "This mischievous girl has no sense of boundaries." He gently tapped her forehead. "Genetic dispel. My apologies. I have no interest in monkeys." The genetic energy radiated in rippling waves, instantly dispelling her dazed state. Chapter 12. Perfect Level Insect Beast. Sanhu. Qin Yuan and Zhao Qingyi followed the waiter to the private room, nestled at the corner of the building and boasting the finest views in the city. Flanked by expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, they could gaze down upon the city under the azure sky, with 2 flowing rivers converging within the metropolis. Qin Yuan's keen eyes caught a glimpse of a massive shadow darting through the river, heading downstream. Was it a monstrous fish? Or a giant python? Perhaps an eel? The rate of mutation and evolution in this world seemed to have accelerated, as if all insect beasts were racing to catch up with him. Was it merely an illusion? A force within the crimson depths sought to rectify this deviation. Am I to be corrected? Do you believe yourself to be the embodiment of divine will? Dream on. Qin Yuan looked up at the sky, his gaze filled with disdain. This is intriguing. Please do not disappoint me. Zhao Qingyi, the energetic girl, was enthusiastically taking photos, capturing the indoor architecture and then positioning herself by the window to photograph the flowing rivers. She was thoroughly enjoying herself. Shortly after, the dishes began to arrive. Exquisite plates of food were served. They commenced their meal. To be candid, Qin Yuan's assessment was mediocre. Perhaps his expectations were too high, as he felt it paled in comparison to the taste of mutated beasts from the apocalypse. The flesh of those creatures was the true delicacy, albeit exceedingly expensive. Qingyi, when will your uncle arrive? In about half an hour. Show me your snake. Zhao Qingyi carefully handed over the snake coiled around her neck. She warned, this one has venomous fangs, so be cautious. It might bite you. Qin Yuan looked down. A mere perfect-level venomous creature cannot compare to me. It is still too green. Rest assured, I won't let it perish. Zhao Qingyi covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. What poison do you intend to use to kill it? A vicious curse. I never anticipated encountering a boy who shares my fondness for snakes. To be honest, do you have feelings for me? One of life's great illusions. He likes me. Qin Yuan took the black snake. A bead of sweat appeared on his forehead. Zhao Qingyi, your delusions are rather severe. I suggest seeking medical attention promptly. This girl's thought process certainly deviated from that of ordinary humans. The black snake felt warm to the touch, akin to a piece of heated jade. After parting with Zhao Qingyi, it displayed signs of agitation, baring its fangs and emitting hissing warnings. It sensed danger, yet was oblivious to the source, an evolving perfect breed. Once fully evolved, it would be a formidable asset. Why had he never heard of this black snake in his past life? It was likely that some incident had caused its premature demise. As Qin Yuan carefully examined the black snake, a man accompanied by 3 or 4 lackeys barged in. Release my niece. Without raising his head, Qin Yuan merely lifted a finger. Domain. Expand. A wave of invisible ripples radiated from his fingertip, instantaneously engulfing the entire floor. Mental attack. Daze. Among those present, only Sanhu and Zhao Qingyi remained standing. Everyone else on the 88th floor collapsed to the ground. Gulp Sanhu's pupils jolted, and he couldn't help but swallow hard. One strike and they're all down? Good heavens! I admit my voice was a bit loud earlier. Is it too late to apologize now? Qin Yuan, with a smile in his eyes, turned to Sanhu. Perfect level insectoid, cockroach breed, Zhao Sanhu. Sanhu's expression turned frantic, his body tense as he unconsciously clenched his fists. I don't know what you're talking about. Transform into an insectoid. Were you 1T survive a second? Only by transforming could one unleash a full 100 of an insectoid's power. In human form, it was difficult to exert even 50. San, who glanced at his fallen brothers and then at his niece, who was frozen by the window. He gritted his teeth. Damn it. Let us settle this. We're both insectoids. Who is afraid of whom? Without further hesitation, he revealed his true form before his niece and Qin Yuan, muscles swelling as he transformed into a 3-meter-tall brown cockroach insectoid. His pitch-black eyes were as large as plates, his muscles bulging like a mutated silverback gorilla, his voice gravelly. Qingyi, stay away from that guy. Although I am unaware of your intentions, anyone who dares to threaten my family is unforgivable. Sanhu was still uncertain whether Qin Yuan was an insectoid, so he refrained from unleashing his full power on the first punch. Yet, even with restraint, a normal person would be gravely injured or worse from such a blow. With a single punch, Sanhu struck. Qin Yuan raised his arm. Thud. With a nonchalant ease, he absorbed Sanhu's heavy punch. Resembling a playful adult amusing a child, is that all? Weak. Far too weak. Do not worry about my ability to withstand it. Unleash your full strength. Otherwise, you won't even qualify to be my subordinate. Sanhu's dark eyes betrayed no emotion, yet within, a tempest of turmoil surged. Withstood. How is that possible? His punch carried enough force to shatter a solid telephone pole on the street, a weight measured in tons. And yet his opponent had effortlessly absorbed it. Moreover, he had done so with ease, as if it were a casual encounter. Absurd. All right, I will unleash my full strength now, but with this punch, you may very well perish. Be careful. Sanhu adopted a bow stance, muscles swelling as he began to gather power, his fist shaped into a V resting against his abdomen, veins bulging as he aimed a punch at Qin Yuan's head. This final strike took a full 20 seconds to charge, Genetic technique, charge strike. With a genetic development of 3.2 tons of strength at perfect level 2, combined with the charge strike, it would yield an overwhelming force of 12.8 tons, akin to hurling half a tank. A fist imbued with destructive intent descended upon Qin Yuan, a fist the size of a true clay pot. Watching the ever-enlarging fist before him, Qin Yuan's lips curled into a disdainful smile as he subtly flexed the muscles in his left hand. Flicking it upward, he met the punch head-on. Boom! The sound wave exploded, sending a gust of wind that toppled Tab with a bit more force. I can handle it. At this moment, Sanhu's eyes widened, his mouth agape as if it could accommodate an ostrich egg. What the heck? This is a blow capable of annihilating tanks. The charged strike was already his ultimate trump card, and he couldn't even manage to turn his opponent into a bug. To casually absorb his full-force attack in an ordinary humanoid form is utterly inconceivable. Just how terrifying must this young man's strength be? Could he possibly be the legendary deity descended from the heavens? I concede. Hey, how naive, to think you can just beat me up and then concede. You can't just take advantage of me like that. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Qin Yuan's lips curled into a radiant smile, a flash of crimson glinting in his eyes. In an instant, he appeared at Sanhu's abdomen with a ghostly speed, moving so swiftly that he left an afterimage. His expression was malevolent, tongue flicking out, fists raised in unison, a smile on his face that resembled that of a sunlit, demonic visage. Deathly onslaught. Hit, 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 bang, 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 bang. Countless fist shadows rained down like a torrential downpour, sending Sanhu into the air, his mind left with only the number 999. As the 6 had flipped, his facial expression was utterly devoid of control, truly being beaten to a pulp, grasping the genetic technique. Emperor's Combo. Emperor's Combo, royal level. Within the next 180 seconds, the damage from successive strikes increases by an additional 10 for each hit, capping at a maximum of 400. When not activated, the combo damage increases by 10, but does not stack. Genetic skills can be upgraded through the absorption of genetic fragments and meteorites, yet ascending to the next tier proves quite challenging. It is not as simple as merely consuming genetic fragments. Chapter 13. Qin Yuan's Power, the Annihilating Ray. After a brief and amicable exchange, the three sat down to negotiate in a calm manner. Though Sanhu's face was swollen, his body appeared to have gained a few pounds. Simply put, he resembled a hippopotamus, a fusion of monkey and hippo, a veritable zoo in one. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Qin Yuan, an awakened being of royal caliber. I am Zhao Zhanghua, an awakened cockroach, presumably what you refer to as perfect level. I am Zhao Qingyi, an awakened broadcaster of the beautiful level. The two turned their heads in unison. You shut up. Qin Yuan cleared his throat, redirecting the group's thoughts back on track. I am sure you are aware of the recent large-scale purge in the city, specifically targeting us bug people. I wish to leverage your underworld connections to unite the powerful bug individuals and execute a significant endeavor. Sanhu pondered briefly before refusing. I'm sorry. I cannot do that. Is it because of your family? Yes, resisting the authorities would mean total annihilation for my family. I cannot bring them into danger. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan found it amusing. He laughed at the naivety, the ignorance, and the short-sightedness of his counterpart. Pooh ha ha ha. Sanhu mistakenly believed Qin Yuan was mocking his cowardice, and even he felt embarrassed enough to chuckle along. Laugh all you want. It matters not if I live or die, but I cannot put my family at risk. Just then, Qin Yuan interrupted him sharply. Foolish. Do you think that being obedient will spare you? It is not that simple. Do not deceive yourself. You know what kind of people they are. They simply do not dare or do not wish to face reality. Qin Yuan scratched his pinky finger and spoke candidly. Let me tell you the truth. All bug individuals above the perfect level possess unique abilities, and my ability is the transient foresight of future fragments. Your future is to be a dog of the military, serving them while your wife and daughter are in the rear, brutally toyed with by a dozen military offspring, and your son is left to die painfully after having all his organs harvested. Almost none of your friends and family will escape. All will meet a tragic end, dying in the most pitiful manner. You will rage, you will seek revenge, but what good will it do? No amount of vengeance can restore what you have lost. Must you wait until you have lost everything before you rise to resist? Sanhu jolted, abruptly rising and shaking his head repeatedly. No, that won't happen. Qin Yuan narrowed his eyes. Do you think I am lying? A murderous aura locked onto Sanhu, a warning from his genes echo establishing the great Qin insect kingdom. After concluding the call, Qin Yuan swiftly seized the two individuals and took flight, as an orphan. He had little to fear, however. The families of these two future subordinates were somewhat numerous, necessitating a strategy to placate them. Qin Yuan had just intentionally released a smokescreen regarding Haixing City, the site that had been the first to endure a nuclear strike in his past life. Primarily due to a grievous insect disaster, an authentic calamity involving nearly 1 million mutated cockroaches transforming the once bustling metropolis of 10 million into a desolate wasteland. The Empire had urgently imposed a lockdown and prepared to deploy nuclear weapons. Initially, this was slated for 5 days hence, but with his recent mention, it could very well be expedited. Following the nuclear strike, while it did indeed eradicate 99 of the cockroaches, the surviving one had evolved into something far more terrifying. Known as the Nuclear Beasts, Chapter 14, Imperial Military Conference. Qin Yuan brought the Zhao family duo to a secluded alley, gently setting them down. You two, the military currently lacks effective detection methods for perfect-grade insectoids. All you need to do is hide for 5 days. After that, I will seize the military base. Zhao Sanhu, thoroughly intimidated, dared not retort. The figure before him possessed the power to obliterate buildings with a single strike. He believed that the promise to dismantle the military base was indeed within reach. Lord Qin, is there anything you require of me? In 3 days, I will indeed have a task for you to assist with. In the interim, gather as many insectoids as possible to prepare for the impending apocalypse. Certainly, I am at your service. Zhao Sanhu knelt on one knee, expressing his fealty. As Qin Yuan unfurled his wings. Preparing to take flight, Sanhu panicked, having assumed he would remain to lead them. Lord Qin, where are you headed? Qin Yuan did not look back, declaring to the world. Sanhu was left in a daze. Brother, that's not what I meant. In the alley, a still-shaken Zhao Qingyi inquired of Zhao Sanhu, Uncle, do you really believe him so easily? The whole family's bizarre demise. Surely, that's too far-fetched. Her uncle, however, exhaled a sigh of relief. With your skepticism, I am reassured, my dear niece, you tend to believe in lies. If you doubt something, it is likely true. Shaoqing, return and inform second brother to rent a quiet villa in the suburbs, spacious and tranquil. Zhao Qingyi grimaced but reluctantly acquiesced. There was one thing Sanhu did not disclose to anyone. He felt an instinctual fear from Qin Yuan on a genetic level, akin to the dominion a deity holds over mortals. To defy Qin Yuan was a notion he found utterly impractical, let alone possessing the audacity to do so. At present, he was merely a seasoned underworld leader seeking to retire peacefully. Meanwhile, the live-streaming and short video circles erupted with fervor, disseminating footage of Qin Yuan's cataclysmic strike on a building. The initial reactions in the comments section were rife with disbelief. Fake. Photoshopped. In this day and age, can't we just assume everything is doctored? They claimed, if this were true, I'd do a handstand while showcasing a pound of excrement. Soon after, other content creators shared various angles of the incident, capturing an outdoor stream where a purple beam struck a dilapidated skyscraper. The Fuda returning to director Luo, bestow upon him 10 beauties, 200 million Longwa coins, and a set of a villa within the third ring. The herald nodded in acknowledgement. As the fervor on the internet swells, local journalists in Bin City were the first to catch wind of the news and rushed over to report, yet only a select few with the strongest connections could gain access to the site of the obliterated building. Now fully commandeered by the military, Wu Qianqian leveraged her grandfather's status as a general to secure her entry. This was her exclusive scoop. Following coverage by various professional agencies, netizens began to realize that the world had irrevocably changed. A netizen exclaimed, "Wow! My expression mirrors that of the auntie in the video. This is actually real. My worldview has shattered. I was wrong, truly wrong. No wonder there have been gunshots in the city every day lately. It turns out aliens are invading Blue Star. The authorities even referred to them as criminals. How can you call this a mere criminal? With their blue crystalline armor, sharp bone spurs, and blue rays, they are astonishingly cool." My mother asked why I was kneeling to watch the video, and I said I was supporting the aliens and saving the Earth. Go, big brother from outer space. This nation had encountered insectoid beings. Yet due to the government's continual suppression, Many remained oblivious to their existence until a full-blown outbreak occurred 7 days later, marking the true beginning of the apocalypse. Those who lived a mundane life, believing that aliens and insectoids were distant threats, were unaware that almost everyone had one or multiple insectoids living among them. Qin Yuan once again transformed into human form and entered a large shopping mall. Unperturbed by the risk of exposure, as most of his enemies had perished, the individuals on the plane would remain unconscious for days, and even if they awoke, they might not recall their own appearances. How delightful was the absence of flies. He decided to purchase some expensive clothing, buying several sets, as current garments were easily damaged in battle, unlike the future's specialized combat suits that could morph with the body. Qin Yuan's elegant demeanor made even a simple black casual outfit appear as though he were a scion of a noble family. The salesgirl blushed, lavishing praise upon him. Incredible! You are so handsome. Are you a celebrity? May I take a photo with you? Hearing this, several young girls standing at a distance rushed over. I want a picture too. Can I add you on WeChat? With a charming smile. Qin Yuan thought, this wretched charm of mine has no place to reside. Why didn't it awaken when I was interested in such matters in my past life? Now, I have no inclination towards these superficial beings. If one does not possess a score of at least 90, they lack the qualifications to serve as my maid. After purchasing his attire, Qin Yuan began to meander through the mall, not only discovering multiple insectoids hidden in the shadows but also sensing several hostile gazes directed at him. What do they want? Are they planning to rob me? The last group that attempted to rob me is still stammering in a dark corner. In the shadows lurked several pairs of eyes, fixated intently on Qin Yuan, specifically on the black snake coiled around his neck. An unawakened perfect genetic specimen, a rare panacea. Upon sensing the hostility, Qin Yuan quickly exited the mall, and as he stepped outside, the malevolence vanished. However, his sixth sense told him that they were still trailing him. He cunningly led them to a dim alley, calling out without looking back, "Come out, you who have been following me the entire way." From the shadows emerged 3 scruffy young men with yellow hair. The leader, around 28 years of age, sported a tattoo of a ghostly woman on his arm and twirled a butterfly knife in his hand as he sauntered towards Qin Yuan with a swagger. "Hey kid, lend us some cash," one of his stuttering companions quickly added. We want some clothes too." Qin Yuan tilted his head in confusion. "Which of you am I speaking to? I was addressing the one behind you." So kindly refrain from interrupting. Turning around simultaneously, the trio's pupils contracted in shock as they witnessed an unforgettable scene. Chapter 16. The alien insectoid clan. Following their gaze, a grotesque blue creature emerged. Its claws digging into the wall as it traversed upside down. It resembled the xenomorph from the movies, with a long head akin to a winter melon, a mouth lined with outwardly protruding pink fangs, and white sharp teeth. Its tail, curved like a hook, carried several severed heads, blood dripping to the ground with a rhythmic sound. Even from 10 meters away, the stench of blood was palpable. The alien insectoid discarded a head, its tail flicking like an iron whip, swaying erratically as saliva dripped to the ground. With a corrosive hiss, let out a deep, guttural roar, and with a sweep of its tail, plunged the 3 into eternal darkness. The robbery trio met their demise. The creature's face twisted into a smug grin as it leaped to the ground, fixating on the small black snake coiled around Qin Yuan's left arm, its crimson tongue incessantly licking its lips. Finally, the alien insectoid clan had made its appearance, a parasitic species. It was difficult to determine its rank without engaging in combat. Judging by its presentation, it likely didn't exceed the exceptional grade. Now is the time to prove your worth, little black snake. This is your moment of fame. If you win, you'll be called Black Flood Dragon, and if you lose, Maggot. The outcome is in your hands. The little black snake shivered. Clearly comprehending Qin Yuan's words, its green vertical pupils locked onto the monstrous figure before it. Hissing, it flicked its tongue to assess the advantageous factors in its vicinity. Suddenly, a bolt of black lightning surged forth, its speed astonishing even Qin Yuan, nearing the speed of sound. The little black snake opted not to confront the creature directly. The alien's genetic development was exceptionally high, at least over 20. It first darted beside the creature, enticing it to pursue, and once the trap was set, it accelerated. The alien's intelligence was equally impressive. It deliberately slashed its own skin, letting its blood spill to corrode the nearby cover. If it could injure the little black snake, it would be an ideal outcome. Slowing it down would allow the alien to capture it with ease. To its disappointment, the blood flowed with abandon. Yet the little black snake was nowhere in sight. Was it a snake or an eel? It was too slippery. Letting out a frustrated roar, it prepared to retreat and summon reinforcements. The moment the alien prepared to flee, the little black snake seized an opportunity, bursting forth from the shadows with a sudden strike, revealing its fangs. However, this was precisely the opening the alien intended to create. With a powerful whip of its tail, the black snake was slammed against the wall, blood streaming from its nose and mouth as it fell into a near-death state. The alien cackled with glee, its laughter echoing ominously, before it turned to Qin Yuan and let out a defiant roar. Then, lowering its head, it attempted to devour the black snake whole. A surge of overwhelming power coursed through it, and the alien felt exhilarated, sensing an imminent breakthrough. However, when it turned to face Qin Yuan, its smile faded as it realized the black snake entwined around his arm was the very one it had just swallowed. What did I just consume? A twin? The alien's body trembled as it suddenly realized the presence of a toxin. Recognizing the danger, it hastily clawed at its throat, attempting to expel the contents, but it was too late. When it glanced at its reflection in a nearby mirror, it saw not a stronger form, but a gaunt figure, blood seeping from every orifice, resembling a victim of poisoning on the brink of death. It would never comprehend how it had been poisoned when it hadn't even been bitten. Qin Yuan crouched down, confused. Do you wish to know how you were poisoned and how you failed? A glimmer of hope appeared in the alien's eyes. If it consumed this human, perhaps it could recover. Yet, when it opened its mouth, all that emerged were coughs, rendering it utterly immobile. Eat. Consume you. In Qin Yuan's gaze, however, it was, tell me. I wish to know the truth. All right, I shall graciously reveal the truth to you. The truth is, hey, what are you doing? In a sudden burst of desperation, the alien unleashed its potential, managing to bite Qin Yuan. However, the moment it sank its teeth in, regret washed over it. Damn, this guy is rock hard. I broke 3 teeth. Then, the alien's expression shifted as it realized something was amiss. This sensation was a far deadlier toxin. In an instant, the alien's eyes rolled back, its tongue flopping out, and within a second, it was poisoned to death right before Qin Yuan. Cause of death. Licked him once. Watching this unfold, Qin Yuan shook his head and sighed. You brought this upon yourself. You cannot live. If the insectoid still fell within the realm of Qin Yuan's acceptance. The alien insectoid clan was the enemy of all. They were an invasive species, bent on exterminating all other races. Yet, they also represented the bond that could unite Earth's future biosphere. Qin Yuan utilized his heightened senses to thoroughly comprehend the genetic information of the black snake. Perfect species, black snake. Exclusive genes, 1. Speed, 2. Venom, 3. Molting, 4. Concealment. Genetic skills, 1. Venom manipulation. What had just transpired was the black snake simultaneously employing venom manipulation and molting, executing a perfect escape. The snake's skin consumed by the alien contained potent venom, causing it first to hallucinate and then to bleed from all orifices, leading to its demise. Qin Yuan also harbored a substantial amount of venom, which might explain why the black snake favored coiling around him. The potent toxin was capable of instantly killing the black flood dragon, necessitating careful control of the venom's output to allow the black flood dragon to gradually evolve into a venomous assassin. Assassin, oh yes. I could also establish an organization akin to a shadow assassin guild. Chief assassin, venom flood dragon. In the future, one need not sully their hands to eliminate adversaries. Simply reclining in a rocking chair and uttering a name would suffice. Whoever his name shall perish. How effortlessly splendid! After vanquishing the aberrant insectoid beings, and allowing the little black eel to absorb the genetic sequences of the extraterrestrial insect race, Qin Yuan shall sprout wings and soar once more into the heavens. There are still a few old dogs left to deal with, waiting with bated breath for my arrival to reap the consequences of past grievances. We shall settle the scores slowly, ensuring not a single one escapes. Heh. Chapter 17. The frenzied accumulation of Goodsbin City, the Daybreak 5-star hotel. As night fell, within the presidential suite overlooking the river, Qin Yuan raised his glass of red wine, gazing into the distance, lost in thought. The neon-lit steel forest before him brought memories of his earlier days in Bin City. Having traversed innumerable hardships, he and his companions were graciously received by kind souls, only to be led to a den of darkness. They were treated with an abundance of food and drink, until on the fourth day, a blinding flash of white light jolted them awake. What met their eyes was a stark white ceiling, green curtains, and an array of electronic devices, accompanied by the acrid scent of disinfectant filling their nostrils. The five were bound to separate surgical tables, as masked nurses prepared syringes, extracting a drop of liquid witnessing the strongest tiger brother kneel. Everyone else followed suit, bowing down in imitation. Though Qin Yuan exuded no discernible aura of authority, he incited a profound impulse of reverence among them. With his hands clasped behind his back, he approached the three tigers. "You may as well call me Lord like the unicorn beetle. Dark Emperor sounds rather peculiar," he remarked. "But let us set that aside for now. I have a task for you. Lead these insectoids to capture all of the Ma family's direct relatives and bring them to the underground level 2 of Black Street 351 to await my arrival. And mind you, not a single doctor or nurse is to escape." Upon hearing this, the three tigers wore expressions of distress. "Why, Lord, my rescue operation last night has already drawn the military's pursuit. It is utterly impossible to go out now. Do not fret over that. I shall resolve the military issue. Seize this opportunity to approach the Ma family vicinity and commence your operation at 6 this evening." "My lord, you refer to the Ma family, one of the 5 great families of Bin City? Indeed. Capture the entire Ma Inbo clan." "Your orders are understood." Casting a glance at the clock, it was now 2:30 p.m. Leaving over 3 hours of free time. Then I shall indulge myself for a while. Following the memories of his past life, Qin Yuan arrived at the infamous underground casino of Bin City. Renowned for its darkness, it was said that 9 out of 10 gamblers would lose everything, selling their children and even themselves in the process. Rumor had it that the casino owner was a cheater. Backed by the police force and surrounded by numerous henchmen, it was also one of the Ma family's significant sources of human organs. From the outside, it appeared to be an unremarkable bar, guarded by 2 henchmen wearing sunglasses. Swaying their heads in a drug-fueled stupor, upon seeing Qin Yuan approach, they immediately blocked his path. "Which street do you run with? Do you have an invitation?" "An invitation? No, but do you want a snake?" "S?" The black serpent coiled around Qin Yuan's left arm shot out swiftly, slicing open the skin of both men. The toxin invaded their bodies at a visible pace, and within 10 seconds, they lay motionless on the ground, destined to perish within 5 to 10 minutes. Another one bites the dust. This was merely a fraction of the toxin from the serpent's skin. Having coiled around Qin Yuan daily, it had grown increasingly venomous. With a genetic activation level that allowed it to absorb toxins, it could be deemed a prodigy. Qin Yuan traversed a lengthy corridor and entered the venue known as Heavenly Pleasure Bar. On stage, voluptuous women swayed their bodies, one hand deftly spinning records. As the deafening music surged, men and women in the dance floor began to bounce up and down, shaking their heads frantically, moving their bodies in rhythm. Multicolored neon lights illuminated the cramped space, saturating the bar with a potent atmosphere of unrestrained desire. On either side of the bar, 3 young men groped the women in their grasp. The greasy, overweight man on the left leered at the one in the center, Ma Xiao. Today Luo Gu brought in a batch of fresh goods, all 18-year-old graduates, original stock, high beauty, and good physique. The man in the center, known as Ma Xiao, lit up at the mention. "Where? Don't rush. I'll have him bring them over immediately, but there's the matter of price. 2 million enough?" "Ma Xiao, you are indeed straightforward." Cheers. With a clink, the 3 raised their glasses, exchanging knowing smirks. Chapter 19. The casino. Qin Yuan walked into the bar, where vibrant neon lights danced around him, and the air was thick with the scent of lust. In the distance, an elderly man with white hair and sunglasses was arguing with a group over a delicately young girl of 18. "Damn it! The Xiang family agreed on 500,000. Now it's changed to 350. I won't sell her. For 350, I might as well sell to the Lin family next door." "Who would sell to that Ma family? They always treat her like a rag, and the resale profit is at least halved." The terrified girl trembled on the ground, her mouth bound with iron, her limbs shackled, unable to escape. The white-haired man seized her chin with a fierce glare. "You've been collateral for me. If you wish to live, obey me, or neither your sister nor your mother will escape." Her eyes brimmed with fear as she instinctively recoiled, tears streaming down her cheeks. Seeing her compliance, the elder returned to haggling, but at that moment, the girl seized her opportunity, breaking free from his half-loosened grip and sprinting toward the entrance. There stood a police officer. At that moment, Yun Xinchi saw a glimmer of hope, rushing to the officer and kneeling, crying out. The officer, surprised by her sudden appearance, furrowed his brow upon noticing the cursing Luo and his crew. He set down his drink, reprimanding them in a low voice. "Old Luo, how could you let the merchandise slip through your fingers? Do you want to bring it to the police station for a game?" Yun Xinchi's eyes widened in shock, her body trembling with despair. A wave of helplessness washed over her. It was over. Even the police were in on it. Her father had sold her, her mother and sister were missing, and their wealth had been seized. Escape? Where could she possibly run? Damn it, run! Get over here! The white-haired man yanked the girl's hair and slammed her to the ground, striking her harshly. Slap, slap. 2 hard slaps only fueled his rage. "Wretched girl, dare to run? I'll beat you to death today. You women are nothing more than playthings for the powerful. What right do you have to escape?" With that, he brandished his belt to strike her again. Just then, a hand reached out, gripping the elder's wrist with such force that he could not move. Flowers may bloom again, but youth does not return. A girl as delicate as a flower should not provoke the wrath of an elder. The white-haired man grimaced in pain. "Who the hell are you?" Qin Yuan flashed a radiant smile and replied, "I am Lu Rennie, a friend of young Master Ma. He just agreed to 500,000. Let us consider it a friendly exchange. However, I must take this girl with me for a quality check first." "Oh? A friend of young Master Ma? What is the issue with that?" The elder's demeanor shifted instantly, transforming into a smiling, wrinkled face. "Excellent. Such generosity. Young Master Ma is fortunate to have a friend like you looking out for him. As long as the money is right, there is no issue at all. After all, this was the Ma family's territory. No one would be foolish enough to impersonate a friend of young Master Ma here." The elder scrutinized Qin Yuan, who indeed appeared to be of noble descent, and his suspicions dissipated. The Ma family's gambling den was known as the Mianbei of Bin City, a place from which one could not return, though utter such a lie would be akin to courting death. "Then I thank young Master Lu. I shall await your good news. Wait here, someone will come with the money shortly," the elder said, his face painted with a flattering smile. With that, Qin Yuan took Yun Xinchi by the hand and ventured further inside. Sidestepping the private rooms, heading towards the casino. With a simple flick of his finger, he effortlessly unlocked the shackles binding the girl. At that moment, the girl's eyes were devoid of hope, as if her spirit had been drained. Resembling a soulless doll, such girls were not uncommon in this apocalyptic world. They embodied the plight of ordinary women amidst chaos. "Why? The shackles are gone. Do you not wish to escape?" Hearing Qin Yuan's voice, Yun Xinchi lifted her gaze to meet his, momentarily startled by his striking appearance. Yet, despair soon washed over her again. There was no escaping. Their kind were everywhere, even the police were on their side. But suddenly, a thought struck her. Biting her lower lip, she gazed at Qin Yuan with longing. Rather than surrendering to that vile man, perhaps it would be wiser to align with his friend, letting them turn on each other. "Handsome, please buy me," Qin Yuan scoffed. "Ha! You think to seduce me? Dream on. I bear a grudge against the Ma family. You are merely an inconsequential pawn in this game. Just follow my lead and refrain from any unnecessary antics. A tool should act like a tool." Otherwise, as he playfully lifted her chin, he was unexpectedly struck by her beauty. Her eyes sparkled like clear mountain springs, her skin glowed like snow, her features were exquisitely defined, and her hair shone like obsidian, tied up in a high ponytail. Standing at 1.68 meters, her long, fair legs and curvaceous waist painted the picture of a high school beauty straight out of a comic. Unfortunately, she was merely a beauty of that caliber, too lowly to be worthy of him. "Should you dare to cross me, I will not hesitate to end your life." Just a hint of his murderous intent sent shivers down Yun Xinchi's spine. Leaving her frozen in place, "From now on, you shall be my servant, merely an audience to the spectacle about to unfold." After all, what prominent figure doesn't keep a pretty ornament to display their status? "Whatever the Ma family desires, I shall dismantle." Qin Yuan, accompanied by the elegantly dressed Yun Xinchi in a short skirt, ventured deeper into the bar, ultimately reaching the innermost casino. The security personnel, quick-witted and astute, recognized the young gentleman in the company of a beautiful woman, and thus permitted them entry without delay. Far more discerning than the two guards at the entrance, their judiciousness had undoubtedly saved a life. At the counter, they exchanged 3 million in chips. Noticing that it was Qin Yuan's first visit, the counter attendant graciously gifted each of them a chip worth 5,000, which could only be used for play and not redeemed for cash. Yun Xianxi harbored a deep disdain for gambling. Recalling a time when her family was a colossal conglomerate with over $1 billion in liquid assets, a prominent figure in the affluent circles of Bin City, she lamented how her father fell into the abyss of gambling, leading to the collapse of their empire and incurring immense debt. He had been silenced in a most brutal manner and sent away to a pig farm. Her mother had disappeared shortly thereafter, leaving her and her sister to fend for themselves. Today, after completing a graduation exam, she was abducted by a van and brought to this unfortunate place, a true stroke of misfortune. Qin Yuan, however, remained indifferent to her thoughts. With his hands in his pockets, he approached the gambling table, observing the various cheating techniques employed by the swindlers, noting that several relied on sleight of hand. Oh, a battle of dexterity? Qin Yuan smirked confidently. With but a flick of my wrist, I shall surpass humanity's limits. No offense to anyone present, but you are all mere amateurs. Chapter 20. The 120-fold jackpot inside the casino. Qin Yuan took a moment to observe. The exchange of glances between the cheats and the dealers revealed a troubling trend. They were accumulating wealth while losses were scarce. What did this signify? It hinted that they were undoubtedly in cahoots. However, that was not the crux of the matter. The key takeaway was that they were cheating, employing rudimentary methods, while others utilized advanced technological tricks that even the casino staff struggled to detect. After a leisurely stroll, he arrived at a large roulette wheel surrounded by a throng of onlookers. The wheel, a striking blend of red and black, was divided into 72 segments, including 2 green starting and ending points. At the center stood a tall, silver cross mechanism, housing a metallic ball. When the ball descended, it would settle on a number, determining various prize outcomes. Bets could be placed on red, black, green, or blue, as well as on odd or even numbers, or specific digits. Notably, the green starting point offered the highest multiplier of 120 times, while a single bet on red or black could yield a 45-fold return, and a single color wager doubled the stakes, all bets inclusive of the principal amount. Suddenly, a chorus of excitement erupted. I won! I won! A rather unremarkable young man with a buzz cut leapt into the air, elated by his victory. This spectacle ignited the avarice of the surrounding spectators, who clamored to place their bets. I'll take 32 for 100, 000. I'll take 1 for 50, 000. Red for 100, 000. Bet 72 for 100, 000. Here, I'll wager 200,000. Qin Yuan, however, refrained from placing a bet, choosing instead to observe and discern the patterns of the roulette wheel before making an informed wager that would yield a substantial reward. As the dealer announced, bets are closed. The metallic ball was released from the top, bouncing energetically across the wheel, passing through various numbers: 3, 12, 32, 6, 5, 71, 9. Ultimately, it came to rest atop black 21, a mere fraction more. And it would have landed on green 1. Move just a little further, he lamented. What a pity. Truly, the Ma family casino has a firm grip on these jackpots. A sly smile crept across Qin Yuan's face. He had discerned the truth. The casino was rigging the game. The ball must be concealing a device capable of controlling its movement, much like a high-tech reading device, stopping wherever it was desired. In a fair game, victory was impossible. With luck like his, he wouldn't even need to gamble. He'd merely be delivering funds to the casino, where most gamblers lost 9 out of 10 times. Qin Yuan would lose 19 out of 10, needing to borrow chips to cover his losses. To win, one had to rely on skill. With a confident gaze and a smirk, Qin Yuan pushed his chips forward, declaring, I bet 1 million on 21. The onlookers whispered amongst themselves, a single bet of 1 million. What audacity! And with such a beautiful companion, he must be a second-generation rich kid. He'll realize his folly once he loses everything. He turned to Yun Xianxi. Why don't you place a bet as well? Just a little wager. I don't gamble. She replied, Oh? If that's your stance, then I am intrigued. Look at my rebellious spirit at just 99 pounds. Here's 1 million. You play. Make any wager you like. If you lose, I'll take the hit. Of course, if you win, that will be mine too. I hold all rights to interpretation. Seeing no alternative, Yun Xinqi reluctantly accepted and placed her bet on 1. The dealer announced the classic phrase, "Bets are closed." In that instant, as the metallic ball fell, Qin Yuan utilized his genetic energy to discreetly shatter the internal control device, creating an almost imperceptible sound. With a light bounce, the ball entered the wheel, ricocheting upward before resuming its familiar rolling motion. Those who had not participated could never grasp the experience. Despite repeated failures, there remained a glimmer of hope, an expectation that whispered, "Why not me? One day, it will be me." Regrettably, this was merely an illusion crafted by the casino. Gamblers could never truly win. The metallic ball rolled past number after number, ultimately settling on 9, then rolling toward Qin Yuan's 21 and Yun Xinqi's 1. The dealer, startled, instinctively reached for his earpiece to alert the surveillance room, signaling the need to control the metallic ball. In the surveillance room, a junior member reported, "The remote is malfunctioning." The short-haired man fumed. "Useless. Why now of all times? Get out there and manage the situation." As the surveillance team rushed to the scene, the roulette wheel gradually came to a halt, landing on 21. The dealer sighed in relief, grateful it hadn't landed on 1. Yet before he could fully exhale, Qin Yuan made his move, swift as lightning. With a deft flick of his nail, he nudged the metallic ball, causing it to roll. Gasps erupted from the crowd. "Holy moly! No way, 1. It's a jackpot. 1 million on 1. My heavens! I've never seen a prize like this in my 10 years at the casino. A staggering 120 million jackpot. Can this really be happening? Is this still the Ma family casino I know?" The dealer, upon witnessing the ball land on 1, collapsed in shock, realizing his life was irrevocably altered. "It's over. I'm finished. If this money gets paid out, they'll surely have my head. Even if I miraculously survive, my future in the dealing world is over. Who would want to employ someone who lost 120 million on a roulette table?" At that moment, the most elated individual was not Qin Yuan, but rather Yun Xinqi, whose eyes sparkled anew. With 120 million at her disposal, she could not only settle her father's debts, but also redeem herself and fulfill her dream of graduating from university, paving the way for a return to normalcy. Gathering her courage, she turned to Qin Yuan and asked, "Handsome, you did say this money is a gift for me, right?" Qin Yuan, distracted, feigned ignorance. "Huh? A gift for you? I said if you lost, it would be mine. But you didn't lose, you won. So this money is still mine. How audacious of you. Do you not value your life?" Yun Xinqi clenched her fists, glaring at Qin Yuan, who was clearly toying with her, yet she felt utterly powerless against him. Qin Yuan continued, "That dealer over there, quit playing dead and get up to pay up. Surely, a casino of your stature wouldn't he dare to renege on its debts? You can't possibly be unable to pay." At that moment, a gruff voice interrupted, "Sir, may I have a word?" Chapter 21. The high-stakes game. The casino staff was growing restless. The liquidity of 120 million was no trifling matter for them. A towering figure, standing 2 meters tall with a burly frame, approached Qin Yuan on his index finger. He wore a solid gold bear-head ring, which he absently rubbed as he spoke. Qin Yuan flatly refused. "Speak plainly, don't mince words like a timid woman." "Good day, sir. My name is Su Tai, the head of security for the casino. Due to the substantial amount you just won, we require a little time to process your withdrawal. Would you kindly wait in the lounge?" "Withdrawal? Who said I wanted to withdraw? I want to exchange for more chips. I'm not finished playing yet. Continue playing? Now that's splendid. The casino fears not when others win, but rather when they win and choose to walk away." Su Tai's eyes gleamed with opportunity. He recognized a chance to prove himself. "Sir, this low-stakes game no longer befits your stature. I implore you to move to the high-end private room and continue your gambling pursuits." The high-end room is filled with seasoned casino experts, along with shills and cheats, an abode where losses are guaranteed. Should this Navi youth dare to enter, he will not only lose his trousers today, but will also leave missing at least 2 limbs. Undeterred by the menacing presence of Yun Xinqi, Qin Yuan readily agreed, "Very well. I happen to have some time. I would love to experience the various games your casino offers. Please, lead the way." The head of security, Su Tai, wore a smirk of conspiracy as he took the lead. As they walked, Yun Xinqi clutched Qin Yuan's arm, attempting to persuade him to reconsider. Leaning close to his ear, she whispered, "Do not venture into that private room. It is rife with deceit. My father was much like you, initially winning substantial sums, only to be summoned to the VIP room where he ultimately lost everything, even selling me off at this." Her voice quivered with emotion. She would rather have been abducted by traffickers than to accept that her most beloved and trusted parents had sold her. This sense of despair left her gasping for air. Qin Yuan, rarely moved to comfort, gently stroked her hair, their proximity allowing him to catch the faint scent of her innocence. "Do not worry. I am not in the same league as your inept father. My luck pales in comparison to his." Yun Xianqi was momentarily taken aback. "I truly appreciate your comforting words." Under the guidance of the head of security, they entered a lavish chamber, estimated to be over 100 square meters. Even with over 10 individuals present, the room felt spacious. The decor was of French style, featuring a pristine white base adorned with ancient artifacts. In the center lay an oval table inscribed with solid pear wood. 2023.6.25, Bailey Factory. Curious, Qin Yuan inquired, "What game do you play here?" "Texas Hold'em." The fashionably dressed lady at the table responded, "Humph. This is an elite table, naturally reserved for the most sophisticated games." "Texas Hold'em? We play Jia Jinhua." "Jia Jinhua?" He mused, intrigued. Here, the rules dictated that the highest hand was a 3 of a kind, AAA, followed by a straight flush, AKQ, then flush, AKJ, and pair, AK, with the worst hand being a single card, following a specific hierarchy. A peculiar rule stated that the smallest hand, 235, could beat AAA.AN. Elephant beats a tiger beats a wolf beats a cat beats a mouse, and a mouse beats an elephant. Coincidentally, this was a game Qin Yuan was familiar with. "I shall join as well," he declared. Among the 8 players at the table, the base bet was set at 1 million, with a minimum raise of 500,000. Those who looked at their cards had to match the bet of those who had not. Doubling the amount. A minimum of 3 rounds of betting was required before any player could reveal their cards. Qin Yuan chose a spot by the edge and requested a deck of cards. In no time, 3 cards were dealt to him. Qin Yuan did not resort to any underhanded tactics to sneak a peek. He merely allowed Yun Xianqi to glance at his hand. After she did, her expression turned slightly alarmed, a sight observed by all present, who smirked, recognizing him as just another inexperienced player whose emotions were laid bare. The first male player folded, the second raised by 500,000, while the third, fourth, and fifth folded. The sixth player matched the 500,000, and the seventh added 1 million. As the eighth player, Qin Yuan, whose partner had already seen the cards, matched the 1 million. The game progressed through the second and third rounds until the fourth, where the first male player could no longer contain himself and folded. The second lady raised to 2 million after checking her cards, and the seventh matched her bet. Qin Yuan, however, boldly declared a bet of 12 million, leaving everyone astounded. "Wait, this is just the first round," exclaimed the seventh player. He glanced at the dealer, who merely shook his head. The first hand was purely a gamble. The dealer had no insight into the cards yet. As no cheating had commenced, the seventh player, a man in a scarf, contemplated matching the bet, convinced he held a strong hand. Suddenly, he recalled Yun Xianqi's earlier expression when she glimpsed his cards, causing a shiver to run down his spine. Drenched in cold sweat, something felt amiss. Who amongst the seasoned gamblers would bring a Na'vi girl to expose their cards? No one. There were no fools here. A trap. This was undoubtedly a trap. Her expressions were so convincingly genuine, yet they were merely baits set to ensnare him. "Heh, you think you can deceive me, a veteran cheat? Not so easily." The second lady folded, revealing a hand of ace of diamonds, king of hearts, and king of clubs. The seventh player also folded, showing a hand of 10 of spades, 7 of spades, and 6 of spades, a black flushed. "To play it safe." He too folded. "Yun Xianqi, reveal your cards for all to see." Yun Xianqi flipped her cards one by one. 5 of diamonds, 3 of clubs, and 2 of spades. A surprising underdog hand of 235. "What?" exclaimed the scarfed man, his face paling, bloodshot eyes nearly bursting from their sockets. "I threw away a black flush for a 235. Chapter 22. Cheating in plain sight. Qin Yuan merely smiled serenely, confident in his fortune. The next phase would rely on skill, for luck could no longer prevail. Exhibiting inhuman speed, he played his hand deftly, victory upon victory unfolded. A continuous string of wins, in merely 5 rounds. Qin Yuan had amassed an additional 30 million. Truly, the thrill of winning in this elite setting was unparalleled. Players 5 and 7 exchanged glances, signaling to the dealer with a conspiratorial gaze, indicating the time had come to reel in their prey. The casino's strategy typically involved allowing patrons to win a bit before leading them to inevitable losses. Fostering a false sense of hope to recover their losses, they would only remember the thrill of winning, oblivious to the sums they had lost. Invariably, what awaited these gamblers were shackles and traps. Without exception, unless one possessed formidable connections and wealth in this city, they were merely lambs waiting for slaughter. As the dealer began to distribute cards, his gaze betrayed a hint of mischief. This time, he had deliberately rigged the deck, preparing to hand Qin Yuan a favorable hand. Only a good hand would entice players to invest, while player 5 would receive an even better hand to finish off Qin Yuan decisively. In that fleeting moment of shuffling and dealing, Qin Yuan sensed the underlying scheme, a wry smile creeping upon his lips. Playing tricks in front of me? What are you attempting? Once again, Yun Qianqi was the one to glance at the cards. Her astonished expression confirming the dealer's intentions. The onlookers were left bewildered, realizing she was not merely a good actress, but genuinely naive. Why would such a prominent figure like Qin Yuan bring her to gamble? Perhaps it made sense to bring her along to a hotel, but to a casino with someone so innocent. Was he simply giving away money? As if scattering coins from a money truck? They called for everyone to fetch bags to collect the cash, shouting that coins were falling. Player 1, 1 million blind bet. Player 2, 2 million to match. Players 3 and 4 fold. Player 5, 1 million to match. Player 6, 2 million to match. Player 7, 1 million to match. Qin Yuan raised to 5 million. Player 1 folded, and Player 2 followed suit. Player 5 raised to a blind bet of 3 million. Player 6 to 6 million, and Player 7 to 3 million. Qin Yuan raised to 10 million. After another round, he escalated the bet to 20 million. Player 6, unable to withstand the pressure, revealed his cards and was promptly escorted out. At the end of the 4th round, Qin Yuan raised again, this time to 50 million. Player 5 matched with a blind bet of 25 million, while the 7th player, the man in the scarf, chose to protect his teammate while also attempting to assess any changes in Qin Yuan's hand. With a blind bet of 25 million, they revealed Player 8's cards. The showdown began. The dealer examined both hands, confirming everything proceeded as anticipated. Subtly signaling to Player 5 to bet confidently, the showdown concluded with Player 8 emerging victorious. The game continued, and the spectators were more anxious than even Qin Yuan and the portly Player 5. The chips on the table had reached a staggering 222 million. Qin Yuan had only 50 million left, necessitating a reveal. Let us show our cards. Yun Qianqi. Yun Qianqi flipped her first card, King of Spades. The second, King of Clubs. The third, King of Diamonds, a 3 of a kind, KKK. The second highest hand after AAA. In a wonder, she looked like she had seen a ghost. Such a hand was a rarity, seldom seen in countless games. Yun Qianqi gazed at the pile of chips, her eyes gleaming like gold ingots, instinctively extending her hands to gather them into her embrace, only to be gently halted by Qin Yuan. Ah, little girl, I haven't even revealed my cards yet. Are you perhaps holding 3 aces? Ha! What are the odds of that happening? I apologize for the sudden turn of events. The stout, diminutive man raised 3 cards high above his head, exclaiming with glee, lo and behold, I have 3 aces. His laughter echoed through the room as he forcefully slammed the cards onto the table, producing a sharp sound that punctuated his moment of triumph. At that instant, he felt an overwhelming sense of coolness radiating from his demeanor. Come forth, adore me, reverence me. The onlookers were left in utter shock. Goodness, could it truly be 3 aces? However, the astonishment morphed into confusion. How could this be? The rotund man eagerly scooped all the chips into his embrace, hastily inviting Yun Qianqi, my lovely lady, will you accompany me for the night? In return, I shall bestow upon you 1 million. He then turned to Qin Yuan, mocking, ha ha ha, boy, what of your 3 kings? Can they possibly rival my 3 aces? You are nothing more than a wretched loser, bereft of dignity. Wait, what are you doing, Lao Su? Those are my chips. The man in the scarf advanced, pulling the stout man away, his eyes filled with shame. Gritting his teeth, he admonished, "You should examine your cards more closely. Don't embarrass yourself further." The stout man, taken aback, glanced down at his cards, his pupils dilating in shock. Incredible. They truly are 3 aces. But all of them are spades. 3 spade aces. How could this be? He lifted his gaze, bewildered as he stared at Qin Yuan, who had not even touched his cards yet nonchalantly exchanged them before everyone's eyes, with assistance from the dealer and a teammate. All 3 had swapped their cards simultaneously, and yet they still managed to change their bottom cards right before everyone. A master. A supreme master. Terrifying indeed. What manner of creature is this? The legendary gambling sage. The man in the scarf began to realize the formidable nature of Qin Yuan's sleight of hand, understanding that he and his companions were no match. "Let us go, summon the master." At this moment, the stout man wore an expression of surrender. "I concede. Your skills are truly remarkable. May I inquire your esteemed name?" Qin Yuan, puzzled, replied, "Skills? Remarkable? It was merely 2 steps. I approached you and swapped the cards. Just a tad bit faster than you could comprehend. What's that? Not satisfied?" The stout man retorted, "Don't get too cocky. Once my master arrives, you will see." Chapter 23. The stakes are your lives. Here comes the same old routine. After the young ones, the elder arrives. Why can't we have a fresher strategy? Just as Qin Yuan expected an elderly figure to emerge, a youthful man in his 20s stepped through the door. More accurately, a rejuvenated insectoid. Perfectly crafted insectoids can live for 150 to 200 years, retaining their youthful appearance, appearing as if they were merely 25 years old until death. They can also disguise themselves as aged, but fine-tuning their appearance remains a formidable challenge. A single misstep could distort their visage grotesquely. Qin Yuan frowned slightly, detecting the unmistakable scent of insectoid emanating from afar. Yet, Old Sun was oblivious to the slightest trace of Qin Yuan's presence, perceiving him as mere air. Although he stood there, his instincts screamed that no living being existed before him, only a void. Upon entering the room, Old Sun felt the intensity of Qin Yuan's gaze, causing a bead of cold sweat to trickle down his forehead. What is this? A demon? A ghost? Perhaps, but it cannot be human. Absolutely not human. Curse you, apprentice. Old Sun's conjecture was not entirely unfounded. Qin Yuan could indeed be considered a divine being of sorts at that moment. Old Sun, steeling himself, approached to introduce himself. "I am Sun Zhengxing. A pleasure to make your acquaintance." Qin Yuan smiled awkwardly as they shook hands, seated across from one another. "Might you grant this gambling den a reprieve? Mr. Qin, we shall consider today's losses as our misfortune, master." The man in the scarf and the stout man rushed forward, believing their mentor was unaware of Qin Yuan's winnings, prepared to persuade him. Yet, a flicker of anger crossed Old Sun's face. "Wretched disciples, retreat at once." Qin Yuan smiled, for he had come precisely for vengeance, a dog-eat-dog scenario. "How delightful. Very well, if I win, all shall be well." Old Sun's eyes brightened at this. "Oh, gambling? You did not come to engage in combat?" He chuckled, recognizing that in a world dominated by insectoids and extraordinary beings, should it come to physical confrontation, he would likely be outmatched. But if it were a battle of gambling skills, he was confident that I earn my living through gambling. I fear not. "So, Mr. Qin, are you quite confident in your gambling skills? Are you not as well?" Old Sun laughed heartily. "Then let us go all in, a single hand to determine the victor." Without hesitation, Qin Yuan agreed. "Very well, let us settle this with one decisive game." "It's settled then. I shall take a brief respite. The game will commence in 10 minutes. 5 minutes past that, and you need not return." "Agreed." Old Sun clutched his stomach and exited the room, shedding his facade. His eyes glinted with malice, turning to his 2 disciples, the man in the scarf and the stout man. "Prepare the cheating tools and summon our private armed forces for any unforeseen circumstances." "Understood," they replied in unison. Fearing the worst, they knew that despite the might of the insectoid, they were mere fodder in the face of firearms. 5 minutes passed swiftly, and during this time, Qin Yuan busied himself placing bets throughout the hall, winning every single one. Win, win, win. The stakes escalated to 320 million. The game commenced. Old Sun and Qin Yuan sat at opposite ends of the table, a distance of over 7 meters separating them. The beautiful dealer began dealing cards. 1, 2, Threed, as it was a go-all-in game. There were no frills. Old Sun revealed his 3 bottom cards. Ace of spades, ace of clubs, ace of hearts, the highest triple A. The dealer, no longer pretending to adhere to the rules, flipped over the remaining cards, revealing 4 twos of various suits, completely cutting off Qin Yuan's chances of a straight, a deadlock. Old Sun and the dealer exchanged triumphant smiles. Now, how will you turn this around? Your straight is rendered useless. There is no hand greater than the triple aces. All routes were sealed off. Old Sun humbly declared, I have won. My apologies, Mr. Qin. Qin Yuan grinned, but I haven't revealed my bottom cards yet. Isn't it premature to draw conclusions? The stout man was the first to leap forward. Stop pretending. There's no hand larger than a triple aces unless you magically produce 4 cards for a bomb. Ha ha ha. This round is a guaranteed victory. Just admit defeat, young man. Such a pity, Qin Yuan replied, narrowing his eyes with a smile, for he was not one to resort to trickery with 4 cards. Yun Qianqi, reveal our bottom cards for them to see. As the bottom cards were unveiled, a flash of red emerged, 3 red jokers. The stout man immediately slammed the table, rising in disbelief. What the hell? Where did those jokers come from? Are you cheating? Qin Yuan stood up, glaring fiercely. You dare speak of cheating? From the cards to the table to the people, which aspect of yours wasn't he deceitful? Just tell me, do 3 jokers not surpass 3 aces? The stout man was at a loss for words. But your jokers don't conform to the rules. Rules? My rules are the rules. Old Sun stood up, equally furious. Mr. Qin, you are making this rather difficult for us. Difficult? Then let us not continue. Qin Yuan, with a single motion, lifted the 1-ton table and hurled it towards Old Sunday. Old Sun caught it effortlessly with his human form, his veins bulging, eyes ablaze. You insolent wretch. I will have you dead. But Qin Yuan, like a specter, instantly materialized beside him. Raising his fist, boom. In an instant, Old Sun's head exploded in a spray of blood, a crystal of insectoid essence falling to the ground. Old Sun did not even have a chance to transform into his insectoid form. A perfect-grade insectoid, defeated, instantaneously. It should be noted that this was a perfect-grade insectoid, a former dominant entity capable of facing hundreds alone. A formidable being beyond the capabilities of ordinary insectoids. Even 100 special forces would struggle against a perfect insectoid. Yet, before Qin Yuan, it didn't even manage a single move. .1 strike, and it was over. Gene feedback. Absorbed 5 activation points for the perfect gene. Leech. Qin Yuan's mythical genes remained dormant, as the quality of the opponent was simply too low. Moreover, the leech's survivability was not particularly impressive. Vanishing with a single punch, he had expected a formidable opponent, but instead, what was this? Outside, 20 private special forces had been waiting for some time, rushing into the room, unleashing a torrent of gunfire. Kill. Avenge Old Sun. Rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat. From outside, a cacophony of gunfire erupted, only to be met with an eerie silence a few seconds later. A silence akin to death, and no screams, no wails. Only an oppressive stillness and the nauseating scent of blood as crimson liquid seeped through the door cracks. Staining the carpet, thud, thud, thud footsteps echoed from within the room, yet emerging were not what they had expected. Neither Old Sun nor the special forces, but Qin Yuan, cradling Yun Qianqi in his arms, with a mere glance. Chaos ensued among the guests, who screamed and fled in terror. Qin Yuan bellowed, I have yet to say you may leave. Who dares to exit prematurely? The game is still afoot. The final gamble is upon us. And the stakes are your lives. Chapter 24. The final game. Outside the bar, the elderly man with white hair had been waiting for over an hour. After Qin Yuan left with the girl, there had been no news whatsoever. He paced anxiously, repeatedly glancing at the time on his phone, his mind racing with doubts. Could it be that he had been played for a fool? No, surely not. How dare he? He quickly dismissed the thought. After all, this was the territory of the Ma family. Who would have the audacity to toy with someone who had stolen the Ma family's young master's woman? 10 more minutes passed until the greasy figure of Xiang the Fat came looking for him. Old Luo, why are you the only one here? Where's the cargo? The white-haired old Luo was taken aback. Cargo? Didn't Lu Rini take it to young Master Ma? What are you talking about with these passerby names? Ah, Lou Runny, passerby B. What the hell? I've been played. The expression on the elderly man's face changed dramatically. His fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his flesh. Gritting his teeth, he exclaimed, Xiang the Fat, I've been duped. The cargo has been taken, but I am certain that those behind this are still in the casino. Let us hurry and find them. Old Luo, don't panic. Let me contact young Master Ma. When young Master Ma arrived at the casino's private room, he coincidentally ran into Qin Yuan, who had just emerged from a violent encounter. The unaware henchman charged forward. Who dares to cause a ruckus in our heavenly paradise casino? Qin, the young man, Ma Xiao, wept with greater sorrow, his voice rendered hoarse by his tears. However, Qin Yuan remained unmoved. First releasing the ragged young women, who were kindly instructed on the use of knives, taught how to slice meat into thin, delicate pieces, capable of inflicting 3,000 cuts without causing death. These techniques were hard-earned skills from a decade of apocalypse. Not easily shared. Over 100 young women attempted this, with the timid allowing the bolder among them to take the lead. Next came the young girls, then the boys and married women, until finally it was the men's turn. No need for politeness, just don't play to the point of death. Over 40 men took turns in the room, engaging in a game of poker with Ma Xiao, their cries of despair echoing incessantly. Ma Xiao continuously shouted, claiming to have seen his great-grandmother and encountered the divine. As Qin Yuan stepped out of the Ma family grounds, he noticed that Yun Qinshi in his arms had yet to awaken. And so he gently roused her. With me, left hand, right hand, in slow motion. Raise your hand. Clap, clap. Ah, what's wrong? Another nightmare? I don't know why, but my face feels hot and painful, as if I had been slapped twice. Qin Yuan smiled knowingly that it must surely be a nightmare. The Ma family has been destroyed, and you are now free. Do not allow yourself to be captured again. Next time you may not be so fortunate to encounter a kind-hearted person like me. Yun Qinshi gazed at Qin Yuan with a bashful expression. Brother Qin, I have nowhere to go now. May I follow you? Qin Yuan's expression shifted, disdain evident as he scoffed. No, your status is far too low. Come back when you have achieved perfection. You're merely a school beauty, pretty, but that won't fill your stomach. If you were a municipal flower, a provincial flower, a state flower, or even a national flower, I might reconsider. What status does a school beauty hold? And what status do I hold? With that, Qin Yuan turned, wings sprouting from his back as he soared into the sky, vanishing in an instant, leaving Yun Qinshi stunned in place. What is perfection? And why can Brother Qin fly? Is he truly an angel? Perhaps sent by the heavens to rescue me? Oh dear. Yun Qinshi hastily covered her flushed face, not out of shyness, but because her face hurt terribly, burning as if it had been struck twice with great force. This was the first time a dream had felt so real. The time had arrived at 5:55 p.m., 5 minutes earlier than planned. In the sky, Qin Yuan began to transform into his complete insectoid form, 6 obsidian wings sprouting from his back. He grew to a height of 3.3 meters, blue crystalline blades extending, glimmering like a blue-red gemstone in the glow of the evening sky. The ancient obsidian emperor ant shot through the dim sky towards the military base in Bin City. His intention was to summon the personnel from the Bin City base, lest they disrupt his plans. This evening, he aimed to further bolster his reputation in preparation for the forthcoming scheme, a prelude to a significant event about to unfold. At that moment, the Bin City military base was on high alert, the air raid sirens blaring as if a great threat loomed. The red alarms cast the entire base in a blood-red hue, and all hurried to don their armor and gather their weapons. Hurry, emergency assembly. In the command center, the base's defense minister, Gao Bing, arrived first. What is happening? Why has the first-level air defense alarm been activated? Are enemy aircraft approaching? The air defense chief stood at attention and reported. Colonel, an unidentified flying object is approaching our base at supersonic speed. Expected to arrive in 3 minutes. It cannot be ruled out that it is an enemy aircraft, currently using satellite imaging. Beep, 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 the satellite images appeared. The speed was too rapid to capture more than a blurry, shiny object, which did not resemble a fighter jet. What could it be? Regardless, its approach towards the military base could not bode well. Prepare for war. All weapons on standby. The nearby troops engaged in a cleansing operation were ordered to recall 5,000 personnel to defend the base. while the remaining 15,000 continued their extermination mission. The aide immediately relayed the orders. Time ticked by, and the entire base remained on high alert, countless cannons aimed southwest, awaiting the colonel's command to fire. Gao Bing stood in the air defense room, an inexplicable sense of unease gnawing at him. The personnel in the air defense unit warned, "It's here." A colorful streak blazed across the sky, a figure clad in blue crystalline armor hovering above the base. The colonel was momentarily taken aback. Yes, the ultra-critical insectoid. The Obsidian Emperor Ant, what is its purpose here? Could it be displeased with our cleansing operations and come to declare war? Clearly, the colonel had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation, as he issued a direct order. And no matter its intentions, any provocation at the Bin City base will be its greatest regret. Open fire! Bring it down, understood. The command was given, and the base erupted in gunfire. Rat-a-tat-tat, boom. Countless heavy weapons unleashed their wrath, rockets and anti-aircraft guns deployed, targeting the creature that trailed a long white tail into the sky. Qin Yuan coldly observed the incoming barrage of weaponry, spreading his arms to activate his genetic skill. The obsidian shield died in an instant. A perfectly rounded hive-like shield enveloped his form, with bullets striking its surface without causing even a ripple. As missiles hurtled towards him, upon contact with the shield, a brilliant white light erupted. Boom, boom. The sky illuminated with dazzling flames, thick clouds of white smoke billowing forth, accompanied by the relentless sound of explosions. On the ground, orange flames erupted from countless gun barrels, never ceasing, spent shells accumulating like a small mountain. The dark cannon mouths glowed red-hot as soldiers tirelessly reloaded their weapons. The entire Bin City military base was suffused with the acrid scent of gunpowder. Chapter 26, Divine Retribution. In the sky, after 10 minutes of artillery bombardment, the entire base was enveloped in the stench of smoke. Thick clouds obscured vision, making it impossible to lock onto the target. Inside the base's air defense monitoring room, Colonel Gao remained fixated on the screen, fearing he might miss a crucial shot, yet only smoke filled his view. Although he was unaware of the insectoid's intentions, preemptively eliminating it seemed prudent. After all, coexistence between insectoids and humans was impossible. Not of our kind. Their hearts must be different. He activated the life detection device to ascertain whether that creature was dead. With a series of clicks, the ground opened several ports, antenna-like devices extending towards the sky, green beams scanning the smoke for signs of life. Beep, beep, beep. Strong life energy detected. Reaction intensity exceeds level 5, classification. Ultra-critical biological entity. Beep, beep, beep. The intensity of the reaction continued to rise. Current reaction intensity undetectable. Detection was impossible. Level 1 equated to the energy of 100 individuals. Level 5 indicated over 500. Without 1,000 troops and heavy firepower, it would be impossible to handle such a threat. Levels 1 to 3 were dangerous species, Level 4 was high risk, and Level 5 classified as ultra-critical. There was no definition for entities exceeding Level 5. The base housed nearly 6,000 soldiers. Could they not subdue a single ultra-critical entity? However, the inability to detect the opponent necessitated careful consideration. Colonel Gao pondered for a moment before issuing the order. Attack. Continue the offensive. Suppress with firepower. Strike hard. We must annihilate this foe in Bin City today. We cannot allow it to grow stronger. All threats must be eradicated in the cradle before the order could reach the troops. An unforeseen development occurred outside eye in the sky. Qin Yuan remained suspended. Passive defense was not his style. It was time to counterattack. With a powerful flap of his wings, he dispersed the smoke, revealing his resplendent form. A voice filled with magnetic resonance echoed in everyone's minds. Mortals, feel the pain. His thoughts, however, were, Emperor's domain, activate. In an instant, an invisible ripple spread out, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sweeping over everyone present. All gazes turned blank as they were instantaneously drawn into a mental domain, subjected to torturous torment. The sheer number of individuals ensnared prevented Qin Yuan from killing them all. He could at most render them unconscious, given that his current genetic development level was only 4. The base, including the staff, numbered over 7,000, all succumbing in an instant. After incapacitating everyone, Qin Yuan hovered above, a ruler surveying his domain. Eliminating them was within his power, but the time was not yet ripe in Bin City. The generals leading their teams remained vigilant, monitoring the base's situation and dialing in. Static. This is the 1st Brigade. Calling headquarters. Calling headquarters. No response came. Lieutenant Colonel Lee surmised that the base was likely in dire straits. Contact the nearby units. All forces return for support. A heartfelt prayer rises within me. Oh, Chief of the base, may you find yourself in dire straits, preferably deceased. For if you were to perish, I would ascend to your position, would I not? Such circumstances unfold throughout the city, as they neglect the task of exterminating the insectoids. After all, with homes at stake, who has the luxury to clear out the wild monsters? Fall back. Swiftly retreat and relay the message to the surrounding troops. Everyone, fall back. The city's 15,000-strong army advances with great momentum towards the Bin City military base. Concurrently, the insectoid squad within the villa springs into action, racing towards the Ma family manor, a sprawling estate filled with villas and high-rise residences, all inhabited by the Ma family and their servants. The primary targets for the trio of tigers this time are the direct relatives of the Ma family and some nefarious henchmen. Their illicit dealings are well known in the underworld: drug trafficking, coercing individuals into prostitution, gambling schemes, human trafficking. They are notorious for their malevolent exploits, and their audacity has only grown, now daring to provoke formidable figures like Qin Yuan. They are clearly living on borrowed time. Thin Monkey, take 2 brothers and secure the doctors and nurses on the 2nd underground level of Black Street. I'll lead the others to capture individuals at the Ma family manor. Understood, boss. The gaunt elite mutant monkey, accompanied by an ordinary toxic caterpillar and a common toad, dashed towards Black Street, while the trio of tigers led the remaining 11 insectoids towards the manor. Although they traversed dark pathways, the sight of a large group of 2 to 3 meter tall creatures inevitably startled passers-by. Many, in their fright, wet themselves, and bystanders hastily alerted the authorities. But with the police and military preoccupied with the Bin City military base, all eyes were drawn there, even the city's journalists racing madly to cover what might become a nationwide sensation. The mutant beasts, moving with astonishing speed, reached the Ma family manor in a mere 10 minutes. Sensing the unrest, security measures had been considerably strengthened in recent days, with 8 guards stationed at the entrance, each wielding an AK rifle. The 4-meter-high walls posed little challenge for the insectoids. The trio of tigers opted for a flanking maneuver. Avoiding direct confrontation, let us climb over. Leading by example, the trio of tigers leapt over the wall, with the insectoids following suit. One after another, they landed with a thud, inevitably drawing the attention of patrolling guards. A beam of light swept over, causing the insectoids to instinctively shield their eyes. The imposing figures of the insectoids loomed before the humans. Who goes there? Good heavens! Not human. There are monsters. Enemy attack. Realizing their cover was blown, the trio of tigers abandoned stealth and roared, "Surround them! All insectoids, attack!" Chapter 27. Empty the magazines. Outside the Ma family manor, the insectoids launched their assault, brandishing nearby trees, trash bins, and even small cars as shields while charging at the guards. The ordinary insectoids, with a genetic development level only between 2 to 4, possessed the strength equivalent to 4 to 5 men, paired with their enormous size, creating an impact comparable to a rampaging rhinoceros. A single collision would spell doom for any ordinary person. The head of the guard team quickly grasped the situation, seizing his radio to call for reinforcements. "Open fire! Quickly, fire! This is the East Gate. We are under attack, requesting backup." The sound of gunfire erupted, instantly turning the first insectoid into a sieve. The second insectoid charged forward, pushing a small car that absorbed countless bullets. As it closed in, a multitude of insectoids leapt from behind the car, advancing with murderous intent. Kill, among them, a 7-spotted ladybug, emboldened by its armored shell, dispatched the most foes using weapons scavenged from the ground. It single-handedly took down 5 guards. A feat equivalent to slaying 13. Gazing upon the bloodied corpses, the 7-spotted ladybug couldn't help but lick its lips. Regrettably, the boss had forbidden any consumption of humans. There was an inexplicable allure to human flesh that beckoned the insectoids, a voice in their minds urging them to devour it. Yet, Brother Sanhu had cautioned against eating humans, as it would lead to genetic collapse. They could only consume fragments of insectoid genes. What a pity. Within the manor, the gunfire had ceased, leaving over 20 human corpses strewn across the ground alongside several insectoid bodies. The estate, expansive with thousands of acres, featured uneven terrain, and a large lake at its center had dried up due to the drought. Before long, the internal and external insectoid squads converged, and Brother Sanhu began to assess the casualties. Of the 13 insectoids, 6 had perished, 1 was gravely injured, and 6 sustained minor injuries. Only 6 insectoids remained combat-ready. The enemy likely retained hidden reserves. We must not let our guard down. The insectoid team split into 3 groups, launching an assault on the main fortress from the north and south sides. Adopting a 3x3 attack strategy, simultaneously, the head of the security team, Gu Zhan, led 20 men from the south gate to provide assistance. With no response from the east gate, it was presumed to have fallen. "Captain, do you mean to say the enemy is no longer at the east gate? Where could they be headed?" Gu Zhan pondered for a moment, deducing their objective, the direct relatives of the Ma family. "Let us reroute to the main fortress." All armed guards promptly adjusted their course toward the stronghold. The insectoid squad led by Brother Sanhu collided with the guards on their path. However, the insectoids remained concealed in the shadows while the guards brazenly drove their armored vehicles along the manor's concrete paths. Under the cover of night, 3 insectoids nestled within the crevices of a bridge, observing the armed forces approaching the main fortress. Brother Sanhu felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. What to do? For bulletproof SUVs and over 20 fully armed guards, this injured group of insectoids might not stand a chance. Were they to abandon their plan? Brother Sanhu's mind raced, swiftly concocting several viable strategies. Plan A: use the Emperor as a pawn to command the lords. Plan B: draw the tiger away from its mountain lair. You 2, create some noise to catch the guards' attention. I'll apprehend their leader. The 2 subordinates nodded in agreement. Understood, Brother Hu. The 3 insectoids scaled the wall and crossed the bridge to the opposite side. From a distance, they spotted the armed personnel arriving at the fortress entrance. The 2 insectoid subordinates, standing beneath a large tree, struck flirtatious poses, one hand resting on their ankles as they sensuously caressed their legs, casting alluring glances at the human guards, throwing coy winks before blowing kisses with their thick lips. Upon noticing them, the guards exclaimed, "Good heavens, how disgusting! Kill them!" The sound of gunfire erupted as several guards, gritting their teeth, wildly fired into the underbrush. On the other side of the house, the 3 insectoids reached their destination, launching a surprise attack on the guards amid the gunfire, successfully eliminating 2. As the remaining guards reacted, the trio momentarily retreated from the onslaught. Gu Zhan aimed to regroup his men, only to feel a chilling sensation at his neck. Brother Sanhu had stealthily maneuvered behind him, sharp claws pressed against his throat. In a cold voice, Brother Sanhu declared, "You are merely mercenaries. Is it truly worth sacrificing your lives for a meager wage? Have them lower their weapons." Gu Zhan remained resolute. "Humph, no problem. Everyone, drop your weapons." The guards exchanged glances, gradually lowering their firearms to the ground. Seeing this, Brother Sanhu wasted no time in revealing his intentions. "Today, I must take the Ma family members with me. The individuals I represent are not to be trifled with. Even the authorities dare not offend them." Gu Zhan's expression remained unchanged, yet tumultuous waves surged within him. The adversary knew of his affiliation with the Gu family and spoke so brazenly, implying that they were untouchable. What did it mean that even the authorities held them in high regard? Could they be of royal lineage? Regardless, preserving his life was of utmost importance, and my friend, Gu Zhan. "Concede. You may take the Ma family members." A dark-skinned woman, one of the 27 wives of the Ma family, overheard this and immediately objected, bursting forth from the house. She had yet to savor the luxuries of life and was unwilling to be taken away. "Gu Zhan, how dare you? It was you who promised to ensure our safety. If you dare to leave, I will expose all of Gu family's sordid dealings. None shall escape unscathed." Gu Zhan lowered his gaze, suppressing a sigh of exasperation. This fool, does she not understand the gravity of the situation? Effortlessly, he drew his AK-47, unleashing a barrage of bullets, emptying 30 rounds before reloading and firing again. "Why apologies, dear insectoid brother. I must clear away some refuse. Hope you don't mind." Brother Sanhu glanced at the muck on the ground, deeming it worthless to take back. "Suit yourself. The others inside are mine." Gu Zhan nonchalantly gestured. "Okay, The ancient family excels in the art of self-preservation. Slipping away, slipping away. Chapter 28. You? Still not qualified. Outside the military base in Bin City, the area within a kilometer is entirely sealed off by the army. No one knows what transpires within, yet from several kilometers away, one can discern the silhouette suspended in the air. The dark crystal emperor ant, which had recently ignited a frenzy across the internet. Its resplendent, deep blue crystalline form sparkles brilliantly, resembling a full moon standing majestically above the base, akin to a north star guiding the way, suspended in the night sky. Curiously, the military has taken no action against it. At this moment, near the military outpost, a photographer and a beautiful reporter are live broadcasting. Hello, everyone. This has been City Television, and I am Wu Qianqian. We bring you the second episode of Unveiling the World, where you can follow our lens for a real-time report on the Dark Crystal Emperor ant. As the camera continuously focuses and zooms, ultimately magnifying to 50 times while still maintaining 4K clarity, the Dark Crystal Emperor ant, transformed by Qin Yuan, is presented in astonishing detail to the people of Bin City. Its head resembles a purple ice crystal crown, adorned with slender, flowing antennae, and its mouth features two deep blue pincers. Its body is covered in sharp barbs and blue crystalline blades, while behind it unfurls 6 ethereal wings of dark crystal. The slender waist, disproportionate to its form, perfectly accentuates an inverted triangular shape. Truly, it is the epitome of a weapon of war. Noble, magnificent, and exuding an air of authority and menace. Wu Qianqian attempts to leverage her connections to gain access inside, but is informed by the soldier at the entrance that a lockdown order has been issued, barring anyone from entry. Then, a military vehicle brazenly drives in. Why can they enter? It is known that Wu Qianqian's grandfather is a general. Although retired, his connections are formidable. It would be an easy task to arrange for a mere soldier. The soldier awkwardly scratches his head, and just then, an officer emerges to explain to Wu Qianqian that is a general sent by the Central Command, here to negotiate with the Dark Crystal Emperor ant. Negotiate? As a third-generation military descendant, Wu Qianqian has recently learned some inside information regarding the insect people, which could be summarized in a single word: extermination. The higher-ups have only issued a cleansing plan, necessitating the annihilation of all insect people. Never has it been heard that an insect person could enjoy the privilege of negotiation. This exclusive news is bound to shock the nation. Wu Qianqian scans the surroundings and suddenly spots a familiar colonel. She dashes over, leaving the photographer behind. Uncle Zhang, it's me, Wu Qianqian. Colonel Zhang momentarily fails to recognize her, rifling through his memory, a surname of Wu, calling him Uncle. Wu Qianqian. Could she be that esteemed general's granddaughter? Please don't ask me for help again. Last time I assisted your father, I was confined for a week. Your family isn't a spy, are you? Here to cause me trouble? He resolves to frighten her away. You are the granddaughter of the old commander? All grown up now, come here for a hug from Uncle. Colonel Zhang approaches with an unseemly grin. Hey, you old lecher. I need your help with something. Help? That's fine, but you must promise me an unreasonable request. Seeing Colonel Zhang's sleazy demeanor, Wu Qianqian pulls out a golden token from her pocket. Upon seeing the token, Colonel Zhang immediately adopts a serious demeanor. Standing at attention and, after glancing around, lowers his voice to ask, how do you possess a general's order? Isn't this supposed to have been recalled? That's none of your concern. Seeing this token is akin to seeing a general. Now, take me inside. Wu Qianqian feels a pang of guilt but maintains a facade of calm. She cannot allow Colonel Zhang to discover the ruse. This token is merely a counterfeit, a replica for familiar faces. Even if it is discovered to be fake, it shouldn't pose much of a problem. Well, let me clarify, no filming allowed. Rest assured, I will go in alone. The photographer will remain outside. Without the camera, it's not as if I can't film. This is exclusive news. Why would I enter merely for a tour of the military base? Colonel Zhang, clearly taken aback by the cunning of a seemingly demure young woman, leads Wu Qianqian through the numerous layers of security, bringing her to the innermost part of the base. Inside the base, all the unconscious individuals have been transported to the hospital for emergency treatment. The dispatched lieutenant general has arrived at the monitoring room. General Chen is analyzing the footage of Qin Yuan battling within the base, assessing the enemy's capabilities. Adjutant, have the negotiation expert test the attitude of the Dark Crystal Emperor ant. Yes, sir. Shortly thereafter, the negotiation expert shouts into a megaphone. Your Excellency, Dark Crystal Emperor Ant, I am Joey Zhang, a special negotiation envoy of the Dragon Nation. May we descend to discuss matters in detail? You may present any conditions you desire. After a full minute, Qin Yuan responds, I do not like your voice. Send someone else to speak with me. This? Negotiator Zhou glances helplessly at the adjutant. The adjutant immediately steps forward, raising his voice to the sky. Your Excellency? Dark Crystal Emperor Ant, I am Major General Wang Xiaojia of the Imperial Headquarters. May we have a conversation? Another minute passes, and Qin Yuan replies once more, Major General of the Headquarters? Your rank is insufficient. Send someone else to speak with me. This is a Major General of the Headquarters. The declaration sends a wave of astonishment through the assembled crowd. What an audacious display! What arrogance from the Emperor Ant! Indeed, the Dark Crystal Emperor Ant possesses strength far superior to that of typical insect people. However, it remains merely an insect, with finite energy within. Should the military truly desire to eliminate it, deploying several intercontinental missiles would not be out of reach. Not to mention the nuclear weapons as a fallback. Even if thousands of troops were sent to besiege it in rotation, it might not withstand the onslaught. Theo claimed that a Major General of the Headquarters is unqualified? Such audacity is staggering. It must be noted that a Major General of the Headquarters is not comparable to an ordinary Major General. An ordinary Major General commands at most 30,000 to 50,000 armed forces, equipped with some conventional ground-to-air weaponry. A Major General of the Headquarters enjoys the authority of a regional lieutenant general, commanding between 100,000 to 200,000 troops and deploying intercontinental missiles. On the ground, Wang Xiaojia's fists clench tightly, his gaze seething as he looks skyward. What an audacious Dark Crystal Emperor Ant, showing such disregard for the generals of the Imperial Headquarters. Truly, it is boundless arrogance. Chapter 29. A bounty of 1.5 billion, Cataclysm of Ruin. Within the monitoring room, General Chen observes quietly, realizing the opponent is deliberately issuing a warning to the official organization, seeking to gain more advantage in negotiations. Is it? What a greedy individual. Greed is not to be feared. What is to be feared is the lack of desire. Money, power, beauty, delicacies. I can offer you all, but remember, what you consume now can be repaid in multiples in the future. Do they truly believe the Empire operates as a charity organization? Let us go. We shall meet with the Dark Crystal Emperor Ant leading several messengers and guards. General Chen steps out of the monitoring room and gazes skyward at the cerulean figure above. I am Lieutenant General Chen Dao from the Central Command. Your Excellency, Dark Crystal Emperor Ant, may we converse now? A Lieutenant General of the Headquarters? That's quite a high rank. Qin Yuan discerns that this is likely the highest official the government can dispatch at present. Generals typically do not leave the capital. Moreover, given the limited number of casualties he has inflicted, the official perception of danger is not high, while the threat level is comparatively significant. Qin Yuan speaks from the heights. I have but one request. Henceforth, Bin City shall be considered my territory, and all military forces must withdraw. General Chen furrows his brow, immediately rejecting the proposal. That is impossible, Your Majesty. Ant, this is a city? A city with a population of 7 million. While it may be considered a small city in the Dragon Nation, it certainly cannot be simply relinquished. This matter transcends mere population and territory. It is a matter of royal dignity. To cede territory would imply that the government has yielded to you, that they have softened and retreated. This is unthinkable. Should such an action be taken, where would that leave the faces of those members of the royal family who consider themselves descendants of the Creator? However, there is a compromise, if you are willing to join the imperial faction. The Chancellor promises to grant you the rank of Major General, and it would not be out of the question to designate Bin City under your domain. Qin Yuan comprehends the proposal. They are attempting to negotiate a surrender, so there is nothing to discuss then? Your Majesty. Ant, could you consider altering your conditions? Money, power, women? Anything you desire, you may propose. I will return in 6 days. And we can renegotiate. When the time comes, it will no longer be a simple negotiation. Without waiting for further inquiries from those below, Qin Yuan vanishes in an instant. Wu Qianqian discreetly puts away her phone, having once again captured a sensational headline, negotiating with the insect race. Once this matter is exposed, it will undoubtedly provoke a tremendous uproar throughout society. In the open space, General Chen let out a sigh. 6 days later, he pondered whether the current situation could still be maintained. Fearing that unforeseen events might arise, it is crucial to recognize that the insectoid beings are constantly growing stronger. Furthermore, according to the latest intelligence, several major cities are facing insect infestations so severe that the use of nuclear weapons may become necessary. He instructed his adjutant beside him to report immediately on the status of the Bin City military base, raising the threat level of the Ant King by another degree, now classified as a natural disaster. This incident has been designated as the Shattered Catastrophe, and he recommended that the authorities offer a bounty of 1.5 billion dragon coins for the capture of its head. Since pacification is not an option, the only solution is to eliminate it to prevent future calamities. Qin Yuan hastened to another location. The 99th floor of the EDD building, the gathering place of old dog Ma today. In his previous life, he had meticulously uncovered all of Ma's secrets in his quest for vengeance. Today marks the day for the alliance of several prominent families, and he must deliver a fitting tribute to them. On the 99th floor banquet hall of the EDD building, Ma Inbo, one of the event's organizers, had already received news of the incident at the casino and had summoned a multitude of enforcers to investigate. However, unbeknownst to him, his home had been invaded, and his family had been abducted to the Black Street. Tonight's banquet was of great significance to the Ma family, and Ma Inbo could not spare a moment. Greetings, everyone. I am Ma Inbo. The reason for inviting the 5 prominent families of Bin City today is to form a united alliance to collectively address the upheaval in Bin City. I believe everyone is aware of the recent military incursion into the city. The intention of the Ma family was to forge an alliance of the 5 major financial conglomerates to absorb smaller factions and external forces, ensuring their own survival in these tumultuous times. With the Ma family positioned at the forefront. Unfortunately, although the other 4 families showed interest, none were willing to relinquish their leading roles, leading to playful banter regarding the division of benefits. A seemingly innocuous jest may have served to probe each other's limits. If such a prominent figure should not be so unassuming, should they? Well, let us simply say I don't know. At that moment, a girl beside him whispered, approximately 3:16. The man in black was overjoyed. I know, approximately 3:16. A wicked smile spread across Qin Yuan's face. Incorrect. The correct answer is 3:16.2277660168379332. What the hell? This is outrageous. Everyone present was left in a dazed. To be precise to so many decimal places. Could this truly be within the realm of human capability? If you intend to kill him, just say so. There's no need for such roundabout ways. Chapter 31. Where is your knife? In the end, the man in black still sought to fight for his life, brandishing a hidden knife against the throat of the girl who had just revealed the answer to him. Although she had not answered correctly, let me go. Otherwise, I will kill her. Qin Yuan raised an eyebrow. Kill her? With what? Of course, with this knife in my hand. And where is your knife? The man in black looked down to find that the knife had transformed into a black serpent, startling him. Ah! With a swift motion, he flung the snake to the ground, unaware that the knife had somehow ended up in Qin Yuan's possession. Devour him, black serpent. Such scum is perfect for feeding pets. It saves on feed expenses. The black serpent leaped, burrowing into the man's eye socket. Moments later, as the man crumpled to the ground, his head struck the floor with a hollow thud. The others prostrated themselves, too afraid to move even an inch. They now realized that the figure before them was no savior. Rather, he resembled a judge from hell, eradicating all that he deemed sinful. At that moment, Sanhu descended after handling some matters above. My lord, how shall we deal with these humans? Shall we eliminate them all? Sanhu was uncertain of Qin Yuan's true feelings toward humanity. Honestly, he didn't care much for these inconsequential beings. As long as his family was safe, the lives of others mattered little. No. Sanhu, recruit these individuals and train them well. They may prove useful in the future, of course. Those wishing to leave may do so without restraint. Once I take control of Bin City, I will need a trustworthy group of capable individuals and fearless warriors. In terms of population, the more, the merrier. Someone must handle tasks like cleaning toilets. After all, there will surely be those with ulterior motives. We can gradually filter and cleanse once stability is achieved. After discussing the plan to recruit more personnel while the army was absent that night, Qin Yuan departed once more. Upon returning to the hotel, it was already past midnight. His plan to capture a mythical beast was imminent, and the thought of that special creature ignited a fervor within him. Once he secured the genes of that mythical beast, he could disregard nuclear weapons, achieving true invincibility in the world. The pressing matter was to continue enhancing his strength. It would be awkward if he encountered that mythical creature and found himself unable to contend with it. After all, it was an existence that could be termed a god-slaying mythical beast. Qin Yuan commenced his training for the day, sitting cross-legged on the bed, microscopically examining his genetic nodes, many of which began to illuminate on their own. His objective was to hasten the illumination of these nodes, one by one, 100 at a time, die in the microscopic realm. As his insect beast genes activated, he also perceived many unique genes, likely the arm genes and special skill genes lurking within him. Unfortunately, there was no time to activate them now. In the early days of the apocalypse, raw power was paramount. Supportive abilities would have to be set aside for the time being. By noon, the glaring sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Awakening Qin Yuan from his slumber, refreshed, he stretched lazily, noting his growth. Genetic development at level 6, basic humanoid strength at 60 tons, insectoid strength at 120 tons, and critical strike damage at 240 tons. This was achieved without resorting to mass slaughter. Were he to unleash a killing spree now, he was confident he could surpass 10 tons in a single day. However, it was unnecessary. The challenge of purifying immature genes was significant, not to mention the numerous mutation risks that could hinder the growth of mythic-level genes. Advancing to the second stage would require even greater time investment. If he possessed mature genes, not only would the insect beast genes grow faster, but the skill genes and arm genes would also develop. A genetic development level of over 50 indicated a fully mature gene sequence, and until then, Qin Yuan was not prepared to rely on the plunder of others' gene sequences for his growth path. He aimed solely to achieve that legendary primordial evolution. In his past life, he had heard a rumor. To attain primordial evolution, one must possess at least 51 purified genetic nodes in the first stage. If the total plundered gene count exceeded 50, the possibility of primordial evolution was utterly non-existent. Unfortunately, no one had succeeded in primordial evolution in his past life, rendering this notion a mere speculation or theoretical hypothesis. Qin Yuan smiled confidently. Hypotheses can eventually be transformed into reality. If primordial evolution truly existed, it would be up to him, this man with a mythic seed, to bring it to fruition. Dressed in his newly purchased attire, Qin Yuan reflected once more on the need to design battle gear. Changing outfits every time he transformed was rather cumbersome. If a pesky journalist happened to capture a glimpse of the great dark crystal emperor Ant in the nude, it would be quite the embarrassment. Clad in a light blue casual outfit, Qin Yuan set out once more, this time heading to one of the 5 major financial families, the Gu family, which managed security for various clans and officials, as well as the major hotels in Bin City. The Gu family was a centennial lineage with profound roots, incomparable to the Ma family, which had rapidly risen through the exploitation of human organs. Ultimately, the Ma family operated under the jurisdiction of the Gu family. Their bodyguards had to be members of the Gu family. However, the Gu family never interfered with the actions of other families. They remained aloof, practicing self-preservation, earning the nickname the Old Foxes of Bin City. As Qin Yuan approached the Gu Corporation building, he was intercepted by 2 security personnel, who, fortunately, were quite polite. "Sir, this is the Gu Corporation headquarters. Whom do you seek?" "I am looking for Gu Xiao, the patriarch of your family." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the 2 guards shifted dramatically. Chapter 32. World Annihilation. A mere 18-year-old dares to address the patriarch by name? Could he be the patriarch's illegitimate son? The burly security guard on the left, appearing to be around 30, halted the right-side rookie guard, who was about to inquire further. "Sir, please provide your name. We need to inform someone." Those employed at headquarters as security were no fools. The individual before them did not seem like a reckless idiot, hence his background must not be trivial. If he truly were the illegitimate son, it would be a significant upheaval. If he were merely a petty individual, then the Gu family's security team would teach him a lesson. Qin Yuan introduced himself. "I am Qin Yuan. Your patriarch may not know me. Out of consideration for your politeness, I want to follow protocol. You may simply faint." "Follow what protocol?" The old guard and the rookie guard were both left dumbfounded. "Imperial domain. Activate." A mental assault struck instantaneously. Both guards' eyes turned white, and they collapsed without a sound. Qin Yuan took advantage of this, unleashing his imperial domain to incapacitate all in his path. Just as he prepared to ascend to the second floor, He discovered that the elevator had ceased operation, with all cameras trained on him. Qin Yuan smiled and waved, "Hi, don't be afraid. I'm not a good person." Upon hearing this, those in the surveillance room felt even more alarmed. Meanwhile, on the 33rd floor, a knock echoed on the door of Gu Xiu's office. Knock, knock, knock. An individual rushed into the office. Patriarch, it's bad. Gu Xiu, seated by the floor-to-ceiling window, calmly perused a newspaper while leisurely sipping coffee brewed by his beautiful secretary. What is it? Why the rush? Enemy attack. The assailants have breached the building. What? How is that possible? This is the Gu family's headquarters. There are over 100 armed guards on the first floor alone. Gu Xiu questioned urgently. Which family dares attack us? And not a family. Not a family? Then it must be someone from the authorities. Have they discovered the Gu family's secrets? And not from the officials either. Then who? How many assailants? What heavy weaponry do they possess? Just one person. No weapons. Just a pair of hands. And his hands are still in his pockets. With his hands in his pockets, how could he possibly have made it up here? Is he using his tongue? Gu Xiu was furious. Was the surveillance room manager mocking him? Single-handedly? One person? With no weapons? Merely using a pair of fists? No. He hadn't even used his fists, with his hands in his pockets. He managed to take down over 100 of Gu family's meticulously trained armed soldiers. This was impossible. Absolutely impossible. Gu Qi, do you know the consequences of deceiving me? Patriarch, I, Gu Qi, speak with utmost sincerity. This person is an ability user. He is undoubtedly an ability user. An ability user? Gu Xiu frowned. I haven't heard of any ability users being this outrageous. Could it be the latest Evolved Plus version? Dispatch a special task force to intercept his advance. And summon a helicopter. Yes, the esteemed Patriarch, the ancient pond immediately withdrew to arrange for personnel to target Qin Yuan and to oversee the evacuation matters. Meanwhile, in the imperial capital of the Dragon Kingdom, a secret report hastily prepared overnight in Bin City arrived at the Chancellor's residence. This document meticulously detailed Qin Yuan's various abilities, comprehensive assessment data, and danger levels, even suggesting the potential use of nuclear weapons. Standing beside him, Eunuch Li read it aloud to the Chancellor, who reclined comfortably on a massive tiger-skin sofa, flanked by two enchanting maidens feeding him grapes. Once the letter was read, the Chancellor remarked, "This little ant indeed possesses some capabilities worthy of our attention. However, given that no significant casualties have occurred thus far, let us raise the bounty to 3 billion. It would be preferable for the insect people to engage in infighting. Increase the danger level to catastrophic, deny the nuclear request, and simultaneously dispatch a specialized extermination squad as a contingency to eliminate this little ant. Additionally, instruct General Chen to proceed to the capital of Nanguang Province to assess the insect disaster situation and initiate a nuclear pacification plan in the 4 most severely affected areas." Understood, Chancellor. Just as Eunuch Li was about to take his leave, the Chancellor called him back. Wait, since we are set to utilize nuclear weapons, let us send 2 to our neighboring Neon nation as well. Claiming it was a system error that caused them to be slightly off target. Eunuch Li hesitated for a moment, but voiced his concern. Chancellor, if we are to attack a foreign nation, should we not seek the Emperor's approval? I have already discussed sending a few nuclear warheads to Neon with His Majesty. However, that bunch of fools in the court will surely start gossiping again. By the way, tell young Chun to call directly in the future. Sending messages is such an antiquated practice. Every dynasty has its share of self-righteous literati, wielding the whip of moral superiority to lash out at every citizen of the Dragon Kingdom at the Insect People's Conference. A new video emerged, filmed by the 5th group leader, showcasing Qin Yuan single-handedly battling against 7,000 soldiers at a military base. This battle was nothing short of legendary. First, a blue crystalline light appeared above the base, followed by a cacophony of artillery fire, machine guns, cannons, counter-sniper fire, missiles. Even with over 10,000 insect soldiers present, they met their demise with bitter resentment. Yet, after a terrifying assault lasting a full 10 minutes, the smoke cleared, revealing Qin Yuan unscathed. At this moment, alongside the original 5 group leaders, 2 new insect group leaders joined the discussion group. All 6 insects were left dumbfounded. Group Leader 1. Is this an insect? Group Leader 2. You call this an insect? Group Leader 3. It feels like we are not of the same species. Group Leader 4. OMG. The Dark Crystal Emperor Ant. You are my deity. Group Leader 6 knew if we had this level of power, would we need to hide in every corner? The Imperial capital is practically sitting on my hot seat. Group Leader 7, new newbie reporting in. Who is this? Our Insect Lord? Chapter 33. Fair-skinned, beautiful, 36D long legs. The Insect People discussion group was engaged in an intense debate when the 5th group leader reminded them, it's not over yet. Let us watch until the end. The main event is still to come. The footage continued, revealing Qin Yuan unfurling his 6 wings, dispersing the surrounding mist, and emanating a terrifying aura, causing the video to abruptly turn to static. The second segment began, captured by the 5th group leader who had stealthily entered the base. All personnel lay unconscious on the ground, their weapons rendered inoperative. .1 strike. An instant annihilation of 7,000. What manner of monster is this? It is utterly terrifying. The 5th group leader explained, this second segment was filmed during my daring incursion into the military base. I suspect they suffered a mental attack. In the blink of an eye, everyone collapsed. I checked their breathing and heartbeats. They were alive but completely devoid of combat capability. Group Leader 1. Why didn't you finish them off? The Empire is tyrannical. They all deserve to perish. Group Leader 2. Does this Emperor Ant need a son? I wish to adopt him as my foster father. Group Leader 6. Send coordinates. I want to join too. The 5th group leader articulated his thoughts. This is the strongest insect I have encountered. His power rivals that of a small army, and he harbors no deep-seated hatred for humanity. We could bring our families to seek refuge with him. Of course, this is merely my current idea. I will find a way to meet him tonight to confirm some matters and relay the latest news to you. If I go silent after tonight, do not come to Bin City to search for me. Stay far away. Remember, at present, Qin Yuan was in human form, but his strength surpassed that of yesterday, easily ascending to the 11th floor through mental attacks. However, he realized a drawback. Moving while maintaining his domain was genuinely exhausting, as the domain itself was centered at a specific location. Continuous movement equated to constant re-establishment, leading to significant energy expenditure with little efficiency in combat. Emperor's domain, disengage. Qin Yuan stretched his neck, deciding it was time to loosen up. He had nearly forgotten the martial skills of the apocalypse. The game began. Just then, 12 fully armed Special Forces soldiers appeared in the corridor. Upon spotting Qin Yuan, they assumed a defensive posture, refraining from immediate attack. Qin Yuan glanced at them with a teasing expression. Come on, let us engage in some close-quarters combat. Humans, insectoids, extraterrestrial beings, there was little distinction for him now. They were merely toys. The Special Forces attempted to launch tranquilizer rounds to subdue Qin Yuan, but he effortlessly evaded them with rapid movements. Finding it lacking in thrill, he even closed his eyes. Let us see if you can keep up. The Special Forces could not tolerate such humiliation and promptly switched to lethal ammunition, unleashing a barrage of fire. Rat-tat-tat. The moment the gunfire erupted, Qin Yuan activated his heightened senses. It was as if he had gained celestial insight, preemptively predicting all attacks, sauntering upward, dodging with a speed that left countless afterimages in his wake. In mere seconds, he was face to face with the squad leader. How is that? Not too shabby, right? Not just not too shabby. It's utterly inhuman. The squad leader, clearly trained for composure, managed to ask, how did you achieve this? It's not just about having legs, right? Don't you have legs? The others, damn. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Before Qin Yuan could respond, the sound of helicopters echoed from outside. They're on the rooftop. We cannot allow the head of the Gu family to escape. Their base is a well-guarded secret. Once he escapes, capturing him will be nearly impossible. Thus, Qin Yuan ceased his play, transforming directly into his true form, the ancient dark crystal emperor ant with a flurry of wings. A fierce gust swept through, knocking everyone against the walls and leaving them with broken bones, unable to open their eyes. Boom! A deafening crash ensued. When they opened their eyes again, Qin Yuan had vanished, leaving only a large circular hole in the wall as proof of their encounter. The squad leader stared at the gaping hole, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his mind racing with 1,000 thoughts. This was what the higher-ups referred to as an ordinary intruder. Hell, the Special Forces team was obliterated. At this moment, Gu Xiao had boarded the helicopter, which roared to life as it took off. However, merely a human scoundrel. To phrase it more delicately, one could say it is support. In reality, It is merely an attempt to subsume the Gu family as their subordinate clan for their own purposes. Gu Xiao, astutely perceiving the underlying implications of the other party's words, understands that they wish for the Gu family to submit to the Anjing Emperor Ant. Although he is reluctant, the current circumstances leave him little choice but to avoid open confrontation. Your Majesty Ant King, while I remain indifferent, the elders of my clan must deliberate, as this is a matter of great consequence for our family, and I cannot decide unilaterally. Very well, but let me make one thing clear. Do not attempt any clever tricks with me. Otherwise, I shall annihilate the Gu family in an instant. I can simply invest a bit more time in nurturing another family. As the century-old financial conglomerate of Bin City, the Gu family possesses a far deeper understanding of the catastrophic insect king. Setting aside Qin Yuan's ability to obliterate everything with his laser rays, even his formidable physique, which can withstand 10 minutes of bombardment, is beyond the Gu family's capacity to confront. Upon connecting the call, after a brief discussion among several clan leaders of the Gu family, the elders, although vehemently opposed to opposing the authorities, are even more fearful of the lawless orphan insect king, Qin Yuan. They find themselves at a loss. The insect faction and the official faction engage in heated debate, ultimately arriving at a compromise. Your Majesty Ant King, our Gu family shall provide a batch of nameless assassins along with a supplementary 300 million dragon coins. Would this arrangement be satisfactory? In essence, this means they do not wish to partake in the conflict between you and the authorities, remaining neutral, as is customary for the Gu family, preserving their own safety. Even as the tide of the times approaches, they choose to safeguard their own territory, a strategy of survival in peaceful times. Such a choice may not seem egregious, but in an apocalyptic era, possessing abundant resources without a protective ally teaches one the harsh realities of the law of the jungle. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Yuan agrees, certainly. Just ensure you do not regret this decision later. Now allied with him, they are merely the veterans of a newly acquired domain. Should they seek refuge in Bin City later? Apologies, but they can only be regarded as opportunistic fence-sitters, unworthy of significant trust. Moreover, all resources from the Gu family must be evenly distributed among my warriors. In the end, they will all belong to me. However, Gu Xiao harbors a differing opinion. Currently, the number of insect people is limited. Once the authorities suppress them, a death sentence awaits all. The risks and rewards are clearly disproportionate. Only a fool would invest their entire fortune in allegiance to an insect. Regret? Dream on? Ultimately, both parties reach an agreement. The Gu family will provide 100 assassins and 300 million dragon coins to Qin Yuan, while the Gu family secures 2 months of protection from the insect king. The Gu family is indifferent to the notion of 2 months of protection. To them, those 100 assassins are merely a gift to Qin Yuan. As long as there are no conflicts between them, all shall be well. Once the funds are transferred, Qin Yuan departs alone, while the Gu family will deliver the 100 assassins to the designated location he provided that time. San Hu will integrate them into a special unit. Next, they proceed to the Wu family. The Wu family, a military clan, stands as the unrivaled first family of Bin City. Even many dignitaries from the province treat the Wu family with utmost respect. This family is composed of ambitious individuals, destined to become the undisputed power in the entire Luoan province, an iron-fisted warlord. The Wu family operates on a different level than the other 4 families. With their core members primarily residing in Luoan province, only an elder and his youngest son remain in Bin City. The main objective of seeking the Wu family is not subjugation but collaboration, leveraging their military strength to swiftly acquire desired resources and intelligence. Behind the Bin City municipal government lies a retro-style courtyard, reminiscent of the Su-style courtyards of Earth's past. Outside the main entrance stand 2 security guards. Appearing harmless, yet their keen gazes and formidable physiques reveal they are veterans of special forces. Qin Yuan's arrival catches them off guard. They had not noticed when he arrived or how long he had been standing at the entrance. "Hey, kid, what do you want?" The demeanor of the soldier is far less cordial than that of the guards, clearly exuding confidence in their own abilities. Looking for someone. Looking for whom? Wu Qianqian. A friend of the young lady? Please wait a moment. I'll give her a call. By the way, what is your name? Just tell her I am called Anjing. She will be here shortly. Anjing? Isn't that a level in gaming? Are you perhaps a gaming friend of the young lady? Though the retired soldier is puzzled, he obediently relays the message to the young lady. Miss, there's a man named Anjing looking for you. All right. I will definitely keep him here. How polite. I shall be very courteous. In less than 10 minutes, a limited edition pink Maserati screeches to a halt at the entrance. The first thing to catch the eye is a pair of legs nearly 1 meter and 10 centimeters long. As an OL-clad goddess steps out of the vehicle, with her short, sharp hair and an oval face, her sun-kissed skin radiates vigor and poise. Hello, I am Wu Qianqian. It is a pleasure to meet you. Are you here regarding the Anjing Emperor Ant? How much do you want? Just name your price. After a brief handshake, observing Wu Qianqian's eager eyes, Qin Yuan feels a tinge of awkwardness. It appears she mistakenly believes he possesses information to sell. She is unaware that he is the Emperor Ant himself. Clearly, the Gu family has not disseminated this information. Qin Yuan has seen reports of Wu Qianqian. He recognizes her through online platforms. The photos and videos she posts are meticulously edited to showcase her most attractive angles. Although they are swiftly removed by the authorities, nevertheless, she consistently shares updates about the Anjing Emperor Ant and has even established a fan club and various support groups, making Wu Qianqian his #1 fan. As they enter the courtyard, reminiscent of a Suzhou garden, the air is filled with the sounds of chirping birds and fragrant blossoms. Upon entering, 2 centennial pine trees greet them, and a pond in the center is home to numerous beautifully colored fish. Traversing the stone bridges within, one can distinctly feel the essence of nature. Miss Wu, I have come primarily to see the elder of the Wu family to discuss an urgent matter. Wu Qianqian blinks in surprise. Huh? Aren't you here to sell me information? Why seek my grandfather? Qin Yuan transforms his hand into a half-insect form, revealing the Anjing claws, thus establishing his identity. There is no need for him to conceal himself when his strength speaks volumes. Feigning weakness is reserved for adversaries, not partners in collaboration. Without demonstrating some prowess, how can one discuss cooperation? As the Anjing claws emerge, Wu Qianqian's eyes widen in shock, and she instinctively covers her mouth. Goodness! You are actually the Emperor Ant? Indeed. Qin Yuan decides to unfurl his Anjing wings, morphing into half-insect form. You are the Anjing Emperor Ant. Is this for real? In disbelief, she realizes that the Anjing Emperor Ant she has tirelessly pursued is, in fact, a human. Is it possible for insect people to revert to human form? However, the urgent matter at hand is, Anjing Emperor Ant, could you grant me an autograph? I am your fan. After comprehending Qin Yuan's intentions, Wu Qianqian promptly leads him to the main courtyard entrance. Qin Yuan can't help but inquire, do you trust me this readily? Aren't you afraid I might be a villain? His reputation with the authorities is hardly commendable. Even if not outright criminal, it is unlikely to be favorable. The fact that she brings him directly to the elder's residence feels overly convenient. Wu Qianqian, however, seems unconcerned. What difference does it make? With your capabilities, even 7,000 people couldn't stop you. My little courtyard, with just a few dozen individuals, would be akin to inviting death by opposing you. It's better to be straightforward. This Wu Qianqian appears to know him quite well. Haha, you certainly have a keen understanding, rest assured. I harbor no ill intentions and will not harm any members of the Wu family. With that, Qin Yuan steps inside the house, emerging around 5 in the evening. During his visit, someone delivers a pen and several pages of contracts, the details of which remain shrouded in secrecy. When they exit, it is evident that both parties are satisfied with the outcome of their discussions. Qin Xiaoyu, it is getting late. Why not stay for a meal? Oh, I couldn't possibly impose. What are we having for dinner? Today, we have air-freighted goose paws from the country of goose, emperor crabs, and giant lobsters, along with my long-preserved national banquet fin wine. After a hearty meal, they leave, and it is already 8 in the evening when Wu Qianqian personally escorts Qin Yuan back to his hotel. As they bid farewell downstairs, he notices something amiss. A strand of hair that had been resting above his room's doorway has mysteriously fallen to the ground. Has someone entered my room? A thief? No, wait. This scent resembles that of an insect person, yet also bears a human quality. A perfect-grade insect person. Where could there be so many perfect-grade insect people? At this early stage of the apocalypse, elite-grade insect people are already scarce, let alone the higher tiers above them, culminating in perfect-grade. In the past, perfect-grade insect people were formidable forces in their own right. In this life, he has already encountered 5. The brain insect on the plane, Sanhu, the casino Sunlao, and Black Snake. A total of 5 perfect-grade beings. Including the creature that is currently exploring its surroundings, there are a total of 6, although some of them are perfect-grade yet not fully activated. It remains an unusual occurrence for so many perfect-grade insectoids to appear in a single city at the onset. This could either indicate the presence of a significant treasure that has drawn them here, or perhaps there has been an unforeseen upheaval in this world. Regardless, it does not bode well for me. Supersense. Activate. In an instant, my vision expands to a full 360 degrees, effortlessly penetrating the walls to observe every movement within the room, even catching sight of a couple downstairs engaged in cosplay. Inside the room, a woman with golden hair and blue eyes is lounging on the sofa, her legs crossed as she plays with her phone. Standing at 1.72 meters tall, she appears to be around 19 years of age, with an international size of 75E and an English size of 34E, her legs measuring 107 centimeters in length. Her skin is fair with a hint of pink, her eyes clear yet harboring a playful glint, a high-bridged nose, and an oval face adorned with delicate willow leaf eyebrows. She seems to be of mixed heritage. I scrutinize her from head to toe but find it impossible to discern whether she is an insectoid. Perfect-grade insectoids can effectively conceal their presence, masquerading as ordinary humans. However, this skill is rather sophisticated and requires extensive time for exploration. Only a select few geniuses can master it effortlessly. As long as she is not a special ability phantom beast, she can be easily dealt with. By the way, do not underestimate any phantom beasts. Their abilities are diverse and peculiar, with some even possessing luck-related powers that can bring misfortune upon merely gazing at them. I swipe my card and enter. Click. As the door swings open, the mixed-race beauty raises her gaze with a smile and greets me. "Hello, Your Excellency, the Dark Crystal Emperor Ant." I raise an eyebrow, taken aback. This is the first time someone has discovered my identity without my self-disclosure. "Who are you?" I inquire, for I have never encountered this individual before. She is a complete stranger. Why would she seek me out? A woman, and a rather beautiful one at that. Could it be that she is attracted to me? Chapter 36. The world awaits inside the room. The golden-haired beauty introduces herself. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Jean Lina, hailing from Heiji City. Did no one inform you that barging in uninvited is quite impolite?" "Apologies, Your Excellency, the Dark Crystal Emperor. I mean no offense, I have come to present you with a gift." "What kind of gift?" 2000 insectoids.0. "Do you require assistance with something?" So, she is merely delivering laborers. 2000 insectoids can be considered a substantial resource in the early stages. I find it hard to believe she would offer them to me without ulterior motives. However, Jean Lina shakes her head. There are no conditions attached. The current plight of ordinary insectoids is dire. We hope that a powerful individual will rise to lead our kind and protect our families. But before that, I have a few questions for which I seek your definitive answers. I pull over a chair and take a seat opposite Jean Lina. "Very well, but after I answer, I require your assistance with a certain task." "What task?" "To serve as my attendant for a week and ensure my safety." Jean Lina arches her brow and smiles alluringly. "Are you jesting? With your current strength, you hardly require protection. You are a natural disaster, capable of obliterating an entire city. Due to personal reasons, I need your cooperation. Fear not. It is merely a nominal guardianship. If true enemies arise, I will naturally intervene." "Very well, I accept. I will serve as your attendant for 7 days. However, I must clarify that I am not combat-oriented and lack considerable fighting prowess." "Understood. Proceed with your questions." Jean Lina sips her iced coffee and poses her first inquiry. "I would like to know how you plan to arrange for humanity once you unify Bin City. Many among the insectoids are anti-human factions advocating for insectoid supremacy, calling for the extermination of humanity or treating them as livestock. However, for those like Jean Lina, who have transformed into insectoids while their families remain human, the idea of slaughtering humans and allowing the insectoids to dominate the world is unacceptable. It is imperative to ascertain Qin Yuan's stance before proceeding with any plans. Arranging for humanity? I have pondered this matter as well as the only insectoid who is fully aware of the future trajectory. I am privy to the second and third waves of insectoid transformation. Humanity will also undergo genetic evolution. The future is one of coexistence among myriad races. There is no need to focus solely on humanity. The vision must be grand. Insectoids shall take precedence, while all other races will be captured as subordinates and servants. Those who comply will receive rewards, while those who defy will face severe consequences. Should they shed tears, they may even summon a great angel. However, I have always treated my subordinates with kindness, I will categorize humanity. The immediate family of insectoid leaders will enjoy the highest privileges, while the families of fallen insectoid warriors will receive secondary benefits. Humans who make significant contributions to the base will enjoy citizenship and safe housing, while law-abiding and diligent humans can live securely. Criminals among humanity will face harsher penalties. Drug trafficking, human trafficking, and sexual assault will all be punishable by death. The minimum age for criminal responsibility will be lowered to 2 years. Offenders aged 2 and above will not receive leniency. Death sentences will be enforced where warranted. Individuals with mental illnesses will possess equal rights to those of ordinary citizens. Crimes will result in execution. Anyone daring to bully humans within my territory will be executed without mercy, including those unscrupulous nobles and their white-skinned slaves. The threshold for justifiable self-defense will be raised. If an enemy exhibits intent to attack, the counter-striker will be deemed innocent, but deliberate provocation to kill is prohibited. Moreover, I have considered legal, political, economic, and cultural aspects. Of course, the ultimate authority for interpreting all regulations lies with me. This encompasses my views on humanity and the future laws of Bin City. Any further inquiries? Jean Lina focuses on 2 points. 1. The immediate family of insectoid leaders will enjoy the highest privileges. And 2. The families of fallen insectoid warriors will receive secondary benefits. These are matters of direct interest to both insectoids and humans, and she is most keenly aware of the privileges she stands to gain. It seems the Dark Crystal Emperor Ant has made prior arrangements. Your Excellency, I have one last question. What are your ambitions? Ambitions? As I reflect on my past life, the memories resurface, painful recollections. I was weak then, both in spirit and body, merely surviving in an apocalyptic world, subsisting on insect flesh and drinking beast blood. The extraterrestrial insectoids invaded, mercilessly slaughtering humanity and all life on Earth, their screams echoing through the skies. Blood-staining rivers. After countless brushes with death and seeing my companions fall one by one, surrender seemed the only option. Yet, I chose to resist, ultimately leading to my demise. I have no desire to relive those agonizing experiences. I wish for the ones I love and myself to be spared further suffering. This time, I shall live differently. With violence, I will quell violence. Those who block my path shall face my wrath. I will strike down gods and Buddhas alike that I ponder for 3 full minutes before responding. I seek to wield the world for my own purposes. I desire to grasp the strength of the entire globe in my hands and drive it like a blade into the heart of the insect god. I will sound the horn of counterattack against the invading extraterrestrial insectoids. I want the entire universe to fly the banner of my Qin. Beneath the heavens, all land is the king's. On every shore, all subjects are his. Will anyone dare defy? Then let them face me. Jean Lina is taken aback by my grand aspirations. If there is anyone capable of unifying the universe, it must be Lord Qin Yuan. Your Majesty, I have completed my inquiries. Thank you for your candid revelations. It is evident that Qin Yuan's approach is rooted in sincerity. There is no sense of embellishment in his declarations. However, I cannot shake the feeling of having been somewhat satiated. Well then, beautiful Jean, remember to visit my room tomorrow at 10 a.m. The hunting plans are about to commence. Subsequently, Jean Lina finds herself forcibly ejected from the room, chair and all, with the excuse that she has interrupted my cultivation. Cultivation? With such a stunning beauty before you, you still have the presence of mind to cultivate. Jean Lina, having lived both domestically and internationally for 19 years, has always been the center of attention wherever she goes. She has never experienced such treatment before. In a moment, she is left feeling somewhat disillusioned, stomping her foot outside the door. Humph! To treat me so rudely. What an unrefined individual, devoid of appreciation for beauty. You should reflect on your genetic origins. Such contrasts stir a ripple within Jean Lina's heart. Next time, I shall conquer you with force. Chapter 37. Phantom Beasts. The capture plan begins with my eyes closed. I sit cross-legged on the bed, diligently practicing. As a man with exceptional focus, I can double my training speed when fully immersed. If I can practice, I shall never sleep. Diligence is my secret to success. Pop! The sound of a bubble bursting jolts me awake from my reverie. When did I fall asleep? Was I too engrossed in my cultivation? There is no possibility of slacking off. I must have been too earnest. I readjust my state of mind. To capture that special phantom beast, I must ensure perfection in my preparations. After all, that creature is exceptionally formidable. Its genes are as formidable as if they were cheating. The immediate priority is to elevate oneself to the pinnacle of potential and then, according to the plan, to seize victory in one fell swoop. The training continues. The microcosm has illuminated over 60,000 genetic nodes. Resembling a miniature galaxy, shimmering in the darkness, Qin Yuan persists in igniting nodes, enhancing genetic development. 1, 2, 100, 999. The following morning, the sky was overcast, casting a gray pall over the entire city. Outside, the howling winds resonated, and a chill permeated the room, mingling with the scent of nearby insects and beasts. The calm before the storm. With a deep breath, Qin Yuan opened his eyes, an extraordinary confidence igniting within them. He exhaled a long breath of stale air. After a night spent tirelessly developing genetic nodes, his internal genetic growth had reached 9 in his humanoid form. He possessed a strength of 90 tons. With a critical strike of 180 tons in his insectoid form, his strength swelled to 180 tons, with a critical strike of 360 tons. What does this signify? Consider that a small sedan weighs merely 1.5 to 2 tons, a bus 10 tons, and even a heavy truck only reaches 20 tons. An armed tank weighs between 40 to 50 tons, and even the heaviest tanks cap out at 80 to 90 tons. Qin Yuan could treat a heavy tank as a mere toy, capable of effortlessly pulling a train with his normal strength and kicking a bus aside as if it were a ball. Moreover, he harbored genetic energy within, the very source of the insectoid's might, with mythic-level genetic energy far surpassing that of ordinary insects, yielding an output of power that was in a league of its own. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed, and Qin Yuan opened the door to reveal Jean Lina, accompanied by a man who was none other than San Hu had been waiting for some time. The two offered simultaneous bows. "Good morning, my lord. Greetings, your majesty Ant King." Qin Yuan merely cast a casual glance, nodding in acknowledgement before imparting the purpose of their gathering. "We shall first go to meet someone. Today, an exceedingly important task awaits you both. Your role will be that of bait. The illusory beast species are notoriously cunning, and what we aim to capture this time is a variant known as the Godslayer species. An exceedingly powerful existence. Should they detect a figure of Qin Yuan's caliber among us, they would undoubtedly shy away, opting instead to flee. If we allow it to develop further, the future of the Blue Star would be perilously endangered. The Godslayer species is not merely a name without substance. My plan is to have the subordinates of the superior and perfect species act as bait, essentially offering themselves up to lure it out to achieve our goal. If we can capture it, everything else will fall into place. Follow me." With that, Qin Yuan transformed into a towering 3-meter-5 tall dark gold emperor ant, unleashing his strength in insectoid form. He promptly retracted all the spikes and hooks from his body, lifting both individuals with a hand and soaring into the distance. Their speed was astonishing in the sky. The two were compelled to shift into insectoid form merely to withstand the friction of the air. The powerful winds contorted their faces and rustled their clothing. Jean Lina morphed into an unfamiliar special reconnaissance insect, her size increasing to 1.88 meters, while her limbs transformed into the lethal blades of an insectoid. Whoosh! The trio gradually departed the city, traversing lush forests until they halted above a dense thicket, gazing down upon a large, grayish-brown horned beetle. None other than the long-awaited unicorn beetle. It waved its arms, its face alight with delight, brandishing an unusually large mutated wild goat. "Welcome, my lord. Hee. This is a gift I have prepared for you." Upon seeing the nearly 400-pound wild goat, Qin Yuan swallowed hard. This was the flesh of a mutated beast, an invaluable treasure in the apocalypse. He had never tasted the meat of such a creature in his lifetime. "Just in time, as I was feeling a bit hungry. Let us eat while we converse." San Hu and the unicorn beetle took charge of roasting the goat, while Jean Lina attended to Qin Yuan, massaging his legs and back. Before long, the goat was ready, and the four gathered around the fire, with Qin Yuan elaborating on the day's plan. Tonight's operation is dubbed the Phoenix Capture Plan. According to reliable sources, a fire phoenix will lead a horde of insect beasts to assault Binching Technology University this evening. It will first dispatch perfect-grade insect beasts as scouts. If the perfect insectoids fail to handle the situation, and it believes it can succeed, only then will it intervene. Thus, our strategy is as follows. First, Unicorn Beetle, You have a penchant for rescuing individuals, so your task is to save students, engage insectoids, and confront perfect-grade insectoids individually. If you cannot prevail, simply retreat. The unicorn beetle opened its mouth to speak but hesitated. Wishing to avoid further mention of its past heroic deeds, I no longer enjoy rescuing people. At least not those fools. Second, Sanhu, you are responsible for monitoring the reconnaissance insects among the insect race. Their presence at the Technology University is not merely for killing. They certainly seek something of value. Should you discover what they are after, seize it immediately to coax the illusory beast into revealing itself. Third, Jean Lina, your duty is to trace the whereabouts of the illusory beasts. Upon making a discovery, signal me at once. I will provide each of you with a flare. Only when encountering the illusory beast species can it be activated. I must stress that this illusory beast is of paramount importance to me. Even if you perish, I will not intervene until it has emerged. We must ensure the plan is infallible. Understood. 3 Qin Yuan turned to Jean Lina. You are not a combat type. Take the little black serpent with you for your protection. The reconnaissance insect Jean Lina is the key to locating the illusory beast species. My supersensory range is limited and unsuitable for tracking. Otherwise, I would simply take the field myself and dominate. Upon hearing this, the little black serpent reluctantly departed from Qin Yuan, climbing onto Jean Lina's wrist. What a lovely little black snake. I always thought it was merely an ornament of yours. Lord Ant King, what time shall we commence our operation today? To be honest, Qin Yuan was uncertain of the exact time in his previous life. He only recalled that the insect beast invasion at the university began around 5 in the afternoon, resulting in a death toll exceeding 10,000. They typically initiated their attack at 6. Arriving too early would risk alerting the enemy, while arriving too late could allow the illusory beast to escape. Going early might save lives, but in war, casualties are inevitable. If he did not join the others, it would be a true tragedy, a veritable hell on earth. It is worth mentioning that today alone, there have been several incidents of insect beast attacks in Bincheng. Even in the neighboring Yuan City, Qin Yuan School faced an insect beast invasion as well. Beep, beep, beep. Just as he contemplated his school, his counselor called. Chapter 38. A calculation. Qin Yuan glanced at the caller ID. Counselor. Xieting. A gentle-voiced man surfaced in his mind. His appearance was a solid 90 out of 100. Perhaps a third of what the readers might envision, and he shared a close relationship with Qin Yuan and the others. They often played a game called King of Glory together, achieving notable success as a 5-man team known as the Death Train. If memory served him correctly, he would fall victim to tonight's insect beast assault. In his previous life, he had avoided disaster by missing the evening's event due to illness. Very few students from his class survived. Hello, Xie boss. Is there something you need? Qin Yuan, haven't seen you in days. Our college is hosting an event tonight. Are you not coming to watch? There are some exciting performances, and the campus belle Zhang Tian will be dancing. Hot dance, you say? Zhang Tian, such an ancient memory. Every student has someone they admire. Perhaps they are not perfect, yet at a certain moment or period, they become irreplaceable. Zhang Tian was Qin Yuan's secret crush from his previous life. Not only the belle of the dance department, but also the campus beauty. However, those were bygone days. Did she still deserve his attention? Qin Yuan picked his nose. Old Xie, do you believe me? Huh? I believe. I believe in ghosts, you old rascal. Qin Yuan, solid proof. Old Wang's mind is still intact. He hasn't been replaced by an insect beast. I'm serious. You might find it unbelievable. My grandfather was a fortune teller. Before he passed, he left a prophecy stating that on October 3, 2035, at 7 in the evening, a calamity would strike at Yuan City Biological Technology University, specifically in the indoor gymnasium of the engineering college. Wow. Xieting was taken aback. Is the timing really that precise? Today, of all days, at our school. Qin Yuan continued, regardless, just take the day off at home. Even if nothing happens, you won't lose out. Consider it a day of relaxation. Is that true? You sound rather ominous. Is your grandfather really a fortune teller? Believe it or not, he met an untimely end at the age of 95 for revealing too much. A tragic fate. This is a result of the life he expended to discern it. You must seize this opportunity. Click, the call ended. Far away at the Yuan base, Xieting had initially been skeptical of such superstitions, but Qin Yuan's earnest tone began to gnaw at his apprehensions. What if it were true? After all, it was merely one day. Moreover, He had already seen the rehearsal for the hot dance. With a determined bite of his lip, Xie resolved, "Fine, I will trust you this once. But if you dare deceive me, I will expose your browser history to the public." Ding dong. Upon glancing at his phone, he discovered that Qin Yuan had transferred 100,000 Longhua coins, with a note stating, "Remember not to stay at school today. I'll cover the expenses. Treat the whole class to a meal." This act represented Qin Yuan's final gesture of kindness towards his former classmates. As for his close friends, he had already made arrangements, gifting each of them a complete set of gaming skins and the latest high-end computer, declaring that they could simply stay at home and indulge in gaming, with all expenses covered by him. The illustrious Qin, no questions asked. It was simply a matter of wealth and whimsy. Xie did not accept Qin Yuan's transfer, as his family was affluent enough to afford a class meal. Utilizing his connections, he communicated with the authorities, swiftly obtaining approval for the entire new materials class to dine out. However, the request to cancel the evening's event was denied. Ultimately, Xie grew concerned that something might go awry that night and discreetly sent a message in the college group chat using a pseudonym, essentially mirroring Qin Yuan's original words. "My grandfather is a master fortune teller. He once prophesied that on the evening of October 3, 2035, at 7 o'clock, a calamity would befall Yuan City at the indoor sports hall of the College of Engineering. Students, please exercise caution today." The message sparked a frenzy, with an avalanche of skepticism and vitriol flooding the chat. Could it be? It's 2305, and people still believe in fortune-telling. Down with feudal superstition, starting with me. This classmate, your grandfather's predictions are so accurate. Did he predict his own demise? What the heck? The indoor sports hall of the College of Engineering, on October 3 RD, isn't that where the party is tonight? Whose alt account is this? How disgusting. Clearly nefarious intentions at play. I don't care. I must see the senior dance. I can tell your grandfather's predictions are off. What nonsense. Tonight's program better not be ruined by this mindless chatter. MDZZ. What ridiculous fabrications are these? And a calamity. Spare me. I'll say you're the one stalking me. Always spreading rumors. These students, having never experienced the brutal end times, were now akin to greenhouse flowers in a peaceful era. Observing the sea of derogatory responses, Xie complexion turned pale as he finally comprehended why Qin Yuan refrained from informing them of the impending disaster. As the saying goes, good words cannot persuade a dead ghost. This group of fools, if they perished, would at least contribute to the optimization of the human gene pool. 5 minutes later, the post was deleted, and the alt account was expelled from the chat. Everyone was muted, and an official announcement declared, "Disregard the baseless rumors. The party will proceed as planned." Xie could only pray silently, "Perhaps I am overthinking this. I hope nothing occurs." Yet, for reasons unknown, he secretly wished for something to happen to validate his warning and deliver a resounding slap to their faces. After Qin Yuan concluded his affairs in Yuan City, he sat down to meditate, commencing his cultivation in full view of the onlookers. The first threshold of gene growth is from 19 to 20, the second from 39 to 40, and so forth. Each increment of 20 represents a significant leap in power, with increasing difficulty at each stage. Currently, Qin Yuan was at a gene growth level of 9, and the time required for upgrades would not increase. He could enhance his growth by 1 point in almost 4 hours. Although he should ideally not exceed 3 points of self-development per day to avoid damaging the gene chain. The azure glow emanating from Qin Yuan's body during his cultivation piqued the curiosity of those around him, who watched in rapt attention as the cold wind howled. By the time Qin Yuan finished his cultivation, it was already 3:30 p.m. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with 3 pairs of inquisitive gazes. With Jean Lina being the first to speak. "My Lord Ant King, were you just cultivating, in the midst of a spiritual awakening? Have you mixed up your stories?" Qin Yuan did not conceal the truth and candidly informed them. This is a gene cultivation technique that enhances gene fusion and purifies one's own genes. Once you have achieved military merit, I shall impart this knowledge to you. Internal perception has its prerequisites. One must either possess a flawless quality or have a gene development level exceeding 99, nearing or surpassing the second stage. If someone shares their experience, breaking these rules becomes feasible. Feeling somewhat fatigued after his practice, Qin Yuan required a 2-hour rest. During this time, with 3 perfect-grade companions and 1 battle-type exceptional unicorn beetle beside him, he felt secure against potential dangers. Upon waking, he found only Jean Lina and the little black dragon by his side. The unicorn beetle and the three tigers had already departed for Binching Science and Technology University. Jean Lina, you should set off as well. Remember, do not fire the signal flare unless you encounter that illusionary beast. Yes, my Lord Ant King. Jean Lina transformed into her insect form and headed towards Binching Science and Technology University. Qin Yuan then flew to a spot neither too far nor too close, awaiting the fish to bite. Once today passed, the vast world would be his playground. Within the campus of Binching Science and Technology University, on a verdant pathway, a group consisting of 4 from Zhang Wu's dormitory and 4 from Feng Nanan's dormitory strolled through the campus, engaged in lively discussions about the evening's social gathering. Before even reaching the campus gate, a cacophony of noise assaulted their ears. They lifted their eyes to see a crowd gathered at the entrance. Embroiled in chaos, Feng Nanan hurriedly retrieved her phone to record the scene. Zooming in with the video, she gasped, covering her mouth in shock. And why heavens, a man, his eyes bloodshot and deranged, is being pinned to the ground by 4 or 5 security guards. His grotesque visage reminiscent of rabies or a zombie from a film. The boys, unfazed, contemplated joining the fray, thinking it might be an opportunity to impress the girls. However, Feng Nanan quickly intervened. Don't go, that man seems rabid. If bitten, it's certain death, and I haven't even mentioned that he resembles a zombie from a film. Who knows what might happen if bitten? Suddenly, chaos erupted. The deranged man's head exploded with a loud bang. Several disgusting insects bursting forth from his skull, some landing directly on the faces of onlookers. The insects clung tightly to their skin, some burrowing into mouths, noses, and even other bodily orifices within a minute. All those who came into contact with the insects began to convulse uncontrollably before becoming stiff and immobile. When they turned to face others, their eyes had turned pure white, sharp fangs sprouting from their mouths as copious drool dripped forth. Roar! Even more terrifyingly, outside the campus, dozens of these red-eyed monsters surged forth, roaring as they charged at the crowd. The air filled with screams, cries for help, and frantic shouts, plunging the entire campus into chaos. Feng Nanan quickly scanned her surroundings, her brow furrowing as she grasped her friend's hand, urging her to run. The boys from Zhang Wu's group followed suit, relieved to find that they were still a distance from the entrance. Allowing for some leeway on their return journey, they encountered many others fleeing in all directions. Not only red-eyed monsters but also towering insect beasts, such as mantis monsters, locust monsters, and bloodthirsty fleas. My heavens, monsters! All monsters! Looking up, they saw the entire school engulfed by these creatures, slaughtering students as effortlessly as stepping on ants. Particularly, the mantis monsters on the playground effortlessly severed heads with a single scythe-like strike. Sniffing each head they grasped before discarding it as if searching for something. The massive locust monsters acted as harvesters of humanity, claiming countless lives as they swept across the sky. While the fleas might take down only one person at a time, they drained their blood and internal organs completely, leaving victims to languish in agony until they became mere corpses. What do we do? Feng Nanan gritted her teeth, rapidly brainstorming a strategy, with escape now impossible. As the monsters had overtaken the southern gate, and lacking weapons for resistance, they could only hide and await rescue. The dormitory offered nothing, and heading there would be tantamount to seeking death. The cafeteria, however, contained food and potential weapons such as kitchen knives, making it the highest priority. Everyone, listen to me. We should retreat to the cafeteria in the northwest. It has food and weapons, and we can hide there while waiting for rescue. All right, we'll follow your lead. Yes, Nanan has a point. In both her dormitory and class, Feng Nanan was recognized as the most intelligent, not only serving as the dorm leader but also as the academic representative. The boys readily agreed with her proposal. The 8 of them crept along the walls, cautiously making their way towards the cafeteria, stopping frequently to avoid drawing attention, trying to evade the surrounding insect beasts. Unfortunately, their luck had run dry. The entire campus was overrun by insect beasts, and as they reached the fork near the experimental teaching building, they were spotted by a 2-meter-tall grasshopper. The good news was that this insect beast appeared underdeveloped. One of the boys, hailing from a rural background, had grown up eating various insects and believed it was his moment to shine. Perhaps this heroic rescue would earn him admiration from the 4 girls. Securing him a romantic interest, he boldly stepped forward, declaring, It's just a slightly larger grasshopper. It's merely an insect. Watch how I handle it with that. He lunged forward, successfully feeding the insect beast the grasshopper. The brave boy met his demise. 7 individuals retreated, and this battle, though fraught with tension, concluded without grave peril. Seizing the moment while the insect beasts feasted upon severed limbs, all managed to escape, save for Zhang Wu, who wept, cherishing the memory of that valiant comrade who had stood firm. O brave warrior! This ordeal also revealed to the group that the might of the insect beasts far exceeded the capabilities of mere mortals. Yet, while we may not withstand them, we can certainly satiate them. Chapter 40. The insect beasts' assault the path to safety was anything but smooth. Dangers lurked at every turn, with swarms of insect beasts emerging frequently. The group encountered several frenzied hordes of red-eyed humans and smaller insect creatures, all skillfully evaded under the leadership of Feng Nanan. However, as they neared the cafeteria, the number of monsters increased, forcing them into a health room before they had even traversed half the distance. Concealed within the first-floor health room, the group, under Feng Nanan's guidance, drew all curtains shut and doused the gaps around the door and windows with alcohol, thus thwarting the monster's ability to detect them through scent or sight. For the moment, they were safe. A young girl with twin ponytails crouched on the floor, softly weeping and repeatedly lamenting her impending doom. With a sharp clap, Feng Nanan approached and struck her cheek, her eyes glinting with resolve. Lori, if you truly wish to perish, you may do so outside. Do not wallow in despair here. If you attract the insect beasts, we shall all meet our end. Zhang Wu intervened to mediate. Nanan, let it be. She is merely frightened. Our immediate priority is to find a way to survive. We must stand united, trusting that the military will soon come to our aid. Feng Nanan's face reflected uncertainty as she brandished her phone before the group. I just checked. There is no signal. Relying on others may not be prudent. If the military were truly dependable, we wouldn't be besieged by so many monsters. Faced with adversity, we must devise our own solutions. First, we need to craft suitable weapons to fend off the insect men. Boys, lend a hand. With that, Feng Nanan rolled up her sleeves and began dismantling the iron frame of the health room's bed. Unscrewing the metal rods, flattening the ends to create less lethal but effective makeshift spears, and wrapping her body in gauze to guard against unknown viruses, Ina-1 could ascertain whether the monsters outside were the result of viral infections or biological mutations. Thus, precautions were necessary. Once her weapons were prepared, Feng Nanan cautiously pulled back a corner of the curtain, squinting to observe the insect beasts outside. She noted that those injured by the insect beasts did not undergo immediate mutation. During their feeding, the insect men exhibited reduced aggression towards humans, displaying keen dynamic vision. The faster one moved, the more likely they became targets. The towering insect men seemed to be searching for something. Killing without consuming, while those under 3 meters tall feasted upon the corpses on the ground. A rough estimate indicated that over 20 insect beasts and 40 red-eyed humans were within view, with the numbers elsewhere remaining unknown. Just then, a rhythmic knocking echoed from the door. Bang, bang, bang. What could that be? The others in the room held their breath, terrified. Who would knock so calmly in a school besieged by insect beasts? All eyes turned to Feng Nanan, who shook her head frantically to not open the door. Whatever is outside is surely a monster. The knocking intensified, and after a few minutes, silence enveloped the room. Lori sighed in relief. You scared me. I thought it was From above, through the skylight, a grotesque visage of a woman appeared, grinning with sharp fangs, remnants of blood and flesh clinging to her teeth. Her eyes bulged, and her mouth stretched into a wide grin. Found you, found you. Ha ha ha. In the next instant, the face vanished, replaced by a furious pounding at the door. Bang, bang, bang. The doorframe began to warp at an alarming rate. Feng Nanan's expression hardened. She made a swift decision. Run, jump out the window. Fortunately, the health room was on the ground floor, and there were no barriers obstructing the window. Feng Nanan was the first to leap out, followed by 3 boys, while the girls struggled to follow. Lori, however, was impeded by her height and could not manage to escape in time. Monsters do not wait for you to be ready. With a resounding explosion, the door was shattered, and a creature resembling a stick insect lunged forward. Its elongated limbs stretching over 4 or 5 meters, it drooled as it lunged toward Lori. In that critical moment, the group united to pull Lori to safety just as the beast's ghastly head snapped at air. its expression filled with wrath. Food. Don't leave me. Let me eat. Before them stood a creature with the body of an insect yet the head of a human, uttering human words. The uncanny valley effect struck hard. The timid Lori was paralyzed with fear. They could not fathom how a human could transform into such a monstrosity. A buzzing sound filled the air as a shadow swept overhead. In an instant, a boy's head vanished, leaving only a severed torso that collapsed with a dull thud, blood spraying onto those nearby. The girls screamed in terror. Feng Nanan was speechless. She no longer wished to lead this band of inept companions. Grasping her best friend's hand, she dashed toward the teaching building, with Zheng Wu and the remaining boys swiftly following. The two girls left behind. One screamed while the other feigned death, soon fell silent, both consumed by a horde of attracted insect beasts. Thus, within the span of less than an hour, the 8-person team dwindled to 4. Due to the limited number of insect men, many students and teachers remained hidden in classrooms. Trembling in fear, temporarily undetected in a second-floor classroom, a kind-hearted individual attempted to signal the 4 to take refuge, only to spot something in the sky targeting them. Watch out above! Feng Nanan looked up to see a massive shadow looming over their group, evidently intent on exterminating them. We're done for. Chapter 41. Go! Insect transformation, Zheng Wu. As the shadow descended, a biting cold wind lashed against their faces, causing their eyes to squint instinctively, mere moments from potential dismemberment. A crimson tongue shot forth from behind the curtains, snatching all 4 with a vicious pull. At that moment, an attack from above struck. Boom! An explosion resounded as the creature missed its target and soared back into the air, leaving behind a 2-meter-deep crater in the concrete and scattered trees. Feng Nanan and her companions were left shaken, their hearts racing. Once they regained their composure, they realized that their savior was a mutated human. His gaze clear, devoid of bloodlust. The creature's voice was raspy, reminiscent of a cinematic villain. Nanan, are you all right? The other 3, aside from Feng Nanan, were still taken aback by his appearance, standing at 2.8 meters tall, with a head the size of a washing machine and a tongue that extended over 10 meters. His skin bore a vibrant, mottled pattern akin to a chameleon. Feng Nanan felt an inkling of familiarity. You are Zhou Xiaobao? The creature nodded slowly. Zhou Xiaobao was her fellow townsman, a childhood friend from their shared college days, though they had scarcely kept in touch since. Who would have thought they would reunite under such dire circumstances? Before they could reminisce, a loud crash shattered the moment as a 2-meter-tall flea burst through the window. Hissing, it eyed the humans before it, drooling hungrily. Zhou Xiaobao, aware that he was no match for the flea, gestured for Feng Nanan to take the others and flee. Leave this to me. Hurry to the northwest corner warehouse. I spotted a formidable insect there, resembling a giant rhinoceros beetle. It can surely protect you. Xiaobao, what about you? Zhou Xiaobao felt warmth spread through him. Even in this perilous situation, Feng Nanan still cared for him, just as she always had. I can escape by becoming invisible. You go ahead, bang. The flea launched its attack, its incredible speed leaving the group unable to react in time. Another boy was pierced through the chest, coughing blood as he reached out for something, but in less than a second, his eyes dulled, and he collapsed with a thud. The team's numbers diminished once more, leaving only 3. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Xiaobao ensnared the flea with his elongated tongue, and a fierce struggle ensued. Go. You must escape. Feng Nanan and her close friend, Zheng Wu, raced frantically towards the warehouse in the northwest, where a plethora of sports equipment was stored. The exterior was fortified with iron sheeting, and the entire structure was remarkably sturdy. Meanwhile, students in various classrooms began to undergo alarming transformations. Under intense stimuli, the insectoid genes were activated, morphing individuals into bloodthirsty monstrosities. A select few, like Zhou Xiaobao, retained their sanity and stood up to combat these creatures. However, the majority of those in the classrooms could not escape the grim fate of slaughter. In that moment, they realized that the true danger did not lie with the external insect beasts, but rather with the oppressed humans, who, in their desperation, erupted into violence. In an instant, every hiding spot echoed with screams, the cacophony attracting the insect beasts, which in turn birthed more insectoid horrors, leading to a vicious cycle of chaos and carnage, drastically diminishing the human population. At this point, the city of Bin was ablaze, with the military overwhelmed. Initially, they had focused solely on exterminating the insectoids within the city, neglecting the onslaught of insect beasts from outside. This catastrophe stemmed from a massive attack by the insect beasts beyond the city walls. Furthermore, the release of energy from the insect beast genes had disrupted the magnetic field, causing a complete loss of signal throughout the city. The massacre unfolding at Bin City Technology University remained unknown to the outside world. Within the campus, Feng Nan and her companions were on high alert, witnessing one comrade after another perish before their eyes. Their mental state severely battered and teetering on the brink of collapse. Just moments prior, they had been enjoying a peaceful gathering, only to find themselves plunged into a hellscape of corpses. The shock was akin to enduring the horrors of war. Despite their vigilance, an unexpected threat emerged. A 3-meter-tall green mantis blocked their path, swaying its head while incessantly licking its razor-sharp blades, its mouth seemingly curled in a smile. Other insects kept their distance, clearly aware that this creature was far more formidable than the earlier flea-like foes. This was dire. A 50-meter radius around them was devoid of cover. There would be no one to rescue them this time. They had to rely solely on themselves. Zhengwu, let us fight. All right. Zhengwu took the lead, brandishing a makeshift metal spear to shield the two girls. Memories of shared adventures with his brothers flooded his mind, late-night gaming sessions, climbing walls, and the forgotten bottle of iced red tea that had long since gone cold. His heart swelled with a mix of sorrow and rage. Come on, monster. I fear you not. Come at me. Kill. In the midst of this upheaval, a surge of extreme fear combined with his fury triggered Zheng Wu's transformation into an insectoid. Fine hairs sprouted from his skin, his muscles pulsed, and his body grew taller, ultimately becoming a towering 2.5-meter-tall monstrosity. His face retained its human features, while his body morphed into a gray-brown insectoid form, his eyes entirely black with a mane of bristles encircling his neck. Roar! Feng Nan was taken aback. It was her first time witnessing the complete transformation of a human into an insectoid. What followed was a rush of relief. If Zhengwu had transformed, their chances of survival had significantly increased. After all, if they were all insectoids, who would fear whom? But Zhengwu charged in. Bang! Zhengwu fell. Feng Nan stood frozen. While their survival chances had indeed risen, it was not by much. The mantis, though of ordinary quality, possessed an abundance of genes, making it far superior to Zhengwu, who was merely a newly awakened insectoid. Fortunately, the mantis did not strike with lethal intent, only roaring for Zhengwu to retreat. Zhengwu struggled to rise, his spear now shattered, a gaping wound in his chest oozing green blood. He remained steadfast before the two girls. Nan, run! The mantis sniffed, seemingly detecting something intriguing, and then unleashed a black iron wire worm from its rear. With a shriek, the worm darted forward, ensnaring Zhengwu tightly, and the mantis lifted him away into the sky. Yes, flying away? The two girls were bewildered. The insectoids they had encountered thus far either killed or consumed their prey. This was their first experience with one that carried off its quarry. Could it be for food storage? Before they could ponder further, another nearly 3-meter-tall mole cricket appeared, commonly referred to as a rural earthdog insect. Despair washed over the two girls. Yet another. Were these creatures not weary? One after another. Could they not take a moment's respite? Chapter 42. Oh, this accursed sense of security the creature before them, known scientifically as a mole cricket and colloquially as an earthdog, bore a head resembling a cricket, adorned with a dark brown exoskeletal helmet. Its limbs were akin to shovels, its muscular thighs reminiscent of a lean bull, and behind it trailed two antennae-like tails. Crucially, this creature had wings and could fly. Don't move, yawn. Let us wager it has poor eyesight. Let us take a gamble. Let me win just once, oh heavens. The mole cricket tilted its head, revealing exceptional vision. With a powerful leap, it lunged toward the two girls, mouth agape, ready to devour them. It's over. This time, we are truly finished. My life is at an end. The girls closed their eyes, bracing for death. Most of their companions lay dead. Now it was their turn. I'm so scared. I don't want to die yet. A deep voice boomed from above. Halt, beast. A massive fist struck down. Bang. The mole cricket plummeted like a meteor. A tremendous roar echoed as a colossal shadow crashed down, severing the creature in half, killing it instantly. The two girls stood frozen in shock. So powerful. The newcomer was an imposing figure, crowned with a bifurcated horn. It was Wang Wanlong, the first warrior accepted by Qin Yuan. A remarkable stag beetle, with a genetic development level of 15, capable of lifting 12 tons with ease, enough to hoist a medium-sized truck. Standing at 4.5 meters tall, with its horn nearly reaching 6 meters, it towered over them, exuding a formidable presence. "Are you two all right?" it inquired, flexing its muscular arm to display its strength. The girls looked up, gratitude flooding their expressions. "Thank you, teacher." Observing the creature's movements, Feng Nanan hesitated, unsure of its identity, but it seemed to be the noble stag beetle that Xiaobao had mentioned. "Teacher, one of our classmates has been taken away. Can you rescue him?" Zhang Wu had been captured while trying to save them, and she felt a pang of guilt at the thought of leaving him behind. The stag beetle shook its head. "I cannot. I have my own mission. At most, I can escort you to the warehouse, where over 200 individuals I rescued are gathered. You may find refuge there." "All right, thank you." Though Feng Nanan was anxious about Zhang Wu's safety, she had no idea where he was, let alone how to rescue him. On their journey, the two girls witnessed the stag beetle's incredible strength. Wielding streetlights as weapons, effortlessly dispatching an insect beast with a single swing, and slaying an insectoid with a swift slap of its massive hand. Its combat prowess was astonishing, though. This accursed sense of security. "Teacher, you're amazing." The two terrified girls transformed into instant admirers. "Hee. Just basic skills, nothing extraordinary." The stag beetle understood that its strength was still insufficient. All its power had been bestowed by its lord, Qin Yuan. Before its lord, even the stag beetle was merely a small fish in a vast ocean. The true invincibility lay with its lord. After witnessing the might of Qin Yuan, these individuals would likely deify him. The formidable insectoids that had come this time were not to be underestimated, instilling a sense of urgency within the stag beetle. If it did not grow stronger quickly, it might lose its title as the first warrior. No, it needed to hunt more insectoids to absorb their genetic energy and hasten its growth. "I shall firmly claim the title of the first warrior." After escorting the girls to the warehouse, the stag beetle ventured out alone to hunt insectoids and beasts. Simultaneously, in the shadows, Jean Lina discovered a peculiar mantis in the sky, which had returned with an insectoid. What was happening? Were the insects seeking this creature? Yet, the other insectoids showed no signs of stopping, continuing their slaughter in search of something. Jean Lina decided to follow, confident with her black eel companion at her side, unafraid of being detected by the insect beasts. She trailed to an abandoned teaching building, 12 stories tall, and saw the mantis fly to the 8th floor. When it emerged again, the insectoid it had carried was nowhere to be seen. Jan Lina felt a surge of anxiety. This indicated that the leader of the insectoids was likely within. Could it be the elusive phantom beast? If so, entering recklessly could spell her doom. Unfortunately, she could see nothing from below and decided to seek help from the flying San Hu. Marking the location, Jean Lina quietly retreated towards San Hu's position. As she passed another teaching building, her black eel suddenly raised its head and extended its tongue toward the left front. Jean Lina immediately became alert. "Who's there? Show yourself. I'm a friend. Don't attack." A chameleon emerged from the wall. "How did you mask your scent?" I applied some classmate-s perfume." No wonder there's a hint of nail polish in the air." "Are you certain it's perfume? Irrational insectoid? Just stay out of the way." Jean Lina had initially not wanted to carry a burden, but the chameleon's next words changed her mind. "Miss, are you also here to search for the meteorite?" "Meteorite? What meteorite?" Jean Lina astutely sensed that this was likely the very object the insect beasts were seeking. "Where's the meteorite? Can you take me to see it?" "Of course," Xiao Bao responded without hesitation, captivated by the stunning mixed-race beauty before him, who was even more enchanting than the school flower. How could a fairy possibly be a villain? As long as the sister was beautiful, her values could only follow her looks. Xiao Bao eagerly led Jean Lina to the secret base he shared with his friends. A few days prior, a meteor shower had dropped a silver meteorite onto the school grounds, which they had hidden with the intention of selling it in a few days. Little did they know it would lead to the current predicament. Not far into their journey, they witnessed a battle unfolding between insect humans and insect beasts. More precisely, a small team of student insect humans was besieging a cockroach insect that stood nearly 3 meters tall. This creature was slightly smaller than the one just slain by the stag beetle. Yet even with 7 or 8 student insect humans, they were still no match for it, being pushed back relentlessly as this what they call a boss. So many insect-human students gathered together. And they all know each other? It seems rather coincidental. Point one must remember that most initial insect humans are feral, and only a few retain their senses, making such a large-scale assembly implausible. This is suspicious. It could very well be a trap. Just as Jean Lina prepared to circumvent them, Xiaobao dashed forward. Shige, it's me, Xiaobao. Shige? Could it be that these individuals are also connected to the meteorite? Let us go check it out. With the chameleon leading, Jean Lina followed closely behind, and the two quickly arrived near the battlefield. Upon seeing Jean Lina, the stunning mixed-race beauty, the 9 male insect humans surged forward with fervor. As if fueled by adrenaline. Beauty is indeed the best stimulant. In no time, they brought the cockroach insect crashing to the ground. As they killed the insect beast, they all absorbed the genetic energy from its corpse. Their astonishment palpable as the feedback echoed in their ears, clearly indicating their power was increasing. The group converged, led by a cricket insect human named Shixiong, whom his friends addressed with respect as Shige. Before the apocalypse, he was known for his loyalty and bravery, often standing up for his brothers, and he had gained a modest reputation at school. After some exchanges, they learned that everyone present had activated insect beast genes. Likely because they had all come into contact with the meteorite. Jean Lina, puzzled, asked, "So, the meteorite has already been moved by you all?" "Yes, beautiful lady. Which academy do you belong to? I've never seen you before. Do you have a boyfriend?" I'm a transfer student from the dance academy. My grandfather has fallen ill and said he needs to find the meteorite and grind it into powder for a cure. Could you take me to see that meteorite?" "Absolutely." The 10 insect humans surrounded Jean Lina like stars orbiting the moon, determined to protect the delicate and helpless girl from being captured by the insect beasts. It is indeed in a man's nature and duty to shield the weak. Primarily, she was extraordinarily beautiful, her figure exceptional, surpassing even those of celebrities, making it impossible for them not to steal glances at her long, slender legs. "Wow." Shixiong playfully tapped one of his companions. "Where are your eyes wandering? Keep a lookout for those monsters." Afterward, he pretended to be serious, glancing around while casually chatting with his brothers. "Brothers, did you hear the genetic feedback just now?" "Yes, it said genetic growth 0.5. Why did mine only say genetic growth 0.1? You're lucky. Mine was 0.05. Shixiong tallied the genetic growth of everyone, discovering that the total was barely under 2. That insect beast had to have provided more than that. So where did the rest of the genetic energy go? It can't possibly be communal, right? Could it be wear and tear? This is strange. One of the younger members excitedly inquired, "Boss, could it be that a divine game is upon us? We could fight monsters to level up and obtain gear, ascending to the pinnacle of life?" "Shut it. All you think about is playing games. Let's focus on surviving first. Reaching the pinnacle of life? If chaos is indeed approaching, anything is possible. If the laws of this world cease to exist, wouldn't I, with 10 subordinates, be able to reign supreme in Bin City?" As he pondered this, his gaze shifted back to Jean Lina, her ethereal beauty and perfect S-class figure igniting a fire of desire within him. Since it was the apocalypse, perhaps engaging in some illicit activities would go unnoticed, with the constraints of law dissolved. The darkness of human nature was set to reveal itself. Shixiong's eyes glinted with malice as he suddenly nudged his confidant with his elbow, signaling him to veer off in another direction. The confidant, initially taken aback, quickly grasped Shixiong's wicked expression and smiled knowingly. The two led the group toward a different path, unbeknownst to the chameleon Xiaobao, who continued to chatter away with his teammates. Jean Lina sensed a hint of conspiracy in the air. Yet, looking at the small fry around her, she merely scoffed. A single finger could dispatch this motley crew. They posed no significant threat as the group approached their destination. A towering 4-meter insect beast suddenly materialized before them. "Stay alert. Another insect beast is approaching. Shige, this is a prime opportunity for experience." "Exactly, boss. We might even score some equipment." The group perceived the apocalypse as a game, treating the insect beasts as boss monsters to be vanquished. Though they might lack wilderness survival skills, their confidence surged when it came to gaming. Plus, with Xiaobao, there were 10 insect humans surrounding the beast. This time, it was a large grasshopper, standing 4 meters tall and measuring 7 to 8 meters in length, with wings that hinted at its ability to fly. Lina immediately recognized that this was no ordinary insect beast. This was an elite-level insect beast. She covered her mouth and smiled, thinking, let these sheltered flowers experience a bit of hardship and come to terms with reality. This is the true apocalypse, not a game for entertainment. Of course, this excluded the man who could disregard all rules. The Dark Crystal Emperor Ant. The battle commenced as the insect humans launched their attack first. Xiao Bao attempted to ensnare the grasshopper's antennae with his tongue, but regrettably missed. Shi Xiong led 5 insect humans in an assault from the right, but the grasshopper retaliated with a powerful kick. Boom! An explosion rang out as one insect human was brutally kicked, his insides spilling onto the ground, resulting in instant death. The others gasped in shock. What the hell? How strong is this thing? Wait a minute. When we fought the cockroach insect beast earlier, it only dealt minor injuries. Why can this grasshopper kill someone with a single kick? The damage disparity is too great. Realizing the gravity of the situation after the loss of one of his men, Shi Xiong quickly waved his hand to direct the retreat, shouting, fall back. This is not an ordinary insect monster. It's a boss. Lina chuckled. In this day and age, such a small elite can be called a boss. What should I, a perfect specimen, be called? As the group began their retreat, it was already too late. The insect beast roared and immediately launched its assault, locking its gaze on them. With a powerful leap, it surged forward. Boom! A sonic explosion echoed as it closed the distance in an instant, biting down on one insect human's head, splattering blood everywhere, severing the head from the body. The grasshopper then paused, holding the severed head while ignoring the others, beginning to chew. The sickening sound of flesh being torn apart sent shivers down everyone's spines. Lina glanced at the petrified group. Though she felt disdain inwardly, she still offered a well-meaning warning. Aren't you all going to run? At that moment, Shi Xiong finally regained his senses, realizing that the insect beast was feasting on their fallen comrade's body. This was their best chance to escape. Yes, let's go. Quickly, brothers, retreat. The remaining few, along with Lina, stealthily crept along the wall, escaping through a narrow path to an unoccupied classroom on the 2nd floor. Upon entering the room, Shi Xiong swiftly shut the door. Drawing the curtains, plunging the space into darkness, he claimed it was to prevent the insect beast from discovering them. Yet their lascivious gazes roamed Lina, the mixed-race beauty. Even the usually slow-witted Xiao Bao sensed something amiss. Shige, we're not looking for the meteorite anymore. Please let us out. Chameleon Xiao Bao positioned himself protectively behind Lina. At this juncture, the group shed their pretense, revealing their true intentions. Shi Xiong grinned lewdly, his eyes filled with wickedness. Xiao Bao, you can leave if you want, but leave the girl behind. We still want her to see the meteorite. Hehehe. Otherwise, you can join us. To die under the peony is to be a ghost with style. In this apocalypse, spending a night with such a mixed-race beauty would be worth it, even if it leads to death. Ha. Don't worry, sister. The brothers will be very gentle. Seeing this, Lina's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Her delicate lips pressed together, embodying a vulnerable damsel as she curled into the corner, trembling. What do you want from us? Several insect humans, unable to contain their impatience, surrounded Xiao Bao and Lina, shaking with malicious laughter. What do we want? Of course, we want to have our way with you. Ah! Yet Xiao Bao, still holding onto a shred of moral decency, spread his arms wide to shield Lina behind him. Stop! Your actions are illegal. Are you not afraid of official investigations later? Ha! Official! Look at the state we are in now. What do we have to fear? Besides, the maximum sentence for assaulting a woman is merely 5 to 10 years. With a little connection, we could easily be released, and it would be worth it. I am immune to legal ramifications due to my mental state. Hee. Same here. Hee. The swarm of insect people launched an attack, and 2 of them seized Xiao Bao, while the remaining 5 surged forward. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Bao's eyes widened in rage. Beautiful lady, I, Zhou Xiao Bao, have wronged you. It is I who have harmed you. Indeed, the next moment, a scream erupted. Unable to bear the sight, Xiao Bao shut his eyes, yet the cries grew increasingly peculiar. Oh my, what in the world? It shattered. Oh no! Help! We were wrong. We were wrong, mother. In a mere few seconds, several insect people collapsed. Some clutched their stomachs, others held their eggs, while a few covered their heads and shut their eyes. Astonishingly, it was a seemingly frail girl who had vanquished them. The insect people were left dumbfounded, utterly incredulous. Her arms appeared delicate and tender like small lotus roots, yet how could she possess such immense strength? Like Lin Dayu uprooting a willow, her chest felt as though it had been struck head-on by a truck, a pain so excruciating it felt like her ribs were shattered. Jian Lingna smiled, grasping Shi Xiong's head, and inquired, "How are you? Where'n't you going to take me down? Aren't you quite the tough one? Can you handle this, little pup?" The tables had turned. Now it was the tall insect people on the ground who trembled in fear, retreating to the corners. Shi Xiong barely managed to prop himself up, repeatedly apologizing, "We are worthless. I am despicable. I am lowly. Please grant us another chance, sister. I was wrong. We truly understand our mistake. Oh, my dear great-aunt. It was merely a momentary lapse in judgment. We should not have harbored any unseemly thoughts about you. Nor should we have laid hands on you. Just consider us a passing nuisance and let us go, Wu. We won't dare again." Jian Lingna smiled knowingly. She had long seen through their ulterior motives. Did they truly believe she was the type to be bullied? With a single punch, she could send them flying. Turning to the black serpent, she asked, "Hey Jiao, can you administer a poison that takes half a day to take effect?" Hey Jiao's eyes had grown increasingly deep blue during its time with Qin Yuan, its penetrating gaze fixed on the group, and it nodded slowly. "Then let us poison them all, except for that chameleon. If you dare to flee or neglect your duties, you shall be doomed. Hey Jiao's poison cannot be cured by anyone but itself and the King. And make sure it's the most agonizing kind." Hey Jiao nodded, darting out swiftly to poison everyone. The insect people felt a slight sting in their necks, followed by paralysis, unable to move or speak, yet they could clearly feel the torment. The pain of bullets piercing their bodies surged relentlessly. 1 bullet. 2, 3, 20. Then came the sensation of steel spikes puncturing their flesh, slowly embedding themselves into their bones, grinding into their marrow with excruciating intensity. This boundless agony and the helplessness of losing control over their bodies plunged them into deep despair. All the insect people widened their eyes, bloodshot with pain, acutely aware of the torment brought on by the poison. The searing pain of shattered bones. It took a full 5 minutes before they regained control over their bodies, wanting to scream but unable to produce a sound. Another 5 minutes passed before they could truly move again, simultaneously overwhelmed by an immense fear of Jian Lingna, a demon, a creature from hell. She was far more terrifying than the insect beasts outside. This woman is utterly dreadful, to be honest. Shi Xiong and the others would rather be devoured by the insect beasts or leap from the top floor to their deaths than endure once more the pain they had just experienced. "It hurts. It truly hurts too much, Wu. Sister, please spare us your powers. We will do anything you ask." Jian Lingna disdainfully kicked away the insect person crawling towards her. "Get lost. Honestly, I preferred your earlier rebellious demeanor. Fear not, I am not unreasonable. If you assist me in locating the meteorite, I will lift the poison from you." "How does that sound? Quite a bargain. Wouldn't you agree?" The insect people nodded eagerly, not daring to refute or entertain any further treacherous thoughts. Their lives were in her hands, and they had no capacity to argue. Shi Xiong obediently led Jian Lingna to the meteorite's south hiding place, heading towards the secret base hidden within the school's fountain rockery. Chapter 45. Attacks from all sides on the journey. They encountered several ordinary insect beasts blocking their path, but Jian Lingna didn't even need to lift a finger. The insect people handled them effortlessly. Arriving at the foot of a mountain in the northwest, the university stood against the hills, with another teaching building situated atop. The ridge had been transformed into a vast rockery fountain pool. Under Shi Xiong's guidance, they traversed a narrow path beneath the waterfall, arriving at the entrance of the rockery. Flanked by long drooping willows, the entrance was obscured, with a waterfall cascading down in the center. Its sound drowning out other noises. Due to the constant flow of water, the air here was faintly scented, making it difficult for ordinary insect beasts to detect. The entrance was narrow, just wide enough for a person to pass through. Shi Xiong and his group were poisoned, but Jian Lingna was not concerned about their escape. She entered the rockery alone. The entire rockery was built against the real mountain, with a mix of genuine and artificial stones. Some stones even contained rebar as thick as a finger. As they ventured deeper, the light diminished, and the cave appeared pitch dark. Jian Lingna blinked. The eyes of a perfect-grade insect person quickly adapted to the darkness, allowing her to discern the general layout, resembling a spacious three-room apartment. The view was not particularly clear, so she activated the flashlight on her phone, illuminating the cave. Only then did Jean Lingna survey her surroundings. The cave was damp, exuding moisture, with gray-black stone walls in the center. There was a round table and 5 stone stools, along with various strange clothes and toys, and several wooden boxes in the corner. Treasure chests? Jean Lingna mused, stepping forward to inspect them, but at that critical moment, He Jiao's expression shifted, and it issued a warning. Hiss! Danger! Noticing He Jiao's grave demeanor, Jean Lingna halted, immediately adopting a defensive posture. Is there an enemy? This is terrible. They are hidden while I am exposed. It could lead to great losses. In that case, I can only unleash my trump card. Trump card, summon your brothers. Come forth, brothers. Jean Lingna turned back. Gentlemen, I found the meteorite you mentioned. But as a weak woman, I cannot move such a large meteorite. The insect people, who had just been defeated, shivered at her words. What? You are a weak woman? A weak woman who can break 8 ribs with a single punch? Are you joking? Send someone to help me? Xiao Bao was the first to volunteer. I'll do it. However, Jean Lingna coldly rejected him. You want to be cannon fodder. Why are you trying to tag along? I don't want a weakling. I need someone stronger. You there? You're the one. Follow me. The insect person pointed out shook his head repeatedly. Though he had not been struck, he had witnessed the unfortunate fate of his comrades. His instincts told him that going inside would be far from a simple task of moving boxes. In a way, the entrance is too narrow for me. Too narrow? Jean Lingna glanced at the door frame, which was indeed a tad tight. With a swift punch, she declared, boom. The sound of an explosion echoed, and in an instant, debris flew. The stone pile shattered, and rebar bent outward. The wall outside was blown apart by her punch. All the insect people, including Xiao Bao, stared wide-eyed, their jaws dropping. What the hell? This is terrifying. Are you even human? You're more monstrous than the creatures outside. Do you know there's rebar thicker than a thumb in this rockery? You just blew it up with a punch? The rebar has been outward? This is the weak woman you speak of. Xiao Bao, what kind of monster did you bring back? Now it's wide enough. You can come in. Or do you want to experience the effects of the poison again? Hearing Jean Lingna's threatening tone, the insect person's eyes brimmed with tears, his face contorted in despair as he looked at Shixiong. Hesitatingly stepping into the cave in the darkness, Jean Lingna instructed him, just bring the boxes out. You don't need to worry about anything else. Bringing them back will count as an achievement. At the moment the insect person touched the box, a massive centipede lunged from the shadows, biting down on his chest. Its pincers crushed, and the insect person was cleaved in 2, blood staining the cave walls. The hidden enemy emerged, and before Jean Lingna could speak, He Jiao locked onto the target, immediately leaping out to engage the black centipede in battle. The combat was fierce, both parties wielding potent venom, making it impossible for Jean Lingna to approach. Fortunately, He Jiao maintained its composure, deliberately provoking the centipede to draw it away. Jean Lingna successfully retrieved the boxes, opening them one by one. In the leftmost box lay a meteorite the size of a head, weighing 100 pounds and as red as blood, causing her genes to stir with excitement. This was likely the object the phantom beast had been seeking, a splendid treasure, to be offered to the great Emperor Ant. Jean Lingna's expression brightened as she hastily closed the box and cradled it in her arms, exclaiming, "Hurry! There's a giant centipede inside. But what about my brother? He was killed by the centipede. If you seek vengeance, you'd best hurry. I won't stop you." Shixiong refrained from uttering any foolish words about revenge. Their strengths were comparable, and what could kill his brother could easily slay him as well. Just as they neared the vicinity of the teaching building, they were obstructed by a towering, exceptional-grade insect beast. It was a black armored caterpillar, bristling with poisonous spines, standing 6 meters tall, its length indiscernible but certainly spanning several dozen meters. Simultaneously, the rhinoceros beetle and the 3 tigers encountered their own formidable, exceptional-grade insect beasts. Before the rhinoceros beetle loomed a massive creature weighing 4 tons, a strength-based stag beetle, its long snout reminiscent of a giraffe of the insect realm, its body clad in robust brown muscle, capable of spewing a viscous white adhesive that ensnares its victims with great difficulty. Meanwhile, the three tigers faced the might of a dung beetle, renowned for its ability to move 1,141 times its own weight. Of course, in its insectoid transformation, it was not as exaggerated due to its increased size, but its growth potential was significant, placing its overall strength well above that of the rhinoceros beetle, while its jet-black armor to speak candidly, Sanhu had no desire to engage in a protracted struggle with his opponent. The genetic development of the dung beetle far surpassed his own, being over twice as advanced, and its overall strength was superior. A drawn-out battle would undoubtedly place him at a disadvantage. Although a charged strike could potentially land a blow, the crux lay in the absence of an opportunity to gather strength. His adversary would not foolishly remain stationary, waiting for him to complete his charge. Despite the imposing size of these insect beasts, victory often hinged on a single decisive strike to the head. Once severed, 99 of insect beasts would not survive. If one dared to remain motionless for 20 seconds to charge, their head would swiftly be twisted off and sent flying like a ball. In such circumstances, one could only rely on cunning. With a resounding crash, the wall shattered, and the dung beetle's gaze was once more drawn towards Sanhu. Fortunately, the dung beetle lacked ranged attack capabilities, excelling instead in close-quarters combat with its signature headbutt and powerful kicks. The dung beetle bent low, its muscular legs propelling it forward with a sudden headbutt. The sound of air being sliced echoed as Sanhu deftly sidestepped, weaving through the structures in search of a suitable opportunity to counterattack. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and with a loud thud, the dung beetle emerged from beneath the earth, seizing Sanhu's leg. Realizing the peril, Sanhu clenched his teeth and, with a swift motion, severed his own leg with a knife-hand strike. Taking flight and pressing against the wall. Exclusive gene. Regeneration with a soft pop. A new leg sprouted forth, but this came at a significant cost to his stamina. Meanwhile, the dung beetle stood its ground, munching on Sanhu's severed limb with apparent delight, seemingly oblivious to Sanhu's plight. Sanhu's expression darkened. Here he was, a perfect-level insect man, cornered by an extraordinary dung beetle, though the opponent's genetic development was vastly superior. Being bested by an extraordinary insect was a blow to his pride. There was a limit to what one could endure. As Sanhu landed on the ground again, his expression was grim, his eyes radiating an uncontrollable murderous intent. "Come at me, pest!" His right arm's muscles bulged, forming a pronounced V shape at his waist as he prepared to unleash his power. Indeed, upon seeing Sanhu begin to gather strength, the dung beetle immediately abandoned its meal, launching itself forward in an attempt to interrupt the charge with a powerful leap, akin to an arrow in flight, delivering a rapid headbutt. Sanhu, fully aware of the impending attack, had anticipated this move. His charge was merely a feint. With a powerful flap of his wings, he ascended into the air, evading the strike, yet maintained the V shape of his arm to continue gathering power. The dung beetle, incensed, roared in defiance, unwilling to allow Sanhu to complete his charge. Another rapid headbutt surged toward him. Like a bullfighter, Sanhu continued to tire the dung beetle, which remained blissfully unaware of its rapidly depleting stamina. Utilizing the rapid headbutt placed a considerable burden on the dung beetle as well, especially with its relentless use in less than 15 minutes. The dung beetle's stamina waned, its speed noticeably diminishing. Seizing the moment, Sanhu dropped the pretense and closed the distance, declaring, "Let's fight." The close-quarters battle commenced. The dung beetle let out an ecstatic roar. Finally, it could engage in melee combat. Yet, upon making contact with Sanhu, it realized something was amiss. What the hell? How can this guy hit so hard? Sanhu struck first with a powerful rising dragon punch that sent the dung beetle soaring momentarily before a flurry of blows followed. 32 consecutive strikes. The dung beetle was shaken, its body trembling as if it were a sieve. Sanhu, a former enforcer of the underworld, had a wealth of martial arts techniques at his disposal, now amplified by his insectoid powers. With each of the dung beetle's counterattacks deftly evaded, Sanhu's strikes were precise and effective, all the while mocking his foe. "Missed again? Frustrating, isn't it?" The dung beetle, enraged, let out a furious roar, its antennae standing erect. "This insect man must die. It's infuriating." Its muscles visibly expanded, perhaps due to a skill or its inherent genetic ability. In response, Sanhu unleashed his unique technique, taking to the skies with a swift flap of his wings. The dung beetle lacked wings, confined to the ground, furiously hurling stones into the AIRD. As its muscles began to contract, Sanhu descended, launching into another series of strikes. Knee thrusts, elbow jabs, swinging punches, hooks, and kicks, an unending barrage of attacks. Despite the dung beetle's formidable defenses, it appeared unscathed by Sanhu's relentless onslaught. However, Sanhu's objective was clear: to deplete the dung beetle's stamina before delivering a fatal blow. Still engaged in close combat, Sanhu delivered a powerful punch that sent the dung beetle reeling before bending his arm back to charge once more. By the time the dung beetle noticed, it was too late. 5 seconds of charging, a 200 boost, charged strike. With a resounding thud, Sanhu's fist crashed into the dung beetle's head, resulting in a mild concussion, leaving it dazed on the ground. Sanhu seized the opportunity to straddle it, tightening his grip around its neck as he raised his right fist, forming an inverted V. 1 second, 5 seconds, 15 seconds, 20 seconds of charging complete. Ultimate skill. All-out charge, die. The dung beetle opened its eyes just in time to see a fist the size of a cauldron. With a loud pop, green blood splattered as Sanhu obliterated the head of the extraordinary dung beetle. Exclusive gene absorption. Titan strength 1, 1.5, 1.8, 2. Absorbing insect essence. 1, 1.5, 2. Absorbing skill gene. Frenzy, incomplete. To fully complete the frenzy skill, 5 insect essences and 5 skill genes are required. Sanhu utilized the absorb genes to complete this skill. Frenzy increases strength by 200 and speed by 150 for 60 seconds, followed by a 300-second state of weakness with a 30 reduction in all attributes. Usable once every 12 hours. If this skill had a description, it would read: will you choose to be a warrior for 1 minute or a coward for a lifetime? Go completely insane. This was a pivotal skill for turning the tide. Though its aftereffects were troublesome, it could serve as a last resort measure, a means of achieving a miraculous comeback in dire situations. With the charged strike accounted for, Sanhu now possessed 2 formidable skills. Chapter 48. Toxic hormones. Cocooning in the rear mountains, the landscape was littered with withered flora. By all accounts, this area should have been teeming with evergreens. Yet it exhibited signs of decay. Within the forest, 2 toxic creatures were engaged in a relentless chase. Initially, it was a centipede pursuing a snake, but soon the roles were reversed. The venomous centipede felt an unsettling heaviness in its head. "Oh no! It seems I have been poisoned," it cursed internally. How infuriating! A centipede poisoned. A toxic creature succumbing to poison. This black snake is far too toxic, even more so than a genuine toxic creature. I am on the brink of death. To its dismay, the little black snake had a low degree of genetic development, but its venom concentration was alarmingly high. The centipede merely grazed its skin, causing a drop of blood to splatter onto its own, and now it felt as though it were washing away. Time to escape. The centipede dashed forward, with the black snake hot on its heels. At that moment, the little black snake's lips curled upward in a devious smile, its eyes glinting with malice. Initially, it had thought the large centipede was highly toxic, but upon discovering the truth during their scuffle, it realized that the centipede's venom not only posed no threat but served as a delightful bath, with a pleasant aroma and suitable temperature. The venomous centipede? To put it bluntly, its venom was far less potent than the snake's bathing water. What bravado! What barking! Thus, the roles reversed. The black snake pursued the centipede with a flick of its tongue. It's worth noting that toxic creatures are not to be compared with other insect beasts by genetic development alone, but rather by their toxicity and resistance to poison. Clearly, the little black snake, having spent its days in the company of legendary toxic creatures, had the upper hand. Not only had its venom potency increased, but its resistance to toxins soared as well. It could likely withstand ancient toxins. As one pursued and the other fled, the surrounding vegetation suffered greatly, all succumbing to the poison. The red-armored centipede reared up, attempting to intimidate the black snake. The sight of this towering creature, nearly 4 meters tall, did momentarily frighten the black snake. However, the black snake was unwilling to relinquish its prey so easily, maintaining a safe distance while patiently waiting for the centipede's venom to take effect. Realizing the black snake's intentions, the red-armored centipede decided to take a desperate gamble, leaping forward with a fierce determination. It sank its fangs into the black snake, swallowing it whole, its massive jaws clashing together with a triumphant crunch. To its astonishment, it had succeeded. It had slain the detestable black snake with such ease, unbelievable. The centipede was overjoyed, so much so that the trees around it appeared to multiply. Wait a moment. 3, 4, a line of trees was forming before it. The toxic centipede's eyes began to swirl. Oh dear. Little fairies, there are fairies everywhere. Unbeknownst to it, what it had just consumed was merely the black snake's molted skin, filled with potent toxins. With a retching sound, the centipede expelled a mouthful of black blood, convulsed a few times, and then succumbed to its fate. It had been poisoned to death. The venomous centipede met its demise as the black serpent emerged from the thicket, penetrating its body to devour its genes and flesh, ultimately carrying away the insect crystal as well. The exclusive gene toxicity increased by 1, 1.5, and 2, while the source gene energy surged by 1. As it followed the scent to Jean Lingna's side, it discovered that the young woman had already breathed her last, sprawled beside a large pit, her back marred by a gaping wound that revealed bone, a clear indication of having been slain in a single strike. My heavens! A perfect-grade insectoid was vanquished in an instant. What kind of formidable being could accomplish such a feat? In the pit lay what appeared to be a companion, a stag beetle, still exhibiting signs of life. The black serpent nudged the lifeless Jean Lingna with its head. Hiss! Hey, don't you dare die. If you pass away, how am I to explain this to my master? Just hold on until I return. Then you can die. The black serpent opened its jaws, preparing to bite into Jean Lingna's neck. Skill. Toxic hormone, capable of stimulating the residual energy and vitality within the human body, granting a temporary 50 boost to all attributes. If the target is not completely deceased, it can briefly revive for 10 seconds. Side effect: poisoning. Bring me back to life. As the toxin surged rapidly into her brain and heart, Jean Lingna suddenly opened her eyes, gasping for air. The black serpent anxiously transmitted pheromones. Hiss! Hurry! Do you have a way to save yourself? This toxin will only keep you alive for 10 seconds. It has a fleeting chance. I do. Skill. Cocoon. Jean Lingna managed to utter a final warning. Beware of what lies behind you. Head to the 8th floor of the northwest abandoned building. Countless threads enveloped Jean Lingna, weaving her into a white cocoon, a life-saving medical skill. The deathly wounds would likely take days to heal, and the cocoon was exceedingly fragile. If broken, the occupant would certainly perish. The cocoon was not large, merely the size of a large suitcase. The black serpent administered a dose of bullet ant toxin to the stag beetle, which instantly sprang to life. What the hell? That hurts. Who ambushed me? It glanced around, but saw no one, only a small black serpent on the ground. Hiss! The black serpent conveyed Jean Lingna's message to the stag beetle through pheromones. The cocoon belongs to the blonde female. Do not break it. Her fate is inconsequential. My main concern is to report back. Beware of what lies behind you. Head to the 8th floor of the northwest abandoned building. The stag beetle, surprised by this mode of communication, responded, Oh, all right, what do we do with this cocoon? Hiss! Take it with you. The stag beetle nodded, cradling the cocoon, feeling that it was unsafe to place it anywhere. The black serpent coiled itself atop the stag beetle's head, vigilantly surveying the surroundings, wary of the ambusher's proximity. At the corner of the teaching building stood San Hu. Huh? Stag beetle, black serpent, why are you together? Whereas Jean Lingna? Upon seeing this, the trio began exchanging information. The black serpent recounted the meteorite and the captured insectoids, 2 crucial pieces of news. San Hu pondered for a moment, realizing that all questions pointed to that location. The stag beetle also surmised. Are you suggesting that dilapidated building? After discussion, the trio unanimously decided to investigate. Upon reaching the ground floor, they gasped in astonishment. Goodness gracious! Upon closer inspection, they found a myriad of insect beasts gathered here. Ordinary, elite, and extraordinary levels there were at least several hundred, forming a veritable insect beast den. San Hu and the others focused their attention on several extraordinary insect beasts. The extraordinary top-tier black venomous caterpillar, the extraordinary high-tier long-legged locust, and the extraordinary high-tier giant mole cricket. It felt as though they had entered a realm of monsters, with creatures of all sizes densely clustered around the teaching building. The stag beetle felt a wave of uncertainty wash over it. San Hu, Should we fire a signal flare? This could very well be the breeding ground for phantom beasts. No. The Lord has decreed that we must not fire a signal until a phantom beast is confirmed. We must ensure absolute safety. What do we do now? Suddenly, a rumble echoed, thunder crashing. The sky opened up, and a torrential downpour began, with large raindrops splattering against the ground. Sanhu extended his hand to feel the rain, and a plan began to form in his mind. I've got it. Chapter 49. Perfect grade intermediate insect beast beneath the dilapidated teaching building. The sky was overcast, and the heavy rain pounded the ground. A massive stag beetle held the cocoon in its left hand, while grasping Sanhu in its right, with the black serpent perched atop its head, marching resolutely toward the abandoned structure. Upon sighting this, 3 extraordinary insect beasts changed their expressions, perceiving a formidable threat, and immediately rushed forward to block their path, issuing warning hisses. The stag beetle released pheromones. I surrender. No more fighting. I'm a traitor. I've come to make a deal. IVE captured 3 perfect grade tributes to present to the king. These are perfect specimens, a grand bounty, a boon for vitality. The 3 extraordinary insect beasts exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily stunned. Their worldview had been severely shaken. What was happening? An extraordinary stag beetle had captured 3 perfect grades, and had turned traitor. This was chaos, pure chaos. While occasional tear-jumping challenges could be understood, capturing 3 at once was simply outrageous. Moreover, where had it found so many perfect grades? The act of treachery was equally illogical. The 3 beasts stood momentarily perplexed, exchanging looks until they received phenomenal communication from the esteemed figure on the 8th floor. Permission granted. The command arrived, and the 3 extraordinary insect beings executed the order. Albeit with confusion, they led the way, and hundreds of insect beasts parted to clear a path, creating a spectacular scene. The stag beetle, accompanied by its 3 prizes, proceeded unimpeded to the 8th floor. Here, aside from the wall at the stairwell, the classroom walls had been entirely demolished, leaving only a few supporting pillars, with the floor beneath reduced to a concrete slab. The ceiling above had lost its floorboards, reaching nearly 9 meters in height, allowing even the stag beetle to stand upright without hindrance. The vast hall was occupied by a mantis resembling a dried leaf, appearing frail at less than 2 meters in height, yet exuding an overwhelming aura of intimidation. Perfect grade. Moreover, its genetic development exceeded 20. Beside it lay a soil-colored wooden box, and behind it, a black rope bound an insectoid. The pheromones from the perfect mantis conveyed an urgent and eager tone. Excellent, quickly hand over those 3. You will become my foremost warrior, and I will grant you a tribe for your enjoyment. Yet the stag beetle's expression darkened. Sanhu, this is bad. This is even a phantom beast. Sanhu's face mirrored the concern. Their leader was a perfect grade mantis, not a phantom beast. All had been mistaken. Initially, Sanhu had speculated that such a grand assembly must signal the emergence of a phantom beast, only to discover it was merely an intermediate perfect grade. Damn it. We were too hasty. Stag beetle, what are you waiting for? Run. If it were a phantom beast, summoning their lord would surely resolve the matter in an instant. However, if it were not, facing this perfect insectoid alone would be tantamount to a fool's errand. A development level above 20 indicated it had already entered the ranks of first-tier evolution. Engaging it would be akin to offering oneself as a meal, but as the 2 turned to flee, a green mantis appeared at the corridor entrance behind them, judging by its intimidating presence. It was an extraordinary top-tier green mantis, wielding a curved scythe-like claw still stained with Jean Lingna's blood. The black serpent immediately recognized that this must be the entity that had ambushed Jean Lingna. The green mantis tilted its head, questioning, Big guy? Aren't you here to surrender? Why are you fleeing with trophies? To some extent, the initial insect beasts were purer than humans. They were devoid of deceit and treachery. The innocent green mantis still regarded the stag beetle as an ally. However, once insect beasts had consumed enough humans, they transformed. They became adept in various schemes, harboring negative emotions and desires. The perfect mantis observed the scene with cold detachment, deducing that the stag beetle might be feigning surrender. For what purpose? What could it possess that would pique its interest? Was it attempting to steal its treasures? But why then flee? It seemed perplexing. Perhaps it would be best to devour them and inquire later, promptly issued a command to the extraordinary mantis, Qinglang, eliminate them. The expression of the green mantis shifted in an instant. The moment prior, it had regarded its kin as allies, but now it perceived them as foes to be avenged. It would carry out the command of the dried leaf mantis without question, regardless of right or wrong. In an instant, it unleashed a rapid strike aimed at the stag beetle's head. Sanhu steeled himself, acting decisively, extending his right hand to block, while his left hand swiftly struck toward the opponent's vital points. Swish, splatter, blood sprayed. Sanhu's arm was severed, and his punch missed entirely. The stag beetle was drenched in cold sweat. Had it been struck, it would have been decapitated. The mantis, true to its predatory nature, exhibited an attack speed so swift it blurred. The trio had no time to react. Upon reflection, if this extraordinary mantis was such a threat, how terrifying would the perfect grade mantis be? The thought sent chills down their spines. With a sudden pop, Sanhu's arm regenerated. Stag beetle, coordinate with me for a feigned attack. Okay. As two individuals simultaneously launched their assaults, one from the left and the other from the right, their relentless onslaught, one strike descending, another ascending, momentarily rendered the green mantis incapable of retaliation. Although it was their first collaboration, the two exhibited an uncanny synergy, akin to seasoned comrades who had fought together for years. The mantis, its patience thoroughly exhausted, evaded the attack from the rhinoceros beetle and, disregarding the impending fist of the three tigers, resolutely counterattacked. With a swift slice, it severed the joint of the beetle, incapacitating one of its arms. The three tigers' strikes landed upon the mantis as well. Yet they only inflicted minor wounds. Internally, they marveled at the mantis's prowess as a natural combat master, its battle instincts remarkably keen. The situation took a drastic turn. The duo could no longer coordinate flawlessly, while the mantis remained formidable, forcing them to retreat step by step. Their wounds multiplied, and although the three tigers boasted formidable regenerative abilities, the rhinoceros beetle was not so fortunate. Despite its heavy armor, the joints remained vulnerable flesh. Having endured multiple assaults targeting its joints and veins, the beetle was nearing its limit. The three tigers were compelled to unleash their ultimate move prematurely. Rhinoceros beetle, seal off its movements. Upon hearing this command, the beetle lunged to the left, prompting the mantis to leap right, creating an opening that the three tigers seized. With bloodshot eyes, they activated their genetic technique. Berserk, unleash. A crimson barrage ensued. Strike, 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 strike. It was a flurry of chaotic blows, all directed at the mantis, bolstered by double the strength, forcing the mantis against the wall for a full 60 seconds. The wall crumbled into ruins, and the green mantis collapsed to the ground. The three tigers, utterly exhausted, fell as well, the side effects of their technique beginning to manifest. This should be... What the hell? They exclaimed in fury. From the rubble, the green mantis staggered to its feet. The three tigers felt 1,000 alpacas stampeding through their minds. This creature was remarkably resilient. Had it been raised on sandbags? Chapter 50. The phantom beast emerges. The green, superior-grade mantis was grievously wounded, its body bleeding profusely, yet it still retained combat capability. In contrast, the three tigers had only the black eel remaining unscathed, while both the three tigers and the rhinoceros beetle had lost their fighting spirit in this short span. The green mantis let out a fierce roar as it clawed its way out of the ruins. Cautiously advancing toward the trio, the black eel fixed its gaze on the mantis, flicking its tongue in anticipation of an opportunity. The mantis's reflexes were astonishingly swift, and its blade was razor-sharp, lacking the formidable defenses and regenerative abilities of the three tigers. The black eel knew that a single cut could spell its doom. It could only wait for the perfect moment to strike. Just as the green mantis was about to reach the three tigers, a rustling sound echoed from outside the building, as if some monstrous entity was on the move. All eyes turned toward the window. The sound intensified as a mass of black fur emerged, followed by a plump body, the superior-grade black poisonous caterpillar. What was its purpose here? The perfect-grade dry leaf mantis glowered at the caterpillar, irked. Who permitted you to ascend? Get lost. The enormous black caterpillar seemed oblivious to the warning, continuing its sluggish advance toward the meteorite's location. The green mantis rushed forward, positioning itself in front of the dry leaf mantis. Acting as a loyal guardian, it issued a final warning to the black caterpillar, which disregarded it. With a hiss, the black caterpillar pressed on, prompting the green mantis to channel its green energy into its curved blades, raising them in an X formation. Genetic technique: X/, with a swift motion, two arcs of azure blade energy cleaved through the air. The gargantuan caterpillar, measuring 6 meters in height, was severed into 4 pieces, leaving the 3 tigers, the rhinoceros beetle, and the black eel stunned. Goodness. Are you kidding me? After such a lengthy battle, the adversary concealed yet another skill. They were taken aback, pondering how strong the nearby perfect-grade mantis must be. Before they could contemplate further, a fiery red claw burst forth from the black caterpillar's remains, grasping the green mantis's head, for talons digging in fiercely. With a resounding crunch, the green mantis was obliterated, unable to react in time. Instant annihilation. With a squelch, a firebird emerged from the black caterpillar's carcass. Adorned with a tail as vibrant as a peacock's, ruby-like eyes, a rooster's comb, and an ostrich-like form, its body cloaked in flames. The mythical beast, the fire phoenix, had arrived. It had effortlessly dispatched the superior-grade mantis. And surely, a fierce clash awaited against the perfect-grade mantis. The 3 tigers understood this was their final chance, urgently whispering toward the rhinoceros beetle, black eel, quickly launch a signal flare. The rhinoceros beetle relinquished its wind-proof lighter and flare to the black eel, who nodded and swiftly departed. However, just a few meters away, a flaming feather shot forth, piercing the black eel's vital spot, instantly pinning it to the ground. Black blood gushed forth, corroding the cement beneath with a hissing sound. The black eel had been slain. New black eel, roared the 3 tigers, their hearts filled with rage and despair. This was the perfect-grade pet of their lord. To perish here would bring dire consequences, eye in the distance. The fire phoenix gazed at the fallen trio, its eyes radiating a disdainful humanity, before it slowly approached the perfect-grade mantis. Its deliberate steps exuded an overwhelming pressure, each movement sending tremors through their hearts. Leaving their faces pale and their bodies drenched in sweat dye in its eyes, only the mantis before it warranted serious engagement. The perfect mantis wielded its blade with astonishing speed, capable of threatening even the most formidable mythical beasts. Yet the fire phoenix was no ordinary creature. It was the pinnacle of mythical beings, transcending even the mythical realm, a 1 in a billion god-slaying entity. Its growth potential was an astounding 3,200 human strength, a stark contrast to the perfect-grade mantis's 800 strength. A 4-fold difference. Yet the perfect-grade mantis boasted a high genetic development and scythe-like weaponry, embodying a classic high-attack, low-defense assassin. It was a game of survival. Either it would slay the phoenix or be slain. Just as the perfect dry-leaf mantis prepared for battle, the fire phoenix struck first, letting out a soft cry. Genetic technique: scorching flame. Its red beak opened wide as orange flames erupted, fanning out to engulf a significant portion of the floor. The dry-leaf mantis seized a nearby insect and swiftly maneuvered, driven to another corner. It could have retreated, yet it was unwilling to relinquish the meteorite it sought. Moreover, it firmly believed, isn't it merely a mythical beast? Isn't this an unfavorable situation? I can turn the tables. With sharp eyes fixed on the fire phoenix, the dry-leaf mantis's abdomen quivered, releasing a black iron wire worm that darted toward the phoenix at breakneck speed. If it could ensnare the fire phoenix, that would be ideal. If not, it would at least buy enough time to unleash its own skills. Once again, the fire phoenix unleashed its scorching flame upon the iron wire worm, causing the armored creature to shriek in agony, curling up before being incinerated alive. The dry-leaf mantis took to the skies, its wings unfurling as a shroud of dark energy enveloped its scythe. With 2 quick, horizontal slashes, it executed the genetic technique. Cross-slashed, a long, black cross-slash cut through the air with unstoppable force, rapidly approaching the fire phoenix. In that moment, the dry-leaf mantis vanished and reappeared behind the fire phoenix, swinging its blade toward the creature's head. Genetic technique: sonic decapitation. A front and back assault ensued. The dry-leaf mantis could hardly contain its excitement. One of these techniques was bound to land a hit. At the very least, it would severely wound the avian beast, perhaps even kill it on the spot. After all, this was a mythical creature. If it could devour a mythical beast's genetic sequence, the future would be limitless. Not to mention, advancing to a king beast was not out of reach. Achieving perfection and invincibility would pose no challenge. This was no mere danger. It was an opportunity that belonged to it. Die, great bird. The dry leaf mantis envisioned the scene of the bird's head tumbling to the ground in its mind. It is worth noting that birds are on the mantis's menu. However, the mantis also found itself on the bird's culinary list. Swish! The sonic slash first grazed the bird's head. Had it struck true? No, wait. It had missed? How could this be? The dry leaf mantis's smile froze. It had seemingly struck the bird's neck, yet it felt as though it had merely sliced through air, passing harmlessly over the creature's head. What followed was the dry leaf mantis's own cross/boom. The dry leaf mantis was entirely overwhelmed by the very attack it had unleashed, its body staggering backward. But the assault was not over. The fire phoenix followed up with a diagonal slash of its wing, its feathers slicing through the air like razor-sharp blades, aimed at the mantis's neck. The dry leaf mantis narrowly evaded the deadly strike. Yet its entire body was still left with a gash. With a splatter, green blood sprayed forth, and in the blink of an eye, the perfect grade mantis, with a genetic growth exceeding 30, succumbed to defeat. Though it did not perish, it had lost all capacity to continue fighting. It was all over in just 2 moves. Even the mighty perfect grade dry leaf mantis could only lie on the ground, uncertain of its fate. Chapter 51. Qin Yuan makes his entrance, the enraged little turkey, alongside the witnessing San who contemplated launching a signal flare. However, just as he shifted his feet, 2 feathers pierced through his tendons, causing him to collapse onto the ground with a thud. The prophecy unfolded. Even a perfect grade 30 genetic development mantis could only endure 2 rounds before the mythical phoenix. As for San Hu and his companions, they were far from escaping. In the face of overwhelming power, they might not even manage to end their own lives. Strangely, the fire phoenix did not hasten to slay them. Instead, it approached the fiery meteorite, directing a pheromone towards San Hu, warning him not to move, lest he perished. He then swallowed the meteorite whole, igniting its body in orange flames, as if it were forging the meteorite within, gritting his teeth. San Hu fervently prayed in his heart, "My lord, if you do not arrive soon, we shall face total annihilation. I beseech you, come quickly and save your little brother." Meanwhile, the unicorn beetle scolded himself for his incompetence. Feeling he had betrayed his lord's trust, the master, even in moments of rest, did not neglect his training and had gathered so many allies for this capture, placing great importance on the mission. Yet, here they were, unable to even defeat a distinguished mantis. It was all his fault for being too weak. His lord must be exceedingly anxious now. I truly deserve to perish. In Binqing's pedestrian street, Qin Yuan strolled leisurely, a skewer of roasted lamb balls in his left hand and a towering fruit tea in his right. Slurping on the milk tea, he exclaimed, delightful." Calling out to the vendor, he ordered a serving of roasted ice cream, 500 yuan's worth of spicy grilled squid with extra heat, and a portion of stinky tofu. As he enjoyed his skewers, he frequently glanced towards Binqing University of Science and Technology. If he could not capture the mythical phoenix today, he would have to wait for the next opportunity when it appeared in East City. All preparations were in place. They would do their utmost and leave the rest to fate. The opponent's hidden abilities were formidable and challenging to seize, so he was mentally prepared for the possibility of failure. At that moment, a red firework erupted above Binqing University, exploding into an arrow shape, an arrow piercing the clouds, summoning countless soldiers to converge. Qin Yuan was astonished. "Oh, they actually caught it. My little brothers are quite capable." With that, his back exploded as 6 crystalline wings unfurled, propelling him skyward. The fierce winds dispersed the torrential rain, creating a brief vacuum around him, leaving behind a bewildered vendor, frozen in place. Did the celestial being forget to pay? On the rooftop of an abandoned building at Binqing University, a black serpent coiled upright in the rain, its tail resembling a human hand holding a lighter. "Thank goodness for my cleverness. I escaped disaster by shedding my skin. I, the black flood dragon, am truly ingenious." Utilizing the windproof lighter, it successfully ignited a signal flare on the 8th floor. After the fire phoenix swallowed the meteorite, it began to mutate, its body trembling as it grew taller, reaching over 4 meters. Armed evolution commenced, its feathers elongated and sharpened, its eyes radiated with searing light, and the feathers of its tail blazed like a miniature sun. Its beak and claws shimmered like precious gemstones, exuding an otherworldly aura. As it absorbed the source energy crystal, the feathers evolved into the weapon. Feather sword, orange 2-star. Tail feathers evolved into the weapon. Void feathers 2, orange 5-star. Total 3. Claws evolved into the weapon. Armor-piercing claw, orange 2-star. Eyes evolved into the weapon. Gaze of insight, orange 2-star. Beak evolved into the weapon. Flame pecker, orange 1-star. And its lungs evolved into the weapon. Scorching lungs, orange 1-star. The Fire Phoenix's entire body underwent a weaponized evolution, completing its metamorphosis, its presence now even more formidable. If, in its previous incarnation, it could take on 5 perfect-grade mantises, the current Fire Phoenix could contend with 5 of its untransformed selves, showcasing an exponential increase in power. Even San, who began to doubt whether their lord could withstand the present Fire Phoenix. Powerful. It was overwhelmingly powerful. The intensity radiating from it was unlike anything San who had ever felt. Scorching, potent, and ferocious. Truly an invincible monarch of flames, the son of the apocalypse. The Fire Phoenix restrained its aura, elegantly feasting upon the Insect Man. First selecting the bound Insect Man's student, it thrust a foot into the Insect Man's body, drawing genetic energy into itself. Sanhu then realized that the Phoenix regarded them as mere dessert, with the meteorite serving as the main course. Typically, after consuming the Insect Man student, the next target would be the nearby perfect-grade mantis. However, the Fire Phoenix defied expectations, swiftly appearing before Sanhu, piercing its foot into him to siphon genetic source power. What agony it was to have one's genetic source power forcibly extracted. Sanhu experienced this firsthand. His eyes wide with horror, mouth agape, unable to emit a cry of despair. The pain was indescribable, akin to being surrounded by a dozen individuals forcefully crushing one's eggs, shattering them, and accompanied by the anguish of raw bone marrow. An excruciating torment. Sanhu felt as if he were on the brink of death. Suddenly, the Fire Phoenix ceased its extraction and leaped aside. Someone is coming. Who could it be? Might it be our lord? With great effort, Sanhu opened his eyes, revealing a black serpent. Black Flood Dragon had come to his rescue. Hissing, Black Flood Dragon bared its fangs, signaling its ferocity. Stay away. The Fire Phoenix was startled, sensing a shiver of trepidation from the serpent's venom. Had it been bitten, it would not have perished, but it would surely have been injured. After all, it was a Fire Phoenix, a top-tier mythical beast. Common toxins would have no effect on it, which piqued its curiosity. How could a perfect species possess such potent venom? If it could harness this toxin against that fellow, it might yield extraordinary results. Receiving the pheromones from the Fire Phoenix, Black Flood Dragon retorted. You wish to recruit me as your subordinate? Hiss, roll away. I am your father. The Fire Phoenix, unfazed, recognized that insect beasts were inherently rebellious and required subjugation. With a powerful flap of its wings, 3 feathers shot forth, impaling Black Flood Dragon's head, body, and tail, rendering it unable to utilize its elusive escape techniques. Indeed, pinned down like this, it could not shed its skin. But what if the very thing you pinned down was its skin? Hiss! Black Flood Dragon erupted from the ground, lunging at the Phoenix. Yet the Phoenix's speed was astonishing. Swiftly seizing it in its claws, it brought its head close to Black Flood Dragon. Ah, you possess remarkable talent. I would hesitate to kill you did I ask you one final time. Surrender or die? Hiss! You avian creature, once my lord arrives, I shall devour you. Oh? The Fire Phoenix scoffed disdainfully. You and your pitiful companions? How strong could your leader possibly be? Perhaps on par with a perfect-grade witheredwood mantis at best, or maybe merely at the level of a green distinguished mantis. Kill me, you are all worthless. Akin to refuse. How dare you compare yourselves to me? Since you refuse to submit, then you shall perish with that. The Fire Phoenix tightened its grip, ready to crush Black Flood Dragon on the spot. At that critical moment, a thunderous crash resounded as a figure burst through the wall, descending from above, a clear male voice ringing out, Hey, that red little turkey, what do you intend to do to my pet? Chapter 52. Void Feathers. The fierce battle. The Fire Phoenix looked up, spotting a man with blue crystalline six wings standing within the abandoned building. The man had remnants of an unknown grease at the corner of his mouth and emitted no detectable aura. He was likely a stealth-type perfect-grade insect man. The fire phoenix disdainfully regarded Qin Yuan, shaking the black flood dragon in its claws, revealing sharp teeth in a grin. "Are you the leader of this serpent? You appear rather ordinary. Whether in appearance or presence, you seem no different from an average human. There is not a trace of insect-like manifestation on you, an insect man who cannot fight. Do you possess some form of psychic control?" Qin Yuan grinned, nonchalantly pulling out his phone to take a selfie, flashing AV sign for the camera. Look, look, a first-form antique fire phoenix, quite the rarity. Come on, little turkey, strike a pose," with the flash illuminating the scene. The fire phoenix's eyes filled with murderous intent, its expression darkening, brows furrowing as it clenched its jaw. "You dare provoke me? Insult me? I am a mythical beast with the most noble phoenix bloodline. Human, you are courting death." With a surge of fiery rage, the fire phoenix's lungs ignited, rapidly expanding its chest before unleashing a torrent of flames, twice the magnitude of the previous outburst. Amidst the raging inferno, the surroundings transformed into a sea of red flames, the cacophony of explosions echoing relentlessly. The ground melted into lava, steel beams liquefied, and half of the building was consumed, obliterating everything on the eastern side. The air was thick with the acrid scent of charred remains, and the temperature soared by dozens of degrees. Down below, many insect beasts perished in this cataclysmic disaster, while the few remaining fled in terror. Such a level of attack would surely annihilate even perfect-grade insect men, would it not? As the fire phoenix contemplated, a sudden wave of deathly crisis enveloped its entire being. A vague silhouette flickered to the side. Raising a fist, a mere ordinary punch, hurtling towards it with the ferocity of a howling gale. Contrary to expectations, the anticipated explosion of its head did not ensue. Despite the impact on its cranium, it felt as though the fist had merely struck empty air, passing straight through the fire phoenix's skull. Qin Yuan, taken aback, scoffed, "Oh dear, truly worthy of the fire phoenix, managing to evade my strike through phantasmagoria. Were it not for this ability, I could have ended it with a single blow." Phantom Wing. Actively released, it allows for the control of phantasmic time for 30 seconds within a 5-minute span. Passively activated when encountering unpredictable attacks, it grants 3 seconds of fixed phantasmic state. 1 may choose either active or passive use, followed by a cooldown of 2 hours. At this moment, a feather on the fire phoenix's tail dimmed. For it possessed an abundance of these phantasmic feathers. It finally came to the realization of the terrifying prowess of the man before it. The concept of phantasmic states, both active and passive, indicated that its opponent harbored the capability to inflict severe damage or even annihilate it in a single strike. The fire phoenix's pupils dilated. "Annihilate me? Impossible. You are certainly not a perfect being. What manner of creature are you? Answer me, human." A sunny smile graced Qin Yuan's face. "Oh dear little chicken. Have we become such estranged friends that you have forgotten me so swiftly? How disheartening, in a past life." They had shared a deep bond, only to be separated for an eternity. The apocalypse-level phantom beast of the future. Juri Yin Feng, in a previous life, countless souls had perished in the attempt to subdue it, with several of the top 10 powerhouses of the Dragon Kingdom falling in the process. Ultimately, it seemed to have fled to another world. Thus, Qin Yuan was well acquainted with it, possessing intimate knowledge of all its abilities and equipment. Yet, the Fire Phoenix knew nothing of Qin Yuan, maintaining the advantage in information. This round, the advantage was mine. The Fire Phoenix's gaze darkened further, sensing Qin Yuan's mockery. Old friends? It had never known companionship since its inception. What did this human mean? Was he attempting to confuse it? Did he wish to lower its guard? Human, you are formidable. Would you consider an alliance? Together, we could dominate this planet, feasting upon countless powerful genetic sources, striking at the very essence of life to elevate ourselves to the pinnacle of the food chain. Qin Yuan chuckled. I am not so naive. Those who allied with you in my past life, did any escape without being devoured? They all ended up as mere fertilizer. Little chicken, let me be frank. I have come to seize your genetic essence today. Our encounter will determine both our standing and our fates. The Fire Phoenix grinned, laughter growing louder, Goo goo goo. How amusing. I shall first slay your subordinates before savoring your demise. With a decisive motion, the fire phoenix crushed the black serpent beneath its claws. Ha ha ha. Feel the rage. Suffer in pain. It raised its gaze forward, expecting Qin Yuan's fury, yet he remained unflinching, not even blinking. What is this? Qin Yuan kindly advised. Take a closer look at what you have crushed. As the fire phoenix looked again, it realized that toxins had already infiltrated its entire claw. With a fierce roar, it unleashed a burst of orange flames, incinerating the toxins. When had it been deceived again by that black serpent? Molting? Just when? Meanwhile, Qin Yuan began his warm-up, aware that this battle might stretch on for quite a while. Are you ready, avian creature? I am about to strike. Qin Yuan surged forward, his body lowering as he dashed ahead with blurring speed, entirely eluding the eye, and arrived before the fire phoenix, mirroring his previous motion. This time, the fire phoenix activated its phantasmic state in advance. Boom! The sheer force of the punch shattered a supporting pillar behind it. The steel beams blasted apart. Had it not been for the phantasmic ability, the fire phoenix would have been obliterated twice over. Even after its armed evolution, it found itself utterly defenseless. 30 seconds, is it? Qin Yuan's voice echoed like a devil's summons from the depths of hell. As the fire phoenix's fur bristled, it prepared to retaliate. If it could wield this 30 seconds effectively, it would be invincible. It perceived its opponent to be akin to the mantis monster, a high-damage, low-defense type of assassin. Thus, it merely needed to unleash an all-encompassing assault. The fire phoenix's feathers stood erect, resembling a porcupine. Genetic technique. 100 feather arrows, 360 all-encompassing attack. Genetic technique. Obsidian shield. A cerulean honeycomb energy shield materialized before Qin Yuan. Clang, clang, clang. The feathered arrows ricocheted off the obsidian shield, all deflected. The fire phoenix lunged forward, executing an armed wing slash. At the tip of its wing was an orange weapon capable of piercing energy shields. Aimed directly at Qin Yuan's neck. Yet, Qin Yuan thrust out his chest, opting for a trade of blows, aiming a punch at the fire phoenix's head. The phoenix gritted its teeth, compelled to utilize its phantasmic state. The two figures intertwined, phantasmic states rendering them immune to harm, but likewise incapable of inflicting damage upon each other. Both creature and beast thought simultaneously, damn. Truly a formidable adversary. Chapter 53. The monster that grows stronger with death. The battle persisted. With Phantom Wing, one could use Phantasmic State for 30 seconds within 5 minutes. Theoretically, if used for 1 second each time, it could be activated 30 times. Yet, in merely 2 minutes, the Fire Phoenix had exhausted its 30 seconds. Qin Yuan closed in again, beads of sweat trickling down the Fire Phoenix's forehead, prompting it to wave its hands in a gesture of truce. Wait, I believe a gust of wind surged forth. And a punch landed, boom. The fire phoenix's head exploded like a watermelon, green flesh and blood splattering across the cement ground, exuding a pungent metallic scent. 1 punch. Annihilation. The first genuine kill of a phantom beast species. The observing rhinoceros beetle and the 3 tigers gaped, their mouths agape, utterly stupefied. Did it just get annihilated? Good heavens! My lord possesses terrifying strength. This phantom beast was powerful. Even though the two had never faced it directly, they could deduce its might from its past achievements. The 3 tigers, rhinoceros beetle, and black serpent, with their low genetic development, could only manage a stalemate against an exceptional species of top-tier mantis. Yet, the top-tier green mantis would be obliterated by the perfect-grade dead leaf mantis, which in turn would fall to the fire phoenix. A regular fire phoenix would succumb to the armed fire phoenix. And yet, this immensely powerful armed fire phoenix had been so easily dispatched by their lord with a single punch. Not even able to withstand a single blow. What if it hadn't been for the phantasmic state? Would the fire phoenix not have been annihilated the moment they met? To put it accurately, without the phantasmic state, it would have perished countless times by now. Qin Yuan's strength had reached an unimaginable level, transcending realms beyond their comprehension. Even the once mighty phantom beast had been obliterated by a single punch. All of this felt too surreal, far too smooth. They had anticipated an epic confrontation, at least 300 exchanges. Yet, unexpectedly, the battle concluded in a single round. The fire phoenix's corpse collapsed onto the ground. devoid of blood, its muscles still twitching. Only Qin Yuan comprehended that the conflict had only just begun. Can the three tigers still move? Take the rhinoceros beetle, the little black serpent, and that egg, and flee. The farther, the better. The three tigers were perplexed. Why, Lord, is the fire phoenix not already dead? Its brain matter is scattered everywhere. How could it possibly survive? Is this a ruse? Do you know why it is called the fire phoenix? To be reborn from the ashes, it undergoes a metamorphosis with each demise, a monster that grows stronger with death. Enough. Quickly make your exit. Rendezvous at the designated location and bring the mantis along. No need for excessive explanations. You cannot offer any assistance here. Perfect grade dead leaf mantis, once tamed, could serve as an excellent ace. The three tigers nodded. Thanks to the little creature's relentless recuperative abilities, it had regained its vigor. They used the dead leaf mantis to bind the black iron thread serpent tightly. With the injured trio hurrying away, remaining would only serve as a burden. The rhinoceros beetle marveled at their lord's strength. Akin to a deity's descent, this moment, the three tigers resolved to follow Qin Yuan in seizing the world, aiding him in becoming the new sovereign, ensuring their own rise to the rank of generals. What man does not harbor the dream of becoming a general, galloping across the battlefield, wrapped in a horse's hide, slaying enemies for his nation, and establishing a legacy? What once seemed unattainable now felt remarkably close. All thanks to that man, Qin Yuan. At this moment, on the 8th floor of the abandoned teaching building, the fire phoenix's body ceased its convulsions, igniting in a raging inferno, along with the splattered liquids that began to burn. The flames grew ever larger, the surrounding air boiling, distorting and twisting. A fierce wind howled, forming a whirlwind. Within the blaze, a figure began to take shape, continuously contorting and reshaping, until a voice resembling that of a human echoed forth. He, did you not anticipate this? I have once again clawed my way back from the depths of hell, and I have emerged even stronger than before. I have transcended into my ultimate form. Tremble, humans, at this moment. The fire phoenix has undergone a complete transformation. Its physique resembles that of a humanoid with 4 limbs. Its original wings have morphed into magnificent appendages, while its head remains avian. Standing at a height of 188 meters, it mirrors the stature of Qin Yuan at present. This is the second peculiar trait of the fire phoenix, death adaptation. Its genes develop a certain resistance against the entities that caused its demise, evolving specialized organs, skills, or equipment to counteract them. In simpler terms, I shall not be slain by the same attack twice. This also explains why Qin Yuan has refrained from utilizing many of his skills. Now that you have employed them, all you achieve is augmenting my evolutionary strength, which bears little practical significance. The fire phoenix is still basking in the ecstasy of its newfound strength. Qin Yuan shrugs. Well, although it may be somewhat untimely, I had actually anticipated your transformation. Moreover, you have merely evolved from a turkey into a somewhat more robust turkey. In essence, it remains the same to me, at most. You have transitioned from a left-hand execution to a right-hand execution. The fire phoenix, with a wicked grin, retorts, continue to feign bravado. What does it matter if you are aware? I have now entered the realm of invincibility. Even if I grant you both hands, you could never hope to match me. Qin Yuan's eyes gleam with excitement. Such a request is unprecedented in my 2 lifetimes. Grant me both hands, and you have my word. Initially, he thought the fire phoenix was merely jesting, but it was clear that the creature was genuinely inflated with confidence. Tio put it plainly, it has become arrogant. After its resurrection, the fire phoenix indeed placed its hands behind its back, exuding an air of superiority, practically begging for a challenge. Come at me, you fool! These words seemed etched upon its visage. Qin Yuan, unfazed, crouches low and unleashes a powerful punch aimed at the fire phoenix. This strike is delivered with all his might, inflicting a staggering 200 tons of damage. The question is, can it withstand such force? The fire phoenix does not retreat. Instead, it lifts its left foot to meet the attack head-on. Bang! The punch connects as though striking a solid iron wall. How resilient! Qin Yuan quickly estimates the fire phoenix's strength to be between 280 to 300 tons, indicating an approximate tripling of its previous power, surpassing even its humanoid form. The genetic enhancement of this phoenix is indeed formidable. However, let us not forget, He has yet to transform into his insectoid form. In other words, he has not yet unleashed half of his true potential. Young chicken, do not let your pride cloud your judgment. Chapter 54. Danger. The reborn fire phoenix evolves within the dilapidated building. Upon witnessing the futility of Qin Yuan's attack, the fire phoenix's face betrays an uncontrollable excitement. Its lips curling into a sardonic smile. Boring, utterly boring. Is this truly all you are capable of? Then you may as well perish. Qin Yuan chuckles, bemused by the audacity of the reborn fire phoenix. How fortuitous, for that is precisely what I had intended to convey. No sooner had the words left his lips than Qin Yuan's muscles began to swell as he transformed into his insectoid form. His physique rapidly expanding, a layer of armor enveloping him, deep blue crystals sprouting across his body, and his stature dramatically increasing. Upon witnessing this transformation, the fire phoenix's expression shifts. Its legs propel its entire being forward at astonishing speed, launching an attack against the metamorphosing Qin Yuan. Instinct warns it that the transformation must not be allowed to complete. Deathbeak strike. With a fiery red silhouette brimming with lethal intent, it darts forward. Bang! The attack successfully ruptures half of Qin Yuan's still incomplete form, blood and flesh erupting, exposing his innards. For an ordinary insect beast, such a blow would be grievous. But who is Qin Yuan? Merely a trivial wound. Exclusive gene. Hyper-regeneration. White flesh rapidly proliferates, and in the blink of an eye, the wound fully heals. You cunning fire phoenix, taking advantage of my transformation to launch a surprise attack. Are you unfamiliar with the rules of the realm? Luckily, my self-healing capabilities are extraordinary. The injured area can mend itself in an instant. Simultaneously, the fire phoenix loses its opportunity for a second strike, as Qin Yuan's transformation is complete. His entire being is encased in dark crystal armor. Resembling a war machine, the tide of battle shifts, with the insectoid Qin Yuan's power once again asserting dominance. Little chick, let us commence our second round of combat. Once the mythological gene development reaches 10, he can better control the leakage of his aura. Even as Qin Yuan evolves into a complete insectoid form, the fire phoenix remains oblivious to any trace of insectoid presence. Often, what terrifies insects the most are the unknowns. The fire phoenix assumes a defensive posture, awaiting Qin Yuan's counterattack, its demeanor now far from the previous nonchalance, replaced by a grave concern. Qin Yuan's 6 wings emit a soft glow in the spirit of reciprocity. I shall grant you both hands, and I shall only employ a single strike. If you survive, consider it a victory. What do you say? The fire phoenix's face betrays skepticism, adorned with disdain. What can your human words possibly? Whoosh! A flash of blue light darts by, swift as lightning. Boom! A colossal explosion resonates, enveloping the surroundings in a cloud of blood mist, scattering it far and wide. Instant kill. The fire phoenix's head and heart erupt simultaneously. Green blood splattering across the concrete ground, a spectacle even more grand than before. This time, Qin Yuan indeed refrained from using his hands. In the moment his 6 wings unfurled, he delivered 2 kicks aimed at the head and heart. Another instant kill. This marks the second time the fire phoenix has been vanquished, even after its resurrection and enhancement. Theo, challenge me. Understand this. I am a being of myth. The dark crystal wings upon my back are no mere adornments. They can enhance my speed by 400 to 1200, achieving multiple times the speed of sound in an instant. Even now, the fire phoenix has not fully perished, despite the absence of its head and heart. Its muscles continue to writhe in a chaotic frenzy. Subsequently, rhythmic spasms commence, differing from the previous red flames. This time, they are white. The cold white flames resemble bone, igniting gradually from the blood, spreading throughout veins, flesh, and innards. No longer searing, the surroundings begin to frost over as if some monstrous entity were returning from the icy depths of the soul's abyss. Thump, thump, thump. The fire phoenix's heartbeat resumes, the white flames cocooning it in a spherical chrysalis, continuously burning and forging within. After a full 2 hours, the flames begin to diminish. During this interval, Qin Yuan attempts to attack the flames, yet they are insidiously potent, incinerating the very soul, rendering them untouchable. Should he manage to harness them, it would be a treasure indeed. The flames are entirely absorbed into the fire phoenix's being, which has undergone a complete metamorphosis. Bone Wraith Phoenix. Its body has grown to approximately 4 meters, fully adopting a humanoid shape, save for the long bird skull mask adorning its head. Its battle stance closely resembles that of Qin Yuan's insectoid form, differing only in that it is clad not in dark crystal but in bone armor. Its entire body is enveloped in bone, revealing a hairless crimson hue beneath, as if the skin had been stripped away, leaving raw muscle exposed. Were it not for the fiery red wings sprouting from its back, one might mistake it for a bone knight traversing the earthly realm. An overwhelming sense of foreboding envelopes him. Stay away, danger. Stay away, danger. Stay away, danger. How intriguing, attempting to engage me in battle with my own visage. Seeking to vanquish magic with magic? You are far from worthy. Strangely, this time the Fire Phoenix, no, it should be referred to as the Bone Phoenix, ignores Qin Yuan's provocation, merely gazing coldly, its eyes devoid of emotion. So tranquil is its demeanor that, aside from Qin Yuan, nothing else exists in its gaze. It is utterly indifferent. Qin Yuan internally curses his misfortune, having experienced the encirclement of a phoenix in a past life. He recognizes this as the Bone Phoenix's exclusive hunting mode, a 1v1 extreme counter. If his assumptions are correct, the bone effect it possesses serves but one purpose: armor piercing, specifically designed to penetrate dark crystal armor. While its bones may struggle against steel, they will undoubtedly breach dark crystal defenses. This is a one-on-one exclusive hunting mode, commonly referred to as a Godslayer species. Moreover, it is a Godslayer species specifically tailored to counter Qin Yuan. A true exemplar of personalized customization. What a stroke of bad luck. To possess an exclusive hunting mode at this juncture, I had thought it had yet to awaken such abilities. However, once I eliminate it, all its might shall belong to me. The rules of the insect beast world dictate. The victor takes all. Roar. The Bone Phoenix howls at the heavens, flapping its wings and launching an instantaneous assault. The foreboding sense escalates, a frantic warning blaring within him. Danger, 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 danger. Chapter 55, Bullet Time. Dark crystal venomous insect mode. A gentle breeze stirs, yet the Bone Phoenix's figure eludes sight. Gene technique, dark crystal shield. Qin Yuan envelopes himself in the dark crystal shield to guard against the impending ambush. With 360 all-encompassing defense and the advantage of precognition, he believes it improbable for the adversary to inflict even a scratch upon him. However, a blood blade pierces through Qin Yuan, carving a deep gash into his chest, revealing bone beneath. This time, his precognition fails to react. The dark crystal shield is swiftly breached, healing instantaneously, as a bone blade feather slices through Qin Yuan's dark crystal armor, injuring the flesh within. Moreover, its attack possesses a bleeding and tearing effect that impedes rapid healing. Should the opponent close in and strike a vital point, it could indeed prove fatal. The probability of death can reach a level of less than 1. Indeed formidable and highly threatening. In the apocalyptic world, the roles of hunter and prey can swap at any moment. One must remain ever vigilant against their adversaries. I shall no longer entertain you. Farewell. As 6 wings unfurl, Qin Yuan instantly ascends into the heavens. It is imperative to create distance. The narrow terrain hinders his capabilities, while the sky is his domain. After soaring 100 meters, a whisper echoes in his ear. You cannot escape. A chill runs down Qin Yuan's spine. This is the sensation of being pursued by someone he detests, a wave of coldness surging to the crown of his head. Without looking back, he immediately employs his ultimate move, Emperor's Domain. Stasis. With a resounding thud, an invisible realm unfolds, successfully ensnaring the mentally vulnerable Bone Phoenix within the spiritual realm, immobilizing its body. Qin Yuan launches a counterattack. Emperor's Flurry. Strike, 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 die, die, die. Boom, 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 boom. The shadows of his fists rain down upon the Bone Phoenix's form like a tempest. Qin Yuan's punches are swift and heavy, each blow delivered with unreserved ferocity. In a matter of seconds, he unleashes hundreds of strikes, shattering the Bone Phoenix's armor and revealing the crimson flesh beneath. As he surmised, it is indeed a high attack, low defense assassin phoenix. Just as Qin Yuan revels in the thrill of battle, the opponent unleashes a burst of orange flame from its mouth, forcefully interrupting his flurry. The two retreat several meters from one another. Counting it all up, this has been the most exhilarating battle of Qin Yuan's life. The sensation of constant one-hit kills had grown tiresome. At last, a worthy opponent has emerged, and he must hold back. He must not accidentally strike it down. He is now filled with excitement. Ha ha ha, delightful, come again. With newfound clarity, he effortlessly comprehends the genetic skill, bullet time. Bullet time, mythical beast level, utilizes mental energy to accelerate brain reaction speed and movement velocity, temporarily enhancing reflexes by 1000, with a baseline passive reflex increase of 200. The growth potential of a mythical species is astounding. Once devoid of rivals, now various skills will emerge as battles unfold, and his brain's reaction speed accelerates at an astonishing rate. The Bone Phoenix flaps its wings to launch another assault. Qin Yuan activates bullet time. With a snap, the world transforms into shades of gray, as if the pause button has been pressed. Everything slows down tenfold. Qin Yuan feels as if he has opened the door to a new realm. A roar escapes him. He can distinctly see the Bone Phoenix's attack movements. However, his limbs struggle to keep pace with his mind. Moving his arms and legs during bullet time proves exceedingly difficult, akin to being ensnared in a quagmire. The movies truly are fabrications. While his cognitive response has accelerated tenfold, the reaction of his limbs has only increased by about 3 times. It is a classic case of the mind being quick while the body lags behind. Of course, it may also be due to his recent acquisition of the skill and lack of familiarity. Now, Qin Yuan can discern the Bone Phoenix's attack patterns. It releases unique pheromones to disrupt his precognitive judgments during its assaults. The bones shimmer with a chilling radiance, which likely serves as the key to breaching armor. Now that he has discerned the opponent's attack patterns, he merely needs to implement corresponding countermeasures. That peculiar pheromone should have a greater effect the closer one is. If he maintains distance, he can utilize his precognition to foresee the attacks, for the bony spines on its body. Since they are specifically designed to counter his obsidian crystal armor, he can simply alter his own armor accordingly. Obsidian transformation. In an instant, the color of Qin Yuan's armor shifts to deep blue, adopting an inner armor form. Although his defense may slightly diminish, it possesses the special ability to absorb energy attacks, allowing him to counter the Bone Phoenix's energy assaults and disrupt its judgment. As they collide, they exchange hundreds of blows. Amidst the emotional turbulence, Qin Yuan activates another of his exclusive genetic abilities. Limitless Force. Mythical increases basic strength limits to 1280 tons. Emotional fluctuations can surpass this limit, augmenting strength up to 3,880 tons. Current basic enhancement, 200 tons. Emotional enhancement, 200 tons. With bullet time, obsidian 6 wings, and limitless force combined, Qin Yuan's strength reaches 600 tons, with a critical strike of 200, totaling 1,200 tons. The Bone Phoenix's strength is estimated to be between 1180 to 1250 tons, yet it possesses astonishing speed. Qin Yuan can only deftly parry as they engage in a fierce exchange of blows, each strike resonating through the air. The sky reverberates with their clashes. Both combatants exhibit rapid healing abilities. However, the Bone Phoenix's attacks possess properties that hinder healing. Qin Yuan deploys one of his trump cards, Ancient Divine Poison. Originally intended as a last resort for the third phase, it seems that a third phase is unlikely to materialize. Fire Phoenix, Armed Phoenix, Human Phoenix, Bone Phoenix. It has undergone 3 evolutions, surpassing Qin Yuan's expectations. Its regenerative capabilities are formidable, and he refrains from using the power of chaotic rules for now, reserving it as a safety net in case of unforeseen circumstances. Poison Arrow. Qin Yuan fashions an arrow from his own blood, enduring a strike from the Bone Phoenix to inject his toxic blood into its body. The toxin takes immediate effect, severely hampering the Bone Phoenix's healing capabilities. The battle now hinges on endurance. A new round commences. Qin Yuan's form begins to transform. Obsidian. Venomous Insect Mode. Chapter 56. Further Evolution. One-winged Bone Phoenix. In the sky, the deep blue of Qin Yuan's obsidian armor becomes tinged with a hint of lavender. The original blade-like armor vanishes, replaced by countless sharp, venomous crystalline spikes. While it does not enhance combat power, it effectively counters the Bone Phoenix's close-quarters combat. With wings unfurled, he moves like lightning, appearing before the Bone Phoenix in a flash. With his right hand clenched into a fist, he strikes at the Bone Phoenix's vital point. the force of his punch breaking the sound barrier, producing a sharp sonic boom. The bone phoenix, relying on its keen reflexes, instinctively tilts its head to evade. Boom! With a thunderous crash, the bone phoenix is sent flying, a powerful shockwave creating a ring of white light in the sky, akin to a meteor plummeting into a forest. Boom! Boom! The explosions continue unabated, countless massive trees cleaved asunder. The ground plowed into a trench over 100 meters long, smoke and dust enveloping the forest. At the end of the haze, the bone phoenix is embedded deep within a colossal boulder. Unable to extricate itself, human, the bone phoenix spreads its arms, embedding them into the rock, and with a mighty effort, it bursts forth from the stone. It directs a furious roar towards the sky. Roar, within the bone phoenix's eyes. Alongside rage, there lies profound confusion. During the previous strike, it had clearly evaded thanks to instinct. Logically, neither Qin Yuan's attack trajectory nor range should have struck it. Yet, it felt as though an invisible arm had unexpectedly landed a blow. What exactly went awry? The bone phoenix's mind races. Could it be the poison arrow that had struck it earlier? In light of this, it activates its exclusive resistance evolution. Poison resistance. Exclusive resistance evolution reduced by 1. Remaining evolution count, 0. The bone phoenix's skeletal armor develops swirling purple patterns, enhancing its poison resistance. With this enhancement, Qin Yuan's venomous insect mode is rendered ineffective. Qin Yuan descends from the sky once more, and the bone phoenix charges head-on. Both combatants rapidly adapt to each other's attack patterns. However, this time, the roles of offense and defense have reversed. Qin Yuan keenly senses that the opponent has developed an exclusive anti-poison gene. A barely perceptible smile gracing his lips, they've taken the bait. As long as the opponent has employed its exclusive resistance, his powerful moves can now be unleashed. Qin Yuan's punch is evaded, but the bone phoenix's strike comes in an instant. It lunges forward with a spiked fist, which he narrowly dodges, yet he cannot evade the swift kick that follows, forcing him to absorb the impact. Qin Yuan braces his abdomen, concentrating his defenses to withstand the bone phoenix's kick, simultaneously delivering a punch to its face. Boom, boom. They both stagger backward, and Qin Yuan digs his feet into the earth to halt his momentum, his 6 wings propelling him into the air in an instant. He ascends several meters, securing a position 1,000 meters above ground, standing firm. His eyes dart swiftly, searching for the bone phoenix's silhouette. Just then, his precognition alerts him. An attack is imminent. A barrage of bony spikes hurtles toward him. With a swift beat of his wings, he veers aside, narrowly avoiding the bone spikes, only to be met with the bone phoenix's lethal bone blade slash, grazing his neck. This strike lacerates an artery, leaving a several centimeter-long gash from which crystalline blue blood flows, releasing a faint, fragrant aroma into the air. This blood is laden with a lethal toxin. Any ordinary insect beast that catches a whiff would perish instantly. Qin Yuan feels the heat of battle igniting within him, veins bulging on his forehead. Damn, that was too perilous. He lacks any regenerative genetic abilities. Should he suffer a fatal blow now, it would truly be the end. He must avoid any missteps. Both possess the power to end one another's lives, and it appears he can no longer afford to hold back. Under the enhancement of weapon effects, even as Qin Yuan presses his hand against his neck, blood continues to flow unceasingly. Such a penchant for weaponry? Heh, then how will you respond to this move? Obsidian. Shattered Ray. The ultimate move is unleashed. Qin Yuan's gaze was earnest, clearly indicating he was serious. The purple gem embedded in his forehead radiated a brilliant spectrum of colors, gathering an immense amount of energy within. The pupils of the skeletal phoenix trembled, sensing an imminent death crisis. This is bad. Death, death, death. Flapping its wings, it fled at breakneck speed. Escape, escape. The only prerequisite is that you must outrun the speed of light. Shatter. Everything. Whoosh. Sizz. A devastating laser pierced through the skeletal phoenix's body, striking the forest below. All objects that came into contact with the purple laser disintegrated as if they were being decomposed, dissolving into nothingness, rapidly spreading like a virus, akin to a swarm of invisible nanobots devouring everything, be it living flora and fauna or inanimate mountains and stones. Contact meant annihilation. Any touch led to death. It decomposed all, annihilated all. This was divine skill, dark crystal shattering ray. When the attack ceased, a bottomless chasm appeared below, resembling a passageway to the abyss, over 2 kilometers in diameter, with an unknown depth, dark, gloomy, immense. Surely it must be dead now. I wonder if there will be a third resurrection transformation. If not, then it's over. Qin Yuan flew forward, scanning the area, yet he did not see the skeletal phoenix's remains. Could it be? Could there be not even a trace left? He had intentionally held back several times, fearing it would be reduced to nothingness. It defied logic. By rights, that strike should have allowed the fire phoenix to undergo a third resurrection. Suddenly, a gust of demonic wind swept in, and Qin Yuan sharply lowered his head. Pfft! Blood sprayed from Qin Yuan's back as he turned to see the skeletal phoenix, miraculously unharmed. This is simply fantastic. Qin Yuan grinned wickedly. Moreover, it seemed the creature had evolved once again, its 6 wings merging into a singular, pristine wing akin to that of an angel. The single-winged skeletal phoenix was now over 3 times faster than before. You have resurrected? No, it was a second evolution, super evolution, exclusive hunting mode stage 2, equivalent to being killed 3 times to achieve this super mode. Fire phoenix, armed phoenix, humanoid phoenix, 6-winged skeletal phoenix, single-winged stage 2 skeletal phoenix, 4 stages of evolution in total. What special item did it rely on? Some unknown gene, meteorite, or something else? Although it remained a skeletal phoenix, the single-winged variant was immensely stronger than the previous 6-winged form, its power concentrated into one point. With all the 6-wing strength coalescing into that singular wing, capable of disrupting the balance. Fewer wings meant exponentially greater speed. The key was that the more it died, the stronger it became. Qin Yuan's eyes gleamed with greed. Excellent! I shall claim this gene. Not even Jesus can prevent it, as I say. Meanwhile, Qin Yuan keenly noticed that among the white feathers of the opponent, one had turned gray. Was it the newly evolved void feather? It evaded my dark crystal ray and evolved as well. So that's how it is. Chapter 57. The Battle in the City. The battle had entered a fever pitch. The single-winged skeletal phoenix was formidable. But that was precisely what Qin Yuan desired. Its strength made its genes worthy of being seized. If it were weak, there would be no fight. His trump card was the power of rules. It was not yet time to employ it. For now, he would merely play along, seizing its genes at the critical moment. Generally, he had no desire to seize the genes of common phantom beasts. But the increasingly powerful underworld phoenix gene before him was a target he must acquire. In the dark night sky, 2 figures, one white and one blue, clashed like something out of a sci-fi film. The booming sounds echoing throughout the city. The battle raged from the wilderness straight into the urban area, and then back again. Bin City, a real estate agency, was holding a mobilization meeting at night. The vice president passionately addressed the crowd. Bin City, the wealthy were astute. Now they were unwilling to purchase homes, so we must set our sights on the impoverished, the middle-class families. Just concoct a discount promotion, and any dilapidated buildings, haunted houses, or mortgaged properties can all be sold. Conscience? What is that worth? Those in our line of work with a conscience are starving. Only by lacking a conscience can one earn more money. Wash through all the customers in our store, especially those gullible old men and women. What are they saving all that money for? It's better to let it benefit us than to take it to the grave. Does anyone have any objections? A rotund man in a suit stood up. I oppose. We cannot do this. The elderly are not so easily deceived. We should focus on the naive graduates. They not only can be fooled but can also help you count the money afterward. Ha ha ha! The vice president chuckled wickedly, a lewd expression on his face. Heh, how despicable, I like it. Just then, a flash of white light streaked by. Bang, boom. The glass shattered, the walls collapsed. The conference room erupted in screams as a gigantic white monster crashed into the room. Leaving it in ruins, the vice president, struck head-on, was reduced to a puddle of mush. Subsequently, bone spikes erupted from the white monster, pinning everyone's minds to the wall. The single-winged skeletal phoenix merely sensed a tranquil world around it and raised its gaze toward Qin Yuan. Their fierce battle quickly attracted a horde of reporters and official coverage, the entire street swarming with journalists and influencers. The citizens were in a state of panic, retreating to their homes for safety. These two had fought from the west bank to the east, from the south of the city to the north, causing destruction on par with the small-scale war. Explosions echoed everywhere, and raging fires blazed. Tonight, Bin City was exceptionally lively, not only with insect beasts attacking the city, but also with a natural disaster unfolding. A graceful figure appeared on the highest floor of the EDD, the 101st floor. The pinnacle of Bin City.in, the live broadcast, a beautiful woman appeared. Hello everyone. I am Wu Qianqian, bringing you first-hand news of the Dark Crystal Emperor Ant, live. The photography team, having invested heavily, consisted of an elite group of 100, with nearly 40 cameras. They were positioned on various rooftops throughout the city, all donning hard hats and bulletproof vests, resembling battlefield journalists poised at potential sites for the Dark Crystal Emperor Ant's appearance. As the connection was established, "Miss, we got it. We got it." Wu Qianqian's face lit up with joy. "Good. Switch the camera immediately." The scene shifted to the pedestrian street, in stark contrast to the usual hustle and bustle. The entire street was deserted, even showing shoes scattered on the ground. Qin Yuan and the skeletal phoenix were engaged in battle on the pedestrian street, their clash causing immense commotion, often toppling small buildings with each strike and breaking the ancient monument that stood at the street's entrance. Two monsters, seemingly teleporting, battled fiercely below, flashing everywhere. People could not comprehend what was happening. One moment, the Dark Crystal Emperor Ant was sent flying, the next, the skeletal phoenix soared through the air. The two monsters exchanged blows, their powers seemingly equal, yet the comments section was rife with scorn. Another attention-seeking stunt. This livestream shows nothing but two shadows flashing around. In this age of advanced technology, with high resolution, the footage seemed increasingly blurry. High-tech, it's definitely edited. The model looks good. It resembles the real pedestrian street perfectly. By the way, did anyone see those two streaks of light in the sky tonight? Are aliens fighting? What aliens? The authorities have already debunked it, saying those are the latest model of drones. I don't believe in monsters. I've lived on Blue Star for 25 years. If there were monsters, how come I've never seen one? In just 10 years. What can you see? My great-grandmother even saw a dragon. Wu Qianqian gritted her teeth, feeling no goodwill toward these ignorant individuals. Technicians, bring up the analysis equipment. Let us slow it down and take a closer look. To those questioning the authenticity of the live stream, she vowed to make them silence their mouths. After continuous adjustments by the technicians, the footage became clearer, finally reaching 48K titanium alloy high definition. Wu Qianqian commanded, "Slow down. Start with 100 times slower." Yet the video still only revealed indistinct shadows. 200 times slower. This time, it was indeed much clearer, with discernible shapes. 400 times. Still just shadows. Slow it down to 1,000 times. No, max it out, 2,000 times. The footage released now consisted of frame-by-frame captures, finally revealing the two moving monsters clearly. One was a fiery birdman encased in skeletal remains, while the other was a deep blue dark crystal armored creature adorned with purple venomous spikes, the Dark Crystal Emperor Ant. Now there's no denying it, right? Yet the comments section remained contentious. I don't believe it. With technology this advanced, it looks like it's edited. It absolutely cannot be real. Trash media, get out of my city. Amidst the cacophony of insults, a single voice rose above, "Woo-woo. I can attest, there really are monsters. I'm hiding in the attic of the pedestrian street, trembling in fear." The video is proof. Attachment. Video. Holy cow! There really are monsters. Oh my god. May the Lord protect us. Such cruelty. Wu Qianqian was equally perplexed. These individuals disbelieved their own live broadcast, yet chose to trust a video taken casually by a bystander. Upon clicking to view, the screen opened to a shocking sight. A 4-meter-tall skeletal birdman tearing apart a police chief, blood splattering onto a nearby pancake stall with a sizzling sound. Wu Qianqian immediately comprehended why the crowd would place their faith in this video. It is well known that one cannot manipulate the image of a Dragon Kingdom police chief, as it represents the authority of the empire. Altering the chief's likeness is a criminal act. Moreover, the gruesome imagery rendered the footage all the more authentic. "Miss, look, they captured a static moment." In her live stream, Wu Qianqian finally managed to capture the two figures in a still frame. The skeletal phoenix was engulfed in roaring flames, standing defiantly against the spiny Dark Crystal Emperor Ant, seemingly poised to unleash a devastating attack. Chapter 58. The armed evolution of the Dark Crystal Emperor Ant in the pedestrian street. The fiery skeletal phoenix stood beneath a street lamp, resembling a malevolent spirit rider from a film, its skeletal form radiating an intimidating crimson blaze. Roar, humans, die, genetic skill. Scorching phoenix flame, a torrent of flames erupted from its mouth, capable of incinerating all in its path. Dark crystal shield. The hexagonal dark crystal energy shield barely withstood the onslaught for a moment before being obliterated by the adversary's flames, and in the next heartbeat. It would be Qin Yuan's turn. A flash of purple light illuminated the scene. In this dire moment, Qin Yuan's wings underwent a transformation. Combat gene activated. 6 wings unification armed evolution. Dark crystal purple wings. Dark crystal purple wings. Gold 2-star movement speed increased from 800 to 2400, accompanied by resilience and passive toxicity. Active skill. Dark crystal flicker, allowing instantaneous movement within a 1,500-meter range. Cooldown time. 180 seconds. Qin Yuan's expression brightened as the 6 wings on his back crackled, melding together with brute force, instantly evolving from a blue crystal hue to a single purple crystal wing. Dark gold flicker. He teleported behind the skeletal phoenix, swinging his right arm down in a powerful punch. Exceeding limit. Giant power killing fist. The forceful wind from his punch distorted the skeletal phoenix's face, his fist magnifying in its terrified gaze. Boom! In that instant of impact, the skeletal phoenix's facial structure twisted grotesquely, its entire form uncontrollably hurtling away. A thunderous explosion erupted as the street opposite was left with a massive crater, just as Qin Yuan intended to deliver a finishing blow. Countless skeletal tridents flew towards him. Bullet time. He deftly evaded the tridents, but missed the opportunity to strike again. A sharp pain surged through his mind. Had he reached his limit? Utilizing bullet time had pushed him to the brink. The strength of the single-winged skeletal phoenix was unexpectedly formidable. Although it appeared that Qin Yuan had been exchanging blows evenly with the skeletal phoenix, he alone knew that the latter's speed was astonishingly swift. He had to maintain bullet time at full power to keep pace with it, simultaneously forcing himself to evolve or unlock latent potential. However, now that both had evolved into single wings, it was uncertain who possessed the greater speed. The skeletal phoenix's demeanor had shifted from calm to increasingly frenzied. As its head swayed, its expression oscillated between madness, elation, and fury. He. Just obediently become food. Why resist? Qin Yuan scoffed dismissively. If you want to fight, then fight. Spare me the theatrics. He. I'll hang you up on a tree and dismember you before devouring your innards. He. The mental state of the skeletal phoenix deteriorated rapidly. Its eyes were bloodshot, bulging outward as it spoke, its head shaking violently, resembling a deranged lunatic. Gaining power through extraordinary means invariably exacts a tremendous toll, consuming genetic energy, vitality, lifespan, mental strength, and soul power is par for the course. Such a monstrous skill as resurrection and enhancement demands even greater sacrifices. What is free often proves to be the most expensive. If it were to resurrect again, there might not be a trace of the phoenix left. His goal was capture, not annihilation, hence a steady approach was paramount. It seemed the side effects were beginning to manifest, a deeper smile spreading across Qin Yuan's face. Fortunately, everything was within his calculations. Thus, the third round commenced. The skeletal phoenix advanced first, brandishing its bone sword to slash across Qin Yuan's face, successfully marring his features. The damage was minimal, yet the humiliation was immense. Puffed. Just as it prepared to display a triumphant smile, it realized its abdomen had been pierced, disbelief flooding its face. A purple blade had impaled its midsection. Where did you get this sword? Qin Yuan horizontally drew the vertically embedded blade and flicked away the bloodstains. This? You had it the first time you struck me. The new weapon had manifested during their close-quarters battle, kept hidden until now, precisely to force himself into a corner to birth new skills and armaments. This was the only insect beast that posed a genuine threat. To squander such potential would be a grave mistake. I shall extract every ounce of it. He. Thus, Qin Yuan embraced the mistake, compelling his genetic potential to unfurl. The dance of the blade's tip required not only courage and strength, but also a dash of fortune. With ill luck, one might meet their demise on the spot. Dark crystal poison blade, gold 1-star inflicts armor piercing, magic breaking, bleeding, tearing, and severe toxicity. Passive. Grants an additional 30 true damage upon attack. Active. aggregated explosion, capable of triggering a secondary explosion of all damage dealt within 300 seconds by the Dark Crystal Poison Blade, totaling 150 of the accumulated damage. Both wielded weapons, commencing a deadly duel. Each clash of blade against sword sparked a shower of sparks. Clang, clang. For an hour, they engaged in brutal combat. Gradually, Qin Yuan's speed began to match that of the skeletal phoenix. As they battled, they simultaneously exterminated nearby insect beasts to replenish their strength. Their wounds healed in an instant. While the fighters remained unscathed, the onlookers fell victim. They fought their way from the pedestrian street to the municipal government building, then through various streets and alleys. Their silhouettes became ubiquitous throughout the city, captured by an increasing number of netizens in photographs and videos. Wu Qianqian's live stream audience surged to over 2 million concurrent viewers. The personnel stationed at various points recorded many stunning moments, thanks to her connection with Qin Yuan and their partnership with the Wu family. Most importantly, the Dark Crystal Emperor ant was striking. It was undeniably handsome. Wu Qianqian renamed her live stream to the hero guarding Bin City in the Shadows, a live broadcast of the heroic deeds of the Dark Crystal Emperor ant. After making the change, a smile blossomed at the corners of her rosy lips. Technical team, commence editing. Create a video for me to be featured prominently on my homepage. Qin Yuan rescued a man who, upon rising, cursed him only to be swiftly silenced with a slap. The latter part was to be cut, retaining only the rescue footage. The scenes of Qin Yuan slaying insect beasts were to be preserved, along with the destruction of buildings. The footage of the skeletal phoenix crushing a man would remain, as would the scenes of it consuming humans and monsters. The footage depicting the skeletal phoenix demolishing buildings would also be kept. Before long, a flawless hero video was completed. In the video, Qin Yuan saved citizens from peril, exterminated insect beasts to prevent the skeletal monstrosity from wreaking havoc, and aided the military, embodying the very definition of heroism. The skeletal phoenix was cast as the villain, marked for murder, arson, destruction, and cannibalism, truly a paragon of wickedness. If the skeletal phoenix were to venture online, it would undoubtedly taste the bitterness of online harassment. The promotional video for the Dark Crystal Emperor ant catapulted its popularity to new heights. As the fervor escalated, an increasing number of factions began to take notice of this small city of Bin, including some foreign powers and lurking evil forces, all fixated on the two battling calamity insect beasts. Chapter 59. The Ultimate Showdown. The two insects battled from Bin City to Qian City in Qian City. At the city center, a deafening explosion resonated as two colossal figures descended, sending the surrounding crowd into a panicked flight. Just moments ago, the exemplary youth representing the Dark Crystal Emperor ant now wore a sinister grin, perched atop the flaming skeletal phoenix. Hee hee, little turkey. Can't you just let me kill you and hand over your genes? Humph, little bug. Why don't you just wait to be devoured? So, we have no deal then? Killing me will only make me stronger. I advise against it. Qin Yuan had no intentions of slaying it. Specifically, he had never contemplated killing it at this juncture. What he sought was the phantom beast gene within the skeletal phoenix. If the conditions for its third resurrection involved burning its phantom beast genes, then his efforts would be in vain. He must first exhaust its physical stamina before seizing the gene. That was the proper course of action. While seizing genes was undoubtedly painful, he was unperturbed. Why was he unafraid? The pain would not be his. It would be the skeletal phoenix's. A friend's death matters not to a monk. What's a little sacrifice for my strength? He had nothing to lament. Everything would proceed according to plan. However, a question lingered. Where were they? The two combatants had lost their sense of direction amidst their clash, seemingly having ventured into an adjacent city. One Qin Yuan had never visited in either of his lifetimes. Oh well, it's probably not important. Humph. The skeletal phoenix below snorted coldly, exerting force through its legs to kick towards Qin Yuan's head, while its wings strained to break free from their restraints. Flicker. With each flicker lasting 180 seconds, Qin Yuan had become increasingly adept at wielding this ability. Now that he found himself in a different city, he felt liberated to unleash his full potential. Dark Crystal, Shattering Ray. The purpose of Qin Yuan's Shattering Ray was merely to draw out his opponent's Void Realm Feather ability. As anticipated, the Bone Phoenix instantaneously transformed into a spectral form, allowing the Shattering Ray to pass through its body and strike the concrete road below, obliterating an entire street. The Bone Phoenix spread its arms, unleashing a peculiar wave of energy. Bone Flame Domain. Activate. In an instant, a radius of 2 kilometers was ensnared within the domain, as a blood-red curtain, reminiscent of flesh, descended from the sky, causing every structure to sprout bone spurs. The number of individuals ensnared within the domain exceeded tens of thousands, with several hundred succumbing to the bone spurs in an instant. A cacophony of screams and cries filled the air. Even the Bone Phoenix furrowed its brow. It detested such jarring noise. With a slight lift of its hand, it declared, "Thorned dance of bones." As the words left its lips, countless bone spurs began to erupt from the ground, walls, and interiors of buildings, transforming the entire space into a thicket of skeletal thorns in the blink of an eye, leaving no room unoccupied. The white bone spurs were as thick as utility poles, adorned with a plethora of sharp, hook-like protrusions. The surrounding screams abruptly ceased. Following an eerie silence, the entire space fell utterly quiet. The world was finally at peace. Now, it was time for a proper confrontation. Insectoid, oh, little turkey, you've expended your ultimate move. What will you use to contend with me now? Speaking of ultimate moves, the one-winged Bone Phoenix revealed a sinister smile. Hee hee, the true ultimate move lies right beneath your feet. Dance of 10,000 bones. All the bone spurs, as if endowed with consciousness, targeted Qin Yuan with deadly precision, leaving him with no avenue for escape. Surrounded on all sides, the spurs filled the space in a 360 onslaught. Yet, Qin Yuan's visage betrayed no hint of fear. Rather, it radiated excitement. Why was he so exhilarated? Soon, the Bone Phoenix would discover the answer. Domain expansion. Emperor's Domain, Duan. An invisible ripple coursed through the body of the Bone Phoenix, pulling it into a mental realm. Although it had previously endured torment here, it had not sustained any substantial harm, merely a fleeting dizziness. However, this time felt different. It found itself ensnared within a mental prison, with its adversary neither killing nor torturing it, simply sealing it within. Meanwhile, its corporeal form plummeted earthward, as if stripped of its soul. Qin Yuan soared upward, catching the Bone Phoenix's body. Without the support of the Bone Phoenix's genetic energy, the surrounding domain began to fracture inch by inch. Yet, the deceased could never be revived. Qin Yuan understood that the mental prison could not hold the Bone Phoenix for long. He needed to prepare for his next move. With a swift incision to his own artery, he let his blood flow into the mouth of the Bone Phoenix until its body began to convulse violently. As if on the verge of awakening, rapid recovery, Qin Yuan hastily distanced himself. The second toxin injection was successful. Why now? The sky had begun to brighten, and the battle between the two had extended from night into day. Given their current stamina, the conclusion was far from imminent. Sensing the metallic tang of blood in its mouth, the Bone Phoenix frantically searched its body, discovering no wounds nor signs of poisoning. Cough, cough. What have you done to me? Curious? Once you are dead, I shall reveal all. The Bone Phoenix's expression contorted from playful mirth to wrath, as it pressed its palms together to unleash its most formidable strike, its ultimate trump card. Nether Fire. Phoenix Flame. This was the hellfire brought back from the realm of the dead, capable of incinerating energy and even intangible souls, ranking among the fiercest of flames. Qin Yuan, unwilling to be outdone, summoned the radiant black-purple glow from the amethyst gem on his chest, channeling it into his most powerful strike. Dark Crystal. Shattering Ray, full power. In the city center, the two rays collided with cataclysmic force. Everything in their path was annihilated. The flames capable of consuming souls and the ray that disintegrated all met in a cataclysmic clash, sending shockwaves that obliterated nearby buildings, leaving not a trace behind. The dark crystal shattering ray relentlessly dismantled the Nether Fire Phoenix Flame, gradually suppressing the Bone Phoenix until it was vanquished. Its flames disintegrated, including those from the realm of the dead. Witnessing its impending defeat, the Bone Phoenix resorted to its final Void Realm feather to evade the attack, then ascended into the sky, gathering energy in its fists. Human, receive my blow. Phoenix's essence. Qin Yuan steadied his breath and concentrated. Gathering genetic energy in his hands, the Bone Phoenix, fighting desperately, was not to be underestimated. Essence. Phoenix's wings. With a powerful flap of its wings, it took flight. What? A creature that has perished twice and undergone multiple evolutions dares to flee? Little turkey, do not escape. Qin Yuan also unfurled his wings and swiftly pursued. A roasted chicken wing shall not be allowed to fly free, leaving behind the ruins of the city center and the tardy rescue teams. Chapter 60. The third kill, the emergence of Death's black flame. The chase begins. Had the Fire Phoenix been less encumbered by the earlier skirmish, it might have had a chance to escape. However, now that it was locked in, any thoughts of flight were utterly dashed. It had attempted to take a human hostage to compel Qin Yuan to hesitate, but this tactic proved futile. Without hesitation, Qin Yuan unleashed a dark crystal-shattering ray. Can you believe it? The hostage died even quicker than it did. As they battled while retreating, the two clashed for an entire day and night. Under Qin Yuan's meticulous control, the relentless and high-intensity conflict left both combatants armor-tattered and their bodies riddled with wounds. Their physical strength nearly depleted. Since both possessed weapons that hindered recovery, their injuries only multiplied rather than diminished. Healing became exceedingly arduous, consuming far more stamina than usual. Unbeknownst to the one-winged bone phoenix, Qin Yuan had lured it to the vicinity of Bin City's artificial lake, a vast expanse of 8,000 acres, where his allies had long been lying in wait. The bone phoenix remained blissfully unaware of the impending trap. Having engaged in combat with Qin Yuan from October 4th to the morning of October 6th, over 30 hours of intense battle had left it utterly exhausted. Its flight speed had dwindled to that of an ordinary bird, and its wounds had merely ceased to bleed. Similarly, Qin Yuan, trailing behind, appeared equally exhausted. Though stronger than the bone phoenix, his strength was limited. Little did the bone phoenix realize that this was all part of Qin Yuan's elaborate performance, intended to lull it into complacency before its demise and the surrender of its genetic material. Though the phoenix had experienced multiple evolutions, it was still no match for Qin Yuan. Both appeared to be at their limits. And now it was a matter of willpower. The bone phoenix landed first, taking a moment to catch its breath, with Qin Yuan closely following. Observing the fatigued bone phoenix, Qin Yuan sensed that their final confrontation was imminent, a desperate counterattack from a top-tier phantom beast. Yet everything remained firmly within his grasp. All of this was merely a show for the bone phoenix, allowing it to believe their strengths were comparable. The bone phoenix, hunched and trembling, bore an expression fraught with trepidation. "Please, no more, I concede. Spare me, and I shall grant you anything you desire. Could you kindly sheathe your blade before making such requests?" The bone phoenix's expression shifted, straightening its posture with narrowed eyes, breaking into a wide grin. "Oh dear, you've seen through me. While you wish to consume me, I, too, harbor desires of feasting upon you." The bone phoenix brandished its bone-armored sword, while Qin Yuan unsheathed his purple crystal poison blade, and they commenced ground combat. Without the augmentation of their wings, both combatants' speeds diminished as they charged toward one another. In the moment of contact, Qin Yuan planted his toes firmly against the ground, leveraging it to propel himself upward. Executing a somersault and striking at the bone phoenix's neck with his sword, the bone phoenix dodged to the right while simultaneously launching bone spurs from its shoulder, aimed directly at Qin Yuan's. "Here I find myself at a loss. Even if I remain motionless, it would be exceedingly difficult for them to inflict harm upon me, for the disparity between us is not of the same magnitude." The rhinoceros beetle leaps from above, only to swiftly evade as it nears from behind. Another sound resonates, a full-powered strike. Sanhu leaps forth, delivering a punch that connects with the visage of the skeletal phoenix, producing a sharp crack. Sanhu's hand is severed. In the wake of this, Sanhu is met with a lethal slash. Touching it would mean certain death. At that very moment, a flicker of purple crystal appears. Qin Yuan employs his skill, positioning himself behind the skeletal phoenix, wielding his blade with both hands, and brings it down. "Farewell, little turkey." The fatal blow leaves the skeletal phoenix no time to turn back, its phasing ability still in cooldown. With its eyes wide open, the skeletal phoenix exclaims, "No?" In a sudden burst, a head adorned with a bird bone mask soars high, its eyes wide with astonishment and resentment. After more than 30 hours of relentless battle, the skeletal phoenix's stamina has finally been exhausted. It delivers one final strike, severing Sanhu's body in half, leaving him sprawled on the ground, teetering on the brink of death. Qin Yuan, grief-stricken, approaches Sanhu with his blade in hand. Brother, fear not, I shall ensure your departure is devoid of suffering. With that, he raises his blade high. Sanhu hastily raises his hand, a resounding heartbeat reverberated, as the colossal form of the dark crystal beast gradually shrank, ultimately reverting to its humanoid shape. The ancient dark crystal emperor ant, mutated mythical species, possesses the following exclusive genetic abilities. 1. Limitless might, mythical. 2. Primal divine venom, mythical. 3. 7th super sense, mythical. 4. Dark crystal armor, mythical. 5. Hyper regeneration, mythical. 6. Ancient emperor's domain, mythical. 7th super sense, new temporal awareness, enabling brief foresight of the future. Ancient emperor's domain, new capable of simultaneously influencing both reality and the mind. Creating a dual-layered overlapping domain, genetic techniques. 1. Dark crystal shattering ray, mythical. 2. Emperor's combo, king level. 3. Dark crystal shield, king level. 4. Bullet time. Arm genetics. 1. Dark gold purple wings, gold 2 stars. 2. Dark crystal poison blade, gold 1 star. Resistances. Death resistance 80, 8 chance to resist death. Fire resistance 1200, immunity to temperatures below 1200. Super genetic abilities. 1. Illusory critical strike. 2. Phoenix rebirth of the underworld. Phoenix rebirth of the underworld. New effect 1 allows for the storage of sufficient genetic energy for rebirth evolution. Effect 2 enables the utilization of its unique genetics for death evolution, with a slight chance of manifesting a special form. Upon the first resurrection from death, all attributes are multiplied by 300. Prioritizing the consumption of stored genetic energy. When energy is at full capacity, a 100 activation of resistance optimization occurs, with no side effects, not yet activated. Upon the second resurrection from death, all attributes are multiplied by 400. With a 50 chance of triggering the exclusive hunting mode, prioritizing the consumption of stored genetic energy, genetic source power, a portion of potential life force mental strength, not yet activated. Upon the third resurrection from death, all attributes are multiplied by 500, with a 10 chance of activating the death realm mode, consuming genetic source power, all life force, all potential soul energy, not yet activated. The fourth death mode, not yet activated. Mythical exclusive rule skill, disorderly, a rule type skill that can induce chaos in all things within its range, including rules of the same level. The current degree of genetic development has been reset to 0, while the growth limit has increased by 300, currently standing at 30,000 units of strength. A further evolution of the ancient dark crystal emperor ant, the strength of 30,000 people, that equates to 3,000 tons of power. The growth limit has tripled. Moreover, all death resurrection counts are at 0, indicating that the previous demise was not truly fatal. The first death grants a 300 bonus, the second a 400 bonus, and the third a 500 bonus. Just as Qin Yuan reveled in his triumph, a sudden wave of intense weakness washed over him. The energy required for genetic fusion evolution was immense, exacerbating his already exhausted state. Unicorn beetles, descend, at your service, my lord. Upon hearing Qin Yuan's command, the unicorn beetle grinned, leaping from the shore alongside Jean Lina, the black flood dragon, and the transformed egg of Sanhu, tracing a perfect parabola through the air. With a resounding thud, they plunged into the riverbed, a cloud of mud erupting as half of their body sank into the mire, struggling to extricate themselves from the sludge. Qin Yuan approached the bone phoenix, examining its armaments. What treasures abound! After being tempered by the black flames of death, the armaments adorning the phoenix had undergone varying degrees of evolution, particularly the 3 items. They had evolved into golden armaments. Qin Yuan cleared his throat, ahem. Everything you have accomplished has been conveyed to me through pheromones by the little black flood dragon. We shall distribute rewards for this operation at once. Upon hearing of the rewards, the trio, 2 humans and 1 serpent, pricked up their ears, listening intently. First merit, Jean Lina. You located the meteorite and the hiding place of the insectoid leader, drawing out the phantom beast. Reward, Eye of the Phoenix, orange 3 stars. Wow, thank you, boss. This was Jean Lina's first encounter with an orange armored item. She had initially thought she was merely laboring for naught. To her astonishment, the boss was so generous. She cradled the Eye of the Phoenix with utmost affection. Qin Yuan turned his gaze to the white egg. Next, Sanhu, for repeatedly risking your own safety to save your comrades and daringly luring the bone phoenix to its demise. Reward, Phoenix Claw, orange 3 stars. The white egg bobbed its head in gratitude. Unicorn beetle, loyal and steadfast. Reward, fiery lung, orange 2 stars. Hee hee. Thank you for the precious gift, my lord. The unicorn beetle had longed for a means of ranged attack. Its master truly understood its needs. What a wonderful treasure! With this, I shall secure my position as the first combatant. The unicorn beetle grinned widely, exuding an aura of confidence. Little black flood dragon, return to my side. You are rewarded with the privilege to remain with me. Upon hearing this, the little black flood dragon eagerly scurried back to coil around Qin Yuan's arm. The 3 most potent armaments from the Bone Phoenix were withheld from them. Not due to Qin Yuan's stinginess, but rather a concern that they might not be able to wield them properly. Dark Bone Sword, gold 1 star, inflicts tearing, bleeding, armor-piercing, and stamina-draining effects, resisting recovery. Active skill, Dark Slash. Consuming genetic energy to unleash a dimensional strike leading to the underworld. Requires a connection to an underworld portal. The underworld. That phoenix seems to have a link to the realm of death. Phoenix Wings, gold 2 stars, increases movement speed by 1,000 to 2,000, with defensive and offensive attributes. Active skill, Myriad Feather Pierce, using all feathers on its wings for a piercing attack. Cooldown duration depends on feather recovery rate. Void Feathers, gold 1 star, allows entry into the void for 60 seconds at will within a 10-minute duration. Can be triggered passively, cooldown of 60 minutes. The 3 original Void Feathers have transformed into 1, extending the usage time while reducing the cooldown and eliminating the 3-second limit on passive activation, now extending to 60 seconds, an increase of 20 times. Qin Yuan placed his hand upon the physically manifested armaments, directly absorbing the items into his being. Now adorned with a complete set of golden equipment, his growth had astonishingly reached 3,000 tons. What does this signify? It equates to the combined strength of 30,000 ordinary individuals, or 3,000 typical insect beasts, 500 elite insectoids, 750 extraordinary beings, and 375 perfect-grade entities. Although his genetic growth had been reset to 0, his physical strength alone surpassed that of ordinary insect beasts. The growth aspect was, in fact, the simplest. Unicorn beetle, take this corpse. We shall return. Understood, my lord. The next step is to conquer Bin City. Chapter 63. A major event begins. The Supreme Assembly of the Empire reassembles. A significant online incident. Yesterday, insect-beast uprisings erupted across various regions, resulting in an incalculable death toll in the Dragon Kingdom. Insectoids and insect beasts have officially entered the global consciousness. Online, apocalyptic sentiments proliferated, followed by official announcements of preventive measures against insect beasts, urging the populace to remain calm and await rescue. Yet, the people had already lost faith in the empire. They understood that this world was no longer safe. A transformation was imminent. Countless individuals flocked to supermarkets, frantically stockpiling supplies. Supermarket owners Influ 10086, at that moment, in the discussion group of the Bugman community, the 5th group leader, Jean Lina, not only spoke highly of Qin Yuan, but also shared photographs of her orange armament, which she had received as a reward in the group. The lurking group leaders were all startled into activity. What is this? An orange eyeball. 5th group leader, you have such a peculiar taste? Let me see. There's even a written explanation attached. Orange armament, 3 star. Wow, wow, wow. The entire group was left in astonishment. They were aware of genetic armaments, but as for orange genetic armaments, they had never even heard of such a thing, let alone seen it. Group leader number 1. 5th group leader, where did you acquire this? Is it for sale? I want to buy it. Group leader number 2. Orange armament? It must be fake, right? I only know of a perfect level bugman evolving into a purple armament. Where does this orange armament come from? And it's even 3 star. Group leader number 3, my heavens. I am still using blue armament. Now there's orange armament. Group leader number 4, seeking to purchase one. How much is it? The initial reaction of the crowd upon seeing the orange armament was disbelief. The group leaders present were either deeply entrenched in family power or exceptionally strong in their own right. They were privy to more insider information than the average person. Yet, even these upper echelon figures had never heard of orange armament. Each possessed a few elite armaments, green, and at most, one extraordinary armament, blue. Even those acquainted with certain mythical beast species only managed to evolve to purple armaments at best. Janlina did not dwell on this matter, but articulated her purpose for the current discussion. Fifth Group Leader. This was bestowed upon me by the Dark Crystal Emperor Ant, and it has already been integrated into the armament's genetic makeup, hence it is not for sale. Fifth Group Leader. Through my investigation, I have discovered that following the Dark Crystal Emperor Ant is the only path to survival in the apocalypse. The insect beasts in the wild are far stronger than we can imagine. Fifth Group Leader. I have already sent people from Group 5 to bring their families to Bin City for refuge. I propose that you all come over as soon as possible. Group Leader Number 6. I have considered this, but I cannot leave at the moment. Our city is besieged by insect beasts. Group Leader Number 7. I also wish to come, but the road to Bin City is blocked by an ancient giant ape. Even the army is powerless against it. The veteran Bugman group leaders numbered 1 through 4 did not entertain the idea of migrating. Their family power was deeply rooted, and with the advent of the new era, they sought to establish dominance in their own territories. In contrast, group leaders number 6 and number 7 were inclined to seek refuge in Bin City. Janlina quickly followed up with them to confirm the locations of the two group leaders. Group Leader Number 6. I am at 445, 2 ND Floor, Maple Street, White Mushroom District, Choman City. Group Leader Number 7. I reside at 001, Green Rising Villa Area, Dongxing City. Numbers 001 to 022 belong to my family, and just inform the security guard to find me. Janlina swiftly noted this information and then responded uniformly, stating that she needed to report to the Emperor Ant. Meanwhile, in the imperial capital, the highest level of the empire convened. This meeting was even more grand than the last, with marshals from the Army, Navy, and Air Force in attendance. The agenda comprised only 2 topics, 1. Nuclear weapons, 2. Insect beasts. Chapter 64. A Gift from the Empire, Day 1. Within the castle, in the highest conference room of the empire, the interior resembled a tiered pyramid, with a round table capable of seating 12 at its center. Surrounding it were seats for 144, and beneath them were rows of 1,728 seats for spectators. The true decision-makers were those seated at the central table. The others were mere onlookers. Attendees gradually entered the meeting. Among those present were 179 2-star generals, 22 3-star generals, 3 naval admirals, 8 army generals, and 2 Air Force generals. The marshals from the Army, Navy, and Air Force, with the supreme commander being none other than the reigning emperor, did not attend this meeting. Additionally, there were high-ranking officials, including the chief of the cabinet and the commander of the Imperial Guards. The meeting was presided over by the Imperial Chancellor, Fanru. Once everyone had gathered, the clock on the wall struck exactly 10 o'clock. The Chancellor's aide immediately called out, "The meeting begins. First, let us allow the generals to discuss freely for 30 minutes. After which the Chancellor will summarize and add any necessary points." As soon as the words fell, the second circle of admirals and generals began to engage in fervent exchanges. The military could generally be divided into 3 factions. 1. The radical faction led by the Chancellor, aiming to eliminate all bugmen and maintain national stability. 2. The conservative faction led by the chief of the cabinet, advocating for cooperation with bugmen to eradicate insect beasts and manage the insect disaster. 3. The neutral faction led by the imperial authority, the Grand Eunuch, which disregarded any subtle opposition to the emperor and allowed developments to unfold autonomously. Seated at the innermost table were the power brokers, the Chancellor, the chief of the cabinet, the commander of the Imperial Guards, and 3 marshals, totaling 6 individuals. The Chancellor pretended to sip tea, discreetly observing several key figures before slowly speaking. "Ladies and gentlemen, please feel free to share your thoughts for discussion." The Army Marshal expressed his stance. "Chancellor, I support your proposal to deploy nuclear weapons on Haixing City, Wuji City, Qinggao City, and Yunbei City to inflict maximum damage on the insect beasts." The chief of the cabinet furrowed his brow. "Chancellor, if we are discussing nuclear weapons, I believe it is unnecessary to deliberate further. Hasn't this already been decided?" The Chancellor nodded. "Indeed, we are to discuss the deployment of nuclear weapons, but not for those cities. Rather, for an additional city. Bin City. Bin City." 5. The prominent figures exchanged glances, each perceiving the confusion in the other's eyes. Why would a small, unheard-of city require nuclear weapons? What purpose would there be in bombing such a place? "Aide, please play the video for them." The Chancellor's aide produced a professional device and activated it in front of the dignitaries. The surrounding attendees fell silent, holding their breath to observe. The footage showcased the battle between the Dark Crystal Emperor ant transformed into Qin Yuan and the Bone Phoenix. Unlike civilian recordings, the official footage utilized satellite imaging, clearly calculating the speed of both entities, which surpassed that of military fighter jets. Only a scanning device could barely keep pace. The naval marshal raised an eyebrow. Chancellor, if this is merely for one individual, I find it entirely unnecessary to launch a nuclear strike. We could easily deploy a special operations team to approach and eliminate it. Yes, I concur with the naval marshal. Others echoed. Indeed, sacrificing a population of hundreds of thousands for one bugman is not worth it. The other dignitaries also expressed their agreement. Even the army marshal, usually a proponent of deploying nuclear weapons, refrained from supporting such an action this time, given that the city housed millions of inhabitants. To eliminate one insect beast, launching a nuclear strike was unwarranted. In truth, the dignitaries did not regard Qin Yuan as a formidable bugman. They merely considered him an ordinary insect beast, albeit one with slightly faster flight capabilities. Subsequently, the aide began to play a second video, the Bone Phoenix versus the Dark Crystal Emperor ant. This depicted their battle within the city, where each strike possessed the power of a small missile, and a single genetic skill unleashed devastation akin to that of an intercontinental missile, with their clash obliterating much of the city center. A single strike capable of annihilating a city. The force was comparable to that of a small nuclear bomb. For the first time, the assembly witnessed such a powerful bugman, leaving them all astounded. The footage continued, revealing their confrontation in a forest, with danger levels labeled for both. Bone-winged creature, danger level disaster. Dark Crystal Emperor ant, danger level disaster. One could see the Emperor ant unleashing a devastating attack. The dark crystal ray, creating an unfathomable pit in the earth. Satellite measurements indicated a depth of unknown, estimated destructive capacity, unmeasurable. Ultimately, amidst a lake, satellite imaging suffered interference and could not capture the scene. But energy detection devices indicated the complete disappearance of the bone disaster's energy response. The conclusion drawn. The bone disaster was exterminated, the aide reported. This is currently the only known entity among the 22 disaster-level beings that can eliminate other disasters. With its danger level currently inaccessible, temporarily classified as danger level, above disaster. What? The 5 dignitaries in the room were all astonished, immediately bestowing heightened importance upon Qin Yuan. Above disaster? What kind of monster could that be? Is it apocalyptic in nature? The naval marshal's expression shifted from stern to one of delight. Regarding the Chancellor's nuclear deployment proposal, I have supported it from the outset. I inadvertently misspoke earlier. Support. The power above disaster has exceeded the Empire's control. It must be eradicated. Above disaster, indeed. Let it be buried in the dust of history, contributing to the nuclear pacification of the world. That makes sense. I have no objections either. The group fell silent on the matter of the potential loss of millions of lives, instead moving to unanimously approve the deployment of nuclear weapons to obliterate this uncontrollable force. The resolution to nuclear pacify Bin City passed with an impressive tally of 6 votes in favor. Furthermore, to prevent any leaks, all residents of Bin City were barred from evacuation, including the special operations team dispatched to assassinate Qin Yuan. The Chancellor smiled with satisfaction. To ensure the complete obliteration of Qin Yuan, he had prepared the most powerful nuclear weapon for him, a colossal 80 million ton yield, the Daewan. Here, accept this as a gift from the Empire. A nuclear weapon, Daewan. Chapter 65. The creation of a unique cultivation method. 10 times the speed of cultivation in Bin City. The group returned to Sanhu's villa. Aside from the various insectoid subordinates subdued by Sanhu, the second floor housed a severely injured, perfectly classified mantis, bound tightly like a zongzi. Qin Yuan extracted the illusion beast insect crystal from the skeletal phoenix, only to discover an unexpected treasure, a crystalline red gem, the essence of the armed source meteor, a remnant after the skeletal phoenix had refined it. This was a secret treasure that even the phoenix could not fully refine. If one were to use the armed source meteor to meld his 2 golden quality blades, it should indeed yield a supreme weapon. However, to my knowledge, only that man from the north possesses the capability to achieve such a feat. Unfortunately, the timing does not align, leaving me uncertain of his whereabouts. The rhinoceros beetle bellowed, my lord, this old mantis has been brought to you. How shall we dispose of it? A perfect grade dead leaf mantis. Heal its injuries, and I shall then ensure it submits obediently. The methods of taming wild insect beasts are rather straightforward and brute force. One must strike until they yield. After that, providing a bit of insect crystal usually suffices for their submission. However, their wild nature requires gradual training. It is not uncommon for a pet to become ravenous and devour a person as a snack, necessitating thorough training before venturing out. After instructing the healing of the dead leaf mantis, Qin Yuan ascended to the second floor to develop a genetic cultivation method. It was imperative to create a method uniquely his own. The original cultivation techniques could no longer keep pace with his progress. Now that there were more genetic nodes, innovation was essential. 2 at a time. Linking them one by one was still too slow, as the genetic nodes were fragile, prone to injury or rupture. However, the myth-level genetic nodes exhibited unexpected resilience. Developing them would neither cause injury nor break. This meant he could potentially develop 2 or more simultaneously. Let's give it a try. With a focused mind, he ventured into his inner microcosm. The once bright stars he had illuminated had dimmed once more. Qin Yuan began to light 2 stars simultaneously. Surprisingly, there were no obstacles, and he succeeded with ease. He was elated. This method was feasible. First, he held 1 star in each hand, then gradually adjusted to 2 in one hand. Then 3, 4, 5, until he reached his limit. At this juncture, lighting 1 star with a finger marked the extent of his capabilities. With all 10 fingers engaged, his cultivation speed would surge to 10 times what it once was. However, the total length had increased. What previously took 4 hours to develop to full length could now only achieve 3/10 of that length. Excited, Qin Yuan began to cultivate in silence. A 1000 cultivation speed was exhilarating. It felt akin to piloting a jet in the blink of an eye. 4 hours had passed. Upon reopening his eyes, the degree of genetic development within him had reached 3, with his regular strength at 90 tons. His insectoid form at 180 tons, and under critical strikes, his power soared to 360 tons. While it seemed slightly lower than before, this was merely a matter of 4 hours. 4 hours had equated to what had previously taken several days. The growth was self-evident, and now he was growing stronger with each setback. Truly, those who seek to put me to death shall grant me rebirth. How I long to perish, just as the self-proclaimed master of self-detonation reveled in his newfound prowess. The loud voice of the rhinoceros beetle echoed from outside, and why, Lord? Bad news. The dead leaf mantis broke free after being healed and has killed several ordinary insectoids. Oh, it escaped. Is that even possible? Do not panic. Team up with Jean Lena to recapture it. The rhinoceros beetle awkwardly scratched the back of its head. Why, my lord, it's not that I do not wish to fulfill your command. But we truly cannot overpower it, huh? Then how did you manage to capture it in the first place? Xiao Heijiao did not mention that the perfect mantis had been defeated by the fire phoenix. Qin Yuan still believed it was a coordinated effort by Sanhu and his companions, and why, lord, to be honest. Once the rhinoceros beetle finished explaining, Qin Yuan grasped the situation. All right, I shall go retrieve it. You help me fetch a cold cabbie. Understood. The rhinoceros beetle opened the nearby refrigerator, which was brimming with cabbie. Just as it reached in to grab one, a voice called from behind. Rhinoceros beetle, are you not done yet? Instinctively, the rhinoceros beetle responded, almost done. Then it realized, wait a minute. That's my lord's voice. Did he not just leave? It turned its head and asked, my lord, you have not departed yet? I thought you had set out. What nonsense, I have returned. The rhinoceros beetle gasped in surprise, for Qin Yuan stood atop the very perfect grade dead leaf mantis it had deemed invincible. Nanny, so soon? I merely opened the refrigerator. It couldn't have been more than 3 seconds. This was too swift. No, too ferocious. Heaven help. It seemed my lord had become significantly stronger again. The saying held true. Those more gifted than you need not strive. They can surpass you effortlessly without even trying. Sigh, at this rate, when will I ever catch up to my lord's pace? At that moment, Qin Yuan remarked, the genetic development of this mantis has reached 25. It is indeed beyond your current capabilities. I shall administer some poison, and you will be responsible for training it. Once it becomes obedient, I will provide the antidote. With that, Qin Yuan lightly touched the mantis's head, and a purple mark appeared on its forehead. He produced a bottle of cabbie, dropped a drop of venom inside, shook it evenly, and handed it to the rhinoceros beetle. Here, Take this. This is the antidote. From now on, you are my exclusive beast tamer. Train this mantis well, and you shall be handsomely rewarded. Understood. I will not betray my lord's trust. Suddenly, Qin Yuan raised an eyebrow as if sensing something, his gaze shifting to the clouds above Bin City. There, a military aircraft equipped with a nuclear bomb was present. Chapter 66. The True Layout. The birth of the strongest being above the clouds. An advanced Imperial U-33 fighter jet pierced through the skies at great speed. With the pilot communicating with the command center, Code 9527 has arrived at the designated location. Calling headquarters. Please respond. Static headquarters received. 9527, this is headquarters. Please proceed with the bombing mission immediately. This mission is codenamed De Iwan. 9527 acknowledges. Commencing bombing with a click, the aircraft's hatch opened, and a massive bomb was dropped from an altitude of 10,000 meters. While missile launch was also an option, considering the annihilation ray possessed by the Dark Crystal Emperor Ant. This method of silent aerial assault was deemed more prudent. Unbeknownst to them, Qin Yuan's supersense had mutated and evolved to the point of briefly foreseeing the future. The moment the aircraft approached, he foresaw all that was about to transpire. Knock, knock, knocking echoed at the door. Standing at the entrance was Jean Lena, who had come to the second-floor office to inform Qin Yuan about the 6th and 7th leaders of her group wishing to ally with him. Before she could speak, Qin Yuan raised his hand to halt her. Let us discuss that later. An Imperial fighter carrying a nuclear bomb is on its way, and I must attend to it. Huh? Nuclear bomb? Jean Lena looked bewilderedly at Sanhu, who, in turn, turned to her with a similar expression of confusion. Both of them were momentarily dumbfounded, while Qin Yuan merely smiled calmly. It's just a nuclear bomb. Jean Lena, please keep an eye on Xiao He Jiao for me. I'll be back shortly. After tossing the black Jiao to Jean Lena, Qin Yuan spread his purple and white wings and, with a gentle flap, soared into the sky. With a thunderous roar, he shot upwards, leaving Jean Lena and the rhinoceros beetle peering out the window, watching as a small black dot rapidly disappeared into the clouds. Jean Lena worriedly murmured, "A nuclear bomb, could it be? The explosion would result in temperatures exceeding 1 billion degrees, with lethal radiation. Why Lord he wouldn't he get into trouble, would he?" His Xiao He Jiao glared at Jean Lena with a murderous gaze, as if warning her to refrain from uttering such ominous words. Impossible. My lord is invincible. Only the rhinoceros beetle remained steadfast in its faith in Qin Yuan, convinced that even in the face of a nuclear bomb, his strength would ensure his safety. In the sky, Qin Yuan's eyes sparkled with unprecedented excitement as he grinned maniacally. Ha ha ha, just as I predicted. My grand design began with the first video in Bin City. Everything has been meticulously calculated. The gears of fate are turned by my hand. By exposing my identity to attract the attention of the Imperial High Command, I incite military challenges to draw focus, deliberately escalating citywide conflict to heighten threats, and absorb Phoenix genes to prepare thoroughly, ultimately leading to the arrival of a nuclear bomb that will assist me in achieving ultimate evolution. The 3 factions of the Imperial government, their attitudes, their reactions, I have anticipated it all. It would be strange if this nuclear bomb did not come. Capturing the Phoenix gene was solely for the purpose of this nuclear bomb. Nuclear mutation. Come forth. Qin Yuan's eyes widened with exhilaration, a devilish grin splitting his face. Now, let us witness the birth of the strongest being. With a resounding clang, he soared through the heavens, arms outstretched, embracing the plummeting nuclear bomb. Ascending into the sky. At that moment, a timer affixed to the bomb was clearly visible, counting down. 2 minutes and 39 seconds. 2 minutes and 38 seconds. Qin Yuan clutched the nuclear device as he ascended to an altitude of tens of thousands of meters, only halting when his body began to freeze. In this realm of thin oxygen and frigid temperatures, coupled with intense cosmic radiation, one could find the finest grounds for evolution. It remained a mystery what monstrous form further evolution would yield, truly exhilarating. 9 seconds, 8 seconds, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Beep, beep, beep. A brilliant white light erupted as the atomic bomb's casing transformed into an intensely hot core, radiating a torrent of rays and neutrons outward. The surrounding sparse air and matter rapidly heated, forming a colossal fireball that continually expanded. Boom. Following this was a powerful shockwave that swept aside the clouds for hundreds of kilometers. The virtual realm. As the white light surged forth, Qin Yuan was engulfed, his body instantaneously obliterated. Fortunately, he had successfully utilized the feathers of the virtual realm to preserve his head. Had he been reduced to mere ash, resurrection would have been impossible. Subsequently, as the false time elapsed, Qin Yuan succumbed to death. This was, in every sense, his first true demise. Oddly enough, his soul did not arrive in the realm of the dead but instead lingered nearby, observing the world from a completely different perspective. The entire world appeared only in shades of gray and white, stripped of color, and his soul was devoid of any emotional fluctuations. How could one conceive of vengeful spirits emerging from such a state? It resembled the sage mode after a passionate love affair, free of desires and aspirations. With a resounding thud, flames erupted as Qin Yuan's head ignited with the flames of Phoenix rebirth, plummeting straight towards the ground. Meanwhile, high above at the Imperial headquarters, the influential figures were watching the deployment of the nuclear bombs. A total of 7 bombs were launched, with the others detonating in various major cities. 2 bombs were aimed at the Cherry Blossom Nation. One ominously named Unknown, and the other No Worries. As the mushroom clouds ascended, the hearts of the dignitaries gradually eased. Yet the 7th bomb remained silent, failing to explode. The Chancellor exchanged a glance with his aide, who promptly contacted the operations headquarters. Beep, beep, beep. Hello? Operations Department, what is happening on your end? Why has the 7th nuclear bomb not detonated? What? Outer space. Click. The aide hung up the phone and began reaching out to the satellite division. Quickly, direct the satellite camera towards the sky above Bin City. This is a top priority order. When the camera switched to an altitude of 10,000 meters, everyone was left utterly astonished. What are those fireworks doing in space? Who would dare set off fireworks at such a height? Upon closer inspection, they realized it was no mere display of pyrotechnics. It was a nuclear bomb. The Chancellor commanded, "Show me the footage. I must understand what is happening." Watching the events unfold in the recording, the dignitaries were overwhelmed with shame. Even the aide watching alongside felt a surge of admiration for this insectoid hero. What a noble act! Chapter 67. The Fury of the Cherry Blossom Nation. In the video, everything began normally as the aircraft reached its designated location and released the bomb, Day 1. However, as the bomb descended, a shadow of an insect emerged. The purple white-winged dark crystal emperor ant surged from below. Everyone initially believed it was there to sabotage the nuclear bomb, their hearts leaping into their throats. Yet, the subsequent actions left them dumbfounded. Qin Yuan, a lone insect, akin to Iron Man from the movies, hoisted the massive nuclear bomb and began to ascend, flying against the odds into space. With his speed, he could have easily evaded disaster, yet he chose to sacrifice himself to save the lives of millions in Bin City. Though thousands may stand against me, I shall proceed. What a grand act of heroism! What immense righteousness! What a vast heart! O great insect! The city's dignitaries were profoundly shaken, as if they were witnessing their younger selves, the naive foot soldiers who once believed in justice. Despite differing stances and races, at this moment, Qin Yuan embodied the mortal form rivaling the divine. His courage and magnanimity commanded the utmost respect from every dignitary present. He truly epitomized the term hero. Yet, they, driven by selfish interests, sought to eliminate such a heroic figure, dragging millions of lives into the abyss with them. Shame, guilt. A torrent of emotions surged within. Only the Chancellor sighed in relief, having finally eradicated this terrifying insect. Phew, the first time I laid eyes on this insect, I sensed it would be a great threat to humanity's future. With its demise, I feel as though a long-standing thorn has been removed from my heart. Congratulations, Chancellor, well done. After a round of flattery, the casualty statistics following the nuclear explosions were calculated. Over 15 million residents evacuated from Haixing City, while the remaining population was entirely annihilated, completely eradicating the insect beasts within a 48-kilometer radius. With radiation affecting insects within a 100-kilometer range, resulting in the estimated death of over 100 million directly, and an indirect toll of 200 to 300 million. The insect beasts killed in Haixing City were primarily cockroaches. With rats as a secondary concern, the mortality rates of other insect beasts remained uncalculated. Wuzhou City. The deployment of nuclear bombs was undoubtedly a last resort, as the scale of the insect plague had become utterly terrifying, posing a threat to the entire empire. Furthermore, the Cherry Blossom Nation issued a statement of condemnation, accusing them of deliberately instigating war and triggering a third world war, demanding 200 billion dolong in compensation. Had they lost their minds, 200 billion dolong equated to nearly 1.4 trillion Longwa currency. The diminutive Cherry Blossom Nation truly had the audacity to make such a demand. The Chancellor scoffed at the notion of deliberate provocation. Tell them we are merely assisting them in exterminating the insect beasts. They need not thank us. If they must express gratitude, we welcome 2 nuclear bombs in return, provided they have any to spare. Ha ha ha, splendid, Chancellor, a masterstroke. The generals unanimously supported the decision to deploy nuclear bombs against the Cherry Blossom Nation, as the 2 nations were age-old adversaries. The Cherry Blossom tribe was known for its insidious and cunning nature. Reminiscent of the ruthless vampires of medieval Europe, once weakness was detected, they would immediately strike, leaving no chance of survival. Although various factions within Longwa often engaged in fierce infighting, they stood united against foreign invaders. Across the ocean, in the Cherry Blossom Nation, the Minister of Foreign Affairs was livid, shouting, "Bastards! Those Dragon Nation pigs! How dare they?" Bang, bang, bang. At the entrance, a messenger entered and saluted the foreign minister with a crisp military salute. "Colonel, we have received the latest intelligence." Upon hearing that it was news from Longwa, the colonel smirked, a sinister smile creeping across his face. "Heh," Longwa responded so quickly. "They must still be the same soft-shelled shrimp of yesteryears. Speak. What did Longwa say? Have they been intimidated into offering compensation?" The messenger hesitated, his demeanor timid, prompting the colonel to slam his hand on the table, creating a sharp crack. "Bastard. A soldier should not speak in such a cowardly manner. If this were wartime, I would have you commit seppuku on the spot. Speak." Finally, the messenger summoned his courage and recounted the chancellor's words, making the colonel furious enough to grab a teapot and pretend to throw it down. But suddenly remembered its value and switched to a nearby alloy ashtray, slamming it down with a resounding crash. "How dare they? Longwa is far too arrogant, claiming they are helping us exterminate the insect beasts. The 2 cities they bombed are devoid of even a trace of insects, while ignoring the actual areas plagued by them. Longwa, despicable." And so, the colonel vowed to exact a painful price from Longwa. In Bin City, a squad of technologically advanced insect soldiers patrolled the streets, capturing any insect they encountered. Beside a green trash bin, a 6-star ladybug insect, battered and barely clinging to life, refused to betray the whereabouts of his comrades. "Heh, even in death, I would never sell out my teammates. Kill me if you must." The masked captain of the black-clad insect squadron held the braid of a 3-year-old girl, slowly approaching the insect. "Nyo Tieli, let me confirm, is this your daughter? Beast, release her." The insect's eyes reddened, bulging with rage as he clenched his teeth. Consumed by fury, he was filled with hatred. Hatred for his own weakness and impotence. Anger towards these scoundrels who would not spare even a child. A father helplessly watched as another man tormented his daughter. The masked captain's cold gaze shifted downward. "Take me to your latest camp, or your daughter will suffer the consequences." Chapter 68. Crisis. The Insect Special Forces Strike. On a dimly lit alley, the 6-star ladybug stealthily led a male operative toward the insect gatherings villa. "Tell me, once we arrive, will you truly release my daughter?" Less chatter. Upon arriving at their destination, a sense of reunion enveloped the father and daughter. However, within the heart of the ladybug, a flicker of hope lingered. Yearning for the fulfillment of promises made. After approximately 10 minutes, they halted just a kilometer away from the villa. The ladybug man pointed towards the villa atop the hillside, asserting, "That is our secret stronghold. We have arrived. Let my daughter go." The masked man followed the direction of his finger and indeed spotted a villa perched on the mountainside, complete with an infinity pool. What extravagance! Retrieving a brown, flat device from his bag, he scanned the villa thoroughly. Once assured of its accuracy, he relayed information to his teammates through an earpiece. "The location has been identified. The useless hostage can be terminated." "No, it cannot be this way. We agreed that I would bring you here and you would release my daughter." The masked man, devoid of expression, drew a specialized pistol from his waist, aiming it at the ladybug man's head. "Fool! Only the weak adhere to rules. Die." At that moment, A thunderous voice erupted. Stop. Spare the ladybug. Unfortunately, reality does not mirror television dramas where mercy prevails. A gunshot rang out, exploding the ladybug man's head, green fluid splattering everywhere. An angry voice roared in the masked man's ear. Damn it! Did I not command you to cease? You scoundrel! Before him, a massive hand swiftly opened, fingers gripping the masked man's head and forcefully slamming it into the ground. With a resounding crash, the earth yielded, creating a 1-meter-deep circular pit, the surrounding soil fracturing, and a cloud of dust billowing into the air. The individual responsible was none other than the leader of the insect faction, the flawless cockroach man. Sanhu.md, you too are an insect man. Why have you slain one of your own? He demanded. Speak. The masked insect man's head was buried in the dirt, his mouth firmly covered by Sanhu. His limbs thrashing in futile struggle. I would like to speak, but you must first release my mouth. Sanhu yanked the masked man's head up and ripped away his mask, revealing a grotesquely contorted face. Hideous beyond measure, as if stitched together from numerous experiments. Good heavens! What an eyesore! To what depths of depravity must one sink to appear thus? Have you breached the laws of nature? The masked man, however, did not respond, his gaze filled with murderous intent, seemingly well acquainted with Sanhu. Cough, cough. Sanhu, the perfect insect man of Bin City. We know you and your vulnerabilities. Tio, speak plainly. We harbor no desire for conflict with you. We are here solely to dismantle the calamity. Upon hearing this, Sanhu's eyes narrowed. Had his identity been compromised? When could this have happened? Was it perhaps Xiao Li from yesterday? Or Xiao Hong? Xiao Zhuang? Xiao Qing? Xiao Yi? No, it was impossible. They were unwaveringly loyal to him. Could it be that among the recently recruited insect men there was a traitor? His only vulnerabilities lay with his family and 23 children, 11 of whom were illegitimate. If they knew his codename, they could certainly trace his family's whereabouts. Yet to let them go would be tantamount to betraying his lord. Now, he faced a dire choice. His lord or his family? A moral dilemma unfolded before him. As the train approached the tracks, 5 individuals lay ahead, while one lay on the adjacent track. To continue would mean crushing 5. To divert would mean sacrificing 1. The question arose, on which track would you lie? Both options held immense significance for him. Even a powerhouse like Sanhu felt a bead of cold sweat form on his brow. As a century-old conundrum lay before him, his lord's strength required no safeguarding, yet abandoning him to protect his family would be akin to treachery. Imagining the scene when his lord discovered his betrayal sent a shiver down Sanhu's spine. How perplexing, no. I cannot solve this problem. Just as despair enveloped him, a melodious voice resonated from behind. Sanhu? What are you doing here? Did you kill the insect man on the ground? Jean Lina? Splendid. Quickly inform the lord. Enemies are approaching. Huh? The lord? Jean Lina instinctively looked skyward. The lord remained above, having not sent any messages for over 10 minutes. She had intended to return to find a place to accommodate the impending arrival of 2,000 insect men and their families. Little did she know that trouble was brewing in the meantime. With the Eye of the Phoenix activated, Jean Lina, being a reconnaissance-type insect beast, had become a king among detectors after obtaining it. A single glance revealed valuable intelligence. 11 enemies were advancing from 500 meters away, including 2 perfect-level insect men and 9 exceptional-level insect men, with gene development rates ranging from 10 to 15%. Sanhu's gaze hardened. With a swift motion, he crushed the head of the masked insect man beneath his foot, shattering the opponent's communicator. Kill? Leave none alive. Jean Lina nodded, pulling out her phone to contact the unicorn beetle. Unicorn beetle, enemies are approaching. Bring reinforcements. Let them witness the might of the Dark Crystal Legion. Understood. I'll be there immediately. Just as the call ended, the 11 foes had already arrived before Jean Lina and Sanhu. Ah? Jin 12 has been killed, if he is dead. So be it. I have always said that the sword of Damocles does not need the burden of uselessness. There are 2 perfect-level insect men ahead. Shall we decide who goes first by rock, paper, scissors? Hee. Sounds splendid. Rock, paper, scissors. Hey. Faced with adversaries who utterly disregarded them, Sanhu felt a surge of indignation yet refrained from acting rashly. The strength of the 11 opponents was formidable. And with their numbers overwhelming, engaging in combat would be unwise. It would be prudent to wait for the unicorn beetle to arrive with reinforcements before retaliating. Soon, Two among the 11 emerged victorious, Jin 5 and Jin 11. A man resembling a captain stepped forward. Sanhu, since you have chosen to stand against the Empire, there is no need for you to continue living. Jin 5, Jin 11, advance. Eliminate them. Understood. 2 Chapter 69. The Drug War. The great melee following the battle at Bin City Academy. Everyone had absorbed a significant amount of insect-beast genetic energy. Sanhu's perfect gene development rate had reached 8%, granting him a power of 12. 8 tons in insect form. Jean Lina reached 7%, with a power of 11.2 tons in insect form. The opposing side sent forth 2 exceptional-level insect men with a gene development rate of 15%. Both clad in high-tech armor, be wary of their firearms. They possess immense power, Sanhu cautioned. Indeed, Jean Lina nodded gravely. The enemy dared to confront the disaster-level Dark Crystal Emperor Ant, indicating they likely had means to contend with such calamity. They must not be allowed to approach the Lord, while also being cautious of their secret weapons. The 2 insect men launched their assault, initiating the battle. Sanhu versus Jin 5, Jean Lina versus Jin 11. The clash between Sanhu and Jin 5 commenced. The distinction between perfect and exceptional insect men lay in the former's ability to precisely control their muscles, allowing them to deliver higher attacks while sustaining less damage. Jin 5 was a slender man, yet each blow he delivered packed tremendous force, which Sanhu adeptly evaded with his remarkable reflexes. When Sanhu's fist collided with Jin 5, it felt oddly soft, as though the force had been absorbed entirely, causing no harm whatsoever. Jin 5 wore an expression of arrogant self-satisfaction. Ha ha ha, are you stunned? We possess exceptional level meat insect armor. Ordinary attacks are ineffective against me. Exceptional level armor, you say? Sanhu abruptly recalled the weaponry his lord had bestowed upon him, which he had yet to utilize. Armed with the Phoenix Claw, orange, your end is nigh. Sanhu's palm was enveloped in a layer of bone-like, sharp claws, adorned with purple patterns. Although Jin 5 was taken aback that his opponent also wielded genetic weaponry, he dismissed it, believing its quality to be inferior. Ha! We have the Empire backing us. Do you think brandishing a pair of chicken claws will intimidate me? Attack me, and you will find your efforts futile. Despite his bravado, Jin 5 refrained from close combat upon seeing Sanhu's weaponry, opting instead to engage in ranged attacks with a specialized firearm. Bang, bang, bang. Initially, a supersized caliber revolver was unleashed, its power akin to that of a small cannon. Clang, clang, clang. All 6 bullets were deflected by Sanhu's claws, leaving not a single mark behind. After intercepting the bullets, Sanhu found himself perplexed. A specialized insect man squad. With such meager capabilities, do you dare to seek trouble with my lord? He could not comprehend the rationale of the Empire's high command. Had they lost their minds by sending such lowly creatures to their doom? What face did they have to attempt to assassinate the Lord after being embroiled in a fierce struggle with his ilk? As the sunlight streamed down, Jianwu seemed enraged by the words of the 3 tigers. He furrowed his brow and cast a glance at their leader. Jianyi nodded, seemingly consenting to release some form of restraint. How dare a mere cockroach speak so brazenly? Since you seek your own demise, I shall let you witness the might of the Empire. With that, Jianwu produced a vial of green liquid and injected it into his neck. His body contorted grotesquely, sharp bony spikes sprouting from his spine. He rapidly grew in size, transforming into a green monstrosity towering over 4 meters, resembling the abomination from the Hulk, a hideous creature with its back covered in spikes and a mouth filled with menacing, jagged teeth. I must say, your transformation is rather repugnant. Roar. The green spike monster glared at the 3 tigers with its yellow-orange eyes, unleashing a furious roar before charging forward, its heavy footsteps causing the ground to tremble slightly. Thud, thud, thud. Like a tank on the rampage, a shadow descended from the sky. A black figure plummeted, striking the green spike monster with precision. Its eyes widened in terror as it seemed to experience a sudden fright. Boom! Following a violent explosion, a massive crater nearly 10 meters in diameter appeared on the ground, surrounded by a pool of green, putrid flesh. The 3 tigers lamented. It seems this potion is entirely focused on offense. Defense needs improvement. Rising from the pit was none other than the formidable warrior of Qin Yuan, an exceptional level rhinoceros beetle with a genetic development level of 21. Its combat power now surpassed even that of the 3 tigers, second only to the leaf mantis. Hee hee. Three tigers, Jean Lena, my apologies. It took some time to assemble the team. At this moment, Jean Lena had already subdued Jian Shi beneath her feet, leaving him too incapacitated to even utilize his potion. Lying limp on the ground as if poisoned, Russell, from the surrounding jungle emerged swarms of insectoid minions, hundreds in number, encircling the remaining 9 special insect soldiers. Now, it is you who are surrounded, Jian Yi remarked with a scornful smile. Do you truly think you can contend with these insignificant minions? Let us first eliminate you before dealing with your revered lord. Use the potion, shouted Jian Yi, and all the special insect soldiers simultaneously injected a cerulean serum into their necks, their bodies beginning to swell into towering monsters over 4 meters tall. The most terrifying sight was that 2 of the perfect-level insect soldiers transformed into behemoths exceeding 6 meters, their presence swelling exponentially. Veins bulging, the 3 tigers cried out, "Brothers, charge! Kill, kill!" Hundreds of insectoids began to assault the 9 special insect soldiers, while the 3 tigers, Jean Lena, the rhinoceros beetle, and the black flood dragon each faced off against one opponent. Unbeknownst to them, lurking in the shadows was the leaf mantis, silently observing, its penetrating gaze sweeping across the necks of all present. Should it strike, it would be a fatal blow. Chapter 70. Beneath the abyss, the rhinoceros beetle clashed with an exceptional insect soldier. Their sizes comparable. Initially, their exchange was evenly matched, but it soon became evident that its awakened genes belonged to the slug. With its fists proving ineffective against such a foe, the rhinoceros beetle decided to take flight. Flapping its wings and soaring into the AI, it commenced using the orange armament bestowed by Qin Yuan, scorching lungs, first inhaling deeply to fill its chest with air until it swelled, then forcefully expelling the air, transforming it into flames as it passed through its lungs. The scorching phoenix flames erupted, an orange-red inferno that expanded into a sea of fire several dozen meters wide, generating terrifying temperatures capable of melting stone. Ow! The special insect soldier barely had time to scream before being incinerated into a puddle of blood, leaving behind a solitary insect crystal, marking the first casualty of the rhinoceros beetle's fiery breath. Jianlu, Jian Shi, standing nearby, wanted to assist, but the 3 tigers' overwhelming presence held him back. The 3 tigers infused sufficient genetic energy into his 2 skeletal phoenix claws, a radiant white light shimmering along the edges. With palms facing upward and pressing down to his lower back, he suddenly crossed his arms and thrust upward, unleashing the flying blade phoenix strike. The X-shaped 8 blades pierced through the body of the special insect soldier, cleaving it into several pieces. Without pausing, the 3 tigers continued their assault on the next enlarged insect soldier. Jean Lena perceived the special insect soldier before her moving at a sluggish pace. Or perhaps her own dynamic abilities had accelerated. She could now clearly see every attack and even anticipate the opponent's next move based on their previous actions. With deft maneuvers, she located the vital point of her adversary, her hand morphing into an insect blade that severed the central nerve connecting to the creature's neck. The insect collapsed in an instant, rendered motionless for the time being. The situation was less favorable for the black flood dragon, which had bitten its opponent, yet there was no sign of the toxin taking effect. Only upon observing the multitude of tiny puncture wounds on its foe did it surmise that its opponent possessed a remarkably high resistance to poison. Resolutely, it decided to employ its latest toxin. Hiss! Once more, it sank its fangs into the adversary, this time injecting an emotional toxin, the venom of jealousy. Sure enough, Jianjiu, poisoned, charged directly at Jianair, shouting, "Why do you get to be the vice-captain? I want to be the vice-captain too, bastard. I will kill you." With a mere punch, Jianair shattered Jianjiu's skull in an instant. What madness has overtaken Jianjiu? In a brief span of half an hour, the insectoids had already lost over 100 of their kind, and the remaining soldiers began to falter, hesitant to advance. The 3 tigers understood that if they did not act soon, the leader and vice-leader of the special insect soldiers would surely meet their demise, and the insectoid minions would likely perish alongside them. Rhinoceros beetle, capture the king first. Are you brave enough to take on their leader? 3 tigers, do not be stubborn. We cannot defeat them. The 3 tigers, observing Jian Yi rampaging against his own minions, instinctively dug their nails into their flesh, present. Even if they allied with the rhinoceros beetle, it was indeed not a match for their opponent. Find the black snake, Its venom should be capable of taking down a monster. The two swiftly made their way to the Black Flood Dragon, hoping to unite against their foes. Unfortunately, the Black Flood Dragon revealed that its opponent's toxin resistance was astonishing, rendering it incapable of poisoning the two massive perfect-level insect soldiers. At that moment, everyone longed for their invincible lord. Qin Yuan, if only he were here, he could slay them with a mere gesture. On the other side, deep within the mountains, a beam of white light descended from 10,000 meters above, crashing into a valley, observed by a girl gathering herbs. Liao Hongdou pointed toward the distant valley, exclaiming, "Brother, it seems a meteor has fallen over there." Liao's eyes lit up immediately. "Is it the same kind we found last time?" "Couldn't see clearly. I'm going to fly over. Let us go." With that, Liao spread his wings, transforming into a colossal white crane, with his sister perched upon him as they soared toward the spot where the white light had fallen. Within the forest, numerous insect beasts lurked in wait, and even some venomous insects launched attacks at the two flying through the sky. However, a single glare from Liao Hongdou sent all the venomous creatures retreating in fear. Liao carried Hongdou, and they swiftly arrived at the valley where Qin Yuan had descended. It was a vast chasm, several hundred meters wide, shrouded in swirling mist, with shadows darting about. Within the dense fog lay an ominous presence. Dark, deep, and unknown. "Hongdou, I sense great danger within. Perhaps we should withdraw," Liao suggested. "No, brother. We must find the meteor to save Mom and Dad." Sigh. "Fine. I'll indulge your madness this once. Hold on tight." In truth, their parents were already deceased, and there was no hope of reviving them. The meteor was but a fabrication. The white crane's eyes sharpened with determination, akin to a sword piercing through the mist of the valley. Upon entry, he immediately sensed something was amiss. The fog was exceedingly thick, reducing visibility to less than a meter and rapidly diminishing his perception. A putrid stench of decay pervaded the air. "Brother, be careful." Swoosh! A venomous centipede lunged down from above, and the white crane clearly saw its serrated teeth, catching a whiff of the revolting, rancid odor. Smack! Just as it was about to bite the white crane, Hongdou extended her claw and swatted it away. "Brother, this place is quite sinister. Let us find the meteor and leave immediately." "All right." No sooner had she spoken, the girl's hair turned white, her eyes transformed into silver vertical pupils. Cat ears sprouted atop her head, and a white tail emerged, her hands morphing into white, furry claws. Roar! She unleashed a thunderous roar toward the valley. From within the thick fog, rustling sounds arose, and a massive shadow approached rapidly. Chapter 71. Leaf mantis. If one were to liken it to a centipede, it possessed a soft body devoid of a shell. If one were to call it a worm, it was instead covered in sharp, spiny appendages. It bore a striking resemblance to the bizarre deep-sea creatures that perished 500 million years ago. Yet its size was colossal, with a single head measuring 100 meters, a tremendously powerful monstrosity. "Foolish brother, run!" The white crane had intended to ascend, yet the black tendrils of the worms blocked the way. With no other choice, it gritted its teeth and pressed down further. But the deeper they went, the more alarming it became. It felt as though there was a rift leading to another realm, teeming with ancient creatures. Demon worms, death worms, giant armored spiders. All the top-tier beings from the outside world were reduced to the lowest tier of predators within this domain. The white crane's complexion paled increasingly, eventually turning ghostly white. "Hongdou, I fear we may not return." "I am sorry. There is one thing I have been deceiving you about." "What is it?" "Ah, brother, quickly dodge." A gaping, blood-red maw, divided into 3 segments, lunged from the wall, and he narrowly evaded the deadly strike, yet was unfortunate enough to sustain a gash from the creature's sharp fangs, crimson blood oozing forth. The surrounding monsters, catching the scent, became exceedingly frenzied. Rustling sounds echoed as various creatures converged. Hongdou began to unleash her genetic abilities, striving to fend them off, crossing her hands and taking a deep breath. Then, she executed her genetic skill. White tiger kill roar. A colossal roar reverberated throughout the valley, and for a fleeting moment, all the insect beasts fell silent. However, this thunderous cry roused even more powerful insect beasts from the depths of darkness, ancient monsters awakening in droves. "Brother, forget the meteorite. We must flee. All right, all right. Suddenly, he tilted his head, his wings drooping weakly as he plummeted rapidly towards the valley floor. Brother? What is wrong, brother? Hong Do clung tightly to her brother's neck, grasping a sturdy vine as they fell, the two crashing heavily against the cliffside. With a resounding thud, they finally halted their descent, and approximately 200 meters below, a glowing object caught their eye, likely the meteorite they sought. Brother, brother. Hong Do attempted to shake her brother awake, only to find Liao Hua's wound had turned a deep, sinister black, evidently poisoned. Moreover, they were now being targeted by numerous fog creatures, shadows inching closer. Hong Do made a bold decision, clutching the immense he once more and leaping down towards the glowing object. Her brother had once stated that a meteorite could grant wishes. If this luminous object was indeed a meteorite, then there was still hope for her brother. Thud. They landed on the ground, gazing at the object in the pit before them. It resembled not a meteorite but rather a glowing giant egg. Hong Do hurriedly moved he closer, and upon contact with the glowing egg, miraculously, all the genetic energy from he was drawn away, including the toxic venom. Liao Hua reverted from beast form back to human form. The surrounding monsters seemed to regard the glowing egg with trepidation, daring only to observe from a distance, creating a natural sanctuary for the two. Time passed, and the brilliance of the egg gradually waned, now emitting only a faint glow, while the monsters drew ever nearer, their sounds of swallowing audible. Fortunately, at that moment, her brother Liao Hua awoke, his eyes blinking open in a haze. His voice still weak. Hong Do, where are we, brother? It's wonderful. You've finally awakened. Let us go. We can explain later. A few minutes later, Hong Do found some vines and secured the white giant egg to her brother's back. Utilizing the monster's reluctance to attack the egg, the two soared into the air once more, this time encountering no hindrance, successfully escaping the fog. Yet, as they emerged from the mist, Hong Do glanced back, only to discover that the fog had vanished entirely. Even the valley they had just traversed had disappeared. Between two mountain peaks lay a lush green forest, as if everything they had just experienced had been but a fleeting illusion. What is this situation? Peach blossom memory? A mirage? Furthermore, an inexplicable sensation of being watched pervaded the air. When Hong Do glanced at her brother's lingering wounds, her pupils constricted sharply. The dark, tainted scars were unmistakable. Everything they had just endured was indeed real. In an instant, her hairs stood on end, and her scalp tingled. Could it be that they had encountered something unclean? She was terrified of ghosts. Meanwhile, in the Bugman Villa of Bin City, the three-horned beetles faced off against Sword 1. While the Black Serpent and Jean Lina confronted Sword 2, ultimately, Sword 1 and Sword 2, having consumed enhancements, held the upper hand. On the battlefield, only Sword 1 through Sword 5 remained. The three horns and their companions had fallen, all injured and on the ground. Sword 2 seized Jean Lina by her hair, suspending her in the air. A sinister smile plastered across his face. Now, I will give you 1 minute to summon your leader. The Dark Crystal Emperor Ant, or I shall end this woman's life. The horned beetle struggled to raise a vial of medicine, shouting, Leaf Mantis, if you are willing to intervene, this antidote shall be yours. The rustling of leaves echoed, and the Leaf Mantis leapt down from a tree. Team Leader Sword 1 and Vice Team Leader Sword 2 were taken aback. How could they not have sensed such a close presence? Who are you? I advise you not to meddle in affairs that do not concern you. The horned beetle laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. My lord's little pet has frightened you to this extent? Little pet. The two drew into a defensive stance, instinctively sensing the formidable nature of the mantis. The horned beetle offered the antidote to the mantis, saying, Drink this, and you shall unleash your full strength to defeat them. The poison had sealed the leaf mantis's power by 50%, and only by consuming the antidote could it be fully released. Just as the antidote was brought to the mantis's lips, a sudden upheaval occurred. Bang! The antidote shattered, or rather, was sliced into fragments by none other than the leaf mantis itself, which proudly raised its head. Antidote? Not needed. Kill them. 50% is sufficient. Chapter 72. The New Rule of Power, Destruction, Arrogance. Sword 2, still holding Jean Lina, approached the leaf mantis, for the disparity in their sizes was evident. The mantis, standing less than 2 meters tall, appeared like a frail monkey beside the towering 6-meter beast. Sword 2 grinned wickedly. Heh, I shall see how you. little creature. Intend to kill me. Clang. A flash of white light sliced through the air. And the head of the perfect grade bugman, Sword 2, fell to the ground. It was known that this was a perfect grade bugman enhanced to nearly 30% of its full length after consuming drugs. Yet, it had been dispatched in a single blow. As Sword 2's head rolled on the ground, its gaze gradually dimmed, and before death, its last words were, "What a swift blade!" The leaf mantis raised its head, its piercing gaze sweeping over all adversaries, coldly uttering, "For blades." Sword 1's spirit plummeted, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. His original intention had merely been to showcase his strength. If he could slay the Dark Crystal Emperor Ant, splendid. If not, he would join the Dark Crystal Legion, securing a position of authority. After all, in this apocalypse, one must have a backing. Believing that with his strength and the intelligence in his mind, no faction would refuse him. He had no desire to die. "Wait. I pledge my loyalty. Please." Swish, 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 swish. Blades flashed, and 4 bug heads fell simultaneously. Instant kill. Sword 1's eyes widened in disbelief. He was the current leader of the Empire's strongest bugman hunting squad. Yet he had exited so hastily. The final words he heard before death were, "Too weak. Unworthy. Arrogance. Utter arrogance." Perhaps in the eyes of the leaf mantis, he and Sword 12 were indistinguishable. Under the blade of the leaf mantis, all beings were equal. It was merely a matter of 1 blade or 100 blades. It did not even regard anyone aside from Qin Yuan. The sentiment remained the same. Aside from Qin Yuan, all beings were equal. Go sweep away a grain of dust or 100 grains of dust bore no difference. Genetic source power was being absorbed as the blade was plunged into the corpses. Swiftly collecting his spoils of war, the leaf mantis completed its task, flicking the blood from its blade before vanishing into the forest. An assassin that came and went without a trace. The scene was left with the 3 horns, dumbfounded. Was that an instant kill? How did it feel like our Lord's pet has become increasingly beyond comprehension? I feel that this mantis could easily overpower us. Be more confident. Let's omit the first 3 words. The opponents were perfect grade bugmen who had consumed enhancements, yet they could not withstand even a single strike from the leaf mantis. And this was merely the mantis operating at 50% of its power. At 100%, it could not even escape from Lord Qin Yuan, being captured within 3 seconds, trampled underfoot. Utterly powerless to resist, it seemed that Lord Qin Yuan's strength had reached an unfathomable level. Although the crisis was averted, the horned beetle, the 3 horns, and others felt a profound sense of defeat. Whether in school battles or this villa defense, they felt more like burdens. Even with the orange weapons bestowed by their lord, they could not fully unleash their potential. Had the orange weapons been fully activated, these bugmen would have been no match. They were simply too weak. A glint of determination flashed in the horned beetle's eyes as he clenched his fists and presented his thoughts to the group. "I have decided to retreat to the deep mountains for a period of training. I shall not emerge until I grow stronger. Would anyone care to join me?" The 3 horns extended an invitation to team up with the horned beetle, and the 2 set forth into the insect-infested deep mountains to train, leaving Jean Lina and the black serpent to guard their post. Additionally, a leaf mantis temporarily detained by Qin Yuan remained here, and the horned beetle handed over the other half of the antidote he had hidden to Jean Lina. "The antidote given to me by my lord, fearing it would be lost, I divided it into 2 portions." "Huh?" Jean Lina's eyes widened. "Divided into 2 portions? You are truly clever. This is a precious medicine. The doctor prescribed you a capsule of amoxicillin. Are you certain that dividing it into 2 halves will retain its efficacy? It is well known that both poison and antidote are subject to specific ratios. To discuss toxicity while disregarding dosage is nothing short of folly. Similarly, to attempt detoxification without considering dosage could lead to unforeseen consequences, potentially transforming the substance into another form of toxin that could be lethal. The rhinoceros beetle paid no heed to such concerns and, without looking back, teamed up with the 3 tigers to venture into the forest for training. Leaving all the mess behind for Jean Lina to handle, Jean Lina sighed, pondering the hundreds of bugmen corpses outside. Is it really acceptable to abandon her like this? How is this any different from the Lord's behavior? Men! In Wuchi village, silence enveloped the entire hamlet. At the edge of the village, Hongdo and her brother returned to their abode. a self-built two-story rural house surrounded by a red brick wall, devoid of a door. The two had to scale the wall to access the patch of dirt within, which was uneven and overgrown with weeds, resembling a wasteland. At the center of the clearing lay 4 coffins, 2 large and 2 small. Hongdo placed the giant egg between the 2 larger coffins, then squatted down, resting her chin on her delicate hands, her gaze fixed intently on the egg. Brother, how long do you think it will take for Mom and Dad to resurrect? It's been 5 minutes already, and there's not a hint of movement. Liaohua affectionately patted his sister's head. Let us wait a bit longer. Perhaps they will be better by tomorrow. What would you like for dinner? Tomato and scrambled eggs. As night fell, Hongdo tossed and turned in her room, unable to sleep, her thoughts inexplicably lingering on the egg. With a sudden motion, she drew back the curtains and glanced outside, gasping in astonishment. The egg's shell had transformed from pure white to a cosmic starry pattern, and it appeared as though a figure was stirring within. Inside the egg, Qin Yuan opened his eyes, and a rush of genetic information flooded back. The host is deceased, resisting death. The genes surrendered to the inevitable and activated the contingency plan. The phoenix of the underworld's rebirth commenced, utilizing genetic reserve energy. Reserve energy is at 0. Genetic energy available is 3, consuming a portion of life force. Resurrection in progress, absorbing the energy of surrounding species, mutating and evolving. Evolutionary form 2 atomic state nuclear explosion and mythical aberration, exclusive genetic abilities. 1. Atomization, 2. Nuclear explosion force, 3. Ultra high temperature, 4. Shockwave, 5. Nuclear radiation, 6. Nuclear energy domain exclusive genetic skills. 1. Nuclear explosion star crushing cannon, 2. Nuclear energy eruption mythical rule ability. Rule of destruction, capable of annihilating all, including rules details. Atomization. The body transforms into atomic state. Immune to all physical attacks, possessing formidable penetrating power, capable of atomic movement nuclear explosion force. Any attack can trigger a nuclear explosion, requiring minimal stamina ultra-high temperature. The body radiates heat at millions of degrees. Immune to damage from temperatures below 5 million degrees Celsius, with 10 to 50 immunity against temperatures ranging from 50 million to 100 million degrees, depending on situational context. Shockwave. Emits an invisible wave of energy, damaging internal structures of enemies. Nuclear radiation. Passively emits nuclear radiation, affecting everything within a 10-kilometer radius, expanding to between 100 to 999 kilometers during combat. Nuclear energy domain. Within this domain, nuclear strikes can be executed at will, with radiation damage amplification ranging from 1,000 to 9,999%, without causing mutation. Exclusive skill, new nuclear explosion star crushing cannon. Converges all genetic energy to create a compressed fusion that unleashes the power to obliterate planetary surfaces. Capable of planetary destruction. Exclusive skill, new nuclear energy eruption. Internal nuclear fusion causes energy to surge by 300 to 3,000% in a short time, doubling the effect when used in conjunction with the nuclear explosion star crushing cannon. Mythical rule ability. Destruction, literal interpretation, form 1 once again grows. Potential limit expands from 30,000 to 99,999. The 2 forms can be switched at will. Form 1, Ancient Underworld Dark Crystal Emperor Ant, Mythical Mutation. Form 2, Atomic State Nuclear Explosion Ant, Mythical Aberration. Chapter 73. Angel? No, no, no. I am Satan. Within the egg, as Qin Yuan opened his eyes, the shell began to crack. A small opening formed at the top, and with a crack, an adorable little head peeked in, blinking its large, sparkling eyes, hair disheveled, its gaze clear as the stars in the night sky, adorned with a tiny canine tooth. It was utterly charming. There's someone in here? How did you get inside the egg? Qin Yuan remained silent, opting instead to spread his wings. With a resounding crash, the entire shell shattered. To his left were purple dark crystal wings, and to his right, silver phoenix wings, with silver hair and a flawless visage. He appeared as though an angel had descended upon the earth to, pervert. Hongdo promptly covered her eyes. At that moment, Qin Yuan presented himself as an image of a handsome man, his robust dragon member startling Hongdo. Apologies, I just finished evolving and forgot to wear clothes. You have any attire suitable for a male? You should ask my brother. Bang. The door was violently kicked open, and a young boy emerged brandishing a kitchen knife. Hongdo, who are you, you lunatic? What do you intend to do with my sister? Qin Yuan turned his head, merely glancing at the boy. Imperial domain activate. Mental shock with a thud. Liao Hua collapsed. Brother, defeated. Just borrowing your brother's clothes for now. I will return them next time. Qin Yuan hastily stripped Liao Hua of his jacket and pants, preparing to leave, when Hongdo suddenly embraced him. Wait a moment. Qin Yuan wore a troubled expression. What is the matter? Little sister, you're too young for this. Huh, too young? What do you mean? I'm already 18. I'm not referring to your age. A rare perfect grade white tiger gene? Impressive potential. Qin Yuan's eyes brightened. A perfect grade white tiger has the potential to evolve into a mythical white tiger, which could be advantageous for his next plan. Little sister, do you require my assistance with something? Angel, could you help me resurrect mom and dad? The little girl looked at Qin Yuan with hopeful eyes. Brimming with expectation, Qin Yuan stroked his chin, contemplating. Well, it's not entirely out of the question. Really? Resurrecting the deceased is indeed possible, but whether the resurrected beings resemble your parents is another matter entirely. Typically, the result is some unknown aberration. There are methods to resurrect, but a price must be paid. Angel, no. I am a demon, I am Satan. I can be the epitome of evil, but I shall never be an angel. You wish for me to work for free? Dream on. I do not engage in losing propositions. Qin Yuan flashed a knowing smile, leaning in closer to Hongdo, gazing intently at her. Thus, if you desire the resurrection of your parents, what price can you offer? Upon hearing that Qin Yuan was a demon, Hongdo's body began to tremble uncontrollably, fear threatening to bring her to tears. I've heard that making a deal with a demon requires the payment of one's soul. Say the power of luck is such that, while I am unable to resurrect your parents for the time being, I can assist you in seeking vengeance. Inform me of the whereabouts of the monstrous creature that took your parents' lives, and I shall retrieve its severed head. Vengeance? Do not jest. My own body is gravely depleted, and I urgently require the extermination of these beasts to replenish my energy and satiate the void within me. That is the crux of the matter. If I can simultaneously exact revenge, it would be a fortuitous twofold gain. A flicker of anger flashed in Hongdo's eyes as she volunteered. I will accompany you. Both siblings yearned to personally slay their adversary in retribution for their parents. Qin Yuan shrugged, spreading his hands in acquiescence. Very well, let us all go together. It matters not to me, as long as it does not interfere with my meals. After all, it is a task that can be resolved in mere seconds. Chapter 74. A New Era. I shall initiate it. Under the cloak of night, the forest erupted in a kaleidoscope of colors: blue, green, orange, pink. The mutated flora posed a dire threat even after dusk, with nocturnal insects partaking of their peculiar diet. An ethereal figure darted swiftly above the treetops. Qin Yuan unfurled his wings, cradling Hongdo in his left hand while lifting Liao Hua with his right, soaring through the forest in search of their quarry. Have either of you detected any scent? He inquired as they conversed and explored. Both siblings wore expressions of disappointment. It may have already vacated this area. Indeed, the movement patterns of these creatures were not fixed. It was entirely possible that the beast had relocated to another city. Brother, look, that misty valley has reappeared. Following Hongdo's gaze, Qin Yuan discerned a fog-laden gorge not far from his position, within which enormous shadows flitted about. Their sizes exceeding 100 meters, a disembodied voice resonated in his mind, incessantly urging him. There is something valuable within, something that can enhance your evolution and strength. Enter, do not hesitate. The call morphed from temptation into a menacing threat, echoing relentlessly in his consciousness, causing Qin Yuan's gaze to grow increasingly vacant and dull. Lord Demon, what troubles you? Hongdo's voice broke through the haze, bringing Qin Yuan back to clarity. What is happening? He queried, his brow furrowed in concern. This place is peculiar. We should leave at once. Qin Yuan activated his blink ability, transporting them a kilometer away in an instant, his wings unfurling as he sped back to Hongdo's home. Just as the trio departed, the valley vanished without a trace. Hongdo, what is the significance of that misty gorge? Please elaborate. This tale begins from the time you were still an egg. Upon hearing Hongdo's account, Qin Yuan's expression turned grim. He recognized the rift in the mist. It was a portal to another realm, and the timing of its appearance and closure was far too coincidental. There was but one possibility. The worlds will sought to expunge this anomaly. It had deliberately positioned a movable interdimensional gateway in the very location of his fall, only to swiftly close it, thereby whisking him away from this world. Unfortunately for the siblings, their entrance prevented the rift from sealing at will, thus bringing him forth from his egg form in this light. It could be said that they were indeed his benefactors. Had they not intervened, he might have been left stranded in that alternate realm. Hongdo, Liao Hua, what are your plans for the future? Plans? The siblings exchanged glances, each perceiving the other's confusion. After a moment of silence, the brother spoke first. Originally, I aimed to enroll in a prestigious university, find a stable job, marry, and start a family. But now, all I desire is to protect my sister and survive. I do not know. I wish only for our parents to return. Then let us proceed to the city. I shall aid you in preserving your parents' bodies with special tools, and when the time is ripe, I will assist in their resurrection. Thank you, Brother Qin. We are immensely grateful. The siblings' eyes sparkled with appreciation as they bowed deeply in gratitude to Qin Yuan. As they journeyed back, Qin Yuan vanquished countless mutated insects and various altered flora along the way, finally replenishing his gene energy reserves. His gene growth had returned to 4, with a normal form strength of 400 tons and an insectoid form strength of 800 tons. Not accounting for a critical hit bonus of 200, his power had surged to tenfold what it once was. Moreover, this did not even include his second form, which, when transformed, would unleash devastating power. A true apocalypse-level insect. Capable of stellar annihilation, at 2 in the morning, the trio arrived at the insectoid villa. After arranging accommodations for the siblings, Qin Yuan finally managed to contact Jean Lina. Hello, my lord. I have finally reached you. So much has transpired since your ascent. Pray tell, what do you mean by ascent? You speak as though I have been invited to a banquet. Jean Lina proceeded to relay 4 significant matters. Firstly, the resettlement issues concerning the 2,000 insectoids that had migrated under her command. Secondly, the imminent assault of the insectoid special forces and their unique serums. Thirdly, the 3 tigers and the rhinoceros beetle were leveling up in the forest. Lastly, 2 group leaders with 4,000 insectoids sought refuge and assistance. Very well, tomorrow, I shall officially take command of the entire Bin City, then proceed to Dongxing City to recruit a talented individual and retrieve the insectoids from the 7th group you mentioned. By the way, I came across 2 insectoid children in the wilderness today. Please come by tomorrow to arrange for their care. They are of perfect quality and possess promising potential for future growth. After hanging up, Qin Yuan began to contemplate his next course of action, monopolizing the market for serums and seizing the resources of the landlords. In the apocalyptic landscape, various types of serums existed: healing, temporary enhancement, cultivation supplements, and breakthrough elixirs. Although he was not skilled in their production, he knew of someone who was. The L family in Dongxing City was a renowned alchemical lineage, boasting a genius named L Xiaoyi, who was on the verge of monopolizing the southern alchemical market. However, his actions had ruffled many feathers, leading to a grim fate. His entire clan was annihilated, and his brain was harvested, preserved in nutrient solution, for other factions to develop new medicines. What is paramount in an apocalypse? Strength, resources, and talent. Qin Yuan had acquired strength, and it was only natural for him to monopolize all resources and talents. However, before that, he needed to resolve the issues surrounding the Bin City base. Today marked October 17th, the day of the anticipated takeover of Bin City. Preparations were in order. He needed to procure suitable attire and perhaps capture a pet of notable prestige for the national live broadcast tomorrow. He sent a text message to Wu Qianqian. Prepare for a nationwide headline tomorrow. I intend to ensure that the name of the Emperor Ant resonates throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom. A new era shall be ushered in by my hand. What? Cunningly developing? Feigning weakness? Not necessary. I desire nothing less than for all to kneel and pay homage upon my arrival. Men are governed by fate. But I shall govern fate. Chapter 75. No need for worry. I am invincible. As dawn broke, golden sunlight streamed through the glass, suffusing the room with warmth. Qin Yuan opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of stale air. Concluding a day of gene cultivation. With a length of 5, his standard form boasted a power of 500 tons, augmented by critical hit enhancements, allowing him to reach a potential of 1,000 tons. While in insectoid form, he could achieve 2,000 tons of strength. After freshening up, he encountered Jean Lina in the office. After assigning the siblings to her care, Qin Yuan set off alone to capture his steed in Luokong City. Jean Lina wore a worried expression. "Why, Lord, do you require assistance? After all, your condition?" At that moment, Qin Yuan's hair had turned white, a consequence of life force depletion, yet it bore no impact on his combat prowess. He merely appeared somewhat fatigued. "Do not fret. I am invincible." "Indeed, my lord." Jean Lina gazed at the confident and radiant Qin Yuan, her cheeks slightly flushed, so manly. With that, Qin Yuan stepped onto the balcony, unfurling his wings as he ascended to the sky. Soaring to an altitude of 1,000 meters, his phone vibrated incessantly, prompting him to halt his flight and hover midair. He retrieved his phone, noting an incoming call from Counselor Xieting, his university advisor. What could he want? Had another insect crisis erupted in Yuan City? He promptly answered the call. "Hello? Old Xie, what is it?" "Qin Yuan. My grandfather's calculations were spot on. My heavens, during the school event, over 5,000 students attended and only 2 classes, totaling 96 students, managed to escape. The rest perished. It was a scene of utter carnage. By the way, did grandfather leave any warnings before he passed?" "Grandfather? I shall call you brother, and you may refer to me as grandpa. It seems we have mixed up our roles." "How embarrassing, grandson. Grandfather advised you to be cautious. There has been a surge of rampant insectoids, and the military will soon cease to intervene. When that time comes, lawlessness will reign. I am providing you with a contact. He can procure anything, including firearms and ammunition, but you must act swiftly. Soon, the currency of the Dragon Kingdom will lose its value. It would be prudent to exchange for gold or similar assets. I have matters to attend to, so I shall keep this brief. Farewell." Click. Without allowing Counselor Xie to continue, Qin Yuan terminated the call and sent a warning message to his former 3 roommates. The true apocalypse is upon us, commencing tonight at 6. The second wave of transformation has swept through the populace, marking a pivotal moment. The government's stance is poised for a dramatic 180-degree shift, presenting an opportune moment for personal metamorphosis. During a flight, I opened a university group chat, only to be inundated with messages discussing the recent slaughter of insect beasts and the impending apocalypse. Even after Xieting issued a warning letter, a few classmates, having narrowly escaped, expressed their gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, kind soul. Your grandfather is truly a deity. Allow me to pay my respects. I am eternally grateful to you and your ancestors. I have survived, sobbing, while others have perished." A plethora of discussions about insect beasts ensues, including images of certain individuals at school transforming into insectoid beings. Yuan City is far more chaotic than Bin City, where Qin Yuan and his subordinates, the Anjing insectoid army, maintain order. The insectoids in the city are managed quite effectively, uniting to exterminate the insect beasts, thus ensuring that public safety ranks among the highest in various cities. Qin Yuan achieved a speed of 200 kilometers per hour to reach his destination, Luokong City. In my previous life, I had heard tales of a remarkably powerful and handsome mythical beast residing in Luokong City. Capturing such a creature to serve as a guardian beast for the city has long been the aspiration of countless factions. What better mount to possess than one that combines strength and beauty? Embodying the ideal steed, upon arriving over Luokong City, Qin Yuan gazed down from the sky, surveying the state of the metropolis. The familiar steel forest greeted him. The city center was dominated by skyscrapers towering over 30 stories, with heights tapering off to 12, 7, and 3 stories beyond the second and third rings. The presence of insect beasts and insectoids is alarmingly prevalent. Given its population of 8 million, it is hardly surprising that chaos reigns. With these creatures lurking in alleyways, preying upon humans, hundreds or even thousands perish daily. While a substantial military presence occupies the city, the troops have spiraled out of control, becoming ruthless executioners. Outside the second ring, several nefarious soldiers, masquerading as insectoid hunters, forcibly invaded the home of 2 girls. Initially, sounds of scuffling and shouting filled the air, followed by the girls' anguished cries for mercy, accompanied by the men's laughter and crude language. Such events unfold repeatedly in this city, whether for robbery, assault, or worse. Qin Yuan shook his head slightly. Given the level of resistance, It was unlikely the two girls would survive after being violated. This is a world where the strong prey on the weak. A realm steeped in despair. Just as Qin Yuan averted his gaze to focus elsewhere, an intriguing scene unfolded. Outside, a beggar, resembling a wretched soul, approached, drawn by the commotion. A soldier brandishing a firearm ordered him to leave. But the beggar feigned retreat, swiftly maneuvering to seize a rifle from the side. The black-clad bane of hell, the Morlocks. Gunfire erupted, rat-a-tat-tat. In mere seconds, the magazine was emptied, only to be reloaded once more. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Until it was confirmed that the soldiers inside lay lifeless. The two girls, seizing the opportunity, rushed past the beggar and fled. The beggar, unfazed, discarded the weapon and scanned the area before making his escape. Did you think that was the end? Far from it. The real drama was just beginning. Shortly after, a troop of soldiers surrounded the house, as the two girls voluntarily reported that the beggar had slain the soldiers inside, leading a dozen soldiers in search of him. The girls seemed to know precisely where to find the beggar. 5 minutes later, they discovered him at a street intersection, where he, too, recognized the soldiers and attempted to flee, only to find himself ensnared by another group. A corpulent lieutenant approached, revealing his gold-capped teeth. Why aren't you running? Chapter 76. Do you wish to slap the face of my emperor aunt? That will cost extra. The beggar, gaunt and skeletal, appeared to be around 30 years old, yet his frail form belied his age. Wearing a military cap adorned with a few inconsequential badges, he knelt in front of an unoccupied barber shop, begging. His lips cracked, his voice trembling, he earnestly implored each passerby, eyes gleaming with hope. I am so hungry. Please, could you spare a little for food? Yet, the passers-by turned away with indifference, regarding him with disdain. Nearby, a young girl mimicked his plea, claiming hunger, and received a few coins, only to see the adults hurl insults at the beggar. Disgusting, a grown man with hands and feet, yet he refuses to work, competing with children for alms. You've brought shame to your parents. Bah, a parasite of society, why don't you just die? Others went so far as to pour unfinished soda over him, unleashing a torrent of vitriol that cut deeply. Amidst this inexplicable malice, the military-capped beggar silently endured, his eyes reddened with unshed tears. Taking advantage of a moment to adjust his clothing, he had the little girl watch over his begging spot while he spent his last coins at a nearby burger joint, cautiously concealing the food in his clothing before returning to his post. Here, eat. He swallowed hard, offering the burger to the little beggar, who expressed gratitude and devoured it voraciously. Observing her feast, the military-capped beggar instinctively tightened the strap around his stomach. Tears brimming in his eyes, he couldn't fathom what he had done to deserve such a fate. Once a revered soldier of the Empire, he had been cast aside like refuse after completing a covert mission. His identity erased, in this capitalist realm of the Empire, he had become a faceless outcast, unable to survive without identification or military credentials. Seeking refuge at the police station would only result in incarceration. No establishment would hire him. With no one to confide in and no one to understand, he scraped by scavenging for months. Once a stalwart warrior devoted to the Empire, he now found himself begging for mere pennies. Tears of humiliation staining his cheeks. Suddenly, a group of soldiers appeared in the distance, casting glances in his direction. As he attempted to rise and flee, he found himself trapped by yet another squadron. The oily, corpulent lieutenant approached with a grin, exposing his gold-capped teeth. Why aren't you running? The beggar removed his cap, forcing a smile. Sir, what business do you have with a mere beggar like me? I have no money, no possessions. Are you unaware of your own actions? Bring me those two harlots. The beggar's heart sank. This was bad news. The two girls stepped forth from the crowd, promptly identifying him. Sir, he was the one who killed them. Yes, we witnessed it clearly. He shot down several soldiers. The military-capped beggar could scarcely believe that the very individuals he had just saved would now be the architects of his demise. His eyes widened in disbelief, pleading for an explanation. Why? Why would you betray me? I saved you. In response, the girls exchanged disdainful glances, waving their hands dismissively as they pointed accusatory fingers at him. Who asked for your help? It was the law of Luokong City that saved us, the lieutenant here. What right do you have, you filthy beggar? Indeed, it was the lieutenant who saved us, not you. What connection do you have to us? Clearly, the girls sought to curry favor with the lieutenant, sacrificing their savior as a stepping stone for their own gain. It is evident that even in a world of despair, a so-called good person seldom meets a favorable end. In a realm where strength reigns supreme, the beggar's once dim gaze now flickered with a spark of rage and profound hopelessness. His fists clenched tightly, nails digging into flesh until blood surfaced. The greasy lieutenant commanded, "Arrest that little beggar as well. I suspect him of being an accomplice." The little beggar, no more than 7 or 8 years old, stood frozen in shock, repeatedly shaking his head to indicate his innocence. "Still defiant, are we? Attempting to resist arrest? Execute him!" The military-capped beggar cried out in desperation. "Please, military gentlemen, she is just a passerby." Gunfire erupted. Bang, bang, bang. The small beggar fell amidst a pool of blood, eyes wide open, breath extinguished. "Take him away!" Just as the soldiers approached to seize the military-capped beggar, an unprecedented transformation occurred. He pushed everyone aside, his eyes turning crimson, sharp fangs emerging from his mouth, and his skin morphing into a black shell. "No, no, no! You beasts, you beasts!" he roared. The lieutenant's expression changed drastically. "It's an insectoid. Open fire! Quick! Open fire! Rat-a-tat-tat! Rat-a-tat-tat!" Suddenly, a cacophony of gunfire erupted, the gun barrels belching forth orange flames. The man in the military cap instinctively shielded his eyes. The bullets seemed to strike against an invisible barrier, creating ripples of purple in the art. By the time the projectiles fell to the ground, they had already flattened at a voice, imbued with a masculine magnetism. Resonated above the crowd. It was none other than Qin Yuan, who now wore an ostensibly harmless, sunny smile. "Ah, splendid. You are indeed fortunate to have awakened as an extraordinary class black armored ant. Would you care to become my subordinate?" To be candid, Qin Yuan had little regard for the average extraordinary class insectoid, yet the fact that this one belonged to the awakened species of ants changed everything entirely. Ants were kin. To bully an ant was akin to slapping the face of my dark crystal emperor ant. What a jest, moreover. This presented an opportune moment to extort compensation. As an official member, if my emperor ant's subordinate was harmed, surely I could demand a sum of at least 100,000 or 80,000. Yes? The corpulent lieutenant was perplexed. Qin Yuan bore no resemblance to an insectoid, but rather resembled an angel. His flawless visage, coupled with his bicolored wings, made it difficult to associate him with the bountied 6-winged emperor ant, worth 30 billion Dragon Kingdom coins. "Who are you?" Qin Yuan entirely disregarded the lieutenant's inquiry, instead directing his question once more towards the black ant that had once been a beggar under the military cap. "For the sake of the ant race, I shall inquire one last time. Extraordinary class black armored ant, do you wish to become my subordinate? Should you decline, I will take it upon myself to end your existence. The emperor ant possesses absolute dominion over the ant race." The military cap-wearing beggar, finally shaken from his astonishment, knelt on the ground in submission. "Why, Lord, I am willing to serve." Before Qin Yuan, he felt an ineffable dread coursing through his very genes, akin to encountering his true deity. Excellent, a teachable child with some discernment. He then turned to the lieutenant and his entourage. "Now we must calculate the compensation for your attack on my subordinate." "Ah, subordinate? Compensation?" The lieutenant's CPU seemed to short-circuit. They hadn't even harmed a single hair on him. What were they to compensate for? A fee for air wear and tear. Qin Yuan, resting his chin on his hand, contemplated swiftly. "I am a magnanimous individual, so I shall not ask for much. Merely $10 billion for emotional distress will suffice." The lieutenant's eyes widened, his mouth agape. "10 billion? In $? Why don't you just rob a bank?" "Isn't that precisely what I am doing?" Chapter 77. Art is explosive. In the heart of the street, the lieutenant's pudgy face quivered as he sweated profusely, pulling out a handkerchief to wipe his brow. "Fine. $. It is. I can provide the funds. Do you dare to claim them? The money is at our base. Do you dare accompany me to retrieve it?" Such a brazen demand. Although our personnel may not be a match for him. The base was an entirely different matter. Backed by the Empire, once this lad was brought to the base, there were as many as 3,000 elite troops stationed there, along with an array of advanced weaponry. Surely, capturing a flying humanoid would be a piece of cake. Qin Yuan smiled broadly. casually extending his arms. Wonderful, just what I need. A guide. Let us be off. The military base was indeed a splendid locale, not only housing the intelligence on the mythical beasts he sought, but also abundant insectoid crystal cores, all ripe for the taking. The lieutenant smirked with a sinister glint. What audacity! Then follow me. The group boarded a military vehicle and set off for the base, while Qin Yuan lifted the black armored ant into the air. What is your situation? Speak. Lord, my name is Luca and I was once a special forces soldier of the Empire. But after a covert mission gone awry, I became an undocumented citizen. Now, I cannot even find work. I have no choice but to beg on the streets, so, he was an undocumented citizen. In no wonder a man in his 30s was reduced to begging. In the Dragon Kingdom, undocumented individuals not only faced employment barriers, but were also at risk of being expelled without a care for their well-being if apprehended by the authorities. Yet, for a soldier of the Empire to become undocumented, it suggested a level of corruption within the Empire's governance. Luca, once we secure the compensation, wait for me on the road. Yes, my lord. During their journey, the lieutenant discreetly reported to the base, alerting them to the impending arrival of a peculiar being resembling an angel, urging them to prepare. The personnel at the military base took little heed, responding, "What is there to fear?" The base is not only fortified with 3,000 soldiers, but also equipped with heavy weaponry and rocket launchers. How formidable could a creature resembling an angel truly be? Even if a real angel appeared, we could simply pluck its feathers. Upon receiving such a response, the lieutenant felt a wave of relief. After a 40-minute drive, the group arrived at the entrance of the Luokong military base, where a towering 10-meter iron gate slowly opened. What awaited Qin Yuan was not a grand ceremonial welcome, but rather machine guns, tanks, and armored vehicles. With a command from the officer, "Prioritize capture. Open fire, bang, bang, bang." Enormous nets unfurled in the sky, enveloping Qin Yuan. Shortly thereafter, solid projectiles descended, ensnaring him within their grasp. The commander, exhilarated, clenched his fist. Yes, we captured him. Everything unfolded far too smoothly. This angelic being, didn't he appear so formidable after all, merely blessed with a pair of wings? Yet, a peculiar phenomenon occurred. How had the net risen? In the next moment, a piercing purple light erupted, slicing through the net as if it were mere silk. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed the purple wings on Qin Yuan's back that had done the cutting. The crowd's pupils dilated in shock. MD. Fire solid projectiles. Open fire. Qin Yuan flashed a devilish smile. Perfect. Time to test my new toy. Second form. Partial transition. Hand nuclear energy mode. With a resonant hum, Qin Yuan's left hand transformed into a radiant particle form from his wrist down. A microenergy nuclear bomb, the size of a peanut, coalesced into a golden sphere at his fingertip. Qin Yuan's smile took on a slightly deranged quality. Art is explosive. Bayou, whoosh, a beam of golden light shot toward the tank. The commander, in a last-ditch effort, contorted his face in rage, flailing his arms and screaming, "Fire the cannon!" At the moment of impact between the golden light and the tank, a cataclysmic explosion resounded. Bomm. Following this was a tempestuous wind that sent the lieutenant and his companions sprawling, their limbs flailing in disarray. The deafening sonic boom shattered the glass of the military vehicle they occupied, leaving several individuals with ruptured eardrums, rendered instantly deaf. Not a single soldier at the base survived. The 10-meter iron gate was reduced to mere rubble. Qin Yuan flashed a sunny smile, nodding in satisfaction. Not bad. The power is quite commendable. He then turned to the others. My dear sir. I, with a resounding shockwave, Duong, the captain's eyes, wide open and bloodshot, bore a vacant gaze devoid of life. A stream of fresh blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, as an imperceptible circular shockwave swiftly penetrated the bodies of the greasy captain and his cohorts. With a thunderous bang, the ground formed a circular depression, and within that circle, all present exhibited glazed eyes. Blood streaming from their orifices, their innards shattered, expressions rife with shock and terror, successfully serving as test subjects for a new skill. The outcome aligns closely with my expectations, though their expressions lacked a certain authenticity, bearing traces of theatrics. This technique inflicts internal injuries directly through the skin. It is the divine skill of internal harm, particularly effective against meat shields. Moreover, I did not exert my full strength. controlling the damage to just enough to ensure their demise. Had I unleashed my full power, these individuals would likely have been reduced to mere bones. They are but the dregs of society, a necessary purge for the greater good, a daily act of kindness. The roar of helicopter blades resonated above as a military chopper descended slowly before Qin Yuan and his companion. Once it stabilized, a pair of long, slender legs clad in black stockings came into view, followed by a midriff-bearing waistcoat and gold-rimmed glasses adorning a charming secretary. Following closely behind her was the master of the base, Major General Korimu of the Empire, a mere 25 or 26 years of age, dressed in military attire yet exuding an air of a decadent dandy. Only Qin Yuan knew that this individual would prove to be a formidable character in the future. He was certainly no mere playboy, but rather a deeply concealed viper. Outside the Lakong military base, the aide whispered urgently into the general's ear, "General, be cautious. The energy detector indicates the danger level of the opponent is at level 5, a super hazardous entity." The general internally cursed, which fool brought such a monster to the base. The super hazardous level correlates to an energy value of 500 tons. What they did not realize was that the displayed value represented only half of Qin Yuan's normal strength. In truth, he was currently only showcasing 500 tons of power. Soon after, Major General Korimu and Qin Yuan formally met. The general slightly bowed, performing a noble gesture, "Greetings, esteemed angel," yet Qin Yuan was unmoved by such pleasantries. "Let us dispense with the formalities and get straight to the point. I have come to discuss compensation." "Compensation?" The general looked bewildered at his aide, who shook his head in confusion. "Esteemed angel, could you enlighten me on the matter that necessitated your personal request for compensation?" "Your subordinates injured my men. Should there not be compensation?" The general's expression immediately shifted to one of fury. "What? Such a thing exists. Rest assured, I will arrange for the finest doctors to treat your men. And those incompetent subordinates of mine will face the strictest punishment." "That won't be necessary. My subordinate merely suffered a fright without any physical injuries, and I have already dealt with those foolish soldiers. Their bodies lie over there." Everyone turned to follow Qin Yuan's and beheld several corpses lying in a deep pit. "This, esteemed angel, what compensation do you seek?" "I demand all the insect beast crystal cores from your base, along with all relevant data regarding the insect beasts." Before the general could respond, his secretary interjected, "Impossible. Your demands are far too excessive." With a resounding slap, the general struck the secretary's face, his expression menacing. Silence. After regaining his composure, he turned back to Qin Yuan with a smile. "Esteemed angel, I can provide everything you desire, but there is one condition." Qin Yuan's expression remained unchanged. "Speak. I wish for you to assist me in eliminating a certain individual." "Refusal. I have no desire to involve myself in your family's affairs." At Qin Yuan's response, Korimu's expression drastically changed. The Ku family. How could he possibly know? Could it be a mind-reading ability? His demeanor turned icy. "If that is the case, then there is nothing to discuss." With that, the general raised his arm, and within the base, ominous clicking sounds resounded as countless rockets emerged, aimed at Qin Yuan. "Esteemed angel, you still have time to retract your words." "Foolishness. You have only yourself to blame." "Fire." Simultaneously, the general retreated frantically, leaping several hundred meters away. "Oh, a flea." It was evident that the opponent was a perfectly evolved being. A flea man. This was intelligence never before encountered in the previous life. A new development, or perhaps he had been concealing it well? "You know nothing of power." The domain unfolded. Ancient realm. Imperial domain. A silent wave of energy enveloped the entire military base, and simultaneously, the rockets were unleashed. Ancient gate. Rise. Countless bones, the size of trucks, emerged from the ground, forming a barrier akin to an iron gate before Qin Yuan. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions erupted continuously, yet not a single white bone was shattered. The power of both sides existed on entirely different planes. Qin Yuan struck. Infernal abyss. Chaotic bone massacre. All individuals, save for the black-armored ants and the general, had their bones erupt from within. The sound of piercing filled the air as they were transformed into bone blossoms, dying instantaneously. Furthermore, Qin Yuan did not waste any energy. He absorbed the energy from those he had slain, including the general's secretary, who had also been a perfect-grade insect person. Yet she had not even the chance to retaliate. Being dispatched in an instant. In Qin Yuan's presence, a perfect-grade insect person was no different from an ordinary human. They were but dust. Had it not been for the gene energy absorbed being greater than that of others, Qin Yuan might not have even realized she was a perfect-grade insect person. In a previous life, she would have been a dominant force. Qin Yuan flashed before the general, a playful expression adorning his face. "Oh, Major General, where has your earlier confidence vanished?" The general leaned against the wall, swallowing hard. "Esteemed angel, I have just profoundly reflected upon my actions, and I find your demands for compensation exceedingly reasonable. I shall escort you to procure the crystal cores and data. Please follow me." How pathetic. Must one be beaten before they comply? "Luke, go fetch a vehicle to wait for me here." "It's he once." "My king." "Korimu, everything remains as usual. Simply do as I instruct." "Yes, my lord." With that, Qin Yuan spread his wings and soared towards his destination. Baiyun Mountain, situated far to the north of Lakong City, was the location of the mount he sought for his steed, the illusory beast, Cloud Dragon. According to images captured by fighter jets, helicopters, and satellites, a dragon-like creature often traversed the mists atop Baiyun Mountain, yet only a vague black shadow had been captured, shrouded in mystery. Curiously, there had been no mention of dragons appearing in the early apocalyptic period in the previous life. What could this mean? A flicker of uncertainty crossed Qin Yuan's eyes as he began to accelerate, an explosive sound resonating as he propelled himself through the air, the sky filled with white smoke. Reminiscent of a rocket launched in mere minutes, he arrived at his destination. Before him stood a mountain enveloped in white mist, radiating an aura of cleanliness, tranquility, and purity. It resembled a pristine haven amidst a world of filth. A white lotus blossoming from the mired, so immaculate it seemed unreal. Suddenly, Qin Yuan sensed a prying presence emanating from the clouds, and he bellowed, "Who goes there?" Moments passed without a response. "Are you playing tricks? Seeking death?" Domain expansion. Ancient Emperor domain. With a resonant hum, the double domain reaches its ultimate expansion, astonishingly extending to 20 kilometers, enveloping all surrounding peaks. Through mental force, one can distinctly sense all creatures within the White Cloud Mountain. Yet the legendary Cloud Dragon remains elusive. Qin Yuan is immediately filled with doubt. Not here. How can that be? Could it have relocated? However, the sensation of being spied upon was undoubtedly not something an ordinary creature could emit. It must have been a phantom beast. Strange, still unable to locate it? The search within the 20 kilometers yielded no trace, and that piercing gaze had not reappeared since the initial encounter. Could it be a spatial-type affinity? It is certainly not out of the realm of possibility. In my previous life, I had heard tales of dragons possessing time and space abilities, capable of traversing various epochs. Capturing such a creature for my own use would be fortuitous. Yet, if I fail, a being with spatial talents could prove quite troublesome to apprehend. Though the Cloud Dragon remains unfound, a nearby mountain harbors an exploration team that might possess clues regarding its whereabouts. Qin Yuan swiftly descends towards the team. At that moment, the exploration team is engaged in combat with an exceptional grade insect beast, 8 members methodically surrounding a colossal green cactus insect. Each individual has a defined role. The front line comprises beetle warriors, while the rear consists of specialized ranged poison insects and a healer among the plant awakeners. The team leader shouts, "Keep it up, everyone. It's almost down." Just as they prepare to deliver the final blow, a shadow descends from the heavens. With a resounding crash, a figure strikes the exceptional grade forest spider with precision, instantly slaying it and, even more astonishingly, absorbing its genetic energy. The team is left dumbfounded. What the hell? Stealing our kill. Just as we were about to win, what drops down from the sky? The leader, a scarred bald man, furiously approaches Qin Yuan, brandishing his blade and shouting, "Hey, what do you think you're doing? In broad daylight, stealing our kill. Is there no justice left? No law?" One of his subordinates quickly restrains him. "Boss, look at his attire. He looks formidable, not to be trifled with." The scarred leader halts, taking a closer look at Qin Yuan's flawless visage. Snow-white hair, golden eyes, and crystalline wings, resembling a celestial angel fallen to earth. For a moment, he is entranced, muttering to himself, "Goodness. Capturing him would surely fetch a fortune. An angel? I could live comfortably for life. This is a chance for instant wealth." Qin Yuan merely glances at the group, habitually retrieving the insect crystal from the slain beast beneath him. Hey, you lot, are you also here to find the cloud dragon? No. The 8 members simultaneously shake their heads frantically. Qin Yuan raises an eyebrow. This is clearly an attempt to conceal something. Then do you have any leads regarding the cloud dragon? One of the green-haired subordinates steps forward, admonishing, Hey, why do you keep asking? You look like you're in a cosplay, dressed like an angel. What do you have to say for stealing our kill? Stealing a kill. Your logic is flawed. How so? Consider this. If I were to eliminate all of you, wouldn't the insect beast then belong to me? By sparing your lives and only slaying the insect, you not only incur no loss but gain a life. The green-haired subordinate is taken aback for a full minute. His mind racing, that actually makes a fair bit of sense. He turns to the scarred leader, Boss, I feel he has a point. He appears utterly convinced. Slap. The scarred leader strikes him backhandedly. Damn it, fool, you lot, step back. He then turns his gaze toward Qin Yuan. Would you mind discussing this in a different location? Want to clear the area? You should have said so earlier. Qin Yuan's expression sharpens. Domain expansion Emperor domain. With a resounding mental pulse, an invisible mental attack radiates outward, causing all but the scarred man and Qin Yuan to roll their eyes back and collapse. The scarred leader, still reeling from the sudden loss of his 7 teammates, feels his legs give way and collapses to his knees. Qin Yuan inquires, puzzled, What are you doing? The scarred leader, trembling with fear, curls up, his voice quaking, brother. I prefer this posture when conversing. My goodness, I've awakened a demon. What level of monster is this? Chapter 80. The poisoned cloud dragon at the foot of White Cloud Mountain. The bald, scarred man kneels, a broad smile on his face, his demeanor exceedingly amicable as he recounts their purpose. They have indeed received a mission to capture the cloud dragon. According to their investigation, this mountain dragon favors consuming evolved plants, such as mutated grass or fruits, by luring it with food. They are certain it will reveal itself. You mean to say your team has some evolved plant bait? Yes, it's in my subordinate's backpack right behind me. Please wait a moment, I shall fetch it for you. The scarred leader scrambles to his subordinate, rummaging through the bag until he retrieves a peach the size of a human head and a blade-like grass leaf. Qin Yuan's eyes gleam. Sword grass? Where did you obtain this? This grass? I got it from a merchant in Luokong City. I don't know its exact origin. The sword grass, a product of genetic evolution, naturally emits sword energy and learns sword techniques, heralded by future generations as the born sword species. Due to its immobility, it is the perfect guardian plant. It would be prudent to have my subordinate, the trader, inquire for information in Luokong City. Qin Yuan accepts the peculiar plants. You think you can capture the cloud dragon with this? The scarred leader chuckles. You see, this is laced with a massive amount of potent sedative that can knock out even a whale, ensuring the cloud dragon will fall asleep after consuming it. Sedative? You refer to this as a sedative? Qin Yuan, being an expert in toxins, knows well the limits of such a dosage. This amount would merely act as a seasoning for the phantom beast, enhancing its flavor without any significant impact. However, if I were to add my own poison, not just the cloud dragon, even a true dragon would succumb. Without hesitation, Qin Yuan raises his finger, dripping drops of liquid into the mutated peach and sword grass, infusing them with an odorless, colorless, deadly toxin. It won't cause death, but it will paralyze the nervous system, rendering the creature immobile. To ensure absolute certainty, Qin Yuan also mixes in some compound toxins. All right, take your people and scram. Thank you, esteemed immortal. Thank you. The scarred leader hurriedly expresses his gratitude, watching Qin Yuan depart before swiftly leading his subordinates away, their hearts still racing with anxiety. There is no resentment or malice within him, only fear. This is why he has survived. Qin Yuan spreads his wings, soaring to the summit of White Cloud Mountain, where it seems to meld with the mist, each plant adorned with glistening dew, filling the air with the fragrance of vegetation. Yet, amidst this aura of vitality, he finds no trace of mutated plants. Instead, various plants bear evident bite marks, presumably from the cloud dragon. Qin Yuan places the mutated peach and sword grass on the ground, concealing his presence as he sits nearby, awaiting his quarry. Not 10 minutes after setting them down, the surrounding mist begins to churn violently, as if shadows are weaving through the clouds. It is cautious, circling above the mutated plants, thoroughly scanning its surroundings. Qin Yuan feels a prying gaze sweep over him but does not linger. Concealing one's aura is trivial for someone of Qin Yuan's caliber. He can blend seamlessly into the environment, indistinguishable from the surrounding flora and rocks. After a thorough examination of the area, the cloud-dwelling creature ultimately succumbs to temptation. A wisp of cloud swirls over, and the two mutated plants vanish from sight. Qin Yuan smiles knowingly. Go ahead and eat. Since you've consumed my offerings, you shall be my beast. Come with me and serve as my steed. Within 3 minutes. A piercing cry echoes from the mist, resembling a mix of a cow and a horse, akin to a frenzied husky. Qin Yuan, exhilarated, proclaims, "It has appeared." He unfurls his wings, soaring towards the source of the anguished cries. Amidst the clouds, a dragon formed of mist thrashes violently, the sky darkening with ominous clouds and thunderclaps resounding. Qin Yuan enters the fog, grinning broadly, calling out to the writhing giant, "Ha ha ha ha! Cloud Dragon, I know you can understand my words. Submit to me, and I shall grant you the antidote." The Cloud Dragon roars in defiance. "How dare you? I would rather perish than submit." The dragon speaks human words, revealing its intoxication. Qin Yuan raised his hands in exasperation. Sigh. Well, it seems that a beating is inevitable. You lot never seem to grasp your own limitations. It's only natural, considering that mythical beast species are currently the pinnacle of Earth's hierarchy. A little pride on their part is to be expected. After all, they have yet to encounter any formidable adversary, typically dispatching their foes with ease. Unfortunately, today they are faced with a man who stands above that pinnacle, the strongest in the world. Qin Yuan clenched his right fist, forming a V shape, and swiftly struck toward the dragon shrouded in mist. This punch was delivered with only half his strength, intended merely to gauge the opponent's capabilities. As the punch was unleashed, the heavens trembled. With a thunderous roar, the fierce wind from his fist parted the surrounding mist, dispersing the clouds and revealing the sun shining high in the sky. For the first time since the mutation of Baiyun Mountain, sunlight graced the land, causing all plants to stretch out, greedily basking in its warmth. Yet, among the clouds, the injured dragon fell from the mist, not due to the impact of Qin Yuan's punch, but rather from the effects of poison, the potency of the combined toxins manifesting at this moment. Qin Yuan was taken aback when he beheld the appearance of the descending cloud dragon. To his astonishment, it was none other than Chapter 81. Elemental mythical beast, Cloud Steed. The Cloud Mountain Dragon incident. In reality, what plummeted was not a dragon, but a white horse, or rather, a dragon steed, a cloud steed. This elemental mythical beast could transform into any shape it desired, be it a dragon, tiger, Chielin, or glutton, limited only by its imagination. In a previous life, the cloud steed had been captured by an unseen force and ultimately sold to one of the 10 strongest in the Dragon Kingdom, Jiangqin. Becoming her loyal mount and achieving great military feats for the Jiang family, reclaiming vast territories for humanity. At this moment, the cloud steed, its body darkened, fell from the clouds, snapping several branches in the forest and creating a massive crater upon impact. Its entire form lay motionless within the pit. Qin Yuan hovered above it, gazing down. Submission or death? Death. Qin Yuan raised an eyebrow, sensing the steed's resilience. I like it. It's evident that you are quite defiant. Aren't you? Humph. The cloud steed turned its head away, refusing to acknowledge this despicable man who relied on poison point. One could clearly see the defiance and frustration in its eyes. How could it? The proud ruler of Cloud Mountain, a mythical creature of the world, be felled by mere poison? How could it submit? Seizing the opportunity, Qin Yuan issued a challenge. Very well, I shall neutralize your poison. Let us engage in a fair riding contest. If you defeat me, I shall let you go and never trouble you again. But if you lose, you shall forever submit to me and serve as my mount. What say you? The cloud steed snorted disdainfully, showing utter contempt. Your words, human, are but 1 part truth and 9 parts deceit. Do not think to trick me. Ah, are you afraid of losing? Qin Yuan taunted. Your provocation holds no power over me. Abandon such thoughts. I disdain you. The cloud steed's eyes turned crimson. What did you say? Coward. Even my perfect level pet possesses more courage than you. Such timidity is unbecoming of a mythical beast. Enough. If you wish to compete, then let it be. With a fierce determination, the cloud steed shouted, "You, a mere human, have no right to look down upon me. I shall show you the might of a mythical beast." Qin Yuan smirked. Having successfully set his trap, "Let the games begin. I shall now neutralize your poison." A drop of antidote fell onto the cloud steed's skin, and its body visibly regained its former alabaster hue. The cloud steed, revitalized, rose once more, towering nearly 6 meters high, about the size of a 2-story building. It bore 2 sharp dragon horns, golden vertical pupils on either side of its head, and long dragon whiskers sprouting from its nose. Its neck was adorned with a pristine mane, its hooves treading upon clouds, and its tail fluttered like a silk scarf in the wind, its entire form as white as snow. A truly magnificent dragon steed. The dragon steed spoke. "Human, what are the terms of our wager?" Inherently proud, it would honor any agreement made, holding no desire to deceive others. "Quite simple," Qin Yuan replied. "I will ride upon your back, if you can throw me off within 10 minutes. You win if you cannot. I emerge victorious." A glimmer of golden light flashed in the dragon steed's eyes. "Very well, but you must first demonstrate your ability to mount me." As it spoke, mist rapidly enveloped its body. As if donning a suit of cloud armor, with a thunderous clap of hooves, it transformed into a cloud dragon, soaring to an altitude of 3,000 meters. "Humph! Let us see who is faster. No one can catch me," the cloud steed boasted, looking down to find the ground completely deserted. Just as it pondered where its opponent had gone, a sound arose from behind. "Wow! So fast, little steed. What, you? When did you get up here?" Qin Yuan had somehow managed to mount the cloud steed's back, gripping tightly around its neck. Haven't I always been on your back? I've been here since the beginning." "No. What I mean is, how did you manage to do that? Isn't it just a matter of having hands? Is it really that difficult? Difficult? Hard? Huh." The cloud steed was momentarily speechless. This human was audacious beyond belief. It seemed that without taking some serious action, it would be unable to rid itself of him. "Very well, human. You have successfully enraged me." The cloud dragon morphed, transforming into a white cloud dragon, beginning to roll violently amidst the clouds. "Ahahaha. Are you afraid? Human, it is not too late to concede." "Yay, roller coaster. Let us go." The cloud steed retorted. "Such bravery. Is this level insufficient? Then try this move, death spin." The cloud dragon coiled itself, forming a circular loop, beginning to spin furiously. This maneuver would leave even the mightiest of creatures feeling dizzy and disoriented, causing them to lose their balance and plummet from the clouds. "Try this. Ha ha ha. 1 spin, 2 spins, 100 spins, 1,000 spins. If you're scared, hurry and drop out." In a short span, the cloud dragon spun over 3,000 times, its mind overwhelmed and weightless, falling from the clouds. Fortunately, Qin Yuan extended his wings and caught it just in time. The cloud steed, in disbelief, exclaimed, "Human, how could you? Ugh. How are you able to withstand the death spin?" "Ugh, death spin. You mean that whirlwind back there? It wasn't too shabby. Can we go again? Whirlwind? What the hell? Again? Can't you see I'm about to lose my lunch?" This man must be a monster. Chapter 82. The Azure Dragon's Return Among the Clouds. The cloud steed attempted one last struggle. Misty dragon transformation, giant form. Utilizing its own expansion, it attempted to mislead Qin Yuan with false mist while its true form slipped away unnoticed. However, reality delivered a heavy blow. Regardless of how thick the mist or how strong the winds, Qin Yuan's hands remained firmly affixed to the cloud steed, unwavering. "Why persist? Human, I had no intention of taking your life. There is still time to release me, otherwise you shall undoubtedly meet your demise." Qin Yuan yawned. "Young steed, do not speak so arrogantly. It only serves to reveal your weakness." The cloud steed's nostrils flared, releasing 2 thick jets of mist as its genetic energy surged violently. The sky transformed from white to dark, with not only rain but also thunder and hail brewing within the clouds. Genetic skill. Cloud Fury, Thunder Forest. The Thunder Forest amplifies its attack by harnessing natural forces, growing stronger with the density of clouds. And fortuitously, Bayun Mountain is the cloud steed's stronghold. Here, the clouds are abundant. Amplifying its power tenfold, boom, countless clouds began to collide, forming dark storm clouds, generating an increasingly potent electrical charge. 100,000 volts, 200,000 volts, 400,000 volts, 10 million volts, 20 million volts. Within the dark clouds, lightning enveloped Qin Yuan, trapping him in a shadowy prison, obscuring all light. Only when lightning struck him did brief flashes illuminate the darkness. Below, the scarred bald leader and his companions, witnessing the tumultuous dragon above, cowered in terror. Boss, someone is undergoing a tribulation. Within the swirling dark clouds, a figure stood atop the dragon's head, illuminated by the flashes of lightning, appearing almost celestial as bolts continued to strike down upon him. Within the clouds, Qin Yuan's dark crystal shield shattered under the relentless assault of lightning, the intensity escalating to 100 million volts.